Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challenges The Last Chance Qualifier. We will send 2 teams to champs today out of the 4 remaining. Join me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, very excited for this one, Brycey. Only a couple more spots remaining at the marquee event of the year. You absolutely need to be there. Sadly, we won't, but you know, we want to send 2 more teams to go over. Had to get that in there nice and early. But irrelevant of that, look, I mean, we've had such an interesting season here in Europe, especially towards the last stages. And it's going to be interesting to see if what was one of our most promising teams is even going to make it.
Yeah, that'd probably be the big story of today, of course. The Falcons, the winners of Challenges Elite Season 3, are currently running the gauntlet, as you can see here in our wonderful bracket. They have fought their way so far, but have fallen. And unfortunately, it does mean they will not get there if they cannot make it through 2 more games. Basically, if you make it to what would normally be the final, you will make it to champs. We're not going to play the final out. It's just going to be you make it.
Yeah, of course, just getting into that grand final does get you there. So yeah, it's a long road back for them, but just for any information that somebody did not know, for them, there is no Khalid. So that's the big difference maker. I mean, the kid's an absolute joke, but I think it's kind of been reported from previous times he hasn't been to any LAN events for them, apparent visa issues on that side of things. So Doom has slotted in for Team Falcons. Let's see how they can do to make sure they do get to that final event of the season. Other than that, though, Noctem, Clutch Rain, and Houdini going up against each other. So Noctem, Clutch Rain for everybody at home. Nile, Detain, Aspects, Twiz going up against Dizzy, Twisted, Chunk, and Keza. So, I mean, these are well-honed-in names who have been around the entirety of this Challenger season. Players who kind of have been in the mix, but that's what the Last Chance Qualifier is for. Our top team's already there. Now it's about trying to find out who else is going to join them.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, the Falcons is always going to be kind of the big news for us. It's just been such a good team, and Khalid basically been their main player. Looking through the stats, he was their top slayer, certainly put himself in the top slayer list of all of the Elite Series. So not having him here could be the reason they're struggling, could be the reason they miss out, and yeah, I just kind of want to see the Falcons there. I think they've deserved their shot, but sometimes that's just not the way it goes. Fortunately, we don't decide who goes. They will, as they play this out later today. What you can expect today on our wonderful broadcast, just in Europe, of course, is we will have 3 games. We're going to have the winners final. The winners of that will be qualified, so we won't see them again. Then we're going to have our first elimination, Revive versus the Falcons. The loser goes out. The winner goes on for another chance in the Elim final. And the Elim final will have, obviously, a team eliminated, but the winning team will also go to champs in the qualifying spot.
Yeah, super excited to see how this is all going to transpire. It's sort of just a mini 4-team bracket now that we've got left. Of course, the teams had been making their way through yesterday and, of course, today. So it's interesting to see how things are going to play out with the games that we do get to see. It's going to be a good couple of games, I think. Honestly, you look at all these teams and sort of where you would put them across the general season and Elite Challengers, you kind of would have them all in the mix together. So it is nice to see that we will have some very, very close games. I have no doubt of that. Whoever comes out on top, though, I actually haven't a clue, Bryce. I think it's really hard. I think had we had Falcons in with a full roster, you're saying, right, okay, I'll guarantee get they're through, no problem. But I mean, looking at the winners bracket side of things, as I do have it up on my side, I would say for Noctem and Houdini, that's a huge chance. Yeah. You're in the winners bracket final. You want to make sure you get it done as early as possible.
Yeah, I think so. Realistically, these teams have fought their way here, and for Noctem, I think they're probably one of the favourites to go through, but it's never guaranteed. That's the thing. They do have 2 opportunities, of course. If they win either of the 2 games, they are good. But still got to win it. And everybody's just as hungry as everybody else to make it into this last little spot. So, yeah, I think you're right, Ton. Out of the 4 teams we have, it is difficult to call. You are right that Falcons probably would have been our favourite to make it. But with a difference a player can make, especially the superstar that is Khalid, I genuinely don't know. I'm looking forward to finding out, though.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I've said it already a couple of times. I think I put at least 3 of these teams in the same kind of bracket as each other with Noctem, Houdini, and Revived. Falcons would have been obviously ahead of that, but these teams are all very, very well matched. I'm curious to see Revived actually down where they are. I'm actually curious. I'm just remind myself who they actually went to lose. Okay, they lost 3-0 to Noctem. Drain, so that's a big loss to take up against those guys. You would have thought a relatively close one. Falcons dropped down with a 3-2 loss against Houdini, so yeah, okay, that's a relatively close one, but then have advanced through very, very quickly in that elimination bracket side of things. So yeah, I'm very curious. I'm just trying to see who else didn't really have too much of a good time going in. Notorious Gaming only managing to find themselves eliminated by Falcons. That's going to be a tough one for them. They went down to revived early doors. But yeah, I mean, look, we've got so many good games ready to go here, or hopefully soon anyway, and we can get jumped in and see who's going to actually go over towards champs. First one I've missed in a while. I'm going to be here and very annoyed about it. I know you're casting over it, but
well, I don't think anything's been announced, Tons, so maybe.
Well, I mean, look, let's just go presumptions. Let's go presumptions. Everybody knew you would have been anyway. I'm busy, but that's besides the point. Look, I think for all these teams, it's the big tournament of the year. It's where you want to be. You aspire to be there. It's where your name is often made. So let's see what some of these teams can manage to pull out the hat.
We certainly will. Well, I believe the maps and modes for our first one is ready to go, Ton. So this is what we'll be seeing for our first qualifying game. It will be Karachi hardpoint, 6-star, search and destroy. Karachi control, a 6-star hardpoint. It's become a firm favourite of teams over the last couple of months. And then ending on Highrise search and destroy if we get that far. Nocturne XCR versus Houdini. And we will find out which of these two teams is our first to punch the ticket.
Interesting to see 6-star in there as per usual. I say interesting. It's very much par for the course these days for 6-star to come through on both game modes, and Karachi either side of that S&D as well. So I don't know. I think it's a really, really hard game to call, but that usually makes very, very good games. You usually go one way or the other though, Brycey. It's either going to be a super close game like we said, or it's going to be a 3-0 for one of these two teams. I would probably go for the former in this case. I think it will be a very good game between these two. See which way things are going to land. But for me, if I was to put my eggs in any basket here, it would be the Noctem Clutch Rain one. I think just in terms of the experience that these guys have, and surely where we kind of see some of these players line up over the entirety of this season, this is probably a game that we'll be looking at and sort of saying, yeah, we can manage to get that one.
Yeah, I think so. And for me as well, it's one of these ones where this is... We've spoken about this during the elites, right? Like it's a marathon, not a sprint, but this is very much the opposite. You've already fought your way here. You know you just have to win a couple more games. You don't even have to win the whole thing. You just have to make it to the grand final. You're one of 4 teams remaining. If you're in that winner's bracket, this is the crazy thing. If you're in winner's bracket, you win this game, you're in, right?
Dylan.
But one of these teams could very realistically not go all the way. So to got to that point and had to lose 2 games back-to-back, essentially, to not make it at champs is devastating. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on these individual players, especially coming into these games today. They'll be doing their research. They'll be worrying about it. They know they've got to turn up today of all days just to get to champs, which is an experience.
Yeah, of course. That's what you want to go there for. It is the epitome of Call of Duty esports, and you want to put yourself in a good position for that as well. I mean, look, as well with other announcements, there's other tournaments later down the line at champs as well. It's a good opportunity for you to kind of put yourself in a good position for a potential call up there. We've already seen all over our timeline a couple of different teams who are not taking certain players, so that is something else to think about, I think, for these teams as well. I mean, I'm maybe saying a bit further down the line, and maybe it's a little bit of a reach, but for some of these teams, if you get yourself to champs and challenger side of things, you perform, you go on to win the event, all of a sudden a lot of eyes on you. It happens very, very quickly. You're not just waiting until the season starts for the next game though. You do have another big event coming up, so that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it really is. You are right, actually. This is one of those ones that could end up kind of showcasing some players. I mean, I don't think all the rosters are locked in yet. I mean, people are talking about the Esports World Cup. No rosters are fully locked from what I understand, apart from a couple. And hey, people need players. Realistically, if you do the work, not just today, but get yourself into champs, Charles, and then win it. I don't see a reason why not. You know, it's not just CDL team. I think it's a 16-team bracket. So there's a lot of scouting to kind of go on for these players and teams. That this means that every game is very, very important, but you can't get to that point unless you win today.
Of course, and that's really where you want to be to make sure you can get through. Hopefully we're nearly ready to go on that first game. We were told that it was nearly ready to go. I'm being told we're even loading in. I've cursed us though. Have I cursed us potentially? We do this all the time. Let's see which way these games go. We're talking a long way down the line for a lot of these players in terms of any future tournaments or future positions in teams, but it is very much starting now. You need to make sure you are there if you want to be part of the party. So let's see who's going to come out on top today.
Let's find out. Looks like we are loading in fact, to the very first hard point of our winners final. It is going to be an interesting one for these two teams. Pressure very much on. They would like to just win this 5-0 and then continue from there.
I mean, easier said than done, right? I mean, you can't just... It's very rare that teams will have that much luck, but into it, and it's going to be Houdini and Noctem see are going up against each other. Both these two teams, though, I don't want to say they've had different sort of seasons. It has been very, very close for both of them. I would probably fancy Noctem in this one, but let's see how it goes down. I think it's hard to say. You know, you get the latter stages of the season. This is where things are really, everybody's playing at their highest level. They know exactly how the opposition play. And for Houdini, a fantastic start from them. 27 and rising for that P1 hold. 17 seconds to go on it. Noctem not too bad of a position for P2, though.
Just trying to make sure they lock this one down, and after a bad start on P1, that's really what you want, but they have left a little bit of a gap here. Got to win these first couple of trades. Dizzy, he's going to get caught in the sprint, just a little bit too late to react to get that kill. But at 36 points off of P1, off the initial rip, is a lot, Ton.
You take them all day long. Nice little chunk to have, and it gives you that little bit of a buffer if you're going to try and find a break over towards next, and well, you have found that already. So if you can get P1 and then this rotation over towards P2, you are laughing. Can they hold it down, though? Is everybody starting to fly on through here? Brycey Chunk trying to survive. The break back comes through for Noctem, and it's a break they absolutely needed.
It really was. I was a little bit worried for them there. If they got locked out of P2, they could have been in trouble. We can already see, though, 27 seconds left. They're feeling it. They're going to try and push this. They're going to have the spawn out. Houdini have gone all the way towards back alley. They will chow for probably this last 10 seconds. But this rotation fight is everything, and Dizzy finds two. Detain is going to find one as well. And the second, he must have been so weak. But that's huge. Just giving Noctem just maybe a little bit of hope of contesting this.
50-50. It's a one-on-one, and that's going to be won by Detain. That's 4 in a row from him. He needs some help very, very quickly. Going to be here in a few seconds' time. Are they going to be able to get the cuts towards the back as well? Yes, they are. Detain with huge, huge plays. Big flank going to come through, though. Is he able to do something here, potentially? You're kind of cornered in if you knocked him. Have to extend out. Twiz does the right thing. Found his 4 in a row. Chunk will find him towards the back, and Detain once again left all alone. That initial kind of break and rotation over for Houdini just about works out.
Well, there was so much going on there, but somehow Houdini have got it back, and the Twisted will take that one down before they can do any more. This is certainly not an easy hard point for Houdini. They've got players every single direction, but winning just enough trades here to probably get this scrap time away.
Working out for them. Such a good start. Noctem, do you bring this one back? Look it over towards the next. Big gunfight's going down over towards it as well. I mean, you know for a fact that there's not going to be a great deal of points being told up by one of these two teams, but a lot of teams have got better. Trying to find something over towards P4. The team that needs to find that a little bit more is Noctem, and themselves around 30 points behind as we head there.
Just got to make sure that they don't let too much time go here. It's not easy to bleed time, but winning a few there, Aspect with a big 2 kills allows them to start getting a few points onto it, but most of the time, play safe around this one, and then get ready for the rotation. Houdini just putting the pressure on, not really giving up their spawns yet. Twisted will cut off a lot of the reinforcements. It's never going to be an easy fight.
Good hold so far. Some good time on the board here now, potentially for Houdini, and you're spawning Noctem in the worst position possible for them with 20 seconds to go. You've got rotation over towards next. This is working out wonderfully for Houdini. Twisted, though, on the 8th spree. Really has been the catalyst for a good amount of time, and a really good moment for Houdini in this game. Noctem now, 10 seconds to go with the scrap. They will get a hold of it, but it is very much Houdini in the control of the next hill.
This could be a ton of time. Chunk in a great position. Just waiting for that pressure he knows coming. Trying to deflect this first push. If you've got that, you can really look down. However, they've already lost the first blood. Dizzy getting stuck on something there. I don't know exactly what, but the kills have not gone their way. They haven't got any time here, Ton, and fortunately, 2 kills going down just slows this down a little bit. It will come down to the next few trades. Dizzy flying out, looking for the player onto the point, and will get it. Huge for them in the end.
30 seconds to play for here as well, spawning towards the back if you knocked him, so you're there nice and quick. Next couple of gunfights are absolutely massive. Dizzy still on the 3 spree, looking to make it 4 just round the corner. About finds Twiz. And now potential pinch on the card. Shots from Dizzy, though, are strong once again. Really hard push now for Noctem. Houdini chipping away here. 15 seconds remaining on this hill. And it's a healthy lead for them.
As we go back towards it, can't really say which team is stronger, Ton. That's the key thing to take away here. Yes, Houdini do have a good lead, but just 1 hill's worth. Not even that. Onto P1 they go. Not able to get a single second of time here on the first rotation. We'll lock it in for the next one.
Have to be careful here if you're Noctem. You cannot let that much time bleed over towards P1 again. It's only a 40-point game, and that is a terrible stun. And Twisted is going to maybe get himself killed for it as well. No Chunk is there to help him out. So once again, Noctem suffering here over towards P1. P2 rotation coming in 30 seconds. And Houdini just starting to stretch their legs here a little bit, Brycey. We're not far away.
Certainly are making a bit of a difference. Gonna have to chow this, and they go for it as well. Twister will get one, but it is a good retake. Keza coming to try and take back, but nobody looking that right direction. Does find the first reinforcements flying as well. Scrap time for Houdini. And this rotation, we said it last time around, P2 is a must for Nocturne.
Got to get some good time now. Find yourself a full rotation and then some. Now behind. There's only one player in and around it, though. Keza can start to make a move. He has his team kind of in and around next to him, next to Red. Finding a little bit of control, but now the back alley spawn's going to start coming through. The players who are crossing need to find something here. Houdini are very much here in numbers, Bryce.
Here comes the push. Can they deflect it? Keza slowly but surely making his way through. There's the fifth. There's the sixth as well. Cruz in the back pocket. P2 broken. And for Noctum, this has gone from bad to much, much worse. Detained, trying to do everything he can. Not the 3. Certainly not the 4. And while they will reinforce it over that horrible, horrible jump, and they all fall.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You kind of find the numbers if you D10. You do as much as you possibly can. But your teammates just nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Now the rotation over towards P3 incoming. Absolutely need to find something here, though. If you're knocked in, you've lost the rotation over towards next as well. You pushed for the scrap time, found absolutely nothing. And now all of a sudden, knocked him in a really dangerous spot. Dizzy inside for Houdini. There are 60 seconds to play for here. And this is just so much good time for them. That's just such a massive overextension from Noctem towards the end. That P2 rotation, you gotta leave it.
Well, they've broken this pretty quickly as it goes forward somehow, but they do need to lock in at this 40 seconds. They've not had a great time so far, and Keza will be calling in. Problem is his teammates have lost a couple of kills, so they don't have as many bodies here as they would like, and not going to get anything from it. All it's done is push them off for just a few seconds of the positions they wanted, but it's not going to be enough. The teammates have not been there to reinforce. Houdini will actually go for this one last time.
Having a little look. I think it's because obviously P4 coming out. I mean, look, for Noctem, that is a win. Somehow managing to find yourself in this position. Fumbles by both two teams over the last two hills have created a closer game than we maybe would have expected. It was inside the point. Great shots. Finding the kill on the Chunk, and all of a sudden you can start to lock this down. Finds a second as well. Some good time potentially on offer here over towards P4 for Noctem.
Just a little bit of a bleed, and any time on this hill was always good time. They have pushed it out quite significantly. Taylor with the player who comes under the most pressure is already going to fall to Dizzy. And now means Houdini will start putting on the pressure everywhere around P4. Noctum will lose this hill. You cannot hold it. And for Houdini, I'm wondering if they're going to try and bleed it themselves a little bit. They've got a great position off of that.
Could force them back. It's the same story as last time. But can they make it count? Not this time. D10 and Aspect doing really, really well. That is going to probably be 23 seconds and potentially a lead. You're not going to be too far away. Looks like Noctem are going to take the lead, actually. They'll hold down every single second. So Houdini, for what has felt like a very comfortable game for them, also just find themselves behind. Need to find some good time over towards this next hill.
You see the fight going on. Noctem taking the lead. Incredibly with how far they actually went down. And everyone gets a little bit tense. Everybody gets a little bit nervous. The battle lines are not set. Players are everywhere. Detain is the furthest in and will be looking to find a kill, but has to call it correctly. Will do. Finds a second. They're trying to put the pressure on, but it's all one way, and Chunk will find it. Dizzy will cut it down, and they will hold this.
This is big time when you do get up to this stage of the game. 30 seconds to play for here, but you need to get somebody on side the point if you possibly can. Keza, Twisted, finding kills. Now all of a sudden you can start to try and get some of that time underneath your belts. That's a big kill going to come through for D10. They can continue to put this pressure on with 20 seconds to go. Houdini absolutely cannot win it here, but they will be very, very close. Noctem could do with stopping them getting this time, and they will do so. Big Flood comes in, and there you go. The break's in. Less than 10 seconds to play for, but Houdini will have a lead heading into what has been their favored P1. They've been fantastic on this hill. Can they do it again?
Well, this is the key. They knocked them not a foot wrong. Even right now, Houdini just playing for position. They're every single place, but Detain already checked the right corner. Keza overwatching. Noctum have to make the moves. That is the problem, and they've lost bodies everywhere, but in the actual point.
Keeping it down. Need to make the push here if you're dizzy. Check in the wrong corner, but here we go. The artillery you've been able to save up for quite some time. Now coming on through. Keza and Twisted finding the kill. Some good time here for Houdini. 20 seconds away. Can win it here at P1. Noctum very much close contention.
Trying to get in, but they are making the kills, and for Noctum, they don't have an option. Normally you'd split this, normally you go red, you go top 3, you just have to walk into the blender. Niall finds 2, somehow not the 3rd, and that might be just enough. Keza is already coming under fire, 20 health, and the dream will fall, and it's somehow still alive for him. Twisted has found a player as well. Detain is going to go down before they can get into P2. And they say, all right, you broke P1, but the rotation is all us. You are not getting there in 7 seconds, surely. And for Noctum, they've done so much work. They made the comeback, but they will not be going to the ball on map 1.
Fantastic performance from Houdini. I think it just comes through from that P1 pressure they were continuously able to put down, soaking up time. And that rotation over towards P2, it never felt like it was clean for Noctum. And you are somewhat handed that opportunity when teams are happy to commit over towards P1. You've got that side of spawn. You want to make sure you do something with it. They never really did, unfortunately for them. So it will be Houdini with the map number 1 win. Impressive performance from them, to be honest with you, Bryce. Yeah, I really liked everything kind of seeing. Really good rotations coming in where needed, and just such a stellar job at P1. That really did make a difference for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to continuously get that much time on P1, you can't knock it. You know, it's normally something you at least contest a little bit more than that, and they just seem to have it locked. And realistically, if you do get a good amount of time onto P1 and do any sort of chain, or even just a good break onto P2, you put yourself in such an advantageous position. And that's really the story of it. Noctum fought back valiantly over several of the hills. Huge plays coming out of players like Detain. But when you're that much in the hole, it's already done.
It's so tough to bring it back. I mean, you think of that P1 to P2, that was really the moment, wasn't it? When they get that over there, and then Noctum have to commit so much to that to stop them winning it over towards P1, and then it really does put you in that hole where it is just very difficult to get out of. Really good job from Houdini throughout that entire map. Dizzy was really important for me, to him and Twisted. I mean, this 8 spree from Twisted, he was sitting, what, 2 and 4. Went on the 8 spree, locked it down. Houdini getting the job done. And it was a healthy lead at one stage, Bryce. What, 60-70 at one stage? Looking really, really solid. Noctum brought it back into contention with a decent 4 and 5. After that, Houdini just held it down, did as much as they possibly could. And that will be the game. P1, though, was really the difference maker. Heading into a search and destroy now. And Noctum turn this one round.
Yeah, I think for me, like I said, it was difficult the most of that that kind of map 1 to work out who I thought was the better team. The truth is, very, very close all the way through. A couple of big individual plays, but maybe just a slow start from Noctum really put them behind. And you'll hope maybe it's just kind of getting into the groove of things, but they should be able to prove as this goes on. But 6-star search and destroy up next. And for Houdini, they'll be looking to try and just get this one done and dusted.
Get yourself up 2-0, and you're in a fantastic position. And this is for a place at Champs. 2 more maps is all you need. And of course, for both of these 2 teams, they still do have that other opportunity. They will drop into the losers final, whoever does go on to fall in this series. And then that will be, of course, an interesting game coming up in the losers semi straight after this to see who will be going up against them. But you want to get it done as early as you can. You take that pressure off. You can kick back, have a nice rest of your Sunday. But 6-star search and destroy going to be coming up in a second. Between these 2 teams, I think if you're Houdini, I mean, I would take some consolation in that. I think they just played their fundamentals very, very well. There was a couple of individual moments, yes, but let's see if you work well as a team on 6-star search and destroy, which really can be an interesting one. It's kind of one or the other, is it? You can play that slow game player, or you can just 4-man hit over towards a site, and that really can be the big difference maker. If the teams who are finding those certain moments, starting to work them out very, very well. It is very much about streaks that potentially could come through for these 2 teams, but we'll find out very, very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly will, of course. As we go on, just to remind you of what we are playing for. This is our winners' final of the tournament. Basically, the winner will qualify for Challengers Champs. There will be no grand final. It is just the golden ticket, essentially. And this is how it's worked out so far. As you can see, up until this point, Noctimax, Clutch Rain haven't actually dropped a map ton. This is the first one they have managed to end up throwing away. But all you're going to do is make it one step further. If Nocturne, Clutch Rain lose this, they get a second chance in the elimination final. If they do win, of course, instant qualification. The same for Houdini. On the other side of the bracket, Revived versus Falcons will be the game up next. That one just is an elimination game. The loser goes out. The winner gets a chance to play in the elimination final for the chance to get the champs. Lots of chances, lots of opportunity, but you still have to win.
You still got to get the job done. I think for Houdini as well, coming through, and I mean, that's a tough game against Falcons, no call out or not. A 3-2 win for them. Fantastic moment for them in their season, put them in this position, find themselves up now with an opportunity for a trip over the other side of the Atlantic. Be a huge moment for those players. It's a difference maker. We always talked about Champs Price in terms of that is really where you see these teams and players specifically be able to make their mark. And they are not far away from it. Only 2 more maps. 6-star Search and Destroy should be starting imminently. We'll get into that very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think so, and we're just getting these lobbies under the way. But we've got 3 games today, but if you are worried about that not being enough Call of Duty for you, of course, the North American Last Chance qualifiers will go on straight after the European ones. So 4 teams will be qualifying today, regardless, 2 from Europe and 2 from North America, in a very similar format. I think it's identical format. I don't know why I said similar. 4 teams going down to just 2. So you can catch all that a little bit later on as well. If you fancy a good 6, 7, 8, 12 hours of Call of Duty today, you are more than welcome. But of course, we are going into map number 2 of our first game of the daytime.
Very excited to get into this one. See how 6-star Search and Destroy is going to play out between them. Doing as Challengers players do and take absolutely forever in between games, Pricey. It is a constant bugbear, but we are into it anyway. Looks like an A hit coming through from Noctem. It's going to be the play to kick things off. No trophies available for Houdini to be able to defend that strongly from the front, so they'll try and defend from the middle.
Let's see. This is all going to be a bit tense between these 2 teams, especially first round. No trophies. Makes everything a little bit more dangerous, but there's the first blood and the second. Nocturne starting off in a great way. That bomb will go down. They now have the advantage. It will be a pinch, but they do need to win their ones, and they've won both of them. Have the advantage, have the bomb down, have the numbers, and Nile now in a 1 versus 2. He's going to be worried about this timing. Needs to see Twisted before he turns. There's the first.
That's a big kill. Huge kill. Keza going to go for the challenge. 21 seconds. Got to go for the gunfight. Oh, sprints at the wrong time, and Keza will find him. Hellish retake from Houdini. Really good round for them to get. Noctem will be kicking themselves after that one.
Should have had it. And for now, just second-guessed himself a little bit there, Tan. If he had just stayed, it probably would have worked. But no, Houdini, they get the first 2. Ends up going against them, but, wow, kind of crazy.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Lose those rounds in round number 1. You just lost map number 1. Yeah, it's all right. There's a lot of COD to be played. We'll forget about it. You do try your best to. Never that easy.
It really isn't. Bit of stress. But now Houdini on the attack. It looking like a little bit of a B hit. You can see them already. Chunk just below the waterline. Hasn't been seen yet, but Aspect is watching. He is the lifeguard on duty. Oh, they've lost first blood again. They're being very, very patient on this one. They don't really want to commit.
I think they're kind of waiting for Noctem to maybe make a mistake, but looking at the positioning, they ain't offering anything up. Liz thinking about a push through the middle of the map, and that might be the first opportunity. Here he goes. Twisted is waiting on him. Oh, and he was, and as soon as he moves, Twist comes around the corner. That should be the round. Good job from Noctem, just very, very patient. I think Desi will catch at least one. Start of a 1v4.
We might see a second, but Twiz will not allow that to happen, surely. Almost catches them both there lined up. Not going to work, though. Nocturne take down that one. And I think a lot of it come off that first blood. You could see Houdini really just slow down completely.
Yeah, it's always tough. I think especially a B hit without your numbers, right? You got it over towards A. You just need somebody to find a two-piece. And then all of a sudden, in that firefight, you can come out on top and go from there. But a tough one, though. Two very, very different rounds. Wiz, though. Really good start. Sitting at 5 and 1. One apiece between these two. I'd imagine it will continue to be back and forth.
Well, let's have a look. Oh, the fight's going down already. Chunk is going to get that first blood, though, and that is bomb deep and down. The Tang will get one back, not the second. Still advantage here to Houdini. Bomb is really a no man's land, but Niall finds two, and somehow now it's a 1v2 for Houdini, who had all the advantages.
Oh, you could be sick, couldn't you? You see your teammates not able to win the gunfight, and all of a sudden Niall's popped two. Twisted though might get over here in a good amount of time. Is it being watched? Here comes the angle. Yes, it is. Noctem find another really good job, and that's all in the back of Niall finding that second kill. Absolutely should not have. Does anyway.
Well, that just went well for them after that initial first blood. You've always got to be worried when the bomb is that far in enemy territory. But fortunately, they just had enough bodies to get the trades done, and Nocturne will take round number 3. And they could be 3-0 up here. Realistically, they had the advantage in round 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, we said that those bounce back moments can come through. It absolutely needed to, because, as you mentioned, they absolutely should have won round number 1. And now they're going to be well positioned here to win round number 4. T10 trying to lock it down. You can see the pressure has already come through. Noctem, they're going to find an angle. Twisted will find him. He's now going to have to go onto the site to try and hold things down as well as he can. Sitting at 5 and 2 currently, so he has been that guy. Noctem so far. He's going to have to find another level here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 on site. You see the one player kind of playing that island in Keza, looking for the potential flank to come through the middle of the map, and it's something you see very, very often. That's exactly why Aspect is positioning himself where he is too, but a very long flank. But here come Houdini anyway. Twiz will find one, making his 6th kill of the game. Twiz will find a second. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. My goodness me, how is Twiz being able to do this? Yeah, the island player is going to come through. He's going to find 1 and 2. Keza makes it a 1-1.
The same story every time, and Keza only had 12 health. Almost caught the player, but what a crazy round of search and destroy. Twiz doing all of the work, only for the flank to hit and him to go down. And a 1 versus 1.
Now, how has this happened for both these two teams? Noctem will be wondering how on earth did Twiz find 2, and then they'll be wondering how has Kez got behind us and found 2 of his own. Expecting the angle to come through from this side. Aspect's going to jump on his forehead, and there is the round for Noctem. Twiz finds 3 astonishing kills on the site, which will be the reason they win the round, but Aspect had to clean up. 3-1 now to Noctem. Just looked much stronger here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I think that's the key for it as well. Houdini, you got to remember, that would have been their second clutch of it. They had to clutch up in round number 1. It was a 2 versus 3 that they found. That would have been a 1 versus 3 if it had been pulled off. You are right. Noctem definitely seem the better search team at the moment.
Things can change, though. That was a close one. Houdini find that. All of a sudden, you're back to 2-2, and you're not really speaking about Noctem being the better team on this so far. Things can change in the blink of an eye. Both two teams now just jockeying over that mid position. I'm going to try and find a route through, but again, it's been about these opening engagements. Did have a bearing on most of the other rounds, but that previous one, not making too much of a difference when Twiz finds 3 like that.
It's a good nade. It's going to give him some information. It didn't. No information. Where on earth did that nade go? Was there a trophy there? I think it must have been. With that first blood, Noctem can basically apply pressure where they want to. And right now, what they're trying to do is get mid-control.
Oh, good shots. He can get out as well. Oh, and Keza can find another. They go searching for Dizzy, but they only find Keza shooting them in the back. Good shots coming through from Titan. Twister will get taken down after some decent shots from himself as well. Wasn't able to quite finish his dinner. Detain will try and hold down the flank. Bomb will go down. But is there enough information here? Noctem to know where this push is coming from.
There is a massive gap in mid. It's huge. And Twiz goes for the chow anyway. He's trying to take on everybody here. He knows where both players are. Obviously calling for his teammate to come back. They're not flanking. They're here.
Twiz choosing not to overheat. 24 seconds. Detain will see one cross. Did they know there's one on the right-hand side? Yes, they will. Double child came through. Detain just surviving is absolutely crucial. Keza will fall. Dizzy will find it. 1v1 again.
Has to play the time, which means Dizzy has to go for this. Looking for Detain, but Detain's leg is going to be out. But is that enough time? It is not. They have done enough there just to keep that round alive.
Just about. Just about. Second and a half more. Second wall, maybe. And Houdini might have had it, but knocked him. Outside of round number 1, seem to be finding these clutch moments. Really good job. Managed to find it now. Find themselves in a comfortable spot here in the search and destroy. 4-1 and cruising. Kind of. I think all these rounds have been really, really close, but knocked them just about coming out on top.
Wow. Noctem sometimes don't make it look easy, but are getting these rounds done. Let's see now, though. Being careful, and Quiz has been the main man, and the main man again. 10 and 4. Finds Dizzy, but just turns away at the last second. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Dane trying to be a bit cheeky.
Yeah, it was a bold play. It was very, very brave. Make that push there. There could be somebody out in water that is going to punish you. There was, but didn't quite push to find the angle. You will eventually get traded out, though. Oh, Twisted. You could have done finding that Aspect. He might still. You will. Aspect trying to get the hell out of dodge. Get shot in the back. Look at the positioning here from the bomb carrier in Dizzy. That's going to be the difference maker. He has a choice, and while the choice is being to find the kill and denial, he was coming over from the A side. B now wide open. This bomb will go down. Houdini should find themselves around here.
Yep, because he's thrown himself off the map. Well, no giving him any sort of streak. And we'll have to keep an eye on that ton. Dizzy does have 5.
Yep. That's something that can get them back into this one. It's something on 6-star that is just ever so important. Cruiser missiles can dictate rounds. They can win you rounds. And they can very much lose you them as well. Have to make sure that you are clinical with that one. But yeah, Dizzy on the 5 spree. Starting to wake up a little bit now. If you find a 3rd round and a cruise missile behind it, 4-3 doesn't feel like too bad of a position to be in, but you must find this round. 5-2 might be unattainable.
Well, here they go. Again, mid-pressure for Noctem. Twisted being very, very aggressive on the timing. Just not on his side, but they are going to get the trade. That's huge from Keza. Finding 2. Chunk will have to back down. Noctem, again, going to have it. Twiz is outrageous with this, and somehow the round turns again. Nothing is secure. The future is always in flux. And Houdini will have to try and clutch again, but they've been pretty good at least attempting these.
I mean, that is just unfortunate in the sense that Dizzy sees a golden opportunity to find that cruise missile. Puts you then into a, what would it be, a 2 versus 1 in this situation now. Very much turns itself on its head. 28 seconds, they're expecting the push from Chunk to come from somewhere. They know it's not coming from the spawn side, but hey, he could have come through mid. So we're going to plant the bomb right here. Chunk didn't see anything. 15 seconds to go. We'll know exactly what's going on now. So what's your best course of action? 1 and 6 from him so far. Not necessarily having the best of games in a tough 1v2 against Nile and Twiz.
Wow. This is where it gets a little worrying. No time here for Chunk. Will find the first, and unfortunately that means they have the information. You can already see Noctem reacting. They will play this slow. They will play this steady. They have the angles. Chunk has no health, and down they go. You basically need a lot of luck in these situations to not be found, Ton.
Yeah, in that position. Very, very tough. And I think now for Houdini, that was the opportunity, wasn't it? 4-2 down. Potential cruise missile to come from 1 more kill with Dizzy. He gets gunned. Your teammate loses their gunfight. And now all of a sudden you are staring down the barrel of, well, just 1 apiece in the series, but there's been opportunities for both these two teams. It just feels like Noctem have taken them. It's been swings and rounds you wouldn't expect on multiple occasions. Houdini will probably be looking a little bit sick if they watch this one back, but Noctem still commanding position 5-2 up, taking mid-map control. Houdini have done very, very little on this map so far, and have not moved too much either. Making their movement around towards the pool side. B will be in their sights, but good positioning from Noctem so far. They know exactly what's going on.
Got to be careful. There is a player on the stairs. It's not comfortable for Dizzy, but it might just work. And he pulls away at the last second. Did he see that? Did Twist see it? He did. He did. The nade's going to go in. That'll be a nade check. Going to go for it as well. Twist just diving through. Will find chunk, but bomb does go down, and the trade comes in.
Oh, that was a huge fight. He didn't get out on 2 HP. The other teammates are now pushing through from the side. They've jumped it.
They have nobody who's checking. Niall is just going for this. Unbelievable ninja defuse in the face. Niall says sometimes you're not going to check. You've checked the flank. You haven't checked the bomb. Unbelievable there from Niall. Just went straight for it.
I mean, honestly, I forgot that it was Noctem, the ones in that position. I was just having a little drink to myself waiting for the next round. Fantastic positioning there coming through from Niall. Gets a hold of it. You just had Houdini completely locked down in that one, Brycey. It was looking good for them. All of a sudden, one apiece. Still thirsty, though, so I might still just take that drink. Okay, that's fine.
Well, it was an incredible search and destroy. I've got to say, none of it very clean, but certainly entertaining for us. I think, for me anyway, Noctem did look a little bit better, but there were a few mistakes, a few times when you thought, hey, maybe that trade shouldn't have happened on your watch, and you've got to be a bit more careful. They went for a lot of mid-control. Houdini really did put a lot of bodies there themselves as well, but basically the X factor was Twist, just finding kills where we didn't think he would.
Yeah, huge from him. I think especially in that round where he found 3, and then they were able to find that round off the back of it as well. Just fantastic performance from him all around. A big moment, though, when it was at 4-2. If Dizzy finds that kill in the middle of the map, I think it was on Twiz, actually, gets the 6th, they probably go on to win that round. Now, all of a sudden, we would have the game in a very, very different position, and a cruise missile in the back pocket as well. But from the get-go, Twiz was fantastic. Thanks to, and this is the round that he found 3. On Dizzy, Chunk goes one way, gets gunned as well. Pistol out, Twisted. Well, I think he got shot from 2 of them, but Twiz will pick up the kill. Nearly turned on its head that round as well, but in the end, it was Noctem who were able to grind it out. While finding themselves now tied up in this series. Very contrasting maps, though, Brycey. I think a relatively comfortable hard point in the end for Houdini. Yes, okay, it was only a 50-point game, but they're in the lead the majority of it. And for Noctem, they're very comfortable to a certain degree. Search and destroy. Yes, okay, the scoreline might tell you 6-2. A lot of the rounds are very, very close. Niall coming in with the ninja defuse to seal it off. Houdini got to be doing better there. In those kind of moments, God, have somebody eyes on the bomb. I think the side that it's planted from as well, I have to be cleaner. Have to be.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously Twiz getting that first blood and getting traded away, but yeah, I think Detain staying alive on the flank probably pulled them out of it, and just nobody actually had an eye on the jump down. But realistically, you don't normally expect a player to just jump on and go straight for it without at least a gunfight somewhere. But hey, Niall said, hey, I think I've seen an opportunity. Nobody has kind of taken a shot at me as I go through, and that's tied it up. 1-1 as we head towards the control.
Yeah, Karachi's going to be coming up. Really no idea which way this one goes now. Houdini surprised me on map number 1. A bit more like it from Noctem. In the 6-star search and destroy, we're at least going to see a 6-star hard point, though, so that's going to brighten up my Sunday. But Karachi control coming up next. Still a hard one to call. Really hard between these two teams, and we'll just have to figure out as we go. The last moment for some of these teams in this season. Last chance for Qualifier. Over towards Champs. Who comes out on top? Still not sure, Bryce.
Well, I mean, we talked about it. I mean, realistically, if you go through the maps, in map 1, Houdini did look the stronger team, but there was a massive comeback from Noctem, and if they had started a little bit sooner, it may have been a different story. The S&D, yes, Noctem were definitely the better team, but there were definitely some rounds where it could have swung against them. I just think Noctem were maybe a little bit stronger off the back of Twiz consistently in the search. Going into the control ton, I don't know what that spells for us. It certainly spells something.
You know I can't spell. Let's not try and get in anything like that. Oh, well, here we go. Can Noctem continue to turn this one around? Oh, Will Houdini have the same sort of look on Karachi as they did in map number 1?
Well, just going to go straight for that initial push, and not really going to work out for Noctum. They have been already heavily rebuffed. Detain is going to basically just try and get a bit of map control here. He's looking for a kill to make sure that they don't get pinned.
Big kill from Detain, though. We'll open up things now for the side of Noctum to get things going. Read the flank. Nicely done. Complete A control. Really, really exemplary play coming through from Noctum. A little bit of a misplay there, though. You have let somebody slip. I say a misplay. Maybe just a bit of bad timing. Detain not on the chase. Knows there's somebody coming. We'll find the kill. A ticking in nicely. Presence over towards B is going to get pretty much diminished immediately, but really good start here from Noctum.
Getting into A, just putting the pressure through, but that's a huge kill from Twist because it stops them taking that thing and pushing that spawn out yet, and Detain will get the trade. Only 2 ticks onto A, though. The most important thing here from Noctum is not to get locked forward, and that's what they're doing. They're just trying to push this one out. The double chow will come in. That's actually huge. Keza, very important kill. You can already see Noctum were eyeing up going to B.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. How is Keza alive? How on earth is he alive? Chunk. Oh, Nelly finds the second. Snaps onto the head, but will help Twist it. Come in with a cleanup. So, a little bit of pressure coming through now for the side of Noctum. Can they manage to find a way through? Have to jump on over towards that A side and should get this ticked in based on what we're seeing on the map. Really good job coming in from Noctum. Got a little bit scary for a second. Houdini making it difficult for them. But now the difficult task is pushing over towards B. This is now difficult. And trying to find a breakthrough. Just any sort of route to gunfight. It's not going their way. Houdini in a really good position to lock this map down now.
Is he going to try and be a problem? You can already see Twisted pushed up as well. Trying to get out of it. Not going to happen. Detain will get the kill. They're spawning them out towards Market, which is not where Noctum want to be. They basically have to wrap all the way back if they want to break this. Fortunately, Detain being there means they don't have to commit to it as a team. They can go through mid.
Next couple of kills are crucial. 40 seconds to go. It will be a scramble for both two teams. So it's going to find one aspect, we'll find another to even the odds momentarily, but the team that the pressure is on is Noctum. 30 seconds to go here on the attack. Great shots coming in from Nile. The second kill is always the biggest, though, if you can find it. Oh my goodness. Twisted. It's absolutely dunked on by Nile. Oh, couldn't find the kill, though, if you Twiz. Now all of a sudden the pressure is on, but Noctum, you could have had more numbers. Detain left all on his own.
And he wants to stay alive, but also getting to the point. I don't think they're going to be close enough here. Noctum tried to make it a huge two-piece by Nile. Almost opened the way for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Everybody is set up. Everybody is around this point. They found one, but they cannot get in there to stop the clock anymore. Houdini walk away. Just 3 ticks for Noctum.
Not the end of the world, but they did have opportunities. Houdini finding those kills when they needed to. Job from them. Absolutely feels like, based on map number 2, if you're Houdini, you really need to find this map, because then you're heading into another hard point. And you take the win away from there because the search and destroy, I want to say it was lacking, but Noctum definitely looked the stronger. Easy analysis from it. Maybe with a 6-2 win on on the previous map, of course, but looking like a good start to this attack as well. Find a couple of kills, don't quite get across. The rest of the team here, a little bit of presence beyond their minds. Managed to find a way through. Now the invitation for Noctum. Come and try and stop us.
That's what they're doing. Just putting them all over the map here. And this is a huge 1v1. Guess that pick's wrong. And fortunately, no turn and burn. They've already got a bit of an advanced position here, Noctum. They are pushing out that spawn as much as they can. But it's not going to be easy because you can see Houdini reacting to it. Dizzy going all the way over the top. Should be an easy one for him in the end, and does. And now for Noctum, you've lost A, and B has bodies.
You can only get over the cross. You can only shoot so many people at the same time. There's only so many bullets. Twisted has some as well. Finds the shots. Keza will put a couple in, and then he will get his head ripped off. Aspect. It's a moment where if you're Keza, you just don't want to challenge that. But Dizzy can find one towards the back. He has a little bit of presence for Houdini. And a fantastic start in this control, in this attacking round. Can they continue to do so? Dizzy still alive over towards the backside.
Twiz is trying to cut off reinforcements. The problem being there's only going to be one player reinforcing, and he's missed it. There goes Chunk. But there's still too many around this. He's going to have to come back and help them out. They're going to try and pinch from every single direction. The first one is already in for Houdini, so technically they've won this attack in terms of ticks. Can they win the entire thing? Aspect finds 2. Dizzy's still trying to stay alive. Rips Aspect to bits. No more.
Still has that presence here, though. That's a difference maker. Yep, just do not have a read on Chunk, who can now get in. Noctem have got aggressive, so the players that have pushed out and detain, you absolutely have to find something, or you have to come back and help your team. Choosing the ladder. Got to move now.
Second tick is in. They have reinforcements. This is done. There's no way back for them, and Noctem have fallen completely. Houdini will go 2-0 up, and now just have to win a defense.
Really good job. Fantastic job, actually. Just kept that pressure on. I think it's so important to have somebody just staying alive and around that point. And just, I think it was Chunk who managed to catch somebody out. It's just a free waltz on through into the point to the rest of the team coming in off the respawn. And the kills at the right time does make a huge difference. It comes down to control. 2-0 to the good to Houdini now. And you know what? I'm sad if they go through, Brycey, because there's so many jokes we could have made to do with their team if they do manage to get themselves out of the sticky situation. I don't know if we'll be able to do that if they win straight away.
That is very true. But for Noctem, this is now a very much uphill battle. Have to win this. Much more kind of concentrated around this A point. They found 3. They're going to leave this one. They've got A. I mean, he's already gone down. Keza finds 2. They will go on to this one. Twiz will be here, but with those kills Keza has made, he's going to be alone.
Let's choose what to do. Do you stick inside the point, wait for your reinforcements to come, which have actually found their way here? Oh, things can just change so quickly on Karachi control, can't they? Twiz now just trying to find another one out the front door. It would have been ridiculous had he found that, but here we go. It seems as if Houdini have managed to clean up, or have they? Nile again. A couple of 2 pieces here and there has really just kept Noctem in certain positions in the map, and it's going to keep them in control of B. Houdini now going to try and find a way back into it, but they got to win these next couple of gunfights. They ain't finding a goddamn thing. That is B secured from Noctem, and there is life in them here, still in this control.
Crazy part is I thought I had been gone, but I've forgotten that they hadn't. And now Noctem, this normally isn't too difficult, but you can be locked out of it. Things like top 3 control are going to be crucial.
A little bit of control across the map, to be honest with you. A bit of bad timing on the reload. Because I need to stay alive up here.
No, challenge.
Find multiple kills.
Yeah, top 3 control, bit of bridge control. Just put the squeeze on. Do not let them break through. A player's gone straight into the point, by the way, Tunt. They're going to have to now readjust to get him, and he will go straight down. So much time to Noctem. They only have to break them once.
That might be it. Can you find a way through? No. A little bit greedy there, maybe, from Aspect to jump on without much cover. That cover is there now. Staying inside the point. Could do a find in this chunk. It's just done so well to find anything. Finds one and can continue to stay alive. A minute to go. Twiz, though, is going to get a little bit of control here over towards top 3. Noctem trying to come in it for a different angle now. Oh, that's tough. That's so tough. Oh, Dizzy's found 2. And Aspect just so close to finding more. And now it's a really difficult task for Noctem. 1 tick over towards A. You think it's nice and easy. But Houdini are making it very, very difficult.
They just cannot consistently get them out of the way. That's a huge kill for Nile. They have the advantage for a few seconds while they are staggered off spawn. They are now into the point. Get that head down. Aspect finds 1. This should be enough time. They put bodies in here. Chunk trying to make the hero play. Spraying every which way. But lose it. Dizzy now going to try and do the same thing. Isn't going to work out. And Noctem XCR will win their attacking round, bringing a small glimmer of hope to this control.
Only a glimmer. They're back over towards the defensive side, but they were not clean on their previous defense, and that one was a little bit shaky on the attack as well, so it's far from a comeback. It's a long way to go. Let's see. Because Houdini have just been fantastic at finding these mid-map kills and making sure everything counts. Feels as if they find the kill inside of red. They're making their movements. They're staying alive over towards back B. Really have performed fantastically so far, especially just on Karachi. but can they keep it going here? Stuns out, big pressure over towards A. They got this early last time. They'll be looking to do the same again.
Oh, this is a very good attack for them so far. Twiz onto the flank. We'll be looking for the second one in, but they have knocked them away here. Keep an eye on Detain as well. They are setting up for a bit of a blender. They're going to start pushing them out towards market. Twiz actually going straight for it. Knows exactly where they're going to be going, but maybe an overheat. There is now an opportunity. If they lose top 3 control here, Noctum, Houdini will jump on it.
Oh, I was about to say, it feels like they're about to. Aspect came to the rescue, though. He's found 2 from the mid-map, and all of a sudden, that slows things down. Chunk had to find that kill and did. If he can survive now, the rest of the team can maybe filter their way through. I think he's made the move over towards B, but he is just chilling right now. Could be really the tip of the spear to try and get them out of what was looking like a potential spawn trap once again. Oh, that's not the shots to be taken with the Rival 9, though. They know exactly where he is now. Should be a kill. Can't find it. Ring around the rosy. Chunk comes out on top. Still causing chaos here, Brycey.
Still staying alive as well. And B is open. They've made enough kills here that B has kind of opened its door to them. They're on A. They're going to be on B as well. They win a couple of gunfights. This flips this entire round on its head. There's already one going down. A will be cleared off, but B is still against them. Twisted will just find someone through the smoke. Couldn't even see him on screen. But it's still alive. First tick onto B.
Oh, they've got no help, though. Coming in off the respawn. If you are Twisted, you have to win that gunfight. Cannot. Now if you're Dizzy, you're left all on your own. Then he can still continue to do it. He has had a lot of luck over towards the backside of B. He's continuously been just a massive pain in the arse, and now he's still continuing to survive. Over towards the backside. Needs some help from his team, but he does know there's somebody around here, because you can see it ticking over left and right. Push going to come in there. They are literally chasing themselves around Diner. How on earth is Dizzy still alive?
Oh, they've done this. Have they got the bodies to contest it? They're worried. Obviously, if A gets completed, we get another minute onto the board, and that's what they're thinking about. However, they've committed towards B. They've really got everything towards it. They're going to get in as well. Just in time. 2 seconds. Huge gunfight towards the back.
He's got him. No, he doesn't. Oh, and Twiz comes into the rescue. Knocked in with back-to-back rounds. This game is ebbed and flowed all the way through. Knocked him now finding themselves 1 round away from the reverse sweep in the control.
Dizzy did so much work there. He kept that alive for so long. You've got to ask yourself, was it worth the risk? I mean, realistically, Houdini didn't know where they were going to be. They were like, do we go and try to just get A done, or do we over push towards B, knowing that they know we need to get A? It was kind of that kind of weird double bluff.
So now what's the plan? Knocked him, find 3 in a row. Onto the attack they go. Held down their defense. In fairness, the attacking round that they previously won, they did it by the skin of their teeth. Can Houdini just be a little bit cleaner to find the map win?
Well, that's pretty clean. Just going to make sure they don't lose the spawn they want. They want the closer spawn. And gets across. They didn't see him, but they have now. Trying to be a pain. Oh my god!
How on earth?
Direct hit. Already weak, and there's a player through, and there's the streak. Unbelievable from Twiz. 35 and 22. Doing an unbelievable amount of work for them. Will fall to Keza.
It's those moments of players on Houdini where Twiz does things like that, and you're like, why do I bother? Oh my god. That moment might turn this one on its head. Now has the cruise missile off the back of those kills. Ginormous moment in this round, in this map, in this series. What can Twiz continue to do for his team? I mean, he needs to finish that one off first and foremost. Twisted is going to fall inside the point. A now ticking. Yeah, for Noctem. Lives very much not in their favor. It's over towards Houdini for that side of things, and he will find a bit of a wipe here. But they do have that cruise missile to help them in whatever situation they feel they need it most.
They need to find it in the right position, though. That is going to be key here. Dizzy is going to be holding down red, screaming for reinforcements. They're calling it in now. They don't want to be locked in. This will be information. They're going to call out everywhere where the player should be, and he finds one as well. But Dizzy still holds down the fort towards B. Niall will get him, but Is that too little too late? 20 seconds back onto it. Detain will have to stop this.
Can they make the move? Can they find a way through? This was what happened in the previous round, and don't think that A is a guarantee. B is gone. Now for Houdini. You defended A very, very well last time. It was one good break that came through from Noctem that did make the difference. This time around, they need 2 ticks, though. Can they hold it down? You've got the lives. The ticks are hard to find. Still Houdini's round to lose, it feels.
Well, there's 2. That's a huge 2 as well. You can already see Noctem reacting to it. Trying to make the push through. Chunk trying to play spoiler here, and they pick the right corner, but not the right gunfight. And Twisted will back him up as well, and Chunk just finding that first one has broken down this play. And they've thrown the door back closed.
Thing is here, though, for Noctem, you've got to chill. You've got to slow it down. You're seeing players flying in over from top 3, trying to make something happen. You have 35 seconds. You have the lives. Can you make something work here now? As Detain will find 2. That could be your moment to try and find a way in. No respawns remaining. Now you have to be perfect.
Second tick in, but does he have reinforcements? Here we go. Pressure from every single side. They know it's going to be there as well. Keza looking for one. Going to find first. Nail will fall as well. It's a 1 versus 8 here for Detain, and he will not get it. Houdini win that defense, and that means they will go up in this series 2-1 ton.
Really good job coming through from Houdini there. Look, I mean, finding themselves 2-0 up and cruising. It happens so often in controls. You take your foot off the gas that a little bit. The opposition can come back very, very quickly. I think it just came off the back of a decent attacking round coming through from Noctem. Big push over towards B, made the difference, and then you were able to chip away at A. But it wasn't as clean as what it was actually found there from the side of Houdini on their attacking rounds, giving them that defensive round to try and hold on to in that previous round. And then that is how things played out once again. B gets taken, but you could not find A. You did not have that advantage this time around. Good job from Houdini, though. I think, you know, those pressurized moments where it can come down to the last few seconds. It can come down to one flurry of gunfights. They make sure they win them and they hold it down. Really good job. Karachi is been enjoyable for them so far, Bryce.
Yeah, it's been a great time, but that was just chaos every way. I mean, 39 for 28 for the L for Twiz. They get B, but cannot get underway and just started losing a lot of trades everywhere else. And it must have been, I mean, that attacking round that Houdini had, the second round in, that really just put them on the back foot. They couldn't find anything more. But tight towards everything.
Yeah, look, we've had 3 very, very, I want to say different maps. I think, you know, map number 1, it felt as if Houdini was kind of in control. Map number 2, pretty comfortable from Noctem in the search and destroy. That one is close on the scoreboard, but again, it did feel as if Houdini were the ones who were leading the charge, almost being the ones to make that first move all the time. They seem to be leading the dance. And Noctem just could not quite get that. A couple of moments here and there where they were able to produce some magic, but that's what it took to find 2 rounds. Houdini eventually solidifying it in that round number 5. Now we go to a 6-star. I mean, this was insane from Twiz. And then he finds this kill as well, shuts the door, shoots him through it. Insane. And that could have been the moment for Noctem. Get a hold of that cruise missile. I don't think I've seen it come in.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, no, did they caught it in early, didn't they? Just to try and to break through, but it was a really good attempt. And that means Houdini out 2-1. 6-star hardpoint could be the decider.
And based on what we've seen in map number 1, Houdini will be feeling happy about that, but Noctem, if they can force this map number 5, their search and destroy just seemed that little bit more superior. Which way will things go? Yeah, Houdini will be feeling good after that Karachi. I'm not necessarily going to sit on the fence, Brycey, but I am going to flip-flop in terms of which way I thought this game was going to go. I said Noctem originally, but I think it's fair to say with a 2-1 lead, it doesn't take a great analytical mind to tell you who's favourites now.
No, I mean, I think at this point, for me, the thing is, I still think realistically either of these 2 teams very much deserving of kind of going the distance. You know, both of these teams have already shown that they can play on every single map. For Noctem, obviously, this hardpoint is a must to get them to map 5, where they'll feel a little bit favoured. For Houdini, one more map of either of the 2, and they'll be going to champ. So Pressure certainly mounting, especially if you're a Nocturne.
Yeah, got to turn it around now. I mean, look, we say the pressure is mounting. You would rather be able to do it early. The thing is for them, they don't have that pressure on of that you've already lost the game. So at least, you know, you're going to be dropping down into what should be, quote, weaker opposition, unquote. I think it's still hard to say, though, because all these teams are so evenly matched. You see Houdini only beating Falcons, I think, 3-2 in the end. So finding that Search Destroyer map number 5 to find themselves in this position, so you could potentially be dropping down against a slightly different Falcons roster at some stage. They do still have a game which is going to be coming up after this one to see how things are going to break down. But yeah, it's not quite last chance saloon, but as far as the series goes, it absolutely is.
Yeah, I think so. We'll of course find out. 6-star hardpoint should be on our screens any second now. Obviously the team's just trying to get into the lobby and get everything ready to rock. But if you are wondering what's up for the rest of the day, of course, this is our first game. This, of course, is a qualifier for the Champs Last Chance qualifiers. And then we go into our elimination side of it. The next two teams we play will be Falcons versus Revived. Loser of that goes out. The winner gets a chance to qualify themselves in the elimination final, which will be the very final game of the day, up with the loser of this and the winner of that. So that's how it all goes down. Just 4 teams and 2 opportunities.
Yep, 2 spots to fill. And look, almost like we have a bracket to help explain what you just said there, Percy. Here we are.
Much easier to see than say.
Yeah, well, Houdini in a prime position here, though, and their bracket run has not been easy either. You're having to go up against Falcons, who have really went through the ringer here, like 2 map 5s in the upper bracket, and themselves winning in 4. Now going up against Revived. That's going to be an interesting game. A very, very interesting game. Because I think Revived, if you look at how they've kind of played things out here, only just losing to Noctem. And then absolutely stomping through elimination round number 4 to find themselves up against Falcons. Fantastic position for both those two teams. An opportunity. I think Revived will be looking at it saying, right, this is not the Falcons we know. How is Doom going to sort into that spot? Is he going to be nearly as effective? Well, the fact that Falcons are in the losers bracket tells me probably not.
Well, we will see. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen Falcons go into the loser bracket and continue on, but you are right. The big question is, how do they look without Khalid? And while we can see how they've been playing, it's much different when we watch them live here on broadcast, try to qualify for that last chance. And it really will be the last chance. They cannot afford a single loss here.
No, cannot. I think it's going to be interesting. I am going to throw it out there that I would presume they'll be at the Esports World Cup.
I don't know.
Well, come on, let's put 2 and 2 together here. They are sponsored by Team Falcons, who are owned by the people who are running the EWC. So I would put on my presumptuous hat and presume that they will be there. Let's see. If I'm interested to see, though, if they do manage to get there, Brycey, if they are going to be one of the teams who can potentially go and do something. I'd be curious.
Well, I think a lot of people are wondering that already. We know there is a lot of, I was going to say roster mania, but it's not so much of a mania as everybody just kind of throwing pieces around. There are some very interesting tactics towards some of the rosters that I can't talk about on broadcast. But while we talk about that, let's go to a quick break while we get this lobby to load. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the LCQ and into our first game of the day, which is, well, very nearly done potentially, with Houdini back into this game and back into the lead. And over towards hardpoint we go on 6-star. Hardpoint in map number 1 was, I don't want to say dominant for Houdini, but it was relatively comfortable, and it's a good start to things already. P1 was fantastic for them in that first iteration in the hardpoint of Karachi, and it's seemingly going to be a good start for them here as well. Over towards P1. P2 rotation is in as well, and Brycey, this should be a good map number 4, right?
It certainly should. Pressure for both these teams mounting. Nocturne desperate to stay alive for this chance to qualify, and Houdini knowing that they could make it just with one more good performance.
That's all it needs. Aspect's gonna just find 3 like that, though. How on earth has he turned that around? The positive note for Houdini is they did have these rotations over towards P2. Got a lot of time for Nocturne to try and wiggle their way through. A good position. Twisted should be dead to right here. Gets away. Nile not quite able to finish that one off. Dizzy will be able to find one from the front, so a little bit of control over towards that side. Have to be careful here if you're Nocturne. If you don't win a couple of gunfights, get yourself in a good position, then all of a sudden, yes, okay, albeit in 45 seconds time, Houdini are going to have a rotation over towards P3. How has Twiz won that gunfight? How?
I really don't know. Stunned. I didn't think he'd turn in time, but apparently he's been watching the famous movie Wanted, where you can just bend the bullets if you will it hard enough.
The famous movie Wanted, eh?
I think it's famous.
It was a movie.
It was a movie. Very famous actors and very memeable. Anyway, this has gone a little bit wrong here for Nocturne. Oh, I say wrong, actually. They've got the spawn, so it's gone very, very right in the end because they're getting the scrap time at the same time. But this is the big fight. Dizzy towards the back will go down to Nile, keeping the spawns. And now they are basically quids in.
Oh, Houdini, that's a stinger. But like for quite a long time, you were in a really good position. For P2 and P3, it gets turned on its head because Twiz is kind of playing a little bit different right now. Found himself a cruise missile in that whole exchange as well, but Dizzy Keza will find 2. Can't challenge that. You're very, very weak. Twiz ain't missing bullets either, so you'll punish you for it. Dizzy's going to fall. Again, I don't know how Twiz is winning some of these gunfights. It will eventually drop. Somebody else from the side of Houdini needs to push him through from the front. They all get wiped. Nocturne just about hold on. 33 seconds to go.
Just being careful now because they don't really want to lose this. You can tell they're already thinking maybe we rotate, but holding this 20 seconds is better because we can pinch the next one from 3 different angles. Twiz staying alive, finds one, is not going to find the second, but it will be traded out. They will get that scrap time and it's off to the races. A little bit of an advantage here for Nocturne. They will have more bodies here, but obviously Dizzy's here first.
Feels like Houdini are just being a little bit panicky, just a little bit too fast in their pushes. Not quite dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They haven't actually banked on Twiz doing all the things that he's been doing. 10 and 6 right now. Feels like he's had massive impact on the game so far. Survives behind the bench as well. We'll go for the challenge, no problem. Rest of his team doing their jobs as well. Now a very, very difficult push for Houdini. So he's going to just linger around. He'll be playing different corners. He'll be playing different angles. He'll be sitting still for quite some time, then springing into life. It's such a hard push now. You need to try and find it. Twiz will find one from a dodgy little corner. D10 gets out as well, and Twiz will just come to clean it up. It is like clockwork. Fantastic play from Nocturne so far. Through the middle of the map, though, for Houdini. Can they find much success this way?
We're hoping for a streak there. Detain just needed one more. Twiz has got it, and Twiz will get a cruise. They will lose this last 16 seconds, but it has been a mighty hold for them as we go towards the rotation. Detain is going for the last one as well. He says, all right, I'll take the scrap over to P1. And Nocturne won map 5.
This has just been superb so far. If you're Houdini, you had your huge moment. Is Twiz going to call this in for a decision over towards P1 into great success? He's thread the needle and then some there. P1 taking it up. Lovely stuff coming in from Nocturne. Twiz has just been fantastic in this series. 17 and 8 from him. And you're right, Nocturne. Feeling like a map number 5. I mean, this guy just ain't missing bullets. Incredible performance so far, and he's a big reason as why Nocturne are in such a commanding position. The kills have really all fell his way. I mean, you look at everybody else, nowhere near Twiz at the moment.
Now in a position looking for at least one off the back here. We'll find it, but just contesting this while waiting for the spawn for next. And Twiz, has to reshoot, but never mind. The second one's good enough anyway. And now just trying to get even more players out of here as they fight for this last few seconds of P1. And P2 is calling. Got to be careful here, though. Houdini have made a bit of a stretch to get in position.
It's felt like they have kind of been on the back foot in terms of positioning, though. Like, pretty much entirely of the time since P2 rotation, they have been on that back foot. As then Twisted will find a couple of kills. I mean, it's every single time you need to find that last one. You're not quite getting there. Keza on a 4 spree, though. 2 away from making this essentially something to work on. There's not quite another. Dizzy will find that one. Niall should have him dead to rights in a moment, but the rest of the team here finding the kills. A little bit of a resurgence now from Houdini. Niall finds another onto Chunk. Have to push through, though. If you're Houdini at this stage, knocked him. Just keeping them at bay, keeping them forced back. P3's coming in 20 seconds. As I was able to find 5 before finally falling. The overextension going to start coming on through for at least one player. Chunk trying to stay alive. 10 seconds to play with. Knocked him. Will quite happily take it.
Detain. Finds it. Just trying to hold, but Niall, that's a lot of grenades and tacticals flowing in around him. Fortunately, reinforcements just hold it down for them for a few seconds. Problem towards the back. Twiz cleans it up, and they're back into a money-making position.
And that's a big kill. Oh, they continue to finding them. And that's all the pieces just falling into place. It's just working out so perfectly. Every single time we turn over to a knockdown player, they're finding Houdini players lacking. They're finding them slipping. It's just been so important for them to try and find these rotations. They found the important gunfights, and they are absolutely running away with map number 4 here.
Respect. Trying to find enough, but that is going to be a good enough break here for Houdini, but I say that and no gets his own too. Just the contest. He's waiting for his health to come back, and just that tiny bit of stun damage means it's not coming back for another few seconds. Doesn't matter. Reinforcements once again, and the rotation here has been the real problem for Houdini. They just haven't had it.
It's been a surprise, to be honest with you, because number 1, they looked so cohesive. Everything was just flowing very, very nicely. That has not been the case here on 6 start. It'll be quite the comeback. The Houdini jokes can start to be made now, Bricey, because Noctem are finding themselves 120 points in the lead on 6 star here. It takes something quite special to find a way back.
Just waiting for the pushing nose is coming, and we'll lose the gunfight. This body's now here for Houdini. They will take control of this point. You are right. The comeback would have to be monumental. We are talking every rotation and basically every single point left. Even just this scrap time, they can't afford to lose.
Got to get every single second. What they need right now, decent hold over towards P1. You need to keep a hold of the P2 spawns. Joust for that all you want, but you need to be able to flip things around, get the scrap time, and then a full 60 at P3. It is a long, long way back. You might not need to do all of that, but you need to do a good chunk of it.
Just being careful, Detain. Going to get back into this point here, and it's a good rotation from Houdini. They've got back into P1. Aspect just trying to keep the trades flowing on their way, but doesn't have an opportunity really to strike himself yet. Has to get away from it. Another nade going down. Houdini holding on every single angle they can.
And now for Noctem, you've got to not panic. These are the kind of situations where, as D10 wins a huge gunfight against Chunk, rotation over towards P2 coming in very, very quickly. These are the times where you have to not panic, and that is a very, very good example of that. They find a few different kills over towards P1. A good amount of scrap time in every single second of that 15 seconds or so. Over towards P1, that scrap time that Noctem get is another nail in the coffin for Houdini. They have to be pretty much perfect now. As mentioned, Noctem just need to not panic. It's one good break.
Twiz finds it. They already get them off of the point. And this only needs a bad trade. And Noctem will strike. They're already going for it as well. Chunk finds the 2 with the help of Keza. Twiz trying to make it. Oh, no!
My goodness,
all
man.
3, a 1v1 Niall already pre-aimed up. Jumps into the point. Finds it as well. And that was the issue. Twiz finding 3 almost completely destroys Houdini on this map, and Aspect looking for his own 3, but nobody really able to get the time they wanted to. Noctem will jump in knowing all they've got to do is survive.
Oh my goodness. How does he keep getting away with it? 37 and 23. There has been some outstanding plays coming in from Twiz specifically. 8 seconds to go for Noctem to send us to map number 5. Houdini, you need a ridiculously good break here at P3.
All the trophies, all the grenades, everything. It now pops. They are just going to contest. That's all they are doing.
Start.
Twiz finds 2. Aspect finds 1 more. It's down to a 1v1 on the point, and it will be won by Detain. And they are basically now too far away, but that grenade gives them a second to jump up, back into the contest.
Grenade gives them an opportunity just to run through the front door to try and slow this one down. Twisted. We'll have to find something. Keza finds one through the front door and finds another. 1 second away from Noctem. Eventually sending us to a map number 5, and you feel like it's almost imminent, but Houdini... 1 more lifeline, and I mean 1 more lifeline in this game.
Keza continuing to beam. There's 4. Terrified. 1 slip, 1 missed shot, but not missing. A 5 streak.
You've got to rotate, and you've got to hope that the rest of your team can hold down for 1 second. Over towards Old. Niall's going to go for it, but now that just gives them a little bit of a disadvantage as we head over towards the next hill, but you got to be there so fast. Are they going to be able to get in? They have found a way in. Are they going to hold this down? They still haven't got it. They still haven't got it. Now they do.
What? Oh.
Noctem. Oh my god. I mean, maybe made it look a little bit harder than it needed to. 250 eventually hit in a map number 5 incoming. That was just literally the Twiz show. Phenomenal players coming out from all over the place. We've seen it in multiple different maps so far. He is very much the X factor for this Noctem side, and it came through this time around as well. We head into a map number 5. These teams dead even into it. Bricey, what a fantastic game this has been.
Yeah, unbelievable, really, and for everybody involved. I think even I was going to say, you know, Keza there at the end. I want to say it was 7 or an 8 streak. They managed to get. Obviously, we can't tell because the scoreboard isn't working in that regard, but huge in the end. You know, he went 38 and 24, just holding it down. A huge amount of damage, 6,624. Twiz got 6,322, but yeah, kind of crazy from those 2 players. The real resurgence from Keza, of course, was that last 2 hills. He got 8 or 7 just in that point alone.
I mean, it's 6,300 damage. I mean, saying that, look, I mean, you were right. Look, Keza. They're right alongside of him. I felt like Twiz was the one, like, finding the influential ones, right? I mean, we can talk about it so often about finding those important kills and not about the amount that you make, but when Twiz is making this many, some of them are going to be important, right? I mean, the 3-piece over towards the end, nailing the coffin, right? It's a fantastic performance coming through from Noctem. And I've had zero clue where any of these maps are going throughout the entirety of the series, and long that may continue. We've got 1 more map in it. First of the final 2 spots. Challengers champs up on offer. And Noctem have sent themselves to a map number 5 to decide who gets it between themselves and Houdini.
Well, can only end this way. Qualification via search and destroy. 1 map to rule them all. And no Sauron involved. Just a good old Highrise.
Should be an interesting one. It's ebbed and flowed this game in particular as we head into map number 5. Highrise Search and Destroy going to be coming up. Hard to say which way it goes. I mean, it was a really good performance from Noctem in map number 2 in terms of the Search and Destroy, but Highrise is a very different prospect to 6 star. Very much pick dependent and making sure you're making moves from there. You can take over a site without having a gunfight and then maybe just try and hold it down or go for those retakes. It's very different. Can they manage to work their magic here in map number 5? If anything, though, you know, the 2 maps that Noctem have won have been significantly more comfortable than the ones that Houdini have, and will that just give them that ease of nerve heading into map number 5?
You'd think so, but Highrise is a very different kettle of fish, I think. I think this is one of the ones where both teams have played it a million times. It's ingrained firmly into the COD memory as well. You know, it's an old school map. It's come back. It is going to be difficult to find out who really comes ahead. I don't think we're going to see as kind of a one-sided search and destroy as we saw in the first one. I just think that maybe we'll see less mistakes. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see less mistakes from both teams. It really comes down to Twiz, though. I think he was the superstar on that first search and destroy. If he can do it again, as he did just in the hardpoint we watched, Noctem will have it. If not, if they shut him down, it could be a very different story.
And he's been the superstar over the entire series for Noctem. He's been a huge reason as to why they now find themselves in this map number 5. Let's see if he can bring it again in map number 5, as he did in map numbers 2 and 4. I mean, he's found moments across the entirety of this series, Brycey. So let's see if he can continue to do this. Only a few more games of the EU Challenger season left, though, Brycey. It's been an interesting one, hasn't it? We haven't necessarily, especially with that final season. Of course, we've seen Omit be so dominant throughout, but that final season where we got to see Falcons finally find their moment, it's been a fun one.
It really has. I think the Falcons kind of resurgence, and we said they've been getting better the entire time, and to see it pay off almost makes us feel like we know what we're talking about sometimes. But never mind about the future and the past. The right now is Highrise Search and Destroy.
Well, here we go. Into map number 5. And I'm just interested to see the first couple of rounds and just start to get a feeling of how this is going to play out. How are teams going up against it? How are they trying to find a way into map number 5? In a very, very high pressure game. And as you can already see, relatively passive. It's an heavy one.
Yeah, this is just what happens when there are no trophies on the map. Anybody knows that they get themselves in a bad position, there will be just a rain of nades and tacticals come towards them, though. But it looks like quite a few have been baited out. We know Keza hasn't got any shots. Oh, you fancy that against Niall, who maybe lingered just a little bit too long. So let's give the opportunity now for Houdini to just wriggle their way up the map. Desi will get out after that bomb goes down, and Twiz might just think about jumping on this, to be honest with you. Oh, he did see Kazet. Has now found himself in a little bit of a precarious situation. Good shots coming in from Kazet. Dizzy finds one as well. Really good position now for Houdini, as Niall has left all on his own in a 1 versus 3. First round of Houdini. And really, what I love about that, because of course, in round number 1, it's hard to be aggressive. You don't have those trophies. You don't have that ability to just run into the side, trophy down, and see what you can get done. They just almost outposition Noctem to a certain degree. It's not necessarily about the gunfights. They didn't find any. They back Niall down B Street. They hightail it into the site. They get that bomb down. They invite that pressure. They win their gunfights. Really good job from Houdini. Wow. That's enough. That's enough to get that first round over. And every round is really going to count. You know, we said coming into this, Noctem should have a bit of an advantage. Their S&D last time was great. But great does not equal wins. I thread the needle. Chunk will have to back off here and will be caught. There's the first blood.
Can they make it work? And for all they find that first blood, they don't have a whole load of map control. So Keza staying alive here is paramount, and while he gets absolutely eviscerated by Niall. And that's going to open up B nice and easily. Twisted will find a little bonus, though. Gets a good amount of timing on Aspect, and might just find himself some timing on Niall here if he pops his head up at the right time, but Niall should be able to get out perfectly timed smoke alongside of it. That bomb is down, and that is a hard retake.
Dizzy crawling through, hoping that somebody makes him known, but he will be seen with that cross. They know he's here. Needs to win a gunfight. Needs his teammate, really. Twisted has to get in a position to alleviate some of that pressure. Because Dizzy's just being a little bit hunted, and there we go. Eventually will fall down. Twisted makes the kill, but a second too late, and eventually Twills will find him as well. Noctem getting back on the board.
Yeah, faffing on the flank, to be honest with you. I really would have liked to see him be a little bit quicker. I mean, look, it's easy for us. We have the information on hand. Great shots from Twiz again, though. Twister gets taken down. I would love to have seen him hit it, especially when Dizzy's in the site. There's going to be at least 2 of them trying to look for him. Got to get a bit of time, and maybe you can get something going. But, again, we can see where the players are, but I see they can't.
Very, very true. Was just hoping for it, but Dizzy also tried to make his own moves. It was just not easy with that kind of positioning, and well, it's now 1-1. And we'll see exactly where they go to. Keza throwing just bullets all the way down the lane. Twister will find first blood, though. That's huge.
It's already got the feeling of very close search and destroy. Detained up. Answers back on that first blood and continues to survive. That smoke will probably help him. Knows it's probably covering his left-hand side if anyone did push past, or not quite now. Detain going to back on down, and maybe just the wrong time. As are above him, he would have seen that happening had he already been sat here. My god, the timing stinks for Detain. Keza will find it. Twiz will be able to answer back, though, and all of a sudden Chunk is in a lot of trouble. Twiz with another two-piece. It has been a customary on this entire series. Now all of a sudden Twisted is left all on his own in a 1v2.
Information. Twisted just looking for a player, and we'll see one long range. Tries to feed bullets down, but that does give away his position. 25 seconds in a dream. All Nocturne really need to do is stay alive. Another little bit of a trick. He's going for it again. He's going for it again. He wants to take the kill. He's desperate to find it. Gets onto the point. Another Chow coming out with it as well, but Twiz will get his third of the round. And nowhere to go, Ton.
Nowhere to go at all. Just a really good squeeze coming in from Noctem. Every single time we see this kid's POD, that's usually what we see. An easy gunfight. Twiz getting the job done so far. But I'm in a decent enough position now. Very close game between these two. But 5 in a row from Twiz. He has been ever present. Make it a 6th. You got a cruise missile. And when you're talking about Highrise, not many other maps that you'd rather have one on.
No, it's certainly very, very useful, even if it's just for pushing players all the way back into spawn.
Ooh, that's not what you would have field up. On a 5 spree, grenade comes over the top. Down to 50 HP, but back on. Nobody making anything of that moment. And you see he's playing around it, and that's sometimes what frustrates you, right? You want to play around for that 6th kill. You want somebody to maybe bait for you, but you found 5 kills all on your own. Without any of this help, without playing so passively. And here we go with the aggression, though. Twiz considering a push into the site. The parkour coming through. Vulnerable right now, though, Bryce.
Finds one. Not able to get it. Twiz has to drop down as well. Everybody snaps in position here. Twisted has moved. Chunk almost moved as well. So much time burnt here playing around this. Twisted is right. I'll smoke and go. Straight into Chunk. Horrible gunfight to have, and Chunk will win it as well. No for them, but Twisted also going to find his one. Bring down to a 2 versus 2. There's no real time remaining. It's all gone wrong for Noctum.
Yeah, a Twisted just staying alive here is going to be massive. You've got to try and go for the plan. Twisted gets gunned, but Tizzy will come on through. 7 seconds to go. It's going to be a 50-50 gunfight in the end. Is Detain going to check it? He's got to be on one of the elevators, surely. Yeah, Dizzy comes out just at the right time. Houdini find themselves another round. Such a close one. Bryce 2-2.
And it was all that time burnt that caused the issue. It just left them with no real opportunity to get the positioning they wanted. And when they struck, you saw them all move at once. But it left gaps, it left opportunities, and Twisted took them down. And now, you are right, 2-2 between them.
It's really hard to see how this one's going to go, but that felt like a very important round for Houdini. Twiz wasn't able to secure that 6th kill. Now all of a sudden, find yourself a 2-2 on the attack and getting aggressive. Detain, he's heard something, hasn't he? His headset is whacked up. As he goes for the chal and gets gunned out of his socks all of a sudden. Detain now a little bit of a dangerous position himself. Twiz is there for the backup. Chunk is considering the push. Detain's probably in the same spot. That's what he's thinking to himself. He was. He gets out. Good play coming through from Noctem. Red's coming through in their favor as well. All of a sudden, it is a 3 versus 2 in favor of Noctem.
Wiz. I don't think he saw the information. I don't think he saw Chunk, but opportunities here for him. Finds another. Now looking for this last player, and I don't think any of them actually saw him go underneath. It was just a pixel off on our screen when we saw Twiz. They don't know where they are, but Chunk is in no man's land with very little time.
Such a hard position to really do anything from. Hold on, though. Mine's an easy one. But we know what Twiz has been like this entire game. He hasn't lost a gunfight, but this time he does with seconds to go. Maybe we can call in the Houdini jokes now. That is a rabbit out of the hat. 3-2, Chunk. Doing the impossible.
They just didn't have the information. That was the problem. They didn't know where he had gone. And it opened up just enough of the map that neither of those players on Noctem could be traded. And that must sting.
That's a important round again. That's 2 back-to-back that Houdini needed in the previous one just to stop Twiz going on this rampage once again. And that's one they needed. Somehow found. Find themselves 3-2 up now. Big momentum moment. Both these two teams just playing this one passively. Looking for a pick. Oh, Kazet. Min aspect very, very weak and gets punished for it. Twiz hops around the corner, finds a kill. Got out of there as well. Big gunfight comes through. Twisted finds Twiz. Twisted gets away. What does he? Being hunted down. Spins at the right time. And Niles being dealt with. Fantastic work coming through from Noctem. Or from the side of Houdini, I should say. They're somehow getting away with this. Dizzy makes it now a 1 versus 3 for Aspect. Huge moment now for Houdini. This should be 4-2. Just no time. Almost impossible, especially if you miss the jump. Hold on. Houdini. 4-2 to the good. Really good job coming through, though. I mean, that's 3 rounds in a row now. Fantastic job putting themselves in these positions. Search and destroy. Map number 2 was one-sided one way. Houdini not quite making it look easy, but they found some big moments over these last 3 rounds and find themselves 4-2 up.
Well, just getting it done, just doing enough for Noctem. A little bit of fear creeping down the spine. So dominant on map number 2, Search and Destroy, that has not appeared on map number 5. Twisted just staying alive again. Looking. Be careful. There's the stun check, and this should be enough. And yes, the Tang will get it.
Big first kill to find. So that's a lot of pressure. Noctem have found themselves in the middle of the map, whereas Houdini are still looking for a route out. And could it be via Chunk? Doesn't shut the door behind them, so the information may be there if they do have a peek down at it. I don't think they will. Chunk should have one at least. Dead to rights here. Nile. Easily found. Oh my goodness me, what is that snap from Chunk? And that now puts Twiz all in his own. He may well be 9-4. He may well have been a huge catalyst for this team and why they found ourselves here, but Chunk finds 3 out of nothing. Huge flank comes through. Houdini. 5-2 to the good. 1 round away from champs.
All they need is one more chance. Chunk has been hitting the flank, and that's basically 2 rounds you can attribute to him. All could come down to this. Not just match point here for Houdini. Not just series point here for Houdini. For the golden ticket point. One more round sends them to champs.
Chunk on the 5 spree as well. He'll probably play quite passively. And Noctem have done the absolute opposite here, by the way. Look at the 10. He finds 1. Dips out as well. Good start to the round here from Noctem. You'll find Kezra as well. Twisted will find 1 back. But gets taken down. Chunk here in the 1 versus 3. Just needs to find a kill. Oh, no way.
Found. He's being chased.
That's huge. That's huge. Noctem find the round. And he doesn't find anything with a streak. Because even if Noctem find that round and Chunk does manage to find a gunfight, you're staring down the barrel of an L. Big moment now. Big opportunity for Noctem to maybe find their way back into this one.
Still, though. Got to get in. Got to keep winning here, Noctem, if they want a chance. They slip once. They make a mistake. It's done.
Is it going to be Twiz, the one who can be the catalyst while he's stunned up now? That'll be it. Houdini again playing this relatively passively. Are they looking for their catalyst in Chunk to be able to find a way through once again?
Just really slow burn here from Houdini. Sacrificing time for opportunity. Hoping someone makes a mistake. Heather is back now down a few times here on this B street. Now starting to make a move with 30 seconds to go. This will all erupt into motion very, very quickly.
Oh, that's a big kill. Chunk waited for him. 10 was looking to try and make the flank with not much time left. Catch them off guard as they try to make their final move, but not too bad a position now for Noctem either way. You have to back on down if you're Chunk. This bomb is in no man's land with 12 seconds to go. Next couple of gunfights are absolutely massive inside the smoke, and Twisted just give him the quick 1-2. Aspect will find another. Keza now finds another, but Twisted all on his own. Have they got time? They haven't got time to get it down. Niles left on his own. He survives. Oh my goodness. 5-4.
But Nio, it must have been like, oh, time's good. Just lay down, don't do anything else. Twiz doing enough as well. Aspect making the kill onto the bomb planter. They've got another one back.
Scary, scary moments. Oh, Houdini. You gotta make sure you solidify this one, because if you're heading into a round number 3, you're 5-2 up. Not quite the full sale, almost a quarter one. Maybe it's not even the half. Dangerous position now though, as Twiz will find one. Eventually does fall though, trade comes through, 3 versus 3. Ooh.
For Noctem being backed off this far, be worried. The only benefit they have really when it comes down to 3 versus 3 is it allows them to kind of pick where they want to apply the pressure, and who do not have as many bodies to defend it.
B push is looking like what's on the cards. Next gunfight. How has he hit somebody's head there? So we'll back on down after giving somebody a rude awakening. 29 seconds. Time starting to burn. You need to make your move. You can knock them. You have done. Now's found one. Should be answered back here though by Keza. 2 versus 2.
Looking for it as well, but
how's he got
no
out?
Time left as well, and Niall in a 1 versus
1v1.
2. Looking for one. Needs to get the bomb. Needs to find the last player. Has to scoop and run and plant. And unfortunately, they're waiting for him. Bomb is not coming down. He's running out of time, and that's going to be it. Doesn't end with a bang. It ends with a whimper. And Houdini will go to champs. Noctem will go into the lower bracket. And that's how it ends, Ton.
After all of that through this series, for it to end that way, I almost feel somewhat robbed. But there you go. The result is going to go Houdini's way. And just time the great enemy towards the end there for Noctem, not able to get it down, and that is the difference maker. They find the win, Houdini. After the map number 2, I wasn't expecting that to be the case in the Search and Destroy, but they do turn it around in map number 5. Fantastic work from Houdini, and they will be going to challenge as champs.
They will. They're the first team to punch their ticket today. It went all the way down to the wire. Not quite a map 5 round 11, but close enough as makes no difference. But we won't be seeing the last of Noctem either. They will have another opportunity. They will have one more game to take it. But here are the statistics for it. Twiz again having a great game. Twisted almost equaling him up there.
Yeah, not quite. but it doesn't matter in the end. The important kills were found. If anything, they were maybe outside. No, they weren't. Not at all. Never mind. Really good performance coming through from everybody on the side of Houdini. They'll get the job done, and they will be going to Challengers Champs. Sensational work from them. Really, really good job, considering they just got themselves back down into that map number 5 after, well, never being behind in this series. They were always up or just tied up. They get the job done in the end. Fantastic work, and now Noctem, he still will have an opportunity though, so lives very much still remaining. I think they've got enough to do it, but who they're going to be facing, we'll be finding that out shortly.
Yeah, it's certainly a tense day, and it almost feels just a little bit sad for Noctem to lose it like that. Realistically, Nile almost had the 1 versus 2, just couldn't find the information on that last player, and time away from them as well. But it was certainly an S&D of close calls as well. They could have lost it a few times, but it's never fun. Many players have said they'd rather be destroyed 3-0 in a series than go all the way to the wire and lose.
It's especially exhausting as well, where you're going to have to be now sitting around Sunday evening, waiting for your opponents, the time for them to reset. That is the benefit you get when you are on that winners bracket side of things. You get time to sit back, but who are they going to be facing? Falcons or Revive? That's going to be coming up just after this, but we have one team solidified. Houdini will be going to Challengers Champs. Noctem will have to wait for their second opportunity.
Wow. Either way, not an easy game. Falcons, certainly a difficult game, and Revived, it was 3-2 last time around as well, but whoever Noctem are waiting for, they're going to be up next regardless. Of course, this is just our first game of the day. We have 2 more after this, and it should be pretty fun. Like I said, it is always going to be a little bit emotional for these teams and players. The opportunity is right there on the final day.
Yep, and there is only one more opportunity for Noctem. Both these 2 teams all coming up in the next one have to be perfect from here on out. I think it's hard to say which way it's going to go, Brycey, but banger games incoming all night long, I would say.
They certainly are. Well, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, though, our next elimination game here in the Last Chance Qualifiers. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifier. And I am still struggling to not say elite in that sentence because it's not the elite, it's a very different thing. But this is the game we are currently looking at. It will be Revived versus Falcons. This is the map set. And never mind, we're straight in on a Rio, on the hardpoint.
Straight into it as well. And I mean, everybody will already realize what's going on in terms of the Falcons roster, why we're seeing them down the losers bracket after they went on to win the entire thing in Challengers Elite at the very last moment. We do have Abdu coming in here as Doom, of course, to replace, unfortunately for Falcons, probably their best player in Khalid. And that is why we're seeing them in this position. They're going up against Revived, a very, very good roster. But Falcons, are they still favorites? I don't really know, Brycey.
Yeah, and that's certainly a question we'll be looking for the answer to, as well as a team that has really impressed a lot of people. Our Elite Season 3 champions now fighting to earn their spot at Champs. And this is not a bad start from them, but they need to convert this into a rotation.
Yeah, for all you're missing Khalid, you still got 3 of the 4 that did go on, of course, to win Challengers League Season 3. So still a very, very scary roster. I'm curious to see how things are going to slot in. It did seem to me that Abodi was maybe the one that was potentially going to switch it up. A good break coming through potentially here from Revive Gaming. Over towards P2, they will get the hold down and they will know that exactly where they are pushing from. You can see Connor over towards the garage side. Falcons pushing from the back. They will have the more favoured spawns, but only if they can find the kills, which they have managed to do so. A couple of do fall their way. Connor trying to find something from this side and will continue to hold it down. The rest of the team, though, have been forced away. Falcons yet to find a way onto the point.
Just being careful, you can see the Falcons want these points, and Kez going to look for the last few players and calls that one correctly. Shutting them all down. Connor will get to himself just off that distraction from Kez. And they also have the rotation. Genesis will be there first. They're just trying to deflect the pressure for this time already. X-Nid, wins the gunfight.
Dude, it's ridiculous, honestly. The amount of times we see gunfights won by these Falcons players, they are just like, how do these things happen? Must be so frustrating to play against. Where you're just like, yeah, I've got him, no problem. Oh no, I've been gunned out of my boots. Here we are, though. Over towards the next point. Revive Gaming trying to hold this down. It's only Connor who can actually shut Kez down after he did find 2. Decent hold from Revive so far. 40 seconds to play for. Not quite as clean as they would have liked. Xnid is there to play a spoiler. It's going to be really on him to pick up the mantle in terms of what Khalid would bring to the table. Xnid is more than capable of doing just that as well.
Still trying to push forward, not found anything yet so far. Abodi is going to find Genesis just in time. Genesis cannot see him from that angle. Now they flip the spawns out here, but it's all about the box rotation. It will be scrap time for Falcons, but they are now going to try and make this push. And Kez has been sitting. Exley knows exactly where he is, but he's just playing around both sides. Exley eventually cleaning it up. And they've left it open here. Revived are not going to be here first.
And I think even though you have lost one of your main players, Falcons have always notoriously been pretty decent at Rio, and it's showing here. Roxas trying to hold it down from the side. Could do find a couple of kills. His teammates need to cover the other side. That's a brilliant shot from Connor. And all of a sudden, that's going to open up things entirely for the side of Revive Gaming. And that's all from one good gunfight win. I think it was Roxas who was posted up there, and you just expect him to be able to find that gunfight. He didn't find a goddamn thing, Brycey. Xned will, though. My God.
The Falcons feel like they really haven't missed much of a step with the player change. This is a huge rotation for them, and you can already see Revive, while they will strike at this, they're not committing their full team. They are more worried about the rotation as well. They will have bridge control.
That's in the end a decent hold from Falcons, but I think if you're Revived, you did do enough, but you had an opportunity to hold it down yourself, so there will be an air of, okay, well, not too bad, but there'll probably going to be an air of disappointment. Bodhi will find one, has company from this backside. Ridiculous gunfight to win up against Kez. Having a good game of Bodhi. Connor here trying to hold down the backside, but everybody else is dead. Can you find anything? Yes, you can. Good value from Connor, but could have done with finding those kills when your teammates are still alive. Bodhi will find the final one. Falcons now in position to get some time. Already have a lead. Don't want to let this get a little bit silly. Bodhi now 5 in a row.
Just wait. He just wants this one kill. He just wants the cruise missile in the pocket, but this array will shut him down. But the Falcons still really just hammering Revive Gaming across this map. We've said a few times, Revive were in the better position, but then it all falls to the wayside.
Roxas will eventually get taken down. Falcons just looking like still that well-oiled machine. Okay, you won't have you won't have Collar to get you out of certain positions and find these magical moments, but you don't need to. Doom is just slotting in nicely, and not just slotting in nicely, leading the lobby right now at 15 kills. So, in terms of the substitutes coming in, doing a great job so far.
Just holding. This is a huge hold as well. So much P1 time. You can't really get close. Keep losing streaks. Just on the tiniest of gunfights. But Abodi finds one and the second. They cannot get in here at all. Revive Gaming, just when they think they have the advantage, lose it all.
The essence of what has made Falcons good is very much still here. Just those flurry of gunfights, those moments that they do often find. They have found one here to get a decent hold on P1, but not good enough a hold to lock it down entirely. Push comes through from Revived, and it's one they needed. Okay, it was only for 15 seconds or so, but you let Falcons get a hold of it. Math be mathing, and then all of a sudden you find yourself way further behind than you are right now. Rotation over towards P2 wasn't there either, so crucial you got at least something. Or anything over towards P1 would have been good. Roxas, though, trying to hold down this side. Team are doing a good job in the middle of the map as well here. Revive Gaming with a lot of work to do to get through to P2 right now.
Roxas pushing out towards the back, and Connor's going to be found before he can do anything more. And for Revived, it's the same story that we've been peddling for the last couple of hills. They cannot get close, they cannot break. And it really has got away from them. Derman just trying to hold them off, finds the first, not going to find the second eventually. I was going to say eventually Revive get back in, but Abodi says no.
I mean, there's definitely an element of a slithery little creature there from Doom, but, you know, we'll let it slide for now. First one I've seen. Yellow card at worst. Roxas, what can he do from here? I mean, obviously, just hit every single goddamn bullet! Ridiculous from Roxas. It will matter not for the final few seconds, but it will just push Revive Gaming that little bit further back than they would have been. There is a metric mile for Revive to try and cover before they're even anywhere near sniffing this hardpoint.
This is the problem for Revived. You haven't really broken anything for some time. In fact, you can't even get onto P2 when you had the spawns. They're being outslayed across the map. Not losing a gunfight. They do have the better position here now, though, Tony. You can see it. Bit of bridge control. Genesis knows Exton is going to be here, but Exton doesn't care. Disarray will go for the chow, and down he falls. Only Connor has found a kill in the kill feed for them in some time.
I think, you know, you can maybe say for Revive there, then you've got to play that a little bit better. They have the core spawns towards the back, but I think Falcons have just read it so well. Oh, well, there we are. Exnid will eventually find that when Falcons get the benefit of that one player spawning out to a certain degree. If you don't move quickly for Revived, you're going to get pinched. Exnid finds 1-2, and ultimately it puts another nail in the coffin of what is going to be map number 1 by the looks of things. Falcons haven't missed a beat yet. 21 and 15 coming in from Doom. And that is potentially the difference maker. Were you expecting the substitute to come in and play like this for Revived? You were hoping not, but he has done so well. One last chance here for Revived now. They can find a few kills, and can they get some good time here? 40 seconds to play with. Kez has done brilliantly from there. Finds 4. And now an opportunity for Revive to get some decent time on the board, but you need decent time, and then you need perfection from then on out.
It's going to be difficult. You are right. I mean, already losing a few here. They managed to get the trade. There's going to be a big push around the side here. Genesis finds the first and the second, holding them off from all angles, and Disarray says, I'm not even going to engage. I got made weak. I'll just wait. You've got to push here solo, and Connor will come to the rescue. The rotation is already on, and Revived, it is going to be their namesake. Certainly Revived in this game so far.
Kez moving forward. Locking himself in. Oh, he's not going to be able to find it on the Roxas. Bodie finding another. Things just working out, and there you go. You only need 12 more seconds. You can hop into the point. Choose not to yet. Won't quite have the control that they would like to make sure that this works out. Roxas nade over the top. One more opportunity for Revive to try and do something here. They're inside the point.
For Revive, over and over again, they're going to have to be better. Viderman is just staying alive in there, and Genesis will beat him down. Holding on, Revived. But is this just a stay of the inevitable? Is this just a forlorn hope as Roxas kills 3, puts down his own trophy, reloads, regens, retargets, and guns? And oh my goodness, Roxas says, all right, you've had enough. We'll let you come back this far. I'll kill all of you.
Fantastic job from Falcons. I think when it does come down to this map, they are just so good at it. Sub or not, does not make a difference. Falcons, really good performance in map number 1. And if that's to set the tone, then Revive need to bring something just a little bit better. It didn't really look too dissimilar to what we usually see from Falcons, to be honest with you. Really good job from the sub to come in there and just fill in the gaps where needed. Not just do that, but excel at the job too. Fantastic performance coming in from Falcons. They will find themselves the 1-0 lead off a real hard point. I don't want to say it's a long road back from Revive. They're only 1-0 down. Things can change very quickly, but with that performance, I think it's a worrisome one.
Yeah, it almost seemed after the first couple of hills that they sort of took their feet off the gas a bit and just got out-rotated and outslayed. There was nothing they were doing that was working. They did fight back in the end, but need to have a little bit more consistency across the map for them. And maybe it's just a little bit of a slow start from Disarray. Maybe it's just getting into this game. They weren't fully warmed up. But the score remains 250 to 149. Team Falcons go up.
Great performance from them. Honestly, it felt like Revived had a couple of moments here and there where they could have got themselves in good time, but it felt like they were just picking up scraps of anything that Falcons kind of left behind for the most part. Never really got themselves any, I want to say, substantial holds. Yeah, okay, there was a couple of 20-30 seconds there, but not enough to make it count. Falcons, I mean, this is the moment where they start to really pull away. Bodhi finds that. They find some good time at P1. Rotations over towards P2, fantastic. Then Roxas is like, oh yeah, you want those 10 seconds of scrap? Nope. Really good job from Falcons, who then just put the foot on the pedal and drove off into the distance. I mean, that is it. I was questioning how that trade happened, because Genesis beat Doom down, and then Doom somehow found the gunfight trade, which we do see sometimes when shots come through with the trades, but it was actually a team nade, presumably. Anyway, Karachi Search and Destroy going to be coming up next. Revive need to find a way back here. Invasion Control is a good map from Falcons, substitute or not.
Wow. And this is, again, this is one of the things we've seen Revived. We know they're a good team. The question we had coming into this is, how are Falcons doing without their main man? Turns out still pretty good. And they will have to continue that as they move through this, because this isn't a qualifier for champs. This is just an elimination game. The loser of this goes out. The winner goes into the qualifying match. That's the key point here. If you win this, you get into the qualifying match. And there it is. Essentially, the winner of this plays Noctum X Clutch Rain. And the winner of that goes into the championship game, which is really, you've just qualified for champs.
They're not far away, though. Not far away at all. Minimum, if you were to do it, in another, 5 maps? But it could be a lot longer than that, depending on what Revived kind of bring to the table here. Need to be better than they were in map number 1, though. Heading into map number 2, you need to find something here, because as mentioned, map number 3. Okay, it's Invasion Control, so for Revive, things can change very quickly. You can find something on there, no matter who you are. I don't think if we grab 2 randoms off the street, we'll be able to take a map off Falcons, but I think if you to say it happens on any map, it's potentially Invasion Control. Revive, let's see if you can bring something here. You need to find something in the Search and Destroy. Realistically, if you want a chance in this series, now is the time to turn up all your is Donzo.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a grim way of putting it, but you
it is
very right. Yeah, essentially, this is the last hurrah for many of these teams. It's been a long season. We've gone all the way through the Elite, the Challengers Cups, and all the majors in between. But this is, as it says, the last chance qualifier. The last chance for any of these players to really get anything going and just earn themselves a slot at the biggest tournament of the year. Just something casual like that.
Yeah. Not much on the line, really, is there? You know, it comes down to these moments where this is your make or break moment in your season for a lot of these teams. Let's see if you can find something. I believe we're loading into the Search and Destroy. For Revive, you need to turn around right now. Falcons will be feeling themselves heading into map number 3 if they can find this as well. Tough situation for Revive to be in, but can you turn it around? You got plenty of experience on that roster to be able to do so.
Well, let's see if they can. And Abodi just keeping an eye on the bridge here, and already first few kills gone down. Abodi will get another one.
3 versus 1 now. That's Kez. Find himself in a tough enough position as that bomb is going to go down. It's a brilliant attack coming through. Xnid will chow that all day. Falcons find the round. Really good job. Opening pick comes through. You just work the map well. Not much you can do there. Xnid chipping in with his second through the wall. No problems. Eddie on the bomb. Nice strong position. Job done.
Well, pretty simple in the first one. All kind of kicked off, and the Falcons really just taking control of mid and getting into B. It seemed pretty simple in the end. Revived on the other side, of course, and Genesis off to a bit of a late spawn, but all good. Looks like they're going for a bit of a B here. I wonder how that'll affect the nade timing as Abdurman gets through.
Yeah, you wouldn't have minded a second nade onto Doom, would you? Did he see him as he just pulled his aim away? Plays around it, so he's going to back on down. Roxas in a brilliant position here as well. Can't fire his gun. Cannot. Can't give it away. Oh, Doom's just stuck a nade straight onto Jez's head, but will get forced away. So Connor can find it, but Roxas has just found himself in a beautiful position here. And I think that just allows the rest of Falcons to take their time. Roxas is like, don't you worry. I'm pretty much in the lion's den here. He can make the move whether or not they push back through towards market, or he can find a peculiar angle, but so can Kez. Oh, but he has fired. And now he will be hunted. Xnid goes for the child. Kez will stay alive here, though, but that creates a question for Falcons. They may have somebody in the other spawn, but so do Revived.
Roxas. Spoiler, and they know where he is, and he's going to get it anyway. Xnid will come in to help out Roxas. And Xnid again. Kind of left alone. Will find Xnid, but no time, surely.
Nade onto the bomb. Didn't hit him. Finally can get out, but surely should be dead to rights. Yeah, there you go, Roxas. The squeeze was put in from him at the beginning of the round. Just found himself in a great position. Nice bit of timing. Finds himself from behind. And a really good shout. Actually, a shout out to Doom. The grenade to kick things off. Finds one top 3. That clears the route through for Roxas. He just wiggle his way through top 3. Onto the flank. Thank you very much. There's your round.
And this is all going the way of the Falcons so far. Will this continue? Is this going to just be the Falcon show? Revive Gaming, going to have to find a little bit of another gear. Have to really re-establish yourself in this competition.
Have they got an answer? He's revived. Backed on down here. Has he seen much activity? Well, if he didn't, he has now. We'll just shoot through the smoke and just hope for the best. Yeah, it sometimes does work out. Not this time. Bomb going down. Kez stunned up. A body for the child, but Kez not weak at all. We'll find that one, no problem. Bomb is down, but the numbers are a revived game inside.
The Falcons, they don't have a lot of options, although Dorman finds one already. Might just go for this. No, Disarray trying to creep forward in the smoke.
Smoke's created the question, though. Yeah, they have to move. They have to move. Disarray will find one. 2 versus 2.
Roxas has found it. Now 1 versus 2. And down they fall. Again, the Falcons hold. Originally lost first blood ton, but it didn't matter.
And I think it's that first kill that they get a hold of. I think it came from Doom. Roxas then can make his way around the flank through red up to top AC. And then picks them apart from there. This is looking good so far from Falcons, cruising their way through this game at this moment in time. 3-0 up in the Search and Destroy, 1-0 up in the series. Looking like it's soon to be 2. And then heading into an invasion control. Looking like they're going to have their opportunity to solidify themselves in champs, but long way to go still. Revived. They do the round very, very quickly.
Oh, a lot of pressure coming through already. Abodi will be screaming about help. And I think he's just got out of there. They're going to go for the retake completely. Kez should find one in that position. Should be locked in.
You would think so. You would think so. Sexton can have the opportunity. Yeah, yes, he is, but Kez solidifies that, and with the bomb down, now a wonderful position to be in if you are revived. This should be the round that they absolutely needed. I don't want to be cliche, but I always talk about it in terms of these rounds and how the Search and Destroy feels. A feeling of a 4-0 deficit. A lot worse than 3-1, let me tell you that.
And a clean 3-1 as well. I mean, that was just clinical in the end from them. They backed them away. They took the positions they needed to. The Falcons basically had nothing. There was nothing they could really do. We will see.
Now that's one. It's not quite a long road back, so to speak. You're not 5-0 down in that situation. So find yourself 2 rounds behind, though. And that was when you just worked so well. As soon as you found that first kill, it felt like a revived round, but you have been stunned up here. Genesis spins around. Abodi's found him. Abodi ain't messing up these opportunities. Oh, the push comes through, though. Disarray just catches him with his pants down. Is the trade going to be there potentially? Disarray spins, doesn't find it in time. Connor off the top rope. His bomb's going down over towards B as the shenanigans continue. Roxas is going to get caught. He didn't see him on the cross, so still the advantage here now for Falcons in terms of numbers and the bomb being down. Kez and Connor, what can you do?
Just checking the angles. Don't want to get caught on this point. Sees Connor actually just goes for it as well. Guns them. And Falcons get another one. A few close gunfights in the middle of the map. It could have gone differently, but once you have B control with numbers, it's an incredibly difficult retake.
Yeah, fantastic job. Coming in from Falcons, it's that first flurry of gunfights that does make the difference. Really good job. Make sure they go their way and then use the advantage that they have to their advantage. Noctem awaiting the winner of this one after a devastating map 5 loss. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be playing Falcons if they keep going this way, though. Right now, Revive need to turn this one around. Kez is there to pick up the pieces. Colin will find a couple of bullets thanks to some accurate hip fire, but Falcons now have the information, and that is just not something you want them to have the way that these guys have been shooting right now. Rourke says 4-on-1. He'll get himself just forced away from that one.
Exit has been trapped here, by the way. Kez knows that's what the Falcons are trying to react to. There is no real way out for them unless... And this is... Look at the way they've both set up. Falcons want to get exited out. Revived have set up to stop them doing it. Now, obviously, Revive will have to move because they will have to plant, but...
They should have him. They should have him this time around. Yeah, they found somebody on the fan, but the information will be there. Roxas will find one. Exnid finds nothing. 1v2 now. Roxas is on the 2 spray, so presumably has found something in this round. I think he just found that previous kill. This is difficult. Very difficult for Roxas to win now, but doable.
Can he find the first 1v1? Not a fun gunfight. Kez will have called him out. Connor will be waiting. And just a bit of timing there for Connor has not gone the way.
He's got time. Kez has got a decent idea. Fires the shots in. But he hasn't found him. Have you just poked the bear? 15 seconds.
Has to check the bomb. Kez has to check it. All the way around, doesn't matter. Roxas gambled with the timings. Hasn't got it as well. And that's another round on the board for Revive Gaming. And I'll tell you something. Kez won't even give him this.
Oh. You know what? That's a big kill as well. Revive Game will find it. If Roxas finds that, he's on a 4 spree. And you're flirting with the idea of a cruise missile. It would have been a nice silver lining for Falcons to that round. They do not find it. Kez, big plays coming through the round, and you stop Roxas on that spree.
All right. Here we go. The Falcons, who were feeling pretty confident, but a couple of rounds just slipping past them for Revived. Certainly feeling a bit better. Connor will get across here after the nade hits. That is a solid B setup. That is a lot of bodies towards B.
Falcons just looking for a pick and are not going to find it. Not yet, anyway. Revived in a good position. And now it's about Falcons trying to find a push and Revive. Do you make a misstep? Or do Falcons just find something extraordinary to get their way out of this? I think one thing they can kind of rely on here is not necessarily Kez pushing from behind, because now that's going to create some absolute chaos and make it more difficult for Falcons. But Abodi just found himself in a really good spot here. Can he make it work? The Falcons are waiting for him to do something.
Oh, Bodie.
He's got it.
Oh, he doesn't! The hesitation. And Revived. We've all but locked this round up now. Connor, a little bit more exposed than he wanted to be. Roxas takes a few points, but they're looking for it. There's too many bodies. There's too many people locking it down, and he will get a kill, but unless he's got a teleporter, he isn't putting that bomb down.
Yeah, just a tough situation for Doom here. Nothing you can really do. Revive Gaming looking like they are eventually getting themselves into this game. About time. About time. 4-3 now. Bringing this one back. And honestly, I think if Kez doesn't find that kill on the flank, they are in a lot of trouble. Bodhi then doesn't necessarily have as much to worry about. There could have been eyes on different places. Got a player on the flank. Good position to be in. Revive Gaming, make it count. Though Kez on a force break. He was the hero of the previous round. It's the one who finds them to the first blood in the next. It's getting his team into a good position in this game, but still find themselves behind. Can Falcons find that 5th round? Big fight. Genesis gets it. Another first blood for Revive Gaming, this time on the attack, and they're not in too bad of a position on the map either. Working on something over towards B.
Revive Gaming have really stepped up in the search and destroy. It felt all Falcons. It certainly doesn't feel that way anymore. B control is what they're looking for. They have the numbers. Genesis is actually fighting too. I don't think he knows he's fighting too. He does now. Bodhi gets it back to a 3 versus 3. The difference here is going to be if Revive Gaming can get this bomb down. They have the numbers to hold it post-plant.
Look at this flank coming through, though. Bodhi is going to be the big player in this round, you would like to think, but a flank coming through from Kez again. Force spree for him, looking to try and make it more. Bomb going down over towards B. It's about to explode into life.
Kez gets one. On down as well. Bodhi trying to make magic happen. Isn't tough. Going to. Demon not found anything. Was hoping that somebody would poke out, but this is a nightmare retake. As soon as he makes himself known, guns will swing at him from every angle. Finds one, but not anymore.
Yeah, the tough thing is there's when Kez finds that kill from behind, they just don't have the numbers to then push onto the site. Just really, really good timing. Comes through from the side of Kez to find that kill. And I believe that was his 6th. Found his 5th on the flank and then has found that one to finish off the round. So that should, I believe, be the cruise missile. Yeah, it is. Revive Gaming have found themselves 3 rounds in a row. And a cruise missile to play with as well. Life in them yet still in this series.
The Falcons, though, this is looking like a very aggressive A hit. They've got 2 going towards mid. Oh, 3 going towards mid. And 1 going towards red. They are going straight down the middle of the map. Connor picks one off for another first blood, but will be taken back here as well. And Dermot does not stop. He automatically went for the chow as well. This bomb is going down. It is fast from the Falcons.
Make their move. And I suppose you sort of think about it. It's hard to call in the spree when somebody's already on the bomb site. The bomb is down. Could you use it for information? The positioning of Doom is absolutely paramount to a Falcons win here. If he stays alive or finds anything... Oh, he's just taking his time. So patient. Finds one onto Genesis. Swings around. Looks for Kez. Can't find it. But the rest of the team have done their work in Falcons. Put themselves a round away from going 2-0 up.
Wow. As you can see, this is now going to be map point. The benefit being, of course, Kez does have that cruise ton. Has to really use it here to try and make it 5-5. So I'm guessing that he'll have to play a little bit passive, and maybe they'll try and get this bomb down towards B. That makes the most sense to me. It's the most open. If you get it down, you can use it post-plant. But maybe he's just playing safe.
Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah, dead safe.
Yeah,
Now, Falcons, it's about Falcons setup here. Where are they going to be when this comes in? Because now are they going to be in a position where they can survive and put themselves in a good spot to defend over towards B, or are they in a lot of trouble? I think Doom should be dead to rights here. Is he going to find anything on his way down? No, he isn't. But Connor can find the killer board. He gets out as well. So not a disaster, but a good position for revive nonetheless.
Very difficult retake here. All players up in great positions. They've got top 3, mid control, 2 players bridge. Almost no way for the Falcons to get into this clean. And Genesis will find the first one. A 2 versus 4. A 1 versus 4, and down they fall 5-5.
And there's the cruise missile and the damage it can do. For all he doesn't find a kill with it, it just makes it so difficult for Falcons to do really anything about it. I think it was kind of bold, actually, to go for a different player when you've seen that Doom was in a position to be able to be easily picked up, but he has to back down. The rest of the team are there. And you could potentially kill your teammates if you go for it. But either way, round 11 beckons. Here we go. Falcons, we're in a commanding position. I think it was 4-1 at one stage. Revive Gaming brought this one right back. Can Falcons solidify it, or do we have a series on our hands?
Bodie.
He might have someone here. He does. So bold to go for that play from there. Disarray has to stay alive. He doesn't. Roxas finds him. 4v2.
Bomb going down. Connor backpedaling, trying to stay alive. And Bodie loses one in the middle of the map, but Roxas finds Kez for the trade. And now Connor left alone in a 1 versus 3. And Roxas is just being horrible, but Connor finds one.
Hold on. They reposition. Still difficult for Connor here, but doable.
Are they both above him? Yes.
I'm just watching across though, surely. Yes, they are. Doom will solidify it. Falcons, 2 to the good. A momentary scare. But a round 11 win will put them 2 up in the series. A commanding position now for Falcons.
And just the ice they needed. Could have flapped, could have faltered. Didn't do so. Connor really tried to fight his corner. But it's not to be, and the Falcons just 1 map away from getting themselves another chance to go to the championships. And yeah, they looked really good in that one. You got to give it to Revive though, fighting all that way back.
Yeah, fought their way back. Kez coming up with some heroic plays, finds a 1v1 to find a round, and then gets his cruise missile on the back of that as well a couple of rounds later. Use the cruise missile to bring them back into it, but nothing to play with in round number 11 is the difference maker. It was a Bodie who just straight down the small alley finds a pick onto the site, and it just opens things up so wide to the side of Falcons. Kez just doing everything he possibly could have. 11-6 from him is not enough. Tough one. Very tough one. And Bodie didn't have the best of games himself, but he finds that first blood in round number 11. It's the difference maker. 6-5, 2-0 up, and heading on to Invasion Control, where we've seen them be so good over the course of the entirety of the game, to be honest with you. Let's see if they can convert that to a 3-0 win and some brilliant momentum heading into what will be the final game.
Well, we will find out, but it's feeling written in the stars. The Falcons, up 2-0, have found a replacement that at least on the surface seems good enough. Obviously, there's no replacement for chemistry. There's no replacement for the hours, probably thousands of hours in the trenches playing competitive games. But right now, it hasn't knocked them off the step in this one.
It is a full-time job, literally. Some of these players as well, I mean, you have to give them so much credit. They are coming into these positions. And with respect to Falcons, you know, these guys, they have somewhat of a facility. They are able to do this full-time. For a lot of people are in other positions, like Revived, they're holding down normal jobs, and then they've got this other job, which is playing Call of Duty. It's difficult, man. It's very, very difficult. to juggle the two. Hey, I've been having another job this time of the year as well, and I don't have to play the game full time at the same time. Just commentating. I'm knackered all the time, Brycey. It's hard work. 2-0 up now for Falcons, though. Heading into invasion control. They're in such a good position now.
They are, and this control, it has gone incredibly for them in the past. It's certainly one of their better maps. The Revived, pretty good as well, actually, to be fair. I think I've seen Connor have some very, very good games on this, but they need to have it now. This is the very last chance for them. Falcons win one more map. They are through to basically the last game they'll play in this tournament. If Revive lose, they are just out.
I'll be done. And I think as well, as I think if the Falcons can find this in a 3-0 fashion, puts them in such a good position heading into map number 3, and then they would be flying into it, heading into map number 3, heading into the next series. If they can find this in 3, would be so good for them just in a pure momentum basis. But there is still a lot of series to potentially be played. With invasion control coming up, and again, we've talked about it already. We've alluded to it over the last 20 minutes. Falcons bloody good at this map.
Let's see how they start off. Already going straight for mid-map control and straight into B-turn.
Yeah, I think we've seen so many big plays coming through from Roxas over towards this side of the map, whether it be defense, whether it be attack. He's the one leading the charge. One player in a body, trying to make something work over towards this A side. A little bit of hotel control, doesn't hurt anybody, but he's not going to be able to find it. He's now going to be the ultimate concentration coming through from Falcons.
Falcons just being in the position they need to be at the moment. Just slowly tickling onto that B point as both teams fight for positioning. Revive Gaming, really, looking to try and find a kill so they can push this, a bit more pressure on. Those will be the kills, but straight back onto it. Second tick should be in. Revive really aren't throwing everything at it. They're going for the spawns.
No, they're waiting for the right moment. And this might be it. Disarray can find one. Has to be traded and is. Connor is here now to maybe just slow things down, but not a lot he can do. Exnid, the snapper, is there. 4 in a row. And now we're under a little bit of pressure. I wouldn't have minded Connor just playing his life a little bit more. Roxas now inside the laundry. This is dangerous. Big kill. Disarray had to find that.
Still moving forward. A lot of pressure from the Falcons. Obviously, Revive Gaming have reacted to it and just holding back. Continuing to put the pressure on. Right now, every player up. Genesis towards the back. That trophy will save him from that grenade. Exit dialed in. We'll get him. We'll have to make a couple more kills. They're not going to get clean trades here.
Oh, he was one away from the cruise missile there as well. Doom towards the back is going to find one. So he's the one that they absolutely have to deal with. And the longer that Connor has to look for him, the better. Doom could have found that. That would have been humongous, but does not. Connor, oh, snaps into a body as well. And there you go. Dangerous proposition now for Falcons. You got 3 ticks, which is the minimum you need. Can you even get out of your spawn now? Difficult position, especially if Kez can find this, but they can't. Overextension just does not work out. Falcons win every single gunfight. Connor will have reinforcements very, very quickly, but all that positioning on the map that you just gained, you've lost it.
Connor doing great work at the moment. Shooting very, very straight for that. Exnid is going to win that gunfight, but he shouldn't win anything else. And down he falls. Connor on a 5 streak. We'll be looking for the cruise. Certainly got the hot hand at the moment. And the Falcons, they know they might only have one more opportunity.
Connor on the 5 spray. If he makes it a 6, that will help revive whatever the hell happens here. But on A they go. They're looking for the try and find the pick. They knew that Kez was in the middle of the map, and now they're going to start moving forward. Connor finds a 6. Look for the 7th. But is that the round anyway? Nobody here for Falcons, who just lose a flurry of gunfights at the wrong time.
If you thought with a player on, they would be able to do something, but Connor going to be happy. There's the 7th. Won't get the 8th, I don't think, as he does fall to Exnid, and with a few seconds left, Genesis puts the final nail in the coffin with his fists.
Yep, that will be that. Good defense from Revived. Prevent any other ticks coming through. There was moments from Falcons, but they just could not convert. Disarray solidifying this one. But Connor, massive moments from him. 7 in a row inside of Hotel. Absolutely chilling. Sensational work from him, and that will be revived. First on the board. Have defense first. Never a bad position to be in. You can head into your second attack if things play out the way they should, with a 2-1 lead. And the pressure is then truly on the Falcons side. But full revive now, onto the attack. Can you do a little bit better, or will it not matter?
Well, at the moment, they are splitting a little bit, and Connor will look for another kill. Isn't going to get it. That means only B for them so far. The first tick of which is almost done, and there it goes. Falcons only really sent 2 players over here. They aren't committing to try and deflect B at all.
Not too worried about it. I think the thing is, with Connor having that cruise missile, you don't want to overcommit to something, put yourself in a bad position, and you're a cruise missile away from losing A. Revived will get a hold of B. Falcons will try to force them away. But in an ideal world, you want this cruise missile to have to come out when you're stuck in your spawn. Oof. A Bodhi nearly finds the kill onto Connor. 2 HP away. But still, precarious spot for revived. And again, for Falcons here, best case scenario is they use these cruise missile to get you out.
Just trying to do it. There's a lot of fighting going on, but not a lot of action. Just right, we'll find Exnid. This has to be a back down. That's 4 health, but Roxas is there to help out.
Sees him.
Not an easy gunfight at any time, but they've cleared off enough here. Revive Gaming, slowly but surely making their way up the field.
Seeing him. Oh, fantastic from Doom. 4 in a row. Genesis about to be put back into his spawn with everybody else. Exnid holding it down from this side. I think if you're revived, if you're Connor, do you use the cruise missile to even help it here, or do you just maybe chalk it up?
I don't know if it helps that much realistically on this map when you push them into the buildings. Yeah, you'll get a bit of initial control, but you've got to remember, even if they get out of their spawn with it, you've got to make what, 2, maybe even 3 if you're unlucky, waves of kills to really get close.
But now the problem is that there's another one on the other side. 6 in a row now for Doom, who ain't missing a bloody bullet. Look at this. Bodhi is here to help him. Pressure coming in. Snaps onto Genesis, but not quite able to find the final shots. But here we go. Kez has slipped the net. His teammates are all dead at the moment. But it means that Falcons have to turn around. They have to divert their attention. They probably will find a kill on him, but it allows Revive to get himself out. There's another player coming in from Doom. All right, who needs Khalid?
Well, at the moment, the Falcons seem okay without him, but it all very much depends on how the rest of this control goes. Extend is going to fall. That's a big gunfight. Revived are close here, or at least close enough to potentially stop the clock, but they must not die. They must not lose these gunfights. Do the first one, and Soray looking to take him down. Players weak though. Roxas will back him up. Genesis finds another. They're trying to get in desperately, and he gets it. Genesis flies into the point. Exnid versus Genesis. A 1v1 will just end this spree completely, and there it will be. The Falcons hold, and technically, and this is a very technical point, the Falcons came away the winner here in this 1-1, just based off of kills. The ticks are even. The Falcons do have more kills, I believe.
I'll let you put yourself in that position if you wish.
Fortunately, Tom, it almost isn't going to matter because there are 2 more rounds if it goes the distance anyway.
So why would you say it if done?
I like saying it, that's why.
You like saying words, yes.
Yeah, dead good at it. Anyway, on to the next one. And this time, the Falcons are going to be the attacking team as Exnid takes a few little love taps as he crosses mid. For the Falcons, same story as before. On to B, commit to mid pressure.
So Connor did not use his cruise missile on that previous round, unless it just absolutely eluded my brain, but that could be the difference maker in terms of how things do go down here between these two teams. Both of them the cruise missile in their back pocket. It'll be Doom on the side of Falcons, Connor on the side of Revived. And here comes Connors. I think he's seen that. They are a little bit staggered. Get this in, cause some problems, find absolutely nothing. So it has been wasted on the side of Revived. The Falcons now with a little bit of wind in their sails.
They haven't got pinned back, and maybe that's what Connor was hoping for. If we can get the kill here, we can push them right back in. Bodie gonna fight too, and they lose the gunfight. They are in trouble now. Exnid has not moved out from where he spawned, and the only kind of benefit here for the Falcons is Revived haven't put anyone towards the convoy. They haven't pushed up the street A too far.
But you've got a BB Connor, who has been incredible for the team in this map. Genesis will find one onto a Bodhi. Kadu will find the one onto Roxas as well and does so. And now you're in trouble, because you can push up on both sides. Kez behind the tank. This is just a gunfight you absolutely hate to take if you're on the Falcons side. Kez can just dip and dive, find multiple different angles to back you down from. Need to win every single gunfight on the way out here if you're the Falcons. On the B, though. So you can stop the clock. Honestly, here, just getting a hold of B would be a win.
Connor doesn't want to let it happen, though. And this is a
He's on for another.
flank from Connor. Oh, he's going to fall. Guess we'll keep chatting this, knowing what's at stake and just diving around. Somehow
No way.
finds the first. Not the first, the second. Genesis helps him out. The rest of Falcons will need to dive into this point, and there is a team nade that has come in against the Falcons. The Bodhi will get it. The rest of them come through, and B is still alive.
0.9 seconds Revived. I would throw everything at it. This would be a massive advantage. You can find it, but now you lose it. You need to win these exit gunfights badly. Oh, Genesis done so well to find two there. And that will slow them down, but Falcons stop the bleeding somewhat. You lose this round in this fashion, it's not the end of the world.
Well, it's I was going to say a long road, but it's not, because it's 35 seconds. But it is a difficult opportunity here for the Falcons. Almost have to be completely clean. Only 7 lives. Not able to get it. The trade, every time you trade on this map, it's actually bad for the attacking team. And now they're locked into spawn. 5 lives remaining. 17 seconds. Roxas would have to be godlike. Finds one. Looks for the second. He is being a little bit godlike, but can he cross here correctly? No. Going to be cut down. Connor was waiting, and that'll be enough. Revived hold the defense.
Thought it was 4 dead for a second there, but it was only the 3. Connor is there to hold it down. The only shame for Falcons is that they just didn't have the time to take their time. See Roxas. He is sprinting faster than I did in my 10k race this morning. I have to tell everybody about it, Bryce. That's the rules. Irrelevant of that. Now Falcons find themselves on the back foot. But they do have defense. And they do still have that cruise missile. I know a couple of players on Revived were working on something. I don't think they quite got it. I think Genesis wasn't far off. Connor wasn't far off one of his own either. But anyway, let's push over towards the B side. Falcons spread themselves across it. And as mentioned, do still have that cruiser missile and defense in their favor this time.
Oh, that's a big push. Genesis. Oh, he's not going to find it, unfortunately. Connor is out here. Hoping to just dip into it as well. That's a wonderful shot. Trophy going to be down. Needs that health to come back very, very quickly. Here it comes. Looks for the first one. Finds it, but there's too many bodies as Roxas will take him down. But all that deflection has allowed for Revive to solidify their position onto B.
Yeah, Connor's job there was not to capture A at all. It was very much just to leave that door unattended. Over towards B. You lock it in. Revive Gaming. There's the hard part done. Any extra ticks now and you guarantee your self-defense on round number 5.
Well, this is where Falcons will want to just lock the door, throw away the key. Can they do it? Already a lot of pressure going down as well. Genesis will find one. The Falcons have taken all mid-control. They haven't been able to get up A Street. They haven't been able to lock down B Street.
Roxas has done so well to even find 2 there. They won't find one, but these trades working out just about in Falcons' favor. Should have them right dead to rights here, a body. Okay, we're shooting bodies, are we? There's still a long way to go. And again, as mentioned, Doom still has that cruise missile available. Spinning around, and he's getting info here, isn't he? Yet seeing stuns and whatnot go over. Should be dead to rights. Somehow has got away. He fancies it as well. Oh my goodness, he's played that just so wonderfully. No way, he finds another. Who is this guy? 5 in a row. Cruise missile in the back pocket. You might want another one here. Call it in. Maybe not now. Oh my god.
Really
7 spree. Yeah, I mean, this is...
The Falcons. Well, there is an opportunity as the nades get traded across the map.
Guys can find one on the Roxas, though. There's still an opportunity here for Revive, who have eventually found themselves getting out of their spawn. Roxas is going to find one, though. It's now down to the kills, which you are leaking if you are revived. But you did win that last round pretty convincingly. It's going to be tight on who's going to get it, but is there an opportunity here with Genesis? Has he slipped the net? Has he found a way through? Answer is absolute yes, he has. But he needs reinforcements, and he needs them fast.
Looking for it, sliding back and forth. And then all of the Falcons are going to try and strike at the same time. He won't even find one. And with the lives going the way, I mean, Kez trying to do everything he can, but isn't going to be enough. And by my calculations, and they're not great calculations, it should be Falcons on defense, but huge kills in the end, and cruise missiles in pockets.
Yeah, it was just the one, I think, for Doom. Let's see. Which way does this one slide? Say switching sides, but you never really know. And it will be Falcons on the defensive side. Cruise missile available. But how many times have we seen this? A team has dominated their defenses, managed to find a way through to get themselves in this position, and then all of a sudden, they lose the attack in round number 5. It happens more often than you would like to think. Bodhi, though, with a fantastic start. Kez taking a couple of extra bullets. A little bit of a push over towards this A side, and a two-fronted attack, a two-pronged one, if you like, coming through from Falcons. A little bit of presence over towards this A side, though. The presence from Revive Gaming, that is. And they're not too bad of a position here, Brycey.
Everybody's split across the map here.
Hold on.
That's
Hold
a huge
on.
kill. The Falcons have to react to it. They can't even think about
He's
B.
gone too.
Abodi gets one. The trade comes through. Another one here, and Roxas saves the day. B has gone. There will be a lot of time here for Revive to do something as they continue to put the pressure on. 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
Falcons need to win these next few gunfights. They need to get rid of these players who are in their spawn. Oh, that's a big gunfight for Disarray to win. Bodhi will know they're there. They get rid of Genesis, so now there's only Disarray to worry about. One player's pushed up, though, in Roxas. He's going to get taken down. Was in a really good position. Was hopefully going to hold him down if you're a Falcons fan, but could not get it done. It's a 3-life advantage. The side are revived. And Disarray is behind enemy lines. He's found another. Kez inside the point. This is a good opportunity now for Revived to find a map in this series.
He stays alive, but he is going to fall here regardless. The Falcons all
Cruise
coming
missile
off the
needed.
respawn and Revived in a perfect position. Their teammate coming to reinforce as fast as possible. The nades will rain in here, but there are trophies deep. Dolphin's not going to get close. Roxas and X did, though, get 2.
Oh my
They get
God.
a 3rd as well. Disarray's like, where have my teammates gone?
Oh, they knew he was behind. Roxas finds another. That was a huge opportunity for Revive Gaming, but they do manage to get a tick. They still have the lives in their favor. But that might be as good of an opportunity as you're likely to find. You don't get many more opportunities like that against Falcons.
You don't, and there's still a cruise missile here. I don't know when it gets called in.
It's hard, though, because if they find their way into the point, it's not useless, but it's hard to find in the right position. Roxas will spot another, though. He has a 4th in a row from Roxas. It's going to get cut down, though, but Exen finds one before the end of that. Connor is able to find another, so it's a 2-for-2 trade. A little bit of presence here for the attacking team, or was. And now you can start to stretch your legs if you're Falcons. This is mid-map control, and potentially this series and this season for Revived.
Got to cut their way through again here, but losing the gunfights. Genesis has made their way over to A again. This is insane. Nobody has managed to hold it off.
There's a stop in time. Falcons.
Down. He's calling in that cruise missile 100%. As soon as he comes off the respawn, he's calling it in. There it goes. Worried about it. Genesis last alive. Goes into the point. Gets it. There we go. Into the spawn. Just to keep them off. Had to call it in. And for the Falcons, they must just stop them one more time in the next 20 seconds.
Last roll of the dice if you're revived. Have to find every single gunfight. Oh, and if Doom's just span at the right time, a Bodhi will find another. And we said, you've got to kill Falcons off before you're going into this map. Kez will find one more. That will surely be game. No respawns remaining. Back to your spawn you go. And Falcons will live to fight another day. 3-0 in their series.
Playing them in the end. Revive Gaming really had some good opportunities. They got the points in. Just couldn't hold it when it mattered. And in the end, the slaying, it did give the Falcons just the defense they needed.
Yeah, good job from Falcons. They held their defenses on invasion control, and that's all you can really do when it comes down to it. You offer the opportunity just purely on the slaying to get that round number 5 defense, and it makes the difference. But again, it's a tale as old as time, and it's been the same really for the past couple of months when it has come down to invasion control. You can have that round number 5 in defense. It does not always matter. There was moments there from Revive they could have won it. And then all of a sudden you're heading into a map number 4. You lost a round number 11 in the search and destroy. Bit of a stinger. Bit of a stinger for Revive. But I think overall for a season for them, not too bad. I think they would have always wanted more, but to go out in that fashion, it's a very good team in the Falcons. A really, really good team. I don't think there's anything to not be proud of. I think if you're Revived, but we'll still be very, very disappointed.
Yeah, they will. A couple of close calls across that scoreboard as well, but just the difference a defense makes. The last one mattered the most, and the Falcons earned it just by being better on defense, purely in terms of slaying power. That was basically it. They had better trades, they got the last defense, they won the game, punched their ticket to the next round.
In a good position now. That's a nice way to start your Sunday. 3-0 win. Live and kicking, going up against a team who just lost their map number 5, who will be mentally drained. Falcons in a really good position to solidify themselves in champs once again. Good job from all involved, though. Once again, proving they're a very, very good roster. Will solidify themselves into their last opportunity. It's the last chance qualifier. It's the last chance for one of these two teams, and Noctem and Falcons send themselves to champs.
Wow. The Falcons still flying. That leaves our elimination final, Ton, as the very final game. Nocturne x Clutch Rain versus Falcons to punch that last ticket to champs. And these two teams have not played each other. They were on the opposite sides of the bracket, as you can see. The Falcons, though, there's been 3-2 most of the way forward. Same for Nocturne, actually. They've got 2 3-0s on their record. But who's the better team? We'll find out, and we'll send the best one all the way.
One more game to go for what is this Challenger season in Europe. Of course, Champs is going to be coming up very, very shortly. Not very long until that does head our way, Brycey. But, I mean, Falcons, again, just kind of showing their mettle there. That's a big 3-0 as well. A big statement. Map number 1, I should say, was fantastic. Map number 2 and 3, very, very close, but get the job done ultimately when they need to and find themselves with one more opportunity.
They certainly will, of course. And if you are wondering, oh no, not the last game, we could be waiting for more Call of Duty. Don't worry, North America is coming up with its own last chance qualifiers right after the European one. And there'll be all that and more to come. But before we go into the future, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our last game of Europe. Hello and welcome back to the European qualifiers, the last chance qualifiers, and the last game of the last chance qualifiers. It is only 2 teams remaining, only one of which can go to champs. The other will unfortunately just be a memory. So these 2 teams are left, Nocturne X Clutch Rain and the Falcons. They've made their way through the bracket to this point, but this is the game that matters, Ton.
Yeah, this is the one that it has really come down to, the crunch for both these 2 teams. For the season to either be over or continues with one last event, if we're not counting, obviously, the Esports World Cup, which is obviously going to be going on as well. For some of these players, it could potentially be an offering that is on the horizon. But irrelevant of that, you still want to go to champs. And for Falcons, look, they're coming in here with a sub, so it has been maybe a little bit more of a difficult route. And coming up against these guys on the opposition for Noctem, it's going to be a tough one, but with the way that Falcons just played in that previous series up against Revived, this could be a tough one for Noctem. They will be reeling a little bit after that map 5 loss. Falcons are coming into this one nice and warm and nice and ready. Are they going to be able to come out the blocks swinging as we often expect them to, or can Noctem shut them down?
Well, only one way to find out. Of course, the Falcons, after looking so good in that last game, will be looking to see if they can do it again, but yeah, of course, going to the lower side, and this is a good start for Nocturne. The first kills have gone their way.
That's what you want. Coming into a game, the opening salvo, if it goes your way in such convincing fashion, just gives everybody that nice bit of comms. There'll be a couple of deads, there'll be a couple of shouts in the chat as often as it can be, but as you can imagine, Falcons are just going to come straight back into it. 23 seconds on the board, though, for Noctem is not a bad return on P1.
Been the star player so far for Noctem, and looking for it again. That is not going to be his 3rd kill, but it looked like it could have been. They'll take the scrap time and the rotation. Just got to make sure they hold it. Of course, you can see on our mini-map that at the moment, Falcons haven't got anywhere close.
Let's have a look at the picks and bans as well, and wondering why we ended up on sub-base. Falcons, pretty decent. They're just a good hardpoint team, so they're very hard to pick against, but Rio is very much a specialty, and that was banned almost immediately from Noctem. They've now found themselves in a very good position over towards P2, but it is quite easy. These couple of gunfights are going to make a difference in terms of points. Both these 2 teams, Aspect, surviving shots into a body are very, very good. Can he find something else here as well? He's just done so well. He's done brilliantly, actually. Aspect, spawn them towards the back. Good time on the board at P1. Locking down P2. Perfect start for Noctem so far.
What I really like there as well is they were anticipating the flip after the kills come through, but then you saw them all react to it, because this is where they want to put the Falcons, really. Put them back into it. They might end up losing the scrap time, but they don't. It's a full wipe. And you can see Nocturne X Clutch Rain are now running across the map to make sure that nobody is flipped out. This will be confirmation of it. Always a little bit of an issue if you don't kill anyone. You don't get 100% locked in, but you can see right now they're sitting pretty happy. They're going to lose, what, 1 gunfight as Aspect's on a 5 streak and falls, but now it's going to be the Falcons that have to make their way across the map. And
I think the benefit there is as well, Aspect, he's not thinking about his 6 spree, pushes forward, looks for the information, anybody making the flank, anybody making a route, you can call out that information. His team now starting to win a couple more gunfights over towards the next hill. This has been a brilliant start for the side of Nocturne Clutch Rain. Roxas up top, so the pressure's starting to come through, but the movement is going to start to be made here by Detain as well, who's going to find one through the middle of the map. So if you're Falcons, you got to move and you got to make sure you execute here, because it could be dangerous. Abodi and Doom will find a couple of kills, though, and there's the break that comes in. Falcons absolutely needed that. They need to stop the bleeding.
Abodi is going to not fall there in the doorway somehow. Takes all the bullets, stays alive, finds a kill at the same time, will eventually go down. And 15 points for the Falcons, but they do have the rotation. Twiz is looking to be a bit of a menace. This could be disastrous for the Falcons. They have not recognized somebody has got through. Eventually, Abodi stun checks it, gets the kill as well.
Had to find it. Yeah, had to find that. Spawns, you spawn out, so you spin round. Yeah, Abodi should know what's going on here. He should know exactly what's going on here. Spawns towards the back for Nocturne Clutch Rain. What, they are very, very close. Coming in 3 different teams, they're that close. Oh, big nade comes in from Nile. That's going to be the job done. You can spawn so close. Everybody get your attacks on. That trophy system ain't working that hard.
Yeah, when you got 8 of them coming towards you, they cannot deflect that many. And eventually, all works out. It'll be tax first, and then the nades straight away after to break the trophies down. But Roxas finds a way through. Stop shooting, and these will going to fall to Twiz. It could have been a wonder play, but Instead, he's wondering how it got away. And for Nocturne, they continue to run this score up as they go past the 150 mark to just 32 ton.
Nocturne's picked this one, and you can tell with the way they've been playing it. Absolutely beautiful on subbase so far. That 1 to 2 to 3 was sublime, and then they do a really good job over towards P4 as well to stop the bleeding. Falcons, without a winger or prayer at the moment, this has been so good from Noctem. It just can't be stopped. 14 and 5 from Twiz, who just continues to impress. The shots in Exit are fantastic once again. Noctem, they could win it within a couple of hills already.
Well, they're trying to as well. Now looking for a second isn't going to happen. The Falcons just fighting back a bit onto this one. They will have the advantage now and the map control. Abodi trying to get the cut. Will do so. Goes straight towards this P1. Looking to lock it down with green control.
Thing is here though for Noctem, as they find another 3 kills. 13 seconds to go here on the final hill of that first rotation, and it is a massive lead. Going to be touching 120. Very, very good half from the side of Noctem. They will take that all day long, but you have to be careful. You can never count out the Falcons, ever. You know for a fact they're good enough to do that to you, what you've just done to them over that rotation of hills. One good break over towards P2, forcing you to spawn towards the back, and a rotation over towards P3, and it's game on.
Abodi playing his life, desperate for this one on a 4 streak as well. And for the Falcons, it's a long way back, but you've got to feel a little bit more confident if you are them. They are starting to really mix it up with Nocturne much more than they were.
Yeah, Abodi on a 4 spree as well. You wouldn't mind a... Oh, well, never mind. I was about to say you wouldn't mind a Predator or cruise missile, or whatever the hell we call it these days, in your back pocket, but don't get a hold of it. Now all of a sudden fighting off the back foot. P2 rotation starting to come in. You're spawning on... No, well, not too bad at the moment. 10 seconds to go until P2 spawns pop. Exnid. Ridiculous 2-piece from there. Roxas will find another. It's a clean P2 rotation. Now for Falcons, can you lock down some good time here? Can you flip the spawns for Noctem to be in the worst position possible?
Aspect with a dynamite too, but looking to push forward with his teammates. Goes in straight away. Already going to be heavily tagged up. Wants to just stay alive as the rest of his team come forward as well. Life coming back. Finds another kill. Dives in the point. Another one for Aspect. There's 4 on the board. Reinforcement's not as close as he would like. He has 1 player with him.
Keeps it rolling. There's P2 where Aspect popped up last time. He's popped off again. That was, what, 10, 15 seconds free time, but Falcon's going to start finding some kills now. Fortunately for Noctem, they've got players already out. So they will lose that scrap time. Falcons will close that gap. But is the damage already done? Extend has just done so brilliantly to find 2 that he knows exactly where Twiz is, and he might as well have a 3rd. There's the grenade, and here comes the push. He's not still in that corner, so he gets away. Slight spawn out coming through for Noctem. So they're going to be at a disadvantage, or very even in numbers at least, as we head over towards the next hill. Falcons have closed the gap.
Maybe they just needed to kickstart the engine, because that engine is purring. Falcons will get back onto it. Roxas just goes in for a bogey though. 1, 2. The 3rd. No, the Tain will shut him down, but the damage was already done. Just waited too long for some sort of execute that never appeared.
I mean, we mentioned it not long ago. It takes 1 good rotation of hills from Falcons to put them back into this game. Even with this 20, though, they're still going to be 30 behind. But they ain't going to get it either. Rotation over towards the next, though, they're going to get. And this is now a disaster. Noctem, yeah, okay, you will get the final 10. And when you are touching 200 points, it's a big 10 to get. But at the same time, Falcons, if you lock down this time, you are within touching distance of Noctem. The only shame for them is they didn't find that scrap time. If they did that, they may well have been able to take the lead here. Spawns back.
Oh, it turns around. Twizzer's got it. The spawns are there for them.
That's cruel. That's really cruel. Falcons were in a position where that maybe should not have happened, and then Twiz is going to find another kill. Oh, it's a stinger. Falcons, though, still the opportunity to do something here. They haven't got a clue where they are.
That's because they're everywhere. That's the problem. How can you fight Nocturne from one angle when they were literally at all 4 points of the map, but still staying alive, still doing it? They're going to spawn out here as well. The Falcons have recovered from this.
But the problem is, Niall's still back here.
Not for long.
Yeah, they've eventually killed it. You know what? Really good job to Falcons, but I actually genuinely feel a little bit bad for them there. That is a tough spawn to take. Over towards the next, though. You could have had yourself... I mean, I want to say they would have been touching 200, I said, so they only maybe get half that time that they could have potentially got. Then over towards the next we go. Can you find some good time here? Nocturne managed to last time out, and the first 2 kills are going to help out on that scenario as well. Are Nocturne just taking their foot off the gas a little bit? Have they run out of energy because Falcons are roaring back into this game?
Now they have them on the ropes. They are miles away. They are spawning so far out of it. Extend not able to get one. Doesn't really matter, though. These players are by P1. They are nowhere near this next one. And 30 seconds left to go, and the Falcons are filling the kill feed with their own kills. Bodhi looking for Detain. Has Casinum will call that one out, and that will be picked up by Doom. There's nowhere here for Nocturne. They cannot find a breath of hope left on subbase after what was a storming start. A Bodhi now has 8. Make it 9. A potential 10 on the cards. There it is as well. 26 and 14. He was 16 and 14 before this started, but now looking for even more. There's going to be Aspect. That'll be 11. There'll be Detain. Will this be 12? Surely somebody's going to go behind him at some point. Drops down himself and will eventually fall. But the Falcons are now 8 seconds away from winning ton.
It's just liquid Call of Duty from Falcons over these past couple of minutes. It has been unrelenting. Ridiculous. Oh, I mean, that doesn't help, though. A Bodhi calls it in straight onto his teammate's forehead. And all of a sudden, Nocturne have a route back in.
On P1. And you are right. That might be a disaster. Fortunately, they have a spare. They get one this time. Roxas against Aspect, a huge fight, and it will go the way of Roxas this time. But
got P2 rotation.
Finds his own 2, and that is going to be the rotation. Surely the Falcons haven't thrown this away off one bad cruise missile.
Oh, and I mean, it was a shocking one, though. 2 your teammates clear them out, but you do have this rotation over towards P2. It's all to do for Nocturne now. What a comeback from Falcons.
And that'll be it. That'll be done.
Wow.
The Falcons, we were worried there for a second, but it is a monumental revival on subbase hardpoint. The biggest danger was themselves with a cruise missile. But oh my goodness, the Falcons win map 1.
Wow. They were 120 points behind. You cannot count them out. Every single time they can chain these hills together, they're a seriously good hardpoint team. But for me, what was so beautiful about that play towards the end, especially from a Bodhi, and I feel as if, you know, out of all the players on Falcons, he doesn't get enough credit. Just the play around top ice. Nocturne were made to look like they've never played this map before. They just got pulled across the map. As P5 pops, they barely even see it. A Bodhi and co. just keep them at bay for a whole minute. What was it, 11 in the end from a Bodhi? Incredible, incredible play to turn this game on its head. I mean, that is just... Could you have had 2 more contrasting halves of... Because it was only 2 rotations in the end that really killed it, just into the third. But, I mean, for Falcons as well, they got unfortunate with the spawns over towards P4. It could have been done beforehand. But mind, for all that Bodhi did all the good work, he nearly threw it away himself as well. That would have been something.
There it is.
Sure.
The Doom missile. Unbelievable. And I thought for a second that Nocturne might have done it. They had the spawns for second and just didn't win the gunfight. But what a thrills and spills map 1 here for what is essentially the last European game of the season.
Oh. Now if you're Nocturne, you just lost the map number 5 to send you down here. You were... I want to say it was touching 120 ahead after 1 rotation of hills. So, what would they have... I mean, they realistically got about 40 or 50 points over the second rotation. You're now heading into a rear search and destroy. That was your pick on hardpoint. Where are your heads at? Because you need to spin them around away from... I mean, despair after that one. That's that kind of map. In ranked play, I'm throwing my controller down the hallway immediately. I don't advocate that, but I would do it anyway. Never mind in this situation, for what is, as you say, the final European Challengers game of the season, the one that you need to win to send yourself to champs. It's a hard one to recover from. A very, very hard one to recover from.
Yeah, it's especially considering that Noctum have already lost today. And in a very close game as well. If you didn't catch it earlier on, Noctum lost against Houdini in a map 5, round 10, so not as bad, but still pretty bad loss, which has put them in this position. Now they've lost the first map as well after being 120 points up. Fortitude is what is needed. They must not lose their heads.
Well, to offer you some insight, Brycey, I have my takeaway pizza downstairs. I feel like it might still be warm if they lose this search and destroy by the time I get to it, because Falcons will be now hyped up themselves for all that knocked them. Look, they have the experience to be able to put that to the side. They have players who have been around as long as we have. I mean, there is some serious experience on this roster. They need to be able to tap into that immediately. They need to, because they aren't going to be in such a bad spot. They're now heading over to a search and destroy pick, which I believe is coming from Falcons in the S&D on Rio. Yeah, it will be. It's not a good spot to be in. You're going up against Falcons on this map in particular. They're great at Rio, full stop. Man, I mean, tough position for Noctem now. You need a bounce back. You need to tap into everything you possibly can to find it.
Well, we'll find out if they can. That is going to be the real key as the search and destroy loading gets underway. The Falcons, they had some questions asked of them at the beginning of the day because there is a player replacement. But so far, so good. 2 more maps will get them their ticket to champs. For Nocturne, they started in the better position. They were in winners final, lost that. This is their second and last chance.
Be heading over to control Highrise. Tane, Nile, these are the guys who have been around for such a long time, especially Nile. You need to tap into that if you possibly can. 3 versus 3 right now, though. Those have been traded. What can Doom do from the middle of the map here? Is it's looking like a B hit going to come through? A little bit of a different round of search and destroy when there's no trophies available. D10's just trying to have a little look. He's got a little angle to watch the cross. Did he see him? Looks like it.
Making their way through here as well. They're going to rotate over towards A here, or are they still looking towards B? Yeah, they're going over. I think they've got enough information.
Yeah, Abody's got complete boxes controls, being able to push up through garage, and knows for a fact there's nobody else here. He would have been shot in the back, so that bomb will go down. But the problem is that they don't have every base covered here. A push through boxes might be disastrous here now for Doom. Roxas will find one on the flank, though. That's massive. Aspect needs to find this kill here. Doesn't get out. That's important now. 2 versus 2. But look at the reflank coming through from Abody. They've got 0 information.
And Abody is not going to get the kill. He was hoping for a trade, a 2 versus 1. Roxas will be watching the cross. There they go. They're going to double chow. Nile goes across first. Did he see him? Aspect goes across second. Gets a bullet in. Nile's going up top as well for this fight and gets it.
Brilliant.
And that is brilliant. It's a very good duo ship.
And you know what I think so good about that is that they just have no clue where Abody is. That not a Scooby mate. And he pushes around from behind, looks for the reflank, and they expect it. They read it. They challenge together. If Abody even finds one there, I think that's probably the round. The fact that they get out of that cleanly as well, then that feels like a big deep breath now for Noctem. You find a clutch round like that, and round number one where your backs are against the wall, you lose that. You can spiral. They find that now. And hope comes back. Falcons, it's a long way to go here in the search and destroy, but I'll be around. They may look back on and think, oh, we should have been 1 up. Good God.
Good shot, but good trade. And nade's going out as well. He's going to get him. Good nade, but the trades keep on flowing, and it's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, but they got information on the bomb. They don't have information, however, on Aspect. I think he's going to find him, yeah. Doom towards the backside. Shot's going to go in. Doesn't see him. Easy kill. No, you've got to clean this up, Aspect. You absolutely have to clean this up, and he does so. Roxas now left at a 1 versus 2.
Well, that was not a clean kill, but fortunately did get away with it clean. Roxas wants to find a pick.
He's got eyes on bomb.
Did they see him? I don't know. He's got players watching over him. Oh, they've got off the bomb as well, and they will find him. Nocturne firing right back 2-0 on the S&D.
Yeah, it gets a bit of bad time in that. This goes for the cutoff. Try and get round. Nile 4-0. Keep an eye on that. Cleans that one up. To the good now. Yeah, for Clutch Rain. Or Noctem Clutch Range, I should say. So many organizations combining this season, Brycey. I'm lost with it.
Well, it's kind of weird, Tom. I'm just gonna kind of bring this up. I think this might be our last cast of the year. That's a weird.
Whatever. Maybe. It might be.
I kind of realised that before we came into it.
You sad or excited?
Always sad. Always.
Oh, this is 4 still. A couple of bullets traded between these two teams at this moment in time, but no inroads really made by either. But Falcons could do with finding this round. 3-0 down is not a nice prospect. Twiz finding the angle. He's been so inspirational for this team. Yet to find himself a kill on this map. He hasn't had to.
Buddy looking for the first kill. That's huge. Bombs down. They have an advantage and they have numbers. Here comes the push from Noctum. They want up the stairs.
Stun. Slowing them down, but he knows the counter's going to come through. Is he able to get out? But Twiz is able to walk through the door that has now been opened. These trades are going to be so influential. Aspect will find one, makes it a 3 versus 3. The shot's coming in on the other side of things, though. Nile spins, finds one more. 2 versus 2. Gotta find this gunfight if you're to just survived. He's done the ladder. His teammate is on the way, but Roxas left in a 1 versus 2.
One of them has to jump on it, and one of them has, and he gets it. Oh my god! They had the numbers and the plant, and barely won with a bullet.
Oh wow! I mean, that is just lightning fast reactions. Manages to find the kill. Here we go. We'll get to see it again. And you know what? That's down to the position of the bomb plant. If he puts that the other side, no chance. Just survives on the correct side of things. Make sure you can get a teammate with an angle on it if you're holding from that side of the spawn, which they obviously want to. The silver lining for Noctem now, and don't win it though, is a 5 spree for Aspect. He finds another kill. Nile, I believe, did get shut down, so Aspect now 1 off the cruise. It's not a signed, sealed, and delivered round when it comes down to Rio, but it definitely doesn't hurt to have one.
They're going out from a Bodhi. There's just so many bodies. Target-rich environment. Aspect eventually having to back off because he does want a cruise missile.
Yeah, good utility usage though from Falcons. They have used it to retake, but they need to make sure it counts now. They've got complete site control. But Noctem, you just need to keep them off it.
Roxas finds Aspect and takes away that cruise missile. Detain gets 1, but won't get a second, and already the bodies are falling. Twiz left alone a 1 versus 3.
What
nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And it's 2-2.
And again, there for me, I think Falcons' use of the utility to get back onto the site. Every single player we've seen from Noctem was either running away from nades or was stunned out of their brains. Fantastic work from Falcons. Just not enough trophies to defend there if you're Noctem. And the retake after that was sublime. Roxas finds the shots and will solidify that round. Honestly, I really believe Noctem absolutely need this map.
Well, they've looked good in S&D so far, but I say that, and technically they're 1-1 on the day. But 6-2 was their first one they won, and then it was 6-4 against them, which did put them in this position, but we do know we have what it takes.
Slow and steady here for Falcons. Roxas on the 3 spree. Let's not get excited yet, but keep it in the back of your minds. Doom will find one. A Bodhi. Oh, he doesn't find it, but has put the pressure on. That's going to open up the site. This bomb should be going down. Roxas should be dead to right still. Big kill coming in from Aspect. I'll make them think twice about this, but it will go down irrelevant. Did they choose their bomb positioning? They have used it so they can keep a hold of the escalator side. But they won't be expecting... They'll be expecting somebody on the flank. That's the difference here. 3 men from the front.
Bodhi, just that stun slows him before he can escape. And now down to a 2 versus 2. They have to pick. They have to make the push here. Exnid gets tagged up. Just wants to run away. They're running around each other. He's found him as well. It's now 1 versus 2. He has to make this kill, but the players are coming into as well. And that is great by Noctum. Both played their lives, but the fact that the gunfight was won by Noctum on the other side of the map meant there was a timer ticking.
Yeah, Doom goes down. If he survives, wins that gunfight, that's the round. Comes down to that 1 versus 1. 3 seconds were left on the clock by the time that bomb was defused. Lead for Noctum again. They've clutched up on a couple of occasions here, Brycey. I mentioned that. Wonder if the brain will be locked into this one still. It is very much there. 3-2 up now. Can they run away with this lead, though? Can they make something count? Aspect is 7-1.
Just phenomenal when you need it the most. Bodhi there, though. Close. And alive. Notice who the player is. Detained. Tries to get the trade, but nades raining around him. Aspect's here, and of course he is. 8-1. Working on his second opportunity at a cruise missile.
I was about to say, they have been forced away from this, but Niall finds some really good shots that will just back down Falcons. They're searching for him. Look at them. They're hunting him down. They're looking to try and get a hold of it, but Niall is a slippery little guy. The bomb is going to go down 2 versus 2, but they're very, very close. Roxas, he needs to find something. Everybody else is running towards... oh, he can't find it. Doom would have had them both tagged up. Roxas doesn't find the final bullet. It is now a very difficult 1 versus 2. Well played from Noctum. They just about survived by the skin of their teeth.
Well, just somehow these rounds are going down to incredible tiny differences. And truth being told, Falcons could have won both of them.
I mean, you think about round number 1, the last 2 rounds. Falcons could feasibly be 5-1 up here. Noctum have clutched up. I mean, if you recall back in the previous series as well, they were finding a lot of clutches then. Twiz has not been even on the map, and they still find themselves 4-2 up. Aggressive positioning here over towards B. Falcons looking to try and play for a pick.
Tane sees the hip of Roxas, but is unable to get the kill.
Probably didn't expect 2 over towards A. A Bodhi will find Twiz, though, whose day just gets worse and worse and worse here on the search and destroy. Now we'll have to probably back down here. A lot of presence coming in, D10. If you could just find one, that would be wonderful. The nade will slow them down at least. Or not. A bomb will go down. 4 versus 3 in favor of Falcons. They must find this round.
Nixon is waiting for a kill. He's already detained, but given his position away. Here comes the flank. Roxas is watching it from the bins. Does he see him? He does see him at time, but a little bit slow. Never mind! Aspect gets gunned! And that's it!
Oh. I mean, I don't think the round was won and lost on that gunfight, but Roxas crouched back up. Wasn't a snake, it was just a snapper. And a Bodhi and Doom do really well in the middle of the map. 4-3. It was a must-win round there for Falcons. Now find themselves within 1. Not again, Noctum, surely.
Wow. Let's see. Now Noctum react to this. Already bomb is going towards B, but a little bit of a back out here as Niall goes and checks the street. The rest of them heading towards A now. They're putting the pressure on. Exnid going to be calling for this one. He's going to try and get away, but there are bodies everywhere. He still gets one. Should be able to trade, but no. Doom is there to cover him, and oh wow, Aspect finds his second, and a Bodhi finds Niall. Aspect 10-3 will now have to pull off a 1 versus 2, but already been found in the side, and the Falcons get one more ton.
Yeah, Aspect does really well to find 2 there, to be honest with you. I think, if I'm honest, Exnid just kind of gets really, really bad timing. He gets a nade out as 3 of them start to sprint towards him, and it's like, oh, I need to get out of here. Doom did really well to find the first, but Aspect was there to clean up the pieces, but gunfight on the other side of the map probably decides the round. Niall Doesn't find anything, and then all of a sudden, you're left on your own. 4-4. Getting tense this one now. The final EU Challenger game of the season. And you just must find at this map if you're knocked in. In a good position. It's now all tied up. Exton should be dead to rights here. Oh, is he going to get out? He does.
Got to be careful, both teams. Feeling the pressure, and there's a first blood under Detain. Bodie's got a stun off there and a nade. This should be a kill, and it will be. Twiz is going to fall. A 4 versus 2. Bodie already pushing the tempo, but almost reloads in the face of a player.
17 bullets is more than enough when it comes down to this game. Oh my goodness me. Niall must have been the weakest man on the planet, but the snap is still out of this world. Aspect now dead to rights. Falcons. 3 rounds in a row. Noctem's, I mean, look, he was a huge catalyst for them in that previous series. He played so well. They weren't able to get it over the line, but Twiz, I believe, might still be yet to find a kill.
Well,
does he have one? He's 0-9, Bryce.
Not a great time for that.
No.
I don't know what to say. 0-9 is a lot.
It's a lot. It is a lot. He is now going to be the bomb carrier. If you ain't going to shoot your gun straight, get this bomb down for us, please.
Also, so shoot your gun straight. Like, that's a key part here.
Also that as well, yep. Bodie is one off a cruise as well, and you best believe he might just call it in if he gets it.
Xnid has gone very, very aggressive. Here we go. Bomb down for Noctem. Stuns out. This gets out clean.
Might be 0-9, but it takes one big play. He's gone aggressive, finds his first kill. Is he going to be able to get out? No, he isn't, because Xnid's going to be there to find Aspect, but Twiz finds another. Can he have found one good round to send them to around 11?
I think he has. He's going to reach out here.
Bodie, that's huge.
2 versus 2.
Oh, that was for the cruise.
Oh, he's away. They're surely going to go for this now. Are they going to call this correctly? They're looking for it now. Slips the net, though. Round the back, but he will go down, and it'll be picked back up, and the Falcons will win the search and destroy. Unreal. Noctem looked like the better team for so long. The comeback by the Falcons.
They just don't go away, do they? It's the gunfight that a Bodie wins first time around towards the double doors on the flank. That is ridiculous. How he finds that gunfight. I think it was against the team. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to see it back towards the end. But if replay's listening to me, put that in there, because I do not know how he finds it. The fact that he finds it, he's then on the flank, he then finds 2 more, or at least 1 more, and tags up the other. That is a huge, huge gunfight. Knocked him now 2-0 down. They were, what, 4-2 up? There's 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's not great. It's really not great, especially with the stakes that are currently on. It's difficult. Can Noctem reverse sweep the Falcons? It's not easily done. That is the problem. The Falcons have been pretty solid all the way through, and now the final curtain could be drawing to a close in Europe.
I mean, Twiz actually made the play. Look, I mean, we can talk about 2-10 all you want, but 0-9 heading into that 10th round. And he found 2 kills to help his team. They couldn't hold up their end of the bargain for that round, though. Really, really good job from the side of Falcons. Huge game from Doom, who has been an inspirational substitute, to say the least. But yeah, look, I think started fantastically here for Noctem. Really good first round. Kind of cruising through it. A couple of occasions they came very, very close to getting cruise missiles. And I think another thing, why I called it a huge kill from a Bodie as well, was the fact that he found that cruise missile in round 10 as well. So they would have been heading into round 11 had they not found that round with the artillery available. But it's so tough, because I think Noctem actually really did play that well on multiple occasions, but it's tough when you got somebody going 2-10, man. Especially a player of Twiz's quality. You need him to be able to find those moments. And he didn't find much at all.
Oh.
That was ridiculous.
That was crazy, by the way. And I think it's not so much that it's a bad thing for Twiz, like, you know, yeah, 10-10, obviously not a great scorer, regardless. But the bigger issue, he's been their best player, I would say. He's been Noctum's best player the entire way through. So when your best player's misfiring, it's somehow a little bit worse. But you have to give Twiz credit where it's due, right? He has been incredible. Having a blip here, it's a blip if they get through. If not, obviously, he's probably gonna rue this day for a little while.
It's tough. It's really tough because it's not one player's fault at all. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's a very, very tough line to see from him. High-rise control now coming in. It's tough. Falcons are a very, very well-rounded team. They have 3 more maps to finish you off. High-rise control going to be coming up next if we need it. Karachi hardpoint and high-rise search and destroy is what will follow in maps 4 and 5. But it's been 2 close maps. But ultimately, almost inevitably, Falcons have came out on top in both.
They have. They certainly have. And for Noctum, I mean, this is... We'll try not to speak doom into existence here, but up 120 in the hard point, up 4-2 in the S&D. It is a dagger to the soul of what could be your last game of the year. Could be their last game of the year. And it is with a heavy heart that we say this, right? Like, realistically, I very much like most of the players on Noctum. I think I would love to see them make it to champs, but it is a difficult one, and we will see whether or not they can make the difference to get us to the entire distance. Like, it's still possible. It still is a realistic possibility that Noctum would hit this reverse sweep, but the Falcons keep winning. Yeah,
look, I think when you're in this position, you've lost 2 super close maps where you were up in both. I think the positivity you have to take is that, yes, okay, we were up in both and we have fumbled. Although I don't think they haven't fumbled. Falcons just really turned it on. But they've been in positions to win maps 1 and 2. It's better than just being blown out of the water and being 2-0 down. You have had the opportunities to do something. So you know you can do it against this squad. But you now just need to do it 3 times in a row when you haven't been able to do it over the last 2. I reset here on the control. We'll get into it momentarily. But, I mean, that's how things have played out. For you guys who missed map number 1, go and check that one out again, because Abodi played probably 1 minute of the cleanest Call of Duty I've seen on subbase hardpoint in quite some time. They were 120 points down on subbase Falcons. They win it by 18. Rio was... I mean, it was close. It was really close. Again, knocked them. Were 4-2 up. Didn't win any of the next 4. That's a stinger. And now you get into control, and everything is now on the line.
Well, let's find out. Is it the rise of Noctum, or are Falcons finally making it to champs? Straight away, though, Noctum getting onto B.
For Twiz, this will be a moment where he thinks to himself, I just absolutely have to perform here for the team. Detain is able to pick up a couple of pieces, but not the final one. Roxas is there for the final trade, and you can start to force them back now. But not in great numbers. So for Noctum, not a disaster. Open salvo does not go their way, but inroads have been made, and you're not in your spawn trap. Not yet, anyway. Xnid finds 2.
The boat is going to fall as well. You still see here that even with these kills going against them, they are pushing out and finding them. 1 for Roxas, 2 for Roxas, and 3 for Roxas, and get back into your spawn and stay there.
Just wonderful play again. Roxas is another player who has just continued to get better and better and better, and that was just sublime. Dixie's time, positions himself well. There's 1-2, and absolutely decimates the 3rd, but doesn't matter now. Not really. Knocked him. Found a way out. All of a sudden, a little bit of an inroad over towards the B side. Isn't able to quite find that one. Doom shooting very, very straight, but not straight enough in that situation. B now progressing very, very quickly for Noctum.
They are in here, and I don't think Falcons can do much about it. They're just going to let it go. B is going to get it. Can he get any exit kills? They will get a couple. Niall running for his life. And I don't think they know he's here. They got enough kills into B. They thought it was clear.
Well, they know that one was out. So they just want to keep the pressure on the spawn. But if they lose those gunfights, and then all of a sudden somebody's behind you, Falcons maybe needed to just be a little bit more safe there. They will eventually get rid of Nile, but the damage has potentially already been done now. Twiz, 3 and 4 from him. Starting to get a little bit more advanced. Onto A we go. Falcons. Precarious situation. You've got one player out in a Bodhi, who they know is there. He just found 1 kill on the flank, but the rest of the team will then just spring into action. Twiz, rocking a hard place to say the least, and now you are stuck in your spawn. Everybody dead. Everyone moving forward for Falcons. Difficult round to win now if you're knocked in, but you've got 4 ticks irrelevant.
They're going to. I mean, if they get another wave of kills, they've already put pressure out towards green. Tarp, a Bodhi will be in the spawn. They will try and clear him out here, surely. Still waiting for that pressure to come in. There's a player underground. And Bodhi has to move. He has been found, and he will be weak. Exnid coming to the rescue as well. They are burning time here as the Falcons try to pin them in. Exnid will get one more, and you can see they're trying to get the bodies through, but Aspect will find it, but they don't find Roxas.
Always got that insurance policy towards that backside. A Bodhi will find another, and that should really be the round 1. Final roll of the dice here for Noctem in round number 1. Oh. Good God. I mean, the Roxas is ridiculous, isn't he? Incredible play. He was the one that really kicked things off here in this defensive hold that Falcons will just about rubber stamp. 4 ticks to their name. Aspect has done well, though. He's found a few kills. He's really been solid in this series. Not solid enough to find the round there for Noctem, though. Falcons will find the first defense.
And the problem at this point is that, yeah, good defense by Falcons, but they gave away 4 ticks. It's still very early on in the control. Can't really say if that's good enough yet.
It's never good enough when you're against Falcons, is it really?
That might be the issue, but Falcons take a few blows there as they come off the respawn, and Tane finds Exnid straight away.
Tane will say, well, that was an oddly easy opening gunfight. He's found another as well. Looking for the third. Roxas will find one on the other side of things, and Doom has just been, well, put on skates as D10 will find a third. Really just held him a bit all on his own over towards B-side. Will he have another? Not quite. But with his pistol out, a Bodhi will make his way forward, and a little bit of presence now for Falcons over towards this B-side. There's yet to really get going here for it. We will find this nice and easily, though. Trying to pin the back in. Next couple of kills are big. And now they can force their way back, and this would be good if they can keep them in as long as possible.
So they're doing quite successfully, but there's a team kill. Falcons have 36 seconds to break out of this and get on the B. They have done nothing so far to earn themselves even a single tick.
Problem for Noctem, they're having players just not having good games in each of them so far. Aspect has been a monster. Now sitting in a 2 and 10. Can he do anything to turn this one around? A-push going to start coming through. Exnid guns him. And now he's got a little bit of help here as well as Aspect. As you surely not going to find both. That's absurd from Aspect. Over towards A. He'll shut it down. And all of a sudden, Falcons have got a lot of work to do.
Who really cares if your players aren't having a good game? This is screaming like a flawless defense ton.
Looks that way. Falcons, you need to get a touch somewhere. And they have done. It's over towards the A side. It's harder to lock down. Roxas will find 2, though, to give them somewhat some hope. It's just impossible to transition over towards B, which is obviously the easier of the 2. Noctem will flood that side of the map and will start to collapse very, very quickly.
They're trying to still hold this, but they're holding it with one person on. Oh no, Bodhi! Don't shoot Roxas!
I mean, they're surviving. Bricey.
How
They're somehow doing this. There is just no way Noctem are letting this slip. There's just no way, surely. D10 with 2 massive kills. That should be that. My word, that got scary for a second, but I mean, at least Falcons get 2 picks on that one.
Terrifying, really. They almost got it. So close. So 2 versus 4 in terms of ticks right now. Noctem leading. They'll have their second swipe at attacking. You are right, though. No, not having the greatest of games. Having a few issues. Kind of dealing with some of the Falcons' pressure. But still in a good position, Ton.
Yeah, not too bad at all. You know, when we talk about like defensive round 5s or whatever, it's probably the least exhilarating, I would say, between this and, of course, Karachi. But rather than that, I think you'd rather have it, but you'd probably rather all be alive, because now Falcons have wiped you. They can force you back very, very quickly, and this is just nightmare fuel.
Actually looking to lock them in. That's what they want
here.
here.
Look at that. Oh, never mind. Oh, Twiz finds a big gunfight. Could do with getting rid of him. Oh, look at the position from Bodhi as well. He's going to have to drop him down. No, they know where he is. Big wins. Huge wins from Noctem. And now they can get out. Round was looking in a precarious position there.
Easy kill for Detain, and they are out. And for the Falcons, they kind of wanted a clean sweep here so they could get defense if they needed to go the distance. But right now, they're just happy to keep going through the paces. Keep them off A. Try and get the kills. See if we can push them off B.
Oh, good work. This is found a bit of a route. Oh, he is going to get taken down, though. Important kills. Oh, aspect he could do is staying alive. It feels like the inroads were made really, really well once again from Noctem. We're not quite able to solidify anything. And that, if anything, has been the story of the series. So close, but yet so far. Bodhi just skating around the map again. It's just so dangerous when he gets like this. Is he able to find another? There's just 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere from a Bodhi. Make it a 5 spree for him. If he gets a cruise missile, not like this. Not going to happen. Twiz will eventually shut him down, but that should be the round. 2 ticks go the way of Noctem. They have maybe one last roll of the dice here, Bryce.
I think a player's going to be out here as well. It's Detain who will jump onto B. There he goes. Does not win the gunfight. Does not win the gunfight. 3.9 seconds left. Another player goes into it as well. Twiz. And he wins 2. He's still alive. They can get another minute here. I mean, the tick is also quite important, but Twiz trying to find everything. It's contested.
He's weak.
And down he goes, but another player jumps in. Another minute.
There you go. So that answers back to the previous round and further solidifies the potential of defense in round number 5. I mean, look. You're in a 3 versus 12. This is not going to happen.
21 and 17, and down he falls. Falcons, all they have to do now is just trade this one out, and they're all good. There's one. No, I think they know where he is as well, and he will be cut down. The Falcons will win their defense. But giving away 3 was not really on the cards.
Wasn't looking likely. But now, they have to go into their attack. Now, I want to say it was uninspiring from them in the first one. So now, if you are Noctem, you are 1 round away from your season being over. But can you hold on to this defense? You need 2 more rounds. I still think it's a really awkward position to be in. Just being behind at this stage. Excellent, 25 and 12. There's some players on this Falcons roster, I'm telling you. I've been telling you for a while.
The thing is, though, Tom, 25 and 12 only counts if they can go the distance. Because at the moment, still staring down that potential attacking round in the last. And that's exactly what Nocturne want to make sure happens.
What happened in the last defensive round here for the side of Noctem? And D10 running to their spawn and find 3 almost immediately. But this time Falcons have found a inroad over towards B, but everybody from Noctem starting to collapse now. Aspect being lights out here. He is going to get shut down. Roxas will find 1. Roxas needs to find a couple, to be honest with you. He is going to find a second. Rest of his team now coming in off the respawn. He needs a little bit of help and isn't going to find it in time. D10 still alive and kicking.
They're really just fighting over this B. They haven't really been able to kind of stem the tide of reinforcements that are flowing out from the Falcons. So that's just 1 tick out of the 6 they'll want on this.
It feels like the Falcons have really been 1 by 1 here. They've been really moving as a team. They've been trying to do things on their own. Need to be a bit more cohesive. Twiz should be dead to rights. Oh, he's fallen off the map. That is absolutely incredible luck for Twiz. He will get found out, but D10, he hasn't died since the start of the round. Is the trade going to be there? Can just dip away. He's just been playing underground, up top into the office, over and over again, just being a right pain. The Falcons have yet to deal with him.
Still looking. He's going to find Exnid here. This could be easy for him. There it is. Still running around. Back and forth he goes. Avoda's got a kill, and we'll jump onto B to stop the clock, but they're still dealing with Attain, who's now got a cruise missile. Falcons. Teamwork's gone to bits here. Talk.
absurd from D10. Absolutely incredible. He's played them like an absolute fiddle the entire round. And that is almost flawless. Coming in from Noctem. Brilliant defense. They hold it down. Life in them yet. To round 5 we go, Brycey.
And the Falcons never really consolidated. It seems like, you know, it was almost like they
Never
were
got rid of
by
D10.
just screaming, go, 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 get out the windows, get out the door. If you don't deal with the person in the spawn, they go on a huge streak and get a cruise missile, and you still don't have the numbers.
And that will be them on attack again. They really have not been fantastic. They've held down their defenses quite cleanly. But not as clean as Noctem have been. But how many times do we see it happen? A team can be dominant on defense. They can have cruise missiles. They can nearly have another. Sometimes things just collapse. And what's been the theme? I don't want to jinx them, but Noctem have not clutched up when they've needed to. Can Falcons... Yeah, I know. Can Falcons find the moment? One more kill here for Aspect would be fantastic for him. Twiz not able to find that. Or he is. Another time.
Aspect
and Doom is going to just fall off the map.
Twiz has a cruise. Detain has a cruise. I'll be honest with you. Might just tell production to take it to the next map. I mean, there are 3 cruise missiles on the side of Noctem here. And Falcons, for all their gun skill and their gunfight, their teamwork has been really lacking on Highrise.
It really has. I didn't realize that Twiz and D10 had them as well. I mean, this is just... You are running through everything. Anytime you're going to get an opportunity, anytime you're going to find a break, 1 missile's coming in. You've got to get rid of 3 of them. Well, Pricey, if anyone's going to do it.
Well, they would have to really scupper these 3 cruise missiles. Like, there are ships of war with less armor than the Noctem team right now.
They barely got a touch. Falcons have been, I mean, just caught absolutely flapping in these attacking rounds specifically. Quite frankly, it's been a really poor performance by their standards, especially these attacking rounds. I mean, also, these kind of things can just happen. Doesn't find the 3rd. Doom did really well to find 2, but this is donezo. I mean, there's just no way. 3 cruise missiles coming in. Just good luck getting out of the windows.
Everybody's going to be trying to call theirs in. There's actually too many to call in. This is just be a continuous barrage. There's the first. I assume somebody's calling in the next one. Just continue to just put the hammer down. Ashford's not even going to bother. Just takes him as well. Noctem win the control in an unbelievable easy fashion there in the last round. The Falcons, their attacks just weren't very good.
Yeah, they sucked. They sucked.
We really normally shy away from criticizing at this level of play, but it was so one by one, so individual play on Highrise, and that's weird because normally in things like Invasion, they've looked so good, but this time around, almost a panic kind of set in, I would say. They just never really bothered to deal with Detain. You know, we saw one player turn around and try to do it, but just staggered. Once you're staggered on that, you are in that blender and you are going nowhere.
For all we can criticize Falcons, at the same time, I'd love to give credit to Detain. He had them on skates. Played them like an absolute fiddle down that side of the map. 27 and 18 from him. Aspect dropping 33. Just incredible, incredible performance. It was almost like in the attacking rounds, Falcons didn't have their mics plugged in. Nobody sort of taking their time. Don't need to rush out. Just take a second. Just felt so chaotic. Never really worked. Full credit to Noctem though. I suppose they created these sort of moments. Detain was such a pain over the entirety of the round on these defensive sides for Noctem. Just found himself in so many good positions. Aspect then found A. I mean, yeah, damage was done. You can't be that poor on these attacking rounds. And Doom nearly pulled off an insane play to find 3, but didn't. And that will be that. Quite strange one. Noctem better for, well, 5 rounds, to be honest with you. Better on the attacks. Flawless on the defense. Nothing really to write home about whatsoever. Falcons, yeah, it was 3-2, but it honestly, truly flatters them.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously you can see where it went as well. You know, the control was banned out. The invasion control was banned out by Noctem. They knew they didn't want to play him on invasion. And with the pick on Highrise, it's just a little bit weird because I feel like that is not a Falcons I was expecting to see. And I think that's probably why we were so critical of their play, is that I expect the Falcons to get 1 or 2 or to trade out effectively while they're in that position. But I mean, we called it out, you know. It was almost just hoping Detain wasn't going to shoot them in the backup points, which was a little bit weird to see.
Yeah, it's strange from them because honestly, they are usually a very, very good control team. But that was, I don't know. I felt like they took their foot off the gas, weren't necessarily, I don't know, maybe taking it seriously. I don't really know. But I know somebody who will not be happy with that, and that will be Luty. He would have been watching that, I was about to say pulling his hair out, but wow, it doesn't have any, so unfortunately that's not the case. Irrelevant of that, we are going to be heading into Karachi hardpoint. Like... No, it's fine, he can take it. Karachi hardpoint going to be coming up. Now again, this is a Falcons pick, but you've now given Noctem that inspiration. You've given them hope in this series of a very, very shoddy performance in control. Let's see what happens. Noctem, a close game in their first series of the day. Falcons will be feeling confident. It is their map pick. They're a brilliant hardpoint team. But you have given Noctem that little bit of hope. Sometimes the hope is the thing that kills you, though, Bryce.
Well, maybe. Just maybe. But for Noctem, at least that hope is still alive. That is the key thing to take away, because you're still in it. You still have an opportunity. 2 more maps potential. And this is how it's gone so far. You can already see, I mean, Noctem have had their fair share of 3-2s. They've won 1. They've lost 1. They'll be hoping to win the next one and at least get to that point. But who knows how it's written done? Who really knows? It is not a short route to the finals for either team. For Falcons, you've got to win 1. You've got to win this next hard point. For Noctem, win the next hard point, win the next S&D. There could only be 1 or 2 maps left in these teams' future.
Oh, there we go. I'm not going to be incoming shortly. Just really has given them some inspiration, though. Let's see if Noctem can convert it to something. We're going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly. Falcons, though, they turn it on, and typically it is in the hard points that they do so, but they will not be wanting to see in map number 5 at all here. Reverse sweep on the cards. It's usually the team who finds the last 2. Reverse sweeps happen. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't think they've happened that much this year in the grand scheme of things, of how...
Well, I mean, they are rare. That is the thing. They are supposed to be rare.
But they're not as rare as you would think, though, are they? They're like, you know, if you find teams going over towards map number 5, typically the team who's won the last 2 wins the map number 5. I could be pulling that out of my behind Brycey, but that's what it feels like usually. Here we go.
Well, let's see. For Noctem, they will want a good start on this hard point. Straight on to the point. Already a couple of kills going down, and that's easy enough for Twiz. Another player jumps into the sky, and Twiz says, all right, that's pretty simple for me. I'll take the time and the kills.
That is a good opening break. 30 seconds to play for here. Noctem could get every single second. They aren't going to get an unfortunate spawn out, though. To a certain degree, he didn't necessarily have full control. So for Falcons, now they were in a position to maybe hold down over towards P2, but they want a little bit of fight over towards P1. Niall left on his own. 2 spree for him. Had a terrible, terrible map. Map number 3 didn't really matter. We'll lose out on those gunfights, and we'll potentially lose out on some scrap time. If Detain, though, you are holding this down, will eventually get taken down, but is the damage done on Noctem here to answer back with a brilliant opening 31 points on P1?
Well, I've got it, but without the spawn, it's not going to be quite as good, but they have got people in here. Aspect has crawled his way through. Twiz trying to make the hero play. Aspect worried about touching this. Now he's in. They're going to look for him, and not going to win the gunfight. Detain going around the back. Looking for Exnid. Horrible fight to take as well. Just trying to stay alive and play it. His teammate's making a few kills here. Has an opportunity for Detain, but it's so weak.
Huge that Exnid found that. He still needs a little bit of help from his team. Oh, the shots come in from the other side from Doom. You gotta be kidding. Only 5 seconds now to play for. Oh, that's a huge fight for Roxas to win. Having a look. Just wants to help his teammates out. 18 seconds to go. It's now all about the race over towards P3. Is Abodi going to catch them slipping over here? My goodness me, Abodi. As if he nearly snaps onto Detain as well. Now, we'll not quite find the end road, but look at the spawn out coming through from Noctem, and that's all down to Abodi and Roxas finding those kills. They know where they are now as well, because they're going to jump on towards P2. Pushing it over towards P3. Roxas now inside the point. They do know there's somebody back here. They need to deal with him. The rest of Noctem on their way.
Oh, Detain already taking a few bullets, but the problem is, the longer he's alive, the more issues that will be caused. Roxas will jump out towards the back and now try to do what Detain did. Roxas, he's looked the wrong direction because he will double back on himself. Roxas not able to get two, but for Noctem, it's more than good enough.
They'll find the break. They're in the point. Nearly a disaster for them. Spawned out, but they have managed to make it count. Aspect again has been brilliant. 7 and 4 from him. Needs to hold it down. Needs to find a couple more. As the pressure starting to come on through, but only one player left to put that pressure on. That's going to be Doom. He gets taken down. So it's about the rotation coming in now. Nile on a 5 spree. Aspect on a 4. Now, can you do something here over towards the next? Just try and back them down. Just try and keep them off it for as long as you possibly can. And then find a rotation over towards P5. And then, on top of that, okay, so a cruise missile there too. That wouldn't be bad, right?
It certainly wouldn't. But this game's already close, and Detain tries to take him down, but can't win the gunfight here. Right now, Falcons looking to get as many points they can out of this stone that they call P4.
They are bleeding it effectively at the moment. 35 seconds to go here. I mention it all the time, though. Teams have got better. Starting to understand exactly how to do it. Hard to do it, though, when you lose a couple of players like that, though. But then Roxas just answers back and says, yeah, remember me at the back. I'm going to reload. Just going to go and pick another one up. Trophy system down. This is not too bad, though, for Falcons. 13 seconds to play for. You're not going to win that rotation, but you are going to soak up a decent amount of time over towards P4. You've shut down the streaks that Noctem potentially had as well, so not the end of the world whatsoever here from the side of Falcons.
Falcons decided to give up a little bit of scrap time there for more aggressive push. Can they make that gamble pay? That is the real question. And Exnid goes high and doesn't find his man. And now you can see they're still stalling. They just don't have a way of getting through the choke points.
Brilliant hold. Brilliant hold so far from Noctem. Falcons have yet to really bring something to the table here. On this hill in particular. They'd be thinking to themselves, alright, we did well at P4, but my goodness. Hasn't quite been there. Noctem should be able to take the lead off this one. One more last roll of the dice for Falcons. Over towards this hill. But you can see Falcons actually just setting themselves up for P1 now. Happy to be in that position. We'll be thinking about the P2 rotation as well. But good time on P1. It's relatively easy to find now. Did find that cruise missile, by the way. I missed that one.
Back into the P1, where Noctem started this whole thing. Points basically as close as doesn't really matter, and now having a great game. 14 and 6 here on this hard point, but the Falcons in a little bit better take position here onto P1 as well, so if they can continue to do it, they will take that lead back.
Oh no, oof, thank God. I thought he had him dead to rights. These two teams so evenly matched. Exnid's having a really poor game by his standards, but Detain slowed down both these two teams. Going toe to toe once again. But Noctem at this stage on subbase had themselves about a 120 point lead. They've only reached 120 points themselves. Falcons very much at the races here when it comes down to Karachi.
This is where it matters most, though. For Noctem, they are putting bodies where they need to. Suppose we'll find the first, and there's nobody here for a trade. Exnid will find it anyway. They have enough bodies into this point as really doesn't matter. Although a body jumps around, we'll get traded back out here as Falcons are close.
Rox is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Finds one, finds two. And there's just absolutely no way that he found all 3 kills there. What is Roxas been on today?
Well, I can't believe a trophy took him out. The Falcons have broken through, but there are a lot of bodies piling into this point from Noctem. Bodhi and Roxas combining. They're still putting the squeeze on here.
Could have done with that time. They are going to be the first ones over towards P3, though, so Xnid, just stop everything you possibly can. Just slow them down, prevent them from putting this pressure on. We'll do so for around 5 or 6 seconds, but has given Falcons the opportunity to set up now. Turns towards the back. Roxas now in trouble, but knowing this guy doesn't really matter anyway. There's one. Looking for the second, just playing his life into P3. And this is a cleaner setup than we've seen last time. Falcons, this is a huge opportunity for some good time. Niall does have this cruise missile, and he is going to call it in.
Here it comes. He will be screaming out this information as soon as it goes. Trying to dodge it. Bodie's still alive. It's going to be enough, though. Look at this. They've got bodies through the choke point. Too many, in fact. Xnid has not found a single kill.
Oh, my God.
Down they go. Perfect cruise and execute.
Brilliant from Noctem. Cruise missile just opens things. And then all of a sudden, they can just piece away. Twiz having a much better game now, sitting at 21 and 16. Starting to turn up when they need him most. Great shots coming through. There's Doom falling. And for what was a rotation that was looking like it was going to belong to Falcons, Noctem get the majority of the time. Can't find the second. The body's there to pick up the pieces. Should be traded out, and it is. Rotation over towards P4 is a bit of a 50-50 right now. It'll be hard to bleed any of that time. But of course now, Noctem find themselves in a 50-point lead. Any points they get here, Brycey, is an absolute bonus.
Xnid just wants onto it. Wants to be careful as well. There's no one here for a trade on this side so far, but flies in to detain, and everywhere you look, it just seems like Noctem are getting the better side of this slaying. And that's probably what's just causing an issue here for Falcons. They're not used to being beaten in this category.
I mean, yeah, it's one thing to be able to do it, but it's something that you don't necessarily want to always rely on. Working out for them right now for a couple of points, but not that many. And where did we see Noctem start to stretch away? It was over towards this hill last time around, Brycey. Can they do it again? Over towards P5. Brilliant from them on the previous rotation of hills. And they can just about win it here.
Here comes the push. Saint packing up for just a second. Falcons looking to get onto it, but the reinforcements from Noctem are just closer. And they're going to put more reinforcements in. Doom will find one. He's trying to stay alive, looking for the kills. Already don't know where one is. One. Not enough. Not a second. Trying to fire every single direction. Twiz will find it, but they've lost control of the point.
The fadeaway pistol kill and eventually will drop. So that is probably one of the first times that we've seen Falcons with an effective break. Not actually something to write home about. 20 seconds to go here. For all it's felt like Noctem have been in control, it is just a 30-point game. 15 seconds to play for. It's not looking like it's going to go the way of Falcons. It's absolutely going to go the way of Noctem. P1 rotation is going to be in again. Into a third rotation of hills we go. It's going to be about a 40-point difference. By the time we head over towards P1, all to play for still. Falcons need it to send themselves to champs. Noctem need it to send them just to a map number 5.
And Noctem are looking to lock this down here. This is a great position for them. All they've got to do is hold off a wave of Falcons, and this will be done. The Falcons aren't close. They've gone for a kind of a triple split. Every single angle will be hit, but nowhere with bodies. Fortunately, Doom gets one. Detained, firing back as well, and they're going to get that last player into the hill. Noctem will jump another player in, and that might be the end of the Falcons on this hard point.
Such a strange last 2 maps here from Falcons. They haven't necessarily been what we thought they would. And Noctem, all of a sudden, has started to turn up. They are 7 seconds away. This is going to be the game. Surely they clean this one up. A body will find 2 just to maybe elongate this, but it makes little to no difference. Noctem will find it. A map 5 incoming. How on earth have Noctem turned this one around?
Wow. A reverse sweep is a potential. Noctem have done enough to take this to a map 5. And it comes down to it again. Noctem will be playing a Search and Destroy to qualify.
Oh, I mean, you've had your 2 chances now. Let's see if they can take it. Falcons, though, for all I want to give them massive, massive credit in the first 2 maps, It's felt so strange to see them play the way they have done in 3 and 4. 4 not so much as 3, but look, I just want to give credit over towards Noctem though. Twiz, much better. And I think that's why we wanted to give him a kind of bit of stick for that map number 2, because we know what he's capable of. 32 and 23 to pull his teams through, although they didn't really need it. Comfortable in the end. And map number 4, and as you mentioned, Bryce, it is our last cast of the year together. Why not have a map number 5, brother?
Maybe they even treat us to a round 11.
Oh,
but only time will tell. And it's kind of crazy as well, because for one of these teams, it might be the last we see of them until next year. So pressure really will be mounting. Although I do suspect the Falcons will be at EWC. For Noctem, I don't know. They felt pretty good all year, but good but not good enough is the only real way to sum it up. They can have a last hurrah. They just have to win and do this reverse sweep.
Oh, it'll be some way to send yourselves there at the what has to be. Look, I mean, I suppose if you're going to put the shoe on the other foot, Noctem will say they could have won this 4-0. The way that things have been going, like, I mean, obviously you don't win a game 4-0, but they should have won map number 1. They should have been playing sailing. They were 4-2 up on the Rio Search and Destroy. Look, it's not signed and sealed or delivered remotely, but you don't then lose 4 in a row. They've clawed this one back. In Highrise Search and Destroy is what's going to decide what I would call the bird derby at this stage. Looking at the logos, but I see look, Falcons and Noctem have a bird as their logo. I'm reaching its storylines here. Any thoughts?
Storyline is really simple. One team goes, one team doesn't. That's it, really. That's the stakes. One last map for Europe for the entire year. Everything else is international. Everything else is big tournaments. But this is the last EU-centric map of the year. And we're going to go to a quick break before we get to it. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It is the last map, the last chance for one team to go to champs. After this, there is no more, unless you're North American, in which case your entire North American last chance qualifier is to come. But still, for Europe, last chance, last map, last time. Ton, who's taking it?
Oh, I have no idea at this stage, but most of the time when, as I mentioned, when the reverse sweep starts to come through, question is, are they going to run out of gas? Always the momentum just going to carry them through. First blood in the first round goes to Falcons.
And you can see, knocked him after that first blood. Don't want to go anywhere. It's always a bit horrible round one. But there is a trade back. Twiz finds it. Exnid goes up top. There's players jumping all over the generators. Exnid finds him though before he can plant.
That's one of those moments where the smoke's down. There's so much chaos that you think you might just actually be able to slip the net. And speaking of slipping the net, Exnid has done exactly that. Small caveat for Niall, though, is that Detain is behind the entire team. He's managed to grab the bomb. Needs to find that gunfight and does not. Doom finds his second. And they know exactly where Detain is. He ran them absolutely amok on this map when we came down to control. Are they going to let it happen and search and destroy, though? They've got eyes on. 25 seconds to go. A very, very difficult position for Detain to win from.
You go across and that'll be called out. Here comes the nade. Back off, I one up there. Still needs to get the bomb. Still needs to plant it. Player going to be on the steps as well. Or he was on the steps. Fortunately, Detain cannot plant with this amount of time remaining, and that will be first round of the Falcons.
Yeah. Big round for them to get. Just lost 2 maps in a row. Finding yourself here in this map 5 search and destroy to go to champs. Absolutely a round you would like to find. Exnid gets it on the board for his team. 2 kills came through for Doom too. One of the good now for Falcons. And on to the attacking side for them.
Well, this is where we see what comes next. Can they double up, get the attacking round? Very aggressive from Falcons, looking for people on the cross, but the stun check has got both of them.
Your information for Aspect. Looking over the top. Moving his weapon out of the way just to get that little bit more information. It's absolutely crucial, obviously. Roxas now, moving down this side, a little bit weak. Himself top propane, and Niall is in a dangerous spot now. Does have a trophy system down and does have Twiz for backup. Twiz is going to get taken down though. Abodi will fall though. Detain's done well. Niall is still in a precarious spot.
Just trying to find the gap, the difference maker. Exnid looking for him. That door's closed. He's made the call. Bomb will go down. Everybody from Nocturne has really backed up here.
They're kind of being forced to. That's a big kill for Niall to find up. Finds Doom. Now can start to make his way out. D10. Oh, he's just give Exnid the absolute skates, and Roxas now left in a 1 versus 3.
There's going to be a double chow here when he knows. Roxas has found one though. Got away with very little health left. And that'll be it. Niall grabs him. Niall found 2. He found the first one that was flanking in that 3v3, and he finds the final. Because Roxas just didn't have the information.
It looked like a Falcons round to me, especially when Doom got himself pushed up towards the spawn. Everybody from Nocturne backed up. I'd love to have seen the gunfight that Niall found. Huge moment. Get a hold of it. Falcons now 1 apiece against Nocturne in this final map of the EU Challenger season. To be honest, it's been a long and arduous one. Both these 2 teams will feel the same way about this series. Now looking for a pick down this side. He really has been playing the base street. Now he gets caught with the trophy system out. 89 HP. Not quite hit as hard as he would have thought. Very defensive here from the Falcons, though. Not much aggression going on unless your name is Abodi.
Finds it as well. Stays alive. Exnid gets another. They're just getting away with these trades with no real answer here from Nocturne. Well, it's going to be a big nade, and there we go. That's the round.
Fantastic from Falcons. Rest of them sit back. Abody's like, head down into the mix. Finds the pick, and then from there, just well worked. Nade over the top. Perfectly placed. A few patches ago, the propane tank would have blown them to smithereens, but thankfully that was fixed. Falcons now in a really good spot. 2-1 up. These rounds are just going to be so tense, especially as we head over towards the latter stages of this search. Everybody absolutely needs to be at their best.
I'm taking a pretty aggressive defensive stance here. Tang going to be sitting in my radio tower. A gunfight that's never fun when you try to make it.
It sucks either side of things, doesn't it? But you are right. Very, very aggressive on the defensive side. B setup is heavy. Aspect not being so aggressive over towards A, which is not too much of a surprise, but B is on lock here for Noctem. There's absolutely no way Falcons get in undetected, or unless the smoke goes down. It's worked out for D10. Roxas will find one back. Smoke works in the favor of Falcons because it's give them site control, but are they expecting Twiz here? Yes, they were slightly. Roxas can't find the gunfight. And now Falcons have zero time.
X has been found with the bomb as well, and that'll be the round. There's nothing more they could do about it. Nocturne take it down to a 2-2. Just hiding, being patient in the elevator. That's what probably spelled disaster. Nocturne. Hope's still alive.
Oh, it is a stressful search and destroy. You see when those smokes come down inside the site after you've set yourself up so well, you're like, right, okay, well, let's have a 50-50 gunfight. D-Ting just about finds one before he falls, and I think that was important. Doesn't the numbers exceedingly in the favour of Falcons. Push over towards B from Falcons, aggressive on their defense this time. Last time they were very, very passive. Choosing to match knocked him. That's a teammate.
But he gets away with 14 health.
Oh, Rox has been caught.
Smoke dumps and goes for it. Called out Bodhi, knows where he is.
You get this bomb inside of B. You got plenty of control of it. Know where Bodhi is, and Twiz, yeah, okay, he might not necessarily have had a fantastic search and destroy first time around. But he's doing a lot better now. D10 will find two. He picks up the pieces. Xnid. No man's land. This bomb is down. 1 versus 4. Just impossible scenario for Xnid. I'd be taking a trip off the map at this stage.
You might just do. I mean, you've got Twiz on a 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Double chow coming through the door as well. You are right, and I think maybe just get off the map there. It was basically impossible.
Yeah, not winnable whatsoever. Unless he knew one of the players was on a streak and he just got Twiz weak there and was sort of thinking, oh, okay, well, do I go for the kills, shut that down? I don't know. I'd have liked to see him make the smart play there, but irrelevant of that. 3-2 now to Noctem. Back and forth we go. Nobody with a clear-cut advantage, although I would say, with the rounds that we've seen so far, I've maybe been slightly more impressed with Noctem. And Twiz is definitely here to play it. Falcons didn't have to worry about the map number 2. Oh, no, that's a gunfight. You've got to win, though. I think I've cursed him. Roxas will find it 4v3 in favor of Falcons.
This adjusts their strategy a little bit now. They'll be looking for an easy kill. A bit of timing. Gets it. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Just a great call by Doom, though, and not going to get a second. Detain brings it back again to even.
Mate, Detain, I don't care what mode we're on. This guy's the Highrise Reaper. Surely he doesn't find this against the body. Just absolutely no way. You are dead to rights. Abodi wants none of it, though. Here comes the backup. Bomb goes down, and that's why Abodi doesn't want any of it. Roxas is here to help him out. Did he see both players? Abodi will reposition. He's just done so well. Detain. He's going to find this here. Oh, no, he isn't. He just took his time a little bit too much, and he should be dead right here. The trade comes through. It was a heads-up play. I did not mind it whatsoever. Just a little bit of bad timing. 3-3.
And he thought maybe, just maybe, if he makes that first kill very, very fast, but being weak, it took away his options, and, well, these rounds are, as per usual when it comes to this point, feeling weird and anything but clean. 3-3.
No idea which way this one goes. Not a clue. Ends over the top now from the side of Noctim, who are setting their sights further towards this A side. Maybe mixing it up a little bit, but it's just mid-map control from there, and I tell you what, they have just sprinted over. You've got to be careful not to lose this gunfight if you are detained with that bomb. Mind you, he hasn't looked like losing a gunfight on Highrise all day long.
A little bit of a skirmish over the B site. Noctum, they've committed a lot of resources to it. They've got bodies forward. Exnid is weak. Body's going to go down as well, and Twitch will get doomed. So it's not Exnid who falls, even though he was the weakest player. Now might go down here. There's a player right above him. Well, I think the player missed the jump. So Exnid, 1 versus 4.
Yeah, you do nothing here. Go for a trip off the map this time. Oh my giddy aunt. He'll do well to win the round from here, but absurd from Exnid once again.
Just going to leave him. They're not too worried about it. They might spread out, hold some angles with the guns, but nobody is chasing Exnid. They don't want to give him any kills. They don't want to do anything to jeopardize it. Just let him sit over here and have a good time.
Not sure about a good time, but I'm sure he'd like to keep his one streak alive. Falcons. Lose the round. Noctem again. Seem to have a bit more of a, I want to say, hold on this map in particular. Falcons have felt like they've been a step behind the majority of the way through and have still kept it close. Knocked in 4-3 to the good now. Felt like they've been in control of this search and destroy. A little bit of breathing room would serve them well if they can try and find it.
Another aggressive defense, and I think that stun check was on Twiz. Oh, Niall has to back down 9 health to Tangle, though. We'll get a Bodhi. And Twiz will get Exnid.
Comes down to some really good shots from Niall, that, you know. They just peek out of elevators and then such an easy kill to come through. Good job from Niall. Discipline from him, backing down at the right time. It's a very difficult round now to win if you are Doom and Roxas.
Out goes the smoke. Time to get chaotic. Twiz firing through the smoke. And we can obviously see the X-rays, but we couldn't see anything but maybe just a flash of the Falcons. 30 seconds to go. The Falcons are still trying to win this, but they need to find somebody. Finds one.
Not a losable round. Not a losable round if you knocked him.
Twiz. Fadeaway pistol. Doom will find another. The bomb is probably too far away to make this viable, so he's not even going to bother. And that'll be it. Yeah, no winning now, just running.
Knocked him 5-3 to the good. They just seem to have such a read. This aggressive defense over towards B is working every time. And they are 1 round away from Challengers champs. Just 1 more round of search and destroy from the reverse sweep against our Season 3 Elite Challengers champions to send yourselves to champs. Devastating for Falcons in control of this series. You need to find 3 in a row.
There we go. Twiz. Oh, he's been found. A little bit of an issue here. He wants out. There goes the smoke. The nade's already coming through. Exnid will find a Tane anyway. Knocked him now on the back foot.
Trying to find some sort of pick. If you're knocked them. Tough position to be in. Falcons getting aggressive over towards this B side themselves. Now knocked him, starting to move into position. Roxas finding that second kill, though, might well just be the thing that solidifies this round. Twiz should be dead to rights, gets caught. Clean. Precise round from Falcons, and one they needed. 5-4 now. Don't get nervous, knocked him.
That may be the issue. This is still more than doable for the Falcons. Stress is the only way to talk about this. Anxiety, dread, emotions flowing through the veins of both teams. The Falcons, they will attack, and will that mental pressure change the way they approach this?
Got to just play how you have been. And that's what they've done. Aggressive over towards the B side. Work it from there. A is a very, very hard side to attack. You stack over towards B. Seems to be working, but Abodi has got the free reign of A, but Aspect knows exactly where he is and will find the first blood.
But he tries to make a play, but he's been played himself. Nocturne, if they can remain in a position to get trades, to just slowly whittle down these numbers now, which they have an advantage, they will go to champs.
Twiz is playing this one so twitchy. He's going to throw the shoulder. Xnid wants nothing to do with it. Neither does Detain inside the site. They're happy to sit tight now, Brycey. 3 versus 4. 30 seconds to go now for Falcons to save their season.
Here goes the smoke. Here goes the cow. Twiz has already beaten down Roxas. And now it's a 2 versus 4. Detain getting out of there as well. They know time is on their side. A gunfight for the Detain as well. And Doom, the new player, has felt the doom himself. No bomb, no teammates, no chance. Finds the first, but there's the last one, and Noctum will solidify the last spot for champs. They get in a 6-4 victory against the Falcons.
Humongous reverse sweep coming in from Noctum to send them to champs. I mean, they've had a hell of a day. I mean, you think about maps 1 and 2. They probably deserve map number 1. They did not get away with it, and then all of a sudden they turn it around, a reverse sweep. After map number 2, I thought we were done. I thought this was done and dusted. Falcons will be going through, but your Season 3 Challengers Elite Champs will not be going to champs. What a performance from Noctem to turn that one around. A very, very, I want to say, methodical play in the control. Fantastic in map number 4, and outplayed them in map number 5. Brilliant performance from Noctem. Fantastic.
Really was. You have to give them full credit for it. I mean, it was a lot of stress flowing through them, and it was a lot of pressure. They'd already lost a day in this fashion. They said, nope, we can hold on, and in the end, more than good enough. Detain 11 and 6. But realistically, the teamwork as well. They were there for each other when they needed to be. And they'll get a chance to prove how good they are on a world stage again. Nocturne X Clutch Rain will be going to champs.
Oh, I mean, they've had a day of it, haven't they? 2 map number 5s. 2 very, very stressful situations. I just don't know how they turned their heads on after that map 1 and 2. Just full credit to this roster to be able to do that, because map number 1, what, 120 up, there or thereabouts. You lose that one in that fashion. And then you head into map number 2, you're 4-2 up. Okay, we're back into this series. Yeah, cruising here in the Search and Destroy. 4 rounds off the bounce. Honestly, such a comfortable map number 3. Brilliant in map number 4. And just that little bit better in map number 5 when you needed to. The reverse sweep to send you the champs. And there it is. Read it and weep. My word. What a game. Fantastic series from these 2 teams to close out the season.
What a way to end it. The Falcons, it's heartbreak. For Nocturne, it's just a big sigh of relief. And it did end up both teams in the winners' final, Ton. They're going to champs.
Yeah, rightfully so. Really good performance coming in from Noctem and Houdini as well. Managing to find themselves going over towards champs. Two very well represented teams from the European region. Players who've been there time and time again. It'll be nice to see them out there. Let's see what they can do. We'll be going in with their backs against the wall, though, Bryce. Let's not get it twisted. Other EU teams who already automatically qualify just from the position over the general season and whatnot. And then, obviously, all the guys from North America there as well and other regions coming over. It is going to be tough. You will have to beat your very best if you want to get a result, but it is the biggest of stages when it comes down to Call of Duty, and there's your opportunity to show what you've got.
Wow, there we go. And I suppose it's a weird note because this is a qualifier. It's not a championship. We don't get a final game. We don't get the champions who can walk away all victorious. What we do get is an opportunity for all these teams to descend in one location and battle it out to find who is the best in the world just for challenges. And of course, that's where dreams are made and superstars are born. So all that and more to play for. And as well, if you haven't had enough of the last chance qualifiers, well, you're in luck. North America is just around the corner in just over an hour's time, Ton.
Yeah, not long to go for the North American side of things, but for me and you, that's us done for the season. It's been a joy over here in Europe again for the Challengers side of things. Super excited to see what happens in the Chance. I will be sadly sunning it up in Italy, but at the same time, inside the pool, on my phone. Don't you worry, I'll be listening and I'll be critiquing you at every single moment I can.
Well, thank you. But from us, I guess that's going to be everything then for our last chance qualifier. Congratulations to our teams that have, of course, made it. Noctum, who we just saw, and of course the other team whose name I've just blanked on. So that's going to be a fantastic way to end it. Houdini, there we go. Completely forgot their name in a second. Houdini and, of course, Noctum X Clutch Rain. They'll be going to champs as well as the North American teams. But that is all from me and Ton. That is all from Europe. Thank you so much for watching this year, and we'll see you next time.
Gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers. Sorry for the delay, but we're just going to jump right into the action here as we have SGP Syndicate playing up against Chirac. This is our winners finals matchup in, well, Jay, the thing to remember here is 2 teams will qualify from North American LCQ, and that essentially means you have to get to what would be the normal grand finals, aka whoever wins here, Jay, gets into champs.
And if you're Syndicate, you stay with that same exact squad that you had throughout the Elite. So the practice for the next couple of weeks to prepare yourself for this moment. I know that they ended off yesterday by taking down their brethren in SGP Midnight all the way into game number 5. So they're trying to take care of Chirac, who's a fairly new squad put together, because I remember Neptune went on SGP Midnight, but now all of a sudden he finds himself on 2 back-to-back 3-0 series, now in a position to potentially make it into Tours champs.
Yeah, Neptune has been really impressive since his comeback kind of halfway through the year this year in Challengers. Dak Lunars, obviously, kind of their stories tell themselves, but the new guy up here that I'm really curious to see is Mercules. Young gun, has had some experience playing, and I know S&D Chals, but has really kind of had a bit of a come up and now a chance to possibly be 1 series away from making it to his first Challengers champs. Quite a story here as we get into P2, and for Chirac, they find themselves a very clean opening break here on the Syndicate setup.
Absolute perfection. A clean 4 dead, spawn them all the way across the map. SGP Syndicate need about 5 to 10 seconds before they can even try to contest again, but they are still getting cut down by the Chirac boys. Now with only 30 seconds remaining here at P2, you can already see a route being hit out of Dak because he knows that his teammates just got to hold down for 1 more wave of fights.
Looking clean for the re-break, at least for now. Lunar's trying to hold on, do whatever he possibly can. Again, former teammates with him and Cruz in particular, long-standing duo throughout last year, but it is going to be down to Syndicate just trying to hold off this kind of proximal spawn that Chirac are able to find. And, well, again, it's about 50-50 at the end, but the big news was Chirac come away the winners of the hard point after
and now
that
if you
early
are
break.
Syndicate, this is where they had to show improvements throughout the Elite, and I expect them with more weeks of practice underneath their belt. Their setups are going to be a lot more difficult to break as they find the initial 2 kills, but there's pressure all around the map. You got people tossing and turning, and that opens up from the front end, Lunars to find 3.
How about these breaks, Jay? I mean, this has been as clean as we've seen all year long so far in the Challenger space. 3 members for Chirac right through the front. Now find themselves on the hard point. Mercules good for a couple in a row. The follow from Dak, though, not quite strong enough to hold off the Syndicate spawns. Although, there is going to be a bit of a flip here, kind of unexpectedly. Bink has to turn to deal with this next hit with Chirac spawning close.
That's way too much to handle. Those close spawns for Chirac get the job done. Potentially for the final 20, but I don't know if they're going to get a read that the spawns do flip, so Syndicate are going to be able to break for the final 15 as long as you win this next one-on-one gunfight, and they should have a lot more bodies off this rotation, so this is an opportunity where Syndicate can get back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Again, the re-break just continues to be there for Syndicate. It's a story that we told all the way throughout a lot of the Season 3 of Challengers Elite. But now with an opportunity to possibly win another rotation over to 4, the big ask is, can they actually hold on to a setup? Because Chirac have played extremely quickly, and they found very quick breaks. Opening at least part of the action, looking decent for Syndicate, but they don't get the zone around the hard point they're looking for, so now they have to try to set up and hold this one for the first time.
They're playing a really tight setup as well, because once Crew dies, the only player pushed out towards security, you're now relying on if these gunfights can go on your way, we're still going to hold it down. And Bink is able to line up 3-4 in a row for him. Potentially going to earn himself that cruise missile, but Syndicate are going to be able to take the lead. So 20 seconds here to fight for at P4, and they know that we're going right over to P1, which is going to be right next door in that middle of the map area. So we're going to try to contest again.
Wow. Yeah, but Chirac through the middle, absolutely perfect. Neptune's able to get a Semtex in from the top side of security as well to help on that break attempt. So now all of a sudden, we get ourselves a dead even game rotating back over towards the hotel bar. The big trend to this point, though, Jay, Syndicate rotating well, just not holding well. And Chirac have found their way into these correct breaks time and time again. 50-50 gunfight, though, over P1. No one being the winner yet.
No one's in the hard point yet, but at least now both teams are in the hard point, so still going to be a contest fest. Who is going to decide to strike first? Luna's making sure he's watching every single angle. Doesn't want to allow anyone to slip on by, but Syndicate able to combine 3 in a row. Successful on the break. But now with 35 seconds left, you got to continue to be the aggressor because you want to try to flip those spawns.
Yeah, and at the moment, it is just kind of receiving the next hit here. Syndicate putting together a mass of all 4 players right through the middle of the map, also kind of extending out on the outsides just to try to feel out where Chirac are trying to set up this next break attempt. And it looks like they do get a read that there is some action happening towards the top side at P4, but the rest of the hit right down through the middle. Bink on 3 in a row. Tough gunfight still comes away the winner, but it's not enough to hold off Chirac. They get in, they find the break, and they hold on to the P2 setup unless Gunzy can make a hero move by himself. Not to happen. It will be Chirac trying to win this from the front.
Chirac's now going to have to hold this from the front because they do not have the spawns, and Syndicate have maneuvered their way around the map. They found that initial kill. Now you're sending pressure through the vents, through the backside. 2-2 split as Dak is able to find a double. Dak is still alive, and he's able to find all 4, so it looked like Chirac was going to get easily broken. Dak just said, hell no, not today.
The SMGs for Chirac are absolutely feasting on these break attempts. Heck of a route from Dak on 4 in a row. Gonna be surprised though from vent side, as that was the one hole in the defense. Will allow Gunzy and the rest of SGP to find their way back into the hill. But again, the SMGs for Chirac come back through, find the clean kills, and now they've got 20 seconds of scrap time to try to fight for.
This is the opportunity where they can start to pull away with this game. If you can trap them in towards the backside of this P2, make sure you account for everyone, as Neptune is able to find a double. You keep saying it. The SMGs are playing so well right now for Chirac. But off this rotation, you see a couple kills going on around the middle of that map area. So Syndicate already in a position with one player spawning out to potentially contest these spawns.
Yeah, the macro game for Syndicate, again, continues to be given a lot of credit. It's just they're not able to hold these setups. So now, for the first time, Chirac are going to have a chance to try to contest this next hard point from inside the new hill, not from the front. And how about it? The ARs pop off. Lunars, Mercules, both finding kills. Spawns will flip in favor of Chirac, and the first opportunity here for them to possibly run away with the game.
Yeah, now if you are Syndicate, you got to slow this one down. Stop going 1 by 1. We need to execute a team break here because there's still a lot of time to fight for here at P3. So they're going to rally all the troops trying to attack through that middle of the map. They find the initial kill. They also find the second. So here comes the break opportunity.
Really clean as well. Like you mentioned, initially it was kind of 1 by 1, but now with the full concentration, the Syndicate are hitting through this backside bar. Still a little bit of contest from Neptune. Gets one more before eventually dropping, but Dak gets pushed off the angle on the jump wall, and that'll likely be enough for the full scrap time to go to Syndicate. Still keeping themselves close, but again, the big question is, can Syndicate actually hold a setup once they get there first? Because we rotate to 4, and it will be Chirac and a possible opportunity to contest early.
Yeah, Chirac are not being over-aggressive as well. They're just watching every single angle, putting themselves in trade positions, but the nade is good enough to take down Mercules. Now SGP Syndicate have worked their way in towards the hard point. They have the spawns in control of them, and all their focus now on the front side.
Everything kind of going down to 50-50 gunfights. Chirac off the close spawns, able to find their way back in, but Cruz on the cross keeps the hard point at least somewhat contested. It's eventually dealt with. It's Neptune to find the kills. Lunars over the top. Damage over towards the rest of Syndicate, who now have to hit through this elbow. And let's be honest, Jay, they do need to hit this. You cannot allow the scrap time to go over for free, and here comes the play.
Yeah, absolutely not. You need to try to contest this with its stack again with that SMG. He's able to find 2, and Mercules finds the others. So Chirac walking away with that final 20, have blown this game wide open. Currently up by 50 points, and they already put himself in a position to potentially close it out here at P1.
Looking good for it, but Syndicate now have numbers over the top. It just doesn't make a difference because the SMGs continue to win out in these super pivotal individual moments. Lunars, mid-side staircase, good looks over towards Darkside, who cannot really fight to the top of DJ Booth, and that's enough for Chirac to reinforce the hill and crack the 200-point threshold.
And now if you are Syndicate, you got to go, and you got to go quick because you don't want them to hold the spawns for P2 and soak up a lot of this P1 time. Trades are abound through mid-connector, but it's still Chirac in control of the hard point. We got to touch it.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where, again, SGP, those narratives we set up continue to be the boon, as they just cannot hold on to their setups. So now you have to win the war on 2 fronts. A good spawn for Bink, trying to move around the back towards P2, and good eliminations from the front here. So Syndicate are still dancing, but they have to be pretty much perfect on this rotation.
Yeah, it has to be the wave of kills that goes in their favor, but not a single player is able to find one. That's a clean 4 dead again for Chirac, but at least if you are Syndicate, you sort of get the close spawn towards back security, so it's not going to take them a lot of time to get to this new hill.
Dak going to be stunned. He's going to be aware that the hit around the back is on the way. Has both weapons to play with. Tries the finesse and at least forces out a team kill. So now, just a 3v3 over the top of the hard point. Syndicate will do one spawning closely. Chirac from the front get pushed off the hill, leaving just their ARs to kind of watch from the outside. Though patience is good, though. Mercury is able to tally up the first kill. And now here's the rest of Chirac for their break attempt. And wouldn't you know it, the SMGs clear out the hard point, but they're not comfortable enough to stay in the hill.
And if you are Syndicate, this is the ideal situation you want to be in. You just need to win one wave of kills, and the game will be in your hands. But Chirac, they find a break. Now they only need 5 to close out the game.
And Mercury's on the pinch, able to reduce the numbers from the front. Lunar's pistol out. Good support from Dak. One more second. Cruise Dart, get back in, but now it's down to Neptune. Can't quite get this second, and we very well may see another hard point, but Mercury's off the close spawn. He jumps in. Lots of damage coming through. Dak trying to follow up, but one by one they come, and one by one they fall. Syndicate will force another hill, and they'll be there first.
And this is where their setup needs to be perfection, because if you allow one break, that's all Chirac need is 1 second. To close out this game, number 1, Neptune through the front. He's able to find one. Mercules wins the gunfight in the back. Now it's about the players from SGP just simply clutch up on the hill. It comes down to Mercules walking away with a double, and Chirac take map 1.
Wow, I mean, that is about as close as it gets there near the end, but like we were kind of talking about, the trends, the patterns that we had seen throughout the entirety of the map just continue to come to grips again. It's the simple fact of the matter that you've got this Syndicate squad playing a great macro game, winning out spawns, setting themselves up early with what looks to be a good setup around these hard points, but they're getting broken instantaneously, Jay.
And that can't happen, man. Like, we talked about this when they were in the Elite. That was almost a month ago. Like, you had a lot of time to work on these setups because that's the thing that costed you in map number 1 previously. Again, we get to the situation. You were winning a couple rotations. It feels like everybody's playing a little bit too antsy. You know, this is a very big match. You want to make it into chance, but we got to calm the nerves down a little bit.
But hey, great start for the new guys in, at least for, you know, again, a collection of 4 players that we have yet to see. Mercules kind of making a debut in certain regards here on our Challengers broadcast, and he put up a pretty good tally. I mean, really, the whole squad for Chirac, absolutely evenly distributed across both kills, assists, and hill time for that matter. So really good team focus for a team that just got put together. Very impressive in their opening hard point.
Yeah, the honeymoon stage, it's a little bit different. Their first 2 series are both 3-0s, and so far they have yet to lose a map in the LCQ with this roster. So they are filling themselves. They're trying to make it 2 days in a row, just 1 match to make it in Tours Challengers champs. But if they come out and play like that, you could just tell how in sync they were. Everyone's over a minute at hardpoint time. Whenever they were trying to execute a break, there was players approaching the right angles, going around taking deep routes, and then everyone in sync attacking through the front. That's what you love out of the SMGs. Like the way that Dak and Neptune played, even though Neptune, he started off really slow, but he kicks up when he needs to. Popping a clutch 2-piece at P2, another clutch 2-piece at P3. Like those are the kind of plays that you want out of your SMGs. And if they come to play like that, don't keep in mind that they're also really good at search and destroy. So this is going to be tough if you're Syndicate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing though about it is, you know, for Syndicate, this is going to be a weird map in your mind because it felt like you're doing all the right things. It's just not coming through for you whatsoever. So if you have the opportunity to just do the right things and search and destroy, hopefully there's an opportunity for them to bounce back into the series, because we know that not only are the individual players that we kind of have tallied on the Chirac new squad are good at search, but this Syndicate team have also been very good at search and destroy as well. That does include, by the way, a reverse sweep yesterday, from what I understand, against Temp & Co. So they've got the ice, they got the composure, and of course they have the experience to possibly bring this back to a 1-1 map count.
I think they definitely have the opportunity here to tie it back up at 1-1 because they have players who come from the S&D scene. This is the game mode that they look forward to, spawning in every single time. You fall short in the map number 1, but they are always that roster that tends to respawn in that map number 2, but how great they play as a unit. You don't have to force yourself to hold down hardpoint setups. No, this search and destroy just comes down to those one-on-one gunfights and the playmakers.
Indeed the case. So that's a look at our series layout. Of course, like we kind of teased at the beginning of map number 1 with our sudden start, a lot to kind of talk about when it comes down to what's happening here at this LCQ. The first and foremost thing is the fact that, yes, it is a double elimination bracket for all of our teams that were not instantly qualified by the accumulated points that they were able to earn throughout the season, whether that be at Cups or the Challengers Elite stages, or of course the big kind of white whale is being able to earn them at the Challengers Open. So the next top teams beyond the 4 squads that got instantly invited found themselves in this bracket, and where we're at now is of course in the winners finals. Chirac up currently 1-0, of course, if you're joining us here late, but looking at their run to this point, Jay, they've been flawless, including a 3-0 versus a 4-space team that we were really high on. So they're off to the races. The biggest thing about it is, as much as it says grand final best of 7, we're actually not going to play that grand final. The winner of this matchup and the winner of the elimination final will be the last 2 teams to qualify for Challengers Champs in Texas.
Yeah, so if you are Chirac, continue to have that honeymoon stage, just hit a little bit different, because taking down squads like Force Space, who have a lot of chemistry, who were in the grand finals of the final stage of the Elite, that's a squad where you're just looking and you're just like, okay, we put the squad together and we beat the hell out of these guys. So we should be one of those squads to potentially make it in towards champs, and already having a great start to today.
Absolutely the case. Continuing our coverage after this, we will drop down to that elimination round 3 matchup. So after Force Space had lost to Chirac and SGP Midnight, lost out, like we mentioned, kind of a reverse sweep fashion to their SGP Syndicate squad, they will face off next. And then, of course, whoever loses this matchup will have one more chance at qualification versus the winner of that one. So lots on the line here. And of course, you know, the interesting thing about it, and looking through kind of what we had in terms of teams and squads that came out to compete, a lot of new players that we just did not have a chance to see in Challengers Elite, largely for not qualifying. But a couple of our more experienced teams or players individually are giving some of these guys that are recently turned 18 a chance to possibly get to Challengers champs. The one in particular that surprised me was Noisy, kind of played with a younger group of players to kind of get into this LCQ. Did not work out all that well for them, as Noisy and Exotic playing with Ryan, who I know that you know and you were very high on for a time, and then Encourage, who I haven't had a chance to see play yet, but I've been hearing the words and the buzz. So new players showing up at the end of the season and putting together good final results. The Modern Warfare 3 is always a fun storyline.
It's like the perfect time to be a COD pro, man. Like, if you could work your way through amateurs, you're going to get seen by a lot of people. Like, I'm telling you, Alan, if I was just 10 years younger, I'd be in my prime right now making trillions with how much money is on the board for all these guys, man. So you just got to stay committed, especially to these newcomers who are just turning 18. It's a process, but you have to go through that process to get all the way to the final chapter.
Trillions, huh? Let me get myself warmed up and let's see if possibly I can join you on that pursuit, because wow, I would love to have that. But yeah, I think the thing here, you know, outside of the fact that you're looking for just your final 2 teams, it does feel like the teams that are left, all of them have opportunities to be Challengers champions. I don't mean to say that so loosely and so forgivingly, but we've seen great moments from all of our Final 4 squads, whether it be in the Elite or possibly at the Open. So there is a bit of a gauntlet, a bit of a grueler here for our Final 4, trying just to get to the top 2, and then everything resets. You get to play up against EU teams. You get to play against 2 different teams from LATAM, 2 different teams from APAC. It's going to be a heck of a hodgepodge of challengers at Texas. So lots on the line, but we stay here at 6-star for the next Search and Destroy to see if Syndicate can get themselves back into the series.
Yeah, this needs to be the bounce back for Syndicate. And they're going to be the team early on the attack. And I love the team play right off the rip. We're going to show a lot of pressure over towards B, invest our stuns, realizing that no one has a trophy system yet, and probably instantly working this objective with how much ground they're already taking.
Yeah, it's very, very rapid over towards B. We don't often see this. A couple of nades are up and over just to check on it. Stun. Gunzy will be hit by this. That's the middle of the map. And look at the rotation from Chirac. All 4 members forfeiting over to the A site to try to get some sort of a look and contest this B plant.
And I love that play right there out of Chirac, because the stuns and the nades are not allowing Syndicate to instantly work that objective. They waste that. They rotate back towards top plat. They find the opening kill, and they also find the second. So Syndicate now left in a 1v4. Yeah, that's going to be a GG.
Wow. I mean, again, the read is absolutely perfect. A moment of pause. You don't see anything being thrown over towards the B site, or at least the middle of the map, I should say, rather. And so Chirac say, and they got to be going poolside. So you throw your nades just to check, stuns land, nades land, and then the retake, well, it's not even a full retake, it's just a recontest of the site, works out near flawlessly. It's a beautiful search and destroy round for the defense.
Yeah, that's perfect right there. You just take mid-map control, realizing that neither squad has trophy systems, but you're easily able to maneuver towards both sites, especially when you get in those sound cues of where the tacks and the nades are coming in. So perfect plays right there out of Chirac on the defensive end. Now, can they have that same exact response here on the attack? Because it looks like they're going to be slow over towards A, but obviously the stuns and the nades are giving them information that Syndicate are probably playing a little aggressive here.
And the thing is, Chirac will have to be aware that with this delay, they may have someone at the bottom side of Skybridge. Nades are out. Here comes the challenge. It's going to be double swung on, and Dark Side gets absolutely isolated. So again, good discipline here from Chirac. Mercules actually gets into U-Haul, so that staves off the defense even further. He does eventually fall thanks to Cruz's lingering trophy system, but 3v3 situation, and Syndicate are wondering if they need to play recontest here.
And at least the positioning right now out of Cruz. 3v3 situation, and Syndicate are wondering if they need to play recontest here. And at least the positioning right now out of Cruz. 3v3 situation, and Syndicate are wondering if they need to play recontest here. He's keeping the bomb safe, but he realizes that the pressure's still going to be here. He finds one, instantly going to get traded. 2v2 now with 40 seconds.
And, well, Neptune up over the top is going to be the next one contested here as Syndicate are trying to re-wrap around the back. Timing isn't great. Oh, he snaps out of the first. Not bad. Gives this an opportunity for Lunars to get back over, maybe collect the bomb, and possibly just grab this and plant. It just comes down to how slow it is for him to re-clear, and he's going to get the read that Bink is out of here. So advantage over to Lunars here in the 1v1 is he's going to get the free plant.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down. Bink is all the way across the map. So it's going to be a calm 1v1 between both AR players. As now Bink is slowing down his route through the middle of the map to see if he can catch Lunars on the exit. Both players are just dancing with Ghost right now. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and Bink is going to be very weary about where exactly Lunars has gone in this post plant. And the last thing I think he's going to expect with this clock is that he's coming from behind. Just so much he has to check. But wait a second. Bink, Spidey sense tingling, turns, finds Lunars at the perfect moment. I thought for sure Bink was going to be contempted over to try to play through the sky bridge or at least look up towards top security. But he gets the read, and it's a beautiful 1v1 win for Bink.
Yeah, that is perfect out of Bink right there, because initially when that bomb gets planted, he puts himself in a position to make sure he's not rotating through the middle of the map. Now he's slowly working his way over towards Skybridge, and he realizes the positioning of the bomb. You can't see it from security. He's already cleared out mid, so he has to try to go for a full wrap, and he reads it at the perfect time. Great plays right there out of Bink to clutch up in the one-on-one to tie the game up at 1.
Absolutely massive play. Because it did look like for a moment that Lunars had made the right proactive read to get the bomb, get it planted, and take the rewrap. So one of those moments where COD timing works out for Bink perfectly. Now on 2 in a row. Hit over towards Mercules, who is by himself just outside the staircase. The rest of the defense will try to play this over the middle of the map, and Mercules gets enough damage into Gunzy to force the team kill. So 1-for-1 exchange. Here comes the catastrophe through mid.
Yeah, at least the stuns and nades are not going to be effective, though, because that trophy system keeps them alive. But now do Chirac have a smoke grenade for this potential retake here, as Neptune's just going to throw a couple shoulders, realize that he can't get out for free, and that time is continuing to tick down.
Former teammate's going to square up in a 1v1 here. Cruz on the angle. Not going to allow Lunars a chance to contest, and then follows up as he reads the hit from Neptune and Dak, looking for more. Cruz getting aggressive, and it does get punished. But it feels like the damage had been dealt and enough time had been killed off the clock, and that's indeed the case for the final 1v1 to go the way of the Syndicate. Brilliant play from Cruz up front and close to personal.
Yeah, that's good plays right there out of Cruz. To be the aggressor. To realize that the pressure eventually had to come in, but the clutch up in the 2-piece. I thought when he instantly pushes out towards you and gives that one-on-one gunfight to Neptune, there's still a lot of time to work with, but regardless, Bink was able to clutch on up. So now, Syndicate 2 rounds in a row. Back to the defensive side they go. And if you are Chirac, you read the pressure early on that they were getting aggressive up through A, but yeah, now they're just going to switch it up and send all 4 players aggressively this time.
Yeah, Dark was trying to just throw a stun for information over towards the front side of A. That gets deleted by a trophy system, so Syndicate will have some idea that there's a presence over at A. It just comes down to how many members are actually here. And this is something we've seen Neptune do a couple of times throughout the Elite. I've got freedom. No one's throwing nades at me. Let me get the plant. We've got a 4v4 post plant set up.
Okay, now how do Syndicate decide to retake this? You have 2 players working on a deep route. Darkside going to join them. And Bink just being the island guy, making sure no one pushes through their spawn. So this play is going to fall into the hands of the flankers.
He's good first. Does get traded. And Dak actually reads that there are more. So now the defense of this post plant will start to move back over towards the middle of the map. Lunars is playing a corner. A little bit of damage. Again, kills extra time. Look at the rewrap from Dak. Timing could be perfect here to find Bink, but actually he might be a little bit too late to the call here. So now he's got to try to find the long-range shots. He connects onto the first. Gunzy on for the defuse. And there is a kill from Bink, but is the time going to be enough for the defuse to come through? It's going to be really close. And it looks like Gunzy is going to just have enough time to finish this thing off. Just maybe under a second left. And the more important news is not only is it the round here, Jay, but Bink finds himself on 5.
Yeah, and Bink was the island player, playing really, really slow over towards Skybridge, and he's somehow, some way able to take down 2 in that round. And that was just beautifully executed out of Syndicate. You send 3 players on the flank, you go for a one-on-one trade, you force the repositionings out of Chirac, and then they start to panic because you can't really set up on the bomb site because there's so many different angles you have to account for. And they were just thinking everyone was flanking. Bink was definitely not going to be sitting in his spawn, but Just playing as slow as he did. He clutches up on the round. That's now 3 in a row for Syndicate, 5 in a row for Big.
Yeah, and this is going to be a battleground here at A. All 8 members on the map looking to kind of play this thing, whether it be contesting through mid or just a full flood over the top. Trophy systems down for Syndicate, looking for a quick plant of their own, but trophies will be deleted with the just sheer force of numbers that Chirac committed through mid. So Dark not going to be in a position to allow Gunzy to plant for now. Bank watching the flank is the one to keep your eye on, though, because kill number 6 is really what Syndicate really want right here.
Oh, but they do not get it. They do not get it. Lunars lines up that first blood onto Dark Side. So already in the man advantage is Chirac. They're showing pressure through mid. They're spawning also on the flank. So right now, Syndicate are trapped. They're just going to work that objective.
And this is smart from Gunzy, knowing that there's a member on the backside of the flank, knowing that Lunars is likely not going to push up to see if we can maybe work a bit of a plant. But look at Syndicate. They're completely trapped in and around this site. Front side security. Bank up and over. Dealt with on 40 HP. Trying to stay alive to hold on to the possibility of streaks. Nade to be cooked. And the rest of Chirac now has to just play this from the front as Lunars is dealt with on that front side of the defensive side.
Here comes Cruz, though. Look at Cruz on the rewrap. He's just hoping that his teammates can stay alive for him to make the play. Puts himself in a position all the way in top security. And now he's going to be able to be blessed with a free 2-piece. But he's just going to play it clutch, guarantee the round.
Well done. There's the time. Neptune, good shots. But like you mentioned, just the wrap coming out of Cruz essentially saves the round. That is a brilliant 3v4, though, for Syndicate. And I think first and foremost, it just starts with Gunzy making the call of, boys, I'm going to plant. Do what you can, and wouldn't you know it, from the front, Darkside, even though he drops, the kill on the Lunars eventually comes through, and then, like you said, the rewrap from Cruz reads the rest of that retake attempt perfectly.
Yeah, if you're Chirac, though, in that situation, you find that initial first blood, you already realize that the pressure's going to be on A. They just took too long in the mid-round adjustment. Like, you have the numbers, we can fly in, we can trade effectively, but when you try to go for those long routes, allow that time to play a big part. Syndicate with the rewraps. They're able to clutch up on the round. That's now 4 in a row for them. They're going right back to the old reliable setup. 2-stack at B, double stack towards mid.
Yeah, kind of final point on that Chirac round. It just looked like they were taking so long to isolate Bink to try to keep him off the cruise missile. So, yeah, you deny the streak, but you also now are down 3 rounds. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Dak, bomb in hand. Clean shots onto Bink. A chance to possibly plant as the rest of the defense is a bit staggered at the moment, trying to play from the back and through mid.
Oh, and they're still waiting. They at least gain info onto Cruz. Now, is he going to get isolated and potentially pushed on out? They do not want to force one-on-one gunfights, but still 45 seconds left. They are eventually able to find Cruz, locate him. Now it's a 1v3. Darkside instantly makes it a 1v2, though.
Yeah. He's got some opportunities here. MCW is going to be collected, but this is a difficult 1v2 with a post plant on B. Where, yeah, I was about to say, Chirac can just kind of hold hands here, play corners, play for intel, and then get together and make sure they trade out effectively. So Dark is going to have to smoke Lunars right here. He's going to get a chance at it, sees the shoulder, but those shots will now alert Dak to come over and help play his cross.
Oh,
nice
my
shots
God.
from Dark. Could still be doable. Lunars trying to force the issue, and the rival 9 in hand nearly gets enough damage done, but just too much damage dealt initially for him to hold on to the play.
Yeah, I thought Darkside, when he finds that first kill, I was like, wow, he has an opportunity at this. But once Lunar is able to hit him with that one burst of the Vernetti, he knows that he has the advantage in the gunfight, and Chirac able to stop the bleeding for now. But it's just they have had a struggle with this A setup. Like, on defense, they were able to shut down B with ease because they dominate them in map control. They have to figure out how to not allow Syndicate to take full control of that A bomb.
Yeah, because at the moment, it really has been Chirac just trying to contest through mid. Maybe one player getting forward at A, but they really haven't thrown a look like this, which is essentially what you're asking for. Try to get aggressive, get onto A, and also win out the middle of the map. And this is a lot of information, again, for Chirac. This feels like round 1 all over again, where, hey, we don't have anything over towards A. We're getting a little bit of a read through mid. It's just down to, can anyone throw a stun through mid, connect onto this bomb carrier, and force this wrap of the defense, which, wow, how about it, Jay? They're going to be in a position to not get fully baited out by B, and the timing could be everything here for both of these two teams, honestly.
This is perfect right here at a Syndicate. You're expecting them to be at that B site. You know, the last time that they went, it took forever to work that objective, but now you force the defense of Chirac off the rotation, and now the A site is completely open. So bomb is going to go down. Mercury puts down the shots to stop the bomb getting planted. Now someone's got to do it again.
The Gunzy just could not get the stretch. that looked like he was just too close to the statue, so the angle was still winnable by Mercules. What a first blood. And like you said, it looked like Syndicate were going to be off to a perfect setup on this post plant, but now they're down on numbers. Here comes the cross from Neptune, just trying to be the bait for the bait and switch, but Cruz, he's going to take down all three, holds down the trigger, collects the triple, and now Mercules has been seen. Bing, Cruz going to chow him out together. Cruz looking for the ace, pistol out, not as clean as you'd like, so his teammate will finish it off, but wow, what a hold from Cruz.
Yeah, I don't know if Chirac thought that what they had for lunch today makes them invisible for about 5 seconds, but not a smoke grenade, no smoke, nothing. No tacticals getting invested through mid-connector. We're just going to full-on send it on out. And you line up for Cruz to find a triple. That is not the best way to retake that site, and obviously you can tell this is a fairly new squad because strategies like that simply do not work.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscue. So all of a sudden, Syndicate find themselves quickly into map point, try to tie us up at 1 apiece. And the defense is going to go 2-2 split, heavy focus towards the A side of the map. Trophy systems down for the defense, will connect. Nades out on the other side, just going to overwhelm the Chirac trophies as well. Cruz's nade hits, Gunsy throws a little bit of extra utility, and he's thinking about possibly giving this a little bit of a look. Doesn't need to force it, but he has seen, I think, Lunar's up top at security.
Yeah, he's just baiting them. Like, he's just throwing shoulders, being so annoying. But now with that nade connecting, they're going to try to send it on to him. Can they find the kill? Yes, they do. Neptune successful in the one-on-one gunfight. Mercules from the top takes on Darkside. And now it's a 1v3.
Like an overchow right there from Dark, just trying to force a trade when
I just want to get this game
still
over
in the
with.
spot. Yeah. So Neptune's going to get the plant Bink in the 1v3. He's had a great map, but finding himself on a bit of an island. Opening shots at Neptune are decent, but responded to in kind. And it feels like Bink may have lost a window here, not being able to peel Neptune off that heady. There's just no way he expects this wrap from Mercules.
Yeah, Mercules is going to get the freebie here. And that's going to allow Chirac to add another one on the board. As they are now down 5-3. It was effective trades to start it off, but once they were able to isolate Gunsy through the low end, put themselves in the advantage, and then Darkside was trying to be Superman in that situation. He unfortunately does fall, and now Chirac keep their dreams alive for a potential comeback in this search and destroy. They just have to figure out on their defensive side, how are we going to shut down this A-bomb plant? They find opening first bloods. They do everything right. It's just the mid-round adjustments are not there right now.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And honestly, that last round for Syndicate on offense was just a good game of chess. I mean, they give up information through B saying, hey, here we are. They don't get hit by nades. And then they re-wrap back perfectly timing-wise to A. Similar setup here for the defense for Chirac. But Neptune will be up on top of the statue with Mercules nearby. Did anyone see him come up here? That's the question. Bink would be the one to try to give that intel. And it doesn't look like any other nades are coming this direction, so it looks like Neptune's going to be concealed for now.
Yeah, Neptune's in a really good spot. Just make sure you're potentially going to use that going forward because there's no shadows that are able to be seen from the top side of the statue. You can't see them from top security, so this is the ideal position for an SMG player. As now Syndicate are slowly working their way up through A, but there's a lot of gunfights going on around the middle of the map. Dak finds the first blood.
That's a very important first blood from either side's perspective. For Chirac, it just affirms that your setup is perfect. On the other side, Syndicate have to force a play into Neptune's cheeky spot. Oh my goodness. I don't know why it took us so long to see a play that looked like that, but it works out perfectly. Neptune gets 2. Cruz now, last one left alive, deals with the first, but it still would have to be a 1v4. Not a lot of time in the clock, no bomb in hand. A look at Mercules, but the rest of the team for Chirac through mid deal with him without much concern. Yeah, that is a really beautiful setup. And I think the biggest thing about it is that first blood from Dak just really puts a lot of confidence that Chirac's setup wasn't going to be broken down whatsoever.
Yeah, once they find that first blood, you realize that Syndicate now have to make the play. You already were watching the crossover towards B site. No one works their way over towards pool, so you have to know that the pressure's going to be over towards A. And thankfully, Neptune didn't get a little overzealous. He was very, very calm, cool, and collected in that position. Lines up a double. Basically wins the round for his team. Now Chirac, 2 rounds in a row. Trying to force that round 11. Back to the attacking side. There you go. But they're just going to play this slow. But Mercules is going to gain a lot of info here.
He's just trying to be a nuisance. He's just trying to see if maybe he can keep the defense interested at B. This is essentially a fake from him. So a couple of opening shots. he's just going to play over towards Bar. But look what the defense is doing. They're all fully focused on winning out mid and possibly wrapping on B. The only thing watching for the A cross is Cruz, and he may not be able to see too much from this angle.
Yeah, it all depends on if you're going to get some nade smokes or something going down, but he's at least able to gain info onto 2, so they're going to completely give up on Mercules, allow him to be the island player, but that objective is getting down.
And the thing about this, Lunar's just going to be the one responsible for watching the flank through security, and Mercules has taken a very proactive route around the back. Just does he check Cruz in the corner? No, Cruz is just so far deep. And so now the focus goes to Lunars. A lot in front of him. Has to put together a couple here. Deals with the first, but not the second. And Chirac are in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, man, and Cruz also finds his second onto the round. So now it's Dak left in a 1v3. The repositioning going to be good, but the trigger discipline has to be better. Oh, and unfortunately, Bink is going to check it. You can never shoot that guy from behind. And that's going to be Syndicate tying the series up.
Yeah, how appropriate. We kind of start with a big little, I won't say turn on necessarily in the first round, but we get it for sure at the end. Bink not to be caught by surprise. Oh, what a search and destroy, though. Another one of those that you feel like you can kind of frame up with a couple of different narratives. Initially, Syndicate looked like they're kind of getting beat a little bit on the macro game, but then all of a sudden, a couple of the heroics, especially Bink getting really close to a cruise missile, it forces this Chirac team to have to play to isolate them. That gets them a tally that's just too much to overcome, sitting at that early 4-1 count. Really good stuff from Syndicate.
Syndicate came on and did what they needed to do. Tie the series up in search and destroy. They had a couple rounds where they were just simply outplaying them. 3v4s, 2v4s. They had that clutch factor, and then Bink clutching up in a lot of those 1v1s as well. But then when Chirac started to get a little bit more comfortable in the game, that's when it started to get scary because they figured out how to shut down your A pressure. Yeah. They also dominated that mid-map control every single time on defense. It's just when you allowed Syndicate to clutch up in 3v4s the way that they did. When you send 3 players through mid-connector with no smoke grenade and line up for a 3-piece out of Cruz, those are the places you're going to go back and think like, we should have played that one a little bit different. We'd potentially be up 2-0 now.
Yeah, 15 kills from Cruz, 15-8 overall. A massive map, and again, I think the biggest thing about it was his ability kind of in the 1v multiples to make things mixy, but more importantly, in that last round, just tucking himself in a corner, able to find that lurking role of Mercules, and then more importantly, he knows that as soon as his teammates are on the back, get kills, that he's likely going to try to be pressured out and isolated, and he just never leaves, knowing that his teammates are on the flank are so healthy. So good decision-making as well from Cruz in those later stretches, really allowing the Syndicate team to not just build their lead, but of course secure it. So, man, that was a fun search. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually a really pleasant one to watch from both sides. Good macro decisions, and it's just one of those things that we knew Syndicate was going to bring a lot to the table, especially after their successes that they were able to find throughout Challengers Elite Season 3. But also, just again, I'm just kind of jaw-dropped a little bit that how clean this Chirac team can be outside of a couple of miscues here and there.
Yeah, Chirac, they gave them a run for their money, but you can just tell the difference in chemistry in Search and Destroy between these two teams. Because in that very last round, they realized that Mercules was isolated over towards B. But once Cruz gets the info, 2 players cross towards A, everyone rotates off of that B site. Cruz still has that info that Mercules is at that B bomb, so he's going to try to make an individual play. So he just relies on all of his teammates to cover more ground. He said, all right, I'm going to watch this to make sure no one's pushing through our spawn. But in the back of my mind, I know that Mercules is going to try to time this one-on-one gunfight. Once he wins that first one, everything else just falls like dominoes for SGP Syndicate. So now they're going to take that momentum from that map number 2 to try to go into the invasion control. And that one's probably going to be tough because you saw the way that Mercules is shooting in the beginning with that AR. He's on point.
Yeah, and he's been really flexible, too. I mean, it hasn't just been the AR. He's been able to pick up an SMG at times throughout the hardpoint and look really good with it. So there could be some options in terms of what exactly this Chirac team wants to do. But, and this is the bigger, I think, narrative point here, Jay. Whenever we see a new team get formed, especially with younger players, the one mode they often struggle in more than any other is the control, especially against a veteran team that has a lot of experience with one another. Yeah. So it really does kind of feel like a moment where Syndicate can take control of this series, no pun intended, but at the same rate, I think you're right to point out Mercules. In terms of an X factor, he may have it all, and that might be one of the reasons why this team was formed in the first place, to bring him into kind of the spotlight, so to speak.
Yeah, you want to have your AR players feeling very, very comfortable. You can just tell based off the 2 first maps that we've already seen, Mercules can get it done with the AR and also the SMG, but I think for the X Factor aspect out of that team, I'm looking at Neptune because that's a guy who has that takeover ability and control. He's going to be the aggressor, but when he finds himself in those moments around Cafe, you get the one-on-one gunfight, sometimes you just got to put your controller down and simply just play your life. Don't get a little bit too over aggressive and give it up for free, because those kills, losing that map control, can play a big part, especially in control.
Oh, that's kind of been the thing with Neptune. We've seen him in the past really run through challengers a number of different times, get to the league, and doesn't have that patience element. Now, he's grown a lot in the last couple of years since he kind of made the swap to be into Call of Duty back through Cold Wars when that had happened. And I think the thing about it is that maturity is now all of a sudden with this roster looked at to not just be there, but he's also got to kind of be a shot caller, a bit of a leader for some of these younger guys to be like, yo, wait for me. Let's make sure that we can set ourselves up. So, you know, this will be a little bit of a different challenge, I think, for Neptune in terms of him expanding his awareness bubble and making sure that new players like Mercules can feel comfortable playing around him, and he doesn't just go rogue, kind of black out, as the famous terms in the CDL space, towards just being a running gun SMG. That's my big focus, I think, for this map coming up.
Yep, can't have any blackout moments. You just got to do what you got to do. Set up your ARs to hold down their lanes, and don't allow anyone to slip on by, because I feel like as we got into the later half of the year, at the ending of the season, basically, a lot of teams are finding opportunities by just getting behind enemy lines, sneaking onto the A point to gain one segment. We can't allow that in these situations. Defenses have to be on point, and if you are the attacking team trying to find success, it's all about that mid-map control. Just one wave of kills, then you play for a second wave. Don't instantly try to just sprint your way into the objective.
Yeah, that is the kind of another factor that we've seen that level of discipline also come true in things like the CDL. We saw it at the Major. We saw it, of course, a lot at the qualifiers where we got to around 5 and all of a sudden the offense just clicks and those macro decisions just come through in the blink of an eye. So, yeah, it should be interesting, I think, to see if those same things will stay true here, or will we get the normal challengers kind of messiness that we often thrive in when it comes to trying to build out the chaos. We'll see. Syndicate, Chirac tied up at 1 apiece. Swing map here. And then what? I saw Rio and Invasion to finish off this potential series. We're at least going to get the Rio hardpoint, which, if the 6-star was as fun as it was, wow, I can't wait for that
one's going to be a blast. Because we know how fast these SMGs like to play, but you got to get through this control first. And early on, Syndicate already applying a lot of pressure over towards A. They lose that initial gunfight. They also lose the second. The last 2 remaining players are on this A point, but he at least wins the first one-on-one gunfight, and then eventually Bink gets isolated, so that initial play gets shut down.
Yep, a little bit of depletion here. Lunars will stick around to make sure that progress at A is largely dwindled down to nothing, but off the respawn, Syndicate have already gotten their way over towards B. Good contest here, though, from Chirac. Dak maybe biting off more than he can chew on that challenge, so SGP will have numbers, and good focus from Gunzy. Finds Neptune on the corner, and that will allow Syndicate to get back on the point.
Yeah, that's already 3 dead. Speed first segment has been complete. They're working on the second, but there's only 1 player currently on the point. Still have a couple players from Syndicate trying to contest on their outer ends. Darkside in a good position over towards Treehouse as that second segment does get complete, but Neptune finds that kill, and now someone's got to work back on that B point.
Yeah, Dark is also a bit hit up and weak here, topside Treehouse, so he's got to kind of take a pause, and in that moment, he loses track of some of the Chirac defenders. Able to tally up 1, and this is a good route. Gets deeper over towards Blue, able to isolate 1, but his teammates from the front are dealing with a little bit more struggle. Cruz pistol win allows him back on, but Chirac, it looked like they wanted to try to hit this one more time. They just got to go, and they got to go quick.
Then once that first gunfight doesn't go initially towards them, they're probably going to give up on this B point. Time is going to get extended, but Darkside has yet to fall for like the last minute. He's just been an absolute nuisance. Already finds a kill off of the respawn, and now he spawns all of Chirac pretty much at Treehouse.
Yeah, the only player that can really deal with this would be Mercules, but he's got to worry about 3 things at once. He's got to worry about the zone, he's got to worry about laundry, and he's got to worry about Dark in the backside of your spawn at gas station. Stun is out. Dark trying to hit the pre-fire. Patience from Neptune.
Oh my!
How long can he stay patient? Because Dark gets the full reset. Now he's on 5 in a row, and all of a sudden, Chirac looking like they're in major trouble. Lunars also gets up to 5 for a moment, it looked like, but the thing is, it's just, wow, this has been Dark dominating through gas.
Yeah, Dark is doing whatever the hell he wants. The fact that this guy is still alive in this moment already earns himself a cruise missile. Everyone off of the respawn is trying to locate where the hell Dark is. But he's just putting down shots, slowing down this retake potentially. So he finds himself another one, and he's still dancing. Oh my God!
Gets the team shots in from Neptune to fall.
What?
He's on 8. Give him really credit for 9. There's number 9 fully. Gunzy from the front for 2. And Dark just went on about a 4-minute rampage. I mean, that was the second hit to the B zone. He gets through, stays alive, and then doesn't fall again for the rest of the
dark
round.
side round right there. Like, there's nothing else to it. Like, it's cool. Everybody else is working their way up to the objective. But what Dark was able to do in that round you should be locked up for that. Like, there's no way in hell that should be allowed to happen. But Darkside basically calls the game right there in round number 1. Cruise missile already earned in the back pocket. All 6 seconds complete. So now if you are Syndicate, you just got to dominate on defense.
Yeah, Dark has got to be given all of the energy right now in the comms. And he's looking to get aggressive. Maybe a bit of a heat check here. Rival 9 up and through front cafe. Nades are out. Trophy system denies it, but Dak is seen on the cross, and Dark just hits him with the laser beam. Oh my goodness. Chirac does, with this stack, get the first tick of progress, but Dark is on his way, and that might be enough. Oh, not this time. Neptune finally shuts down the speed.
Yeah,
from Dark.
finally, he drops after 4 minutes of just running around the map. But if you are Chirac, you are still in the lives department. Up by 2. Second segment already done at B. A lot of map control as well. So, Syndicate, you got to clutch up. Thankfully, Cruz wins that first one-on-one.
Yeah, for a moment there, it looked like that could have gotten a little bit hairier than we would have expected, especially considering the current tally that Dark is on at the moment, but not really to happen. So things will get swatted back. 25 plays 26. 2:10 on the clock. Syndicate able to get the deep defender over towards the water bridge. And more importantly, a double stack here at Cafe will really cause a lot of issues for Chirac on this rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to work your way in towards the cafeteria. But Cruz wins that one-on-one over towards Water Street. They're trading effectively around the middle of the map, so that's a lot of time being wasted so far. But thankfully, Chirac still have a lot of time to work with. 1:50 on the game clock. They're already contesting in players around that blue area. But Neptune trying to be a playmaker here.
Oh, but just a little bit too wide on the shoulder. Can't get the full reset. Mercules keeps the play alive, at least able to secure 1 kill around the back. Wait, pardon me? Just a little stray bullet across the middle of the map connects. Knows that Gunzy's now playing inside a cafe, and the long wrap for Lunars gonna go unchecked here. So Mercules causing a bit of a deterrence, a bit of a distraction, and now it's on to Lunars to see if he can actually find any kills as the rest of the team hits the OE.
Yeah, he's just hoping that his teammates can find a couple kills around that middle of the map. Neptune strikes, and now Lunars finds a second. That's now going to be 3 dead in the feed. You got to get on the objective. You know that Cruz was the last player over towards that Water Street, so he's going to be in a one-on-one gunfight, but here comes the Cruz missile.
Yeah, this will be enough to likely get the player out, at least from the gas station side, but there are 2 members on the hard point itself. Gunzy deals with it himself. What? Everyone just tucked up into the middle of the map, or pretty in the middle of the point, rather, and then Gunzy just runs up, doesn't even throw any nades, just finds the collat, gets the double in the lineup, and now we're down to 50 seconds. Cruz still not displaced from the backside of the water bridge, means that Chirac have to once again play around the OE. This time it's much more heavily contested.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy, because now with only 40 seconds left, you have 1 to 2 more good opportunities to try to work your way in towards A. Neptune starts it off with a big one-on-one gunfight, so you have a little bit of cafeteria control, but you have to continuously win these gunfights through the middle of the map, because you can't rotate over towards water.
Well, the kills are clean. They're coming quickly. Gunzy trapped inside the zone can really only do so much. Bink also dealt with, so the clock will stop at 23.4. Dark right back over towards gas station, seeing if he can put together the final moments of this round like he had from the one previously. Cruz coming off the water street, surprises Neptune. First tick does not get locked. Clock continues to tick. Player inside a laundry dealt with. Mercules trying to follow up, pass the baton to him, but Cruz has seen him. Bink confirms the damage, and the last player in Lunars not able to stay alive. Syndicate look good for their defense.
Yeah, that's going to be a easy round win right there for Syndicate, even though it did take a lot. You invest that cruise missile just to force them to scatter a little bit to initially shut down that A push, but just as well as Darkside stayed alive over towards that B point in that first round, Cruz basically does the same exact thing over towards Water Street. Now he has a cruise missile to work with. You're still up by 3 segments, so this is your map.
Yeah. It definitely feels like a map that, like we kind of talked about, you know, for Syndicate, the macro game. I mean, well, I say the macro game. It really is just Dark. He gets through. He finds that opening win. And now Cruz finishing off that last round has the potential to earn himself a streak as well. And those individual moments are enough to kind of put this map, it feels like, a bit more out of reach. And Syndicate, are going to try to see if they can, force something through mid to B, allow Cruz to try to take someone down in the defensive rotation, and that is perfectly done. Cruise missile now earned, and with the stack over towards B, Chirac are in major trouble for this opening defense.
Yeah, this is not the ideal situation you want to be in. And Cruz is able to find another one over towards the cafeteria. Now he's going to be instantly in another one-on-one gunfight. He's not going to be prepared for it, but that is his 5th death of the map. We've already played 2 rounds, guys. This guy is staying alive so damn well.
Yeah, for real. I mean, Gunzy's been really the forced issue player at the moment.
Yeah.
13 and 12, tons of engagements, but everyone else, honestly, has played very smoothly. So, second tick locked, third going to be challenged here by Chirac. I think they're starting to feel like we got to pull off a hero move if we're going to live through the rest of this map. So they're going to try to force the issue on top of the B zone. First kill good for Bink. Dark in and out of the zone, and the extra 60 gets tallied in the blink of an eye. So much clock, plus, of course, the extra streak here for Syndicate to work with to try to get this thing done in 3.
Yeah, so they have a lot of time to work with. Currently, a lot of map control to go with it as well. Darkside's going to have a one-on-one gunfight. Even through the stun, he's able to win it. And now he's allowing the rest of his teammates to push their way up through Cafe. So if you are Chirac, you got to iron down right here. You got to clutch up on these fights.
Absolutely the case. At least they got some really good control through Laundry and Rugs, but the OE will be rather uncontested. Gunzy holding through Cafe, waiting for help. He's got Bink nearby. A wrap from Neptune, but he's been seen by Cruz. So now the guns are up, looking to see if they can try to isolate. Gunzy finds the kill. That's 2 straight dead, and an opportunity for Syndicate to burst onto the zone.
Yeah, here comes Darkside on the flank as well. So he's going to find that first kill onto Lunars. He already knows that there's a couple players coming off of the respawn. So Cruz is going to invest that cruise missile, try to force him indoors, but they don't find any of the kills after that. It's already been a minute wiped off the game clock. Chirac still trying to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, nice shots from Cruz onto Lunars, who at least wins that Water Street angle for now. But the reclaim of ground by Chirac through the middle and the OE now has Syndicate a bit stalled. And, I mean, don't throw it away here, friends. We may have to consider if that cruise missile invested was worth it in any regard. Cruz able to jump out of the zone, but Chirac starting to turn up here. Dax on 4 in a row. Hold on a second. This is starting to get a little bit more compelling.
Yeah, and if you are Chirac, you want a couple players to potentially find themselves on a little bit of a streak to try to close out this round. Dak is on 4 in a row. Neptune, he's on 3. So you can use those missiles to at least try to contest it in this next offense. You just got 25 seconds. One more push you got to hold on to.
Dak gets him kill number 5. Able to step away, keep his life, looking for a cruise missile off the next potential kill. Mercules trying to be a defender through the middle of the map, and help from Lunars keeps gas station safe. So it won't be 2 offenses in a row where Dark gets around the back. And honestly speaking, Dak may get an isolated 1v1 here. Still tries to battle with Bink. Lots of damage through the DVD. And whoa, it's starting to get a little bit tight there, but the time will expire. And the opportunity for the cruise missile still stays alive for Chirac as they win round 3.
So now if you are Chirac, you're still only down by 6 segments. So if you walk away with this attacking round and you do it by completing all those and also outslaying by a bit, you might have a chance at defense in the round number 5. But we have to figure out how we're going to try to get this objective. Bump B has seemed to not be a problem.
Yeah.
And that's what they're just going to go right off the rip to. Try to extend this time early on.
I like that for Chirac. I mean, you're late season, new team. I mean, you're down already as it is, but you just don't want to risk throwing away a map because you just don't have your A setup done yet. You know, you may not have worked through that yet. Nice win from Dak. That's kill number 6. Able to find Dark through the middle of the map, and that's going to lead to a stack, and I'm likely going to see, 2 players bump the zone, move further in towards the deep elements of the defensive side of the map, and 2 ticks are gone. Mercules already being a nuisance and a problem topside blue.
Yeah, he's trying to contest these players coming off of the respawn. Because it seems like Syndicate have given up B, going back to their ideal setup at that A point. Cruz all the way pushed out towards Water Street. Now he's just relying on the rest of his teammates to just clutch up in those one-on-one gunfights around that middle of the map. But Chirac, now with a lot of time in their hands, already find himself in a great position on the OE.
Backside gas station. They also get the read over towards Gunzy. Good isolation, just 1 for 1. Bink stepping up in towards Rugs. He needs to keep his life. Dark is also a little bit of trouble, but whoa, does stay alive for now. Tries to predict the fight from Lunars, not going to work out. So now Gunzy has to come off spawn. Try to keep his gun up and see if they can isolate Lunars on the other side, who now just has to play distraction. The rest of the hit from Chirac is coming from the front, and it is kind of a win on both sides. Cruz dealt with, but at the same rate, so is Lunars. Everything resets.
Everything resets, and now all of Syndicate trying to retake around that mid-map area. Dak is going to invest the cruise missile.
Yeah.
Probably not the ideal situation you want to call that in. You had no map control for someone to even think about that objective. The closest player was Neptune. Once he falls, now you hit the reset again. So now Syndicate, all you got to do is just play your corners.
And they can't find Cruz. That missile was sent his direction. They obviously have the information on where he is, but they can't get the isolation on him whatsoever. So now Chirac are just fully stacked in the middle of the map. Cruz going to get a read on this, backs up, very wisely takes an easy gunfight, and now he can help Darkside out a little bit, who's trying to be pressured by Dak. Decent kills coming out for both sides, and everything still, though, continues to trend in favor of the defense. Only one member on. Bink going to try to give this a bit of a challenge, waiting for reinforcements to come through first, and Cruz says, I got this with the Semtex. Kill comes out, and there will be no further play for Chirac, at least not immediately on the A zone.
And now it's only a minute left, but at least Neptune is able to find a double in Cafe. So Mercules also finds one around that middle map area. So they instantly put themselves back into the objective. But now you just want to play your life, watch these crosses, and unfortunately Lunas gets caught with a trophy in his hand.
For Dak, though, Dak in the back. He's trying to get a couple of shots in. The problem is Neptune doesn't have any trophy systems to keep him safe. Mercules, good to at least find a trade. Dak now making his presence known. The rest of Chirac coming off of the overextension, but the spawns for Syndicate continue to be close. Mercules keeps the play alive, though, again. Great stuff from the young gun, but is it enough? Because Syndicate are still here to contest.
Yeah, they're still here to contest, but I hope to God that these nades and stuns are going to be able to play a big part. They take down Lunars. They find the middle map kill onto Mercules. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Dak trying to be a hero. Make something out of nothing. He's able to find a double, but everyone off the respawn is so damn far away.
Yeah, Cruz, that's important enough. Goes 1 for 1. Make sure that Chirac cannot fully flood from the front. 15 seconds. It's going to have to come through mid-map. Maybe even deeper than that. I mean, look at where Neptune's positioned. He loses his first battle. Bink able to snap after the information's given to him. Dark is playing on the cross. Good kill from Lunars, but this hit has to be a miracle here for Mercules, and he's not going to stay alive long enough. SGP will take map number 3, 3-1, and all things told, it was a pretty clean map from start to finish.
Yeah, it was, man. The first 2 rounds were unbelievable. Obviously, we had the dark side round, and then round number 2, we had the cruise round, where both of those guys simply did not want to die. Like, the fact that dark side was able to finesse around gas station the way that he did, popping, 8 or 9 in a row, just only dies one time in that whole round. He single-handedly wins that round for his team. Then the following defense, you got Cruz, who just stays alive over towards Water Street uncontested, eventually earns himself a cruise missile. It was just very, very textbook play right there to Syndicate. Again, you said it before the map even started. When you're one of these teams who has stuck in together or played alongside each other for a long time, you're going to understand what the teamwork aspect is in control. On the other hand, for Chirac, couple players just doing a couple individual things, not really in sync, trying to make moments happen, and Syndicate just picked them apart one by one.
And I think on top of that, like we kind of briefly touched for a moment, is it was very clear that Syndicate knew what their offensive breakoffs were going to look like if they want to get to A, but maybe even more importantly, how they want to transition to get to A. Because Dark, I mean, let's be honest, he single-handedly wins that opening round. If he doesn't get down in towards gas station, knows how he needs to play his life, know where his teammates are going to come just by second nature, that may look a little bit different. But on the other side, you know, it really wasn't a terrible performance for anybody on the side of Chirac. It just felt like, again, the preparation hasn't necessarily gotten as deep as it needs to figure out those mid-round adaptations. So I think you're absolutely right. The evaluation's pretty perfect there, friend.
Yeah, you just can't allow playmakers to be playmakers. Like, we're looking at the highlights right here. Like, the fact that Darkseid was able to get away with murder, basically, in the back of your spawn. Everyone's coming off the respawn trying to take care of Dark, but he somehow, some way was able to get a team wipe in their spawn. That is unbelievable. So if you are Chirac, you just got to completely forget about this one, because that's now the search and destroy way. It was in the palm of your hands. You just got outclassed in the mid-round adjustments, and then with to control being one of those team game modes where everyone needs to be in sync together, to Syndicate a little bit better. Now, thankfully for them, they got a real hardpoint where they can get those SMGs activated again.
I think that's the important note, right? I mean, as much as we looked at kind of Syndicate with their preparation and just the formidability of what their ARs bring to the table, now we can kind of paint the other side of the picture, which is what we saw in map number 1, which was the SMGs continuing to find break after break, and not just finding breaks. They're doing it in such a convincing form that Syndicate, even with good, perfect setups, were getting beat just on their opening fights, which is not something that you would expect. So let's just kind of paint, you know, the deeper side of this, which is are Syndicate going to have as much success rotating and getting setups in a map that's closer, faster, and leads towards the SMGs? Or will Chirac possibly find more of an advantage than they did in 6-star when it comes to trying to control the tempo of the map?
I think if you're Chirac, you're going to be really confident going into this Rio HP based off of what you were able to get done on 6-star, because there's hills that should not be broken. Like P3s on 6-star should never be easily broken on your first attempt. So they already had that in their back pocket. Now you put the SMGs back into the SMG players' hands. Maps like Invasion, where you're forcing Neptune to run a third or fourth AR at times, tends to make him a little bit uncomfortable. But a Rio HP is where I expect him to, you know, just blossom. Just be that SMG, first guy in, pop a double. That's the kind of plays that he's going to be able to make alongside Dak. And then for the opposing team, like Syndicate, you're feeling fantastic. You're already up 2-1. You clutch up in the search and destroy. You look great on the control. But the hard point, you need to show the adjustments on your setups. You've been working on this for the last couple of weeks, and this is where you have to display it to make it. Because all you need is one map to make your qualification in towards champs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, that's the frame up, man. And like I said, kind of loading into the invasion, I may have, you know, baked before we actually got all the ingredients, but I'm pumped to see this map. I think this is about to be an absolute heater. For both of these two squads, I expect the gloves to be off, and we're already knuckles and faces are a bit bloodied, it feels like, just how this series has gone. So this is going to be, selfishly, I think, a very fun one. But then on top of that, even if this does go the way of Chirac, I think that the invasion search to finish this thing off at a map 5 could also be just as 50-50. I think there's enough opportunity for both the ARs for Syndicate as well as the SMGs for Chirac to continue to build on the strengths that we've already built up throughout the series.
It's going to be a blast, man. If we can get to that game 5, I have no idea who's going to be able to win it. But we have to get through this game 4 right off the rip, man. So I hope they come out swinging. You guys take a look again at the bracket where we see Syndicate all the way from round number 1. They take down BBD. They take down their brethrens in SGP Midnight. They started off slow in this series, but they currently find themselves one map away from securing that first spot in towards champs. And then later on, guys, we're going to have that 4-space versus SGP Midnight. They are always going to have some bangers. We know that 4-space loves to play a lot of Karachi, so better hope to God that you get that in that map series. But this is going to turn out to be one of the best days in Challengers. Like, this is going to be a very, very good finish to this one.
Yeah, you know, just kind of teasing that elimination round 3 match coming up next, I'm really excited to see if 4-space have grown, like, maturity-wise, because when we saw them in Stage 3 of the Elite, they were just running and gunning everybody. But then we got to playoffs, and teams were just saying, we know you're going to run at us, so we're just going to take a bit of a beat, take a bit of a pause, make sure we're locking down our lanes. And 4-space, honestly, we're getting bullied a little bit kind of in the late stages of that playoff run. So they really need to have matured, I would say, in these last couple of weeks since we saw that Season 3 Elite playoffs. So that'll be a curiosity point as we eventually get to there. But again, the big focus here is what happens on Rio. Hardpoint up to bat. Again, if you tuned us out for any reason, here's your hard-hitting points. Chirac, subs, good. Syndicate, ARs, good at controlling tempo. Who is going to win out the day? We're about to find out.
Here we go, early into the P1. Neptune is able to find that first blood, but Syndicate are in the hill early on. They're just hoping that a couple gunfights go in their favor, but Chirac, they've been barred their way up through bridge side. They find a clean 4 dead, a successful early break.
Yeah. And when you know it, all 3 kills come through by way of SMGs. So, just kind of building on our points already. Dak, also, good read that Syndicate may try to threaten him over towards bridge side, but he gets overwhelmed. Too many members to deal with. Lunar's also a read that a player has slipped through, but not equal to the fight. Dark able to take the win. Leaves Mercules as the sole AR to try to hang on, and Mercules does well for 2. Enough time for Dak to go off the respawn to try to follow up with the contest, but Syndicate have done well to get the contest and a couple of wins to earn some time.
Yeah, I love that play right there at the Syndicate. They had the players, once that first wave of kills comes in for Chirac and they get that break, you had players hitting routes just so they can make sure they secure the spawn before they try to execute the break. They executed on those kills. They worked their way back in towards P1, keep control of the P2 spawns as well. So they're going to be their team initially here, but the kills all around are all going in favor of Chirac.
It feels like deja vu here, Jay. Syndicate, perfect rotation on the macro to get spawns, get some time on the old, and get the setup that they want for P2, but it just doesn't matter. Challengers is a weird beast at some moments and times, and we're seeing it come through here once again. 30 seconds to fight for. Chirac winning in the kill feed. Darkside, last one left. Does well to finesse and play his life a little while longer. And honestly, how has he been allowed to stay alive this long? Mercury is eventually able to follow up. The kills are good, and Chirac will confirm their break again.
Yeah, this is perfect out of Chirac. Mercury's on 5 in a row, lines it up with the AR. Not able to find the 6 further cruise missile, but just to keep Syndicate trapped in toward the backside of those P2 spawns is the ideal thing, because you have the spawns over towards New. You're going to be fully set up now off this rotation at P3. But a couple gunfights are going in favor of Syndicate over towards boxes. They're going to reposition themselves to try to attack through bridge.
For one of the first times in both of our hard points, Chirac win a rotation. So now you start to wonder if Syndicate can put together a clean break of their own. Good nades, good damage, all being followed up on. Lunar's decent little shoulder peek right back in. Dak following up behind. But, yeah, spawns just a little bit too far out. We one weird spawn here for Bink. He's actually behind the spawners of Chirac, so he's going to catch one on rotation, and this is going to stagger out Chirac pretty completely, but they've been feasting in the chaos, and they're going to do that again, Jay. It's just unreal how quick these SMGs are to pick up in the situation.
Yeah, they're just in. Thankfully, they had one player in Dak spawn right behind them at P3, so... And they started to spawn on out. The game blesses them a little bit to walk away with the final 15. Now they're going to be late off this rotation. But who cares? It's Chirac. We're going to be able to work our way into breaks early on. They lose that initial gunfight, but this is where Syndicate can get themselves back into the game. Yeah, absolutely the case. They've got a good read as well that this double stack is likely coming through boxes. Chirac think the better of it. They're going to leave Lunars at boxes, try to overwhelm the players over toward the front side at the forklift. Darkside does well to catch one with extra damage. Gunzy can just continue to hold down this angle onto Lunars. Really good discipline here for Syndicate. The win plus the follow-up on the setup finally comes through, and Syndicate have a chance to take the lead. Yeah, this is a good hold so far. It has not been contested out of Chirac yet. They're going to rally everyone through the backside of the garage area. They find the initial 2 kills, make it 3 crews. Last player alive, he is going to fall, so Chirac at least are going to walk away with the final 25 for Syndicate early off that rotation. What has been largely a 3 SMG, 1 AR setup for Chirac, Mercules is still winning the day right now in terms of overall lobby KD. He's 14-7 with a lot of time in the hard point. So, again, the new guy in has looked really, really good for Chirac. Syndicate off the odd spawns at the end of P4 will just default to playing for New. Going to be contested as Mercules Dak trying to give every effort to try to win this opening time, but Gunzy right behind Dark will tally both kills, and Syndicate will get the early setup. Yeah, they hold on to the first push. Now here comes the second wave. Cruz realizing that the pressure is going to be on them. Can't find that kill through top mid as Neptune finds a trade. But it's still Syndicate holding on. Gunzy has stayed alive the entire time over towards bridge. Cannot make it 5 in a row. And this is an opportunity where Chirac can work their way in. Yeah, decent follow-up, though, from the Semtex or Cruz. Gives them a chance at range just to keep this hard point neutral or at least contestable. The rest of SGP spawning deeper. Whoa, nice angle from Mercules. Takes down Cruz immediately. So now SGP have to try to flood from the front with just SMGs in hand, and Neptune's going to take that as an opportunity to find one for free. Mercules off the reset, good for another. And a pinstripe kill feed will keep the hardpoint largely neutral, but Chirac have mitigated the damage of the early SGP setup again. It just continues to be the words I feel like I'm saying every time we rotate to a new hardpoint. SGP there first, but Chirac so quick to contest. Yeah, Chirac are always instantly ready for the break opportunity, but Syndicate were able to stabilize around the map, rotate early towards P1, and find every single kill. So now it's about putting yourself in the most ideal setup. You have Cruz watching the overextension. Gunzy is going to get isolated by a couple of nades coming in. But this is where you're relying on your teammates to just trade it out. Yeah, and well, Dark, last one up. Dak, you know he wants to chow this. And a couple of the shoulder shots will lead to him trying to challenge, but SGP off the respawn too quick to come on back. They save the life, and now they've got numbers. Still contested by Chirac. Mercules up close and personal with the MCW, not even waiting for his SMGs. He's just saying, let me just do it my damn self. Lunars follows up behind it. He's going to get the final 3, and Chirac continue to impress in the hard point. Oh, man, Lunar's able to find 4 now. Gets it done with the AR and also picks up an in Rival 9 and has a fantastic time. As now they're already in a position to contest these back spawns. Dak wins the initial gunfight. He's now going to spawn one player from Syndicate, at least around that box's area. So now you have a pinch going. Yikes, Lunar's on 5. Trophy system to get some extra reinforcement on the point. Dak on the different angle. Gets the crossfire set up for Cruz. The toes have been seen. Lunar's hoping maybe you can find enough damage to tally kill number 6. Not going to happen, but then smokes Gunzy down the ramp. And this feels like where Chirac can really
take a huge advantage in this map. Still time to come. They're isolating through the middle of the map. Maybe not as clean as you'd like to see from Lunars, but eventually wins the gunfight. And in the same breath, Mercules from the front reduces the break to only one member, which Neptune's able to clean up. Perfect from Chirac here through P2.
Yeah, this is fantastic. They're going to find themselves up by 60 points. You have a cruise missile to work with. You can't find success on the break. So now you have gunfights going around two top mid. Dak is able to find a double. Already in a position to potentially contest here early on at this P3. He finds another one on the cruise, and he's still dancing.
This guy is so annoying, man. Finally, Gunzy comes out, finds the kill, but again, it puts him in the position to be traded. Mercules pistol tries to win the opening moments here on the third hardpoint, but Dark equal to the task. Lunars trying to go up and over, but Bink sees it and challenges it, making sure that no cameras will be broken today. Dak trying to finesse his way in with Neptune, and wow, okay, they just clean things out. Last player left alive is Bink. Mercules tries to force the kill, but quick spawns for Syndicate get them back on the hill.
Yeah, quick spawns from Syndicate, quick trades from Syndicate are able to still keep them in control of this P3. I love the play call out of Chirac. We're not going to try to invest the cruise missile to put these spawns. Nope, this hill is not going to be as useful when we have P4 and P5 coming up. But Syndicate needed a response to get themselves back into this game. It was a 60-point difference, but with this final 10, they're only going to be about 25 points down. Because now these gunfights off the rotation, trying to be early contested, but Chirac win the couple, and now they're going to be set up.
And I love this from Lunars, knowing his teammates cleanly won out the battles over towards rotation. He tries to finesse and make my life messy over towards the exit at P3, and that works out pretty nicely. Neptune nades his direction, all landing. Dak trying to force the issue forward. He gets dealt with, and how about SGP? A long route from Cruz comes through. That actually forces Chirac to spawn right in front of him, essentially, and there's an opportunity where SGP could possibly get this thing back to level terms, and a forced cruise missile coming through for Lunars. He doesn't even know where he wants to send this. It eventually gets bent over towards Garage, but look how staggered Chirac are off these spawns.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you can get that cruise missile to get invested, but no one was in a position to contest them early on. So it's still Syndicate in control of P3. Dak's going for team kills. Bink finds himself on 5 in a row, but cannot pick up the cruise missile. Syndicate have worked their way back into this game. All going to be tied up with this final 10.
Yeah, Bink going to be tested on rotation. The only SGP member here for now, Mercules. I don't know if he's been seen top ridge, but of course Bink will be pretty aware of it. And yep, there's the extra confirmation of it. Semtex up and over. That's a good placement, actually. It actually tags Neptune. So Mercules, Neptune just trying to finesse, stay alive as long as possible as the rest of Chirac are trying to rotate through mid. Neither team committing to getting onto the hard point right now with a tie game in hand. Everyone's just looking for the kills. And now finally a moment where Chirac are going to try to force themselves onto the point.
Yeah, they're going to work their way into the objective. Mercules eventually strikes for that kill. And now Syndicate are forced to slow down. We need to execute a break, and we need to do it quickly because it's only 30 seconds left. We're closing in on the second half of this game. As we're going to go back over towards the P1. Chirac are just soaking up all this time, though. You have to contest.
A lot. Yeah, there's a lot of time, and Lunar is just watching the crosses. Mercules the same thing. And how about a 4-man feed? Chirac with a full team wipe. They're going to get past 200 points and also win rotation to new as Neptune continues to play around a little bit of parkour elevation. Dak holding off on the flank, not able to stay healthy enough to deal with Darkside. So now all of a sudden SGP can set up a bit of a pinch. That will work out to clear out the hard point. Last player left alive is Mercules, and he will not stand tall enough. So SGP, quick break, and now they've got convincing numbers to try to hold on to more time.
That's a perfect break right there at SGP. It's a one-on-one gunfight on the back end. Turn it into a 3v3, but then you win every single gunfight through top mid. And now you're only down by 20 points. Chirac have to keep control of the spawns, but they also cannot give up all this time for free.
Yeah, so here comes the challenge. Dak Mercules trying to give it their best effort. Lunar's also in the picture. Dak off the regen. Clears out the U-Haul. Perfect setup now. SGP trying to fight this from the escalator side. Lunar's, Neptune trying to keep themselves up, and they do so pretty darn well. But Gunzy, free and healthy, deals with the final two contestants, and that will get us again right around a tie game. But the big question is, can Chirac hold this advanced setup? They're trying to play forward in front of P2, and they're being battled up against pretty decently. We got a 50-50 battle for the second hill.
It's a 50-50 battle. Darkside wins a gunfight as well through the middle of the map. Gunsy eventually strikes for the second. So Syndicate are going to win another rotation. They have turned up to a different level when they needed to. Trying to close out this series now. They're basically almost in a position to tie the game up, but Chirac are keeping it scrappy.
They still have the close spawns. Player over towards gate side, and Lunars, oh, he gets shots down to Cruz, but he gets dealt with in his own right. So now all of a sudden, it's just down to the SMGs trying to break this thing open for Chirac. Dak into the hot dog stand, and that's enough. Okay, that's going to be enough to get this break and also a couple of follow-up kills. Syndicate, I'm sure, don't want to see this hardpoint time fully go their way, but they've got to fight the war on two fronts because you've already got Lunars contesting for new.
Yeah, and Bank lost that one-on-one gunfight through the middle of the map, so you already have a player contesting for those spawns in Lunars, but he is going to fall. So now Syndicate in the ideal setup. Only 10 seconds still to fight for here at P2. You don't want to give this one up for free, but you are fully set up this rotation. This one needs to be perfect.
How about the storyline again? SGP early rotated. This is the preferred setup that they've chosen to put themselves in around the third hard point. Can they hold, though? And it's a free three-man flood through box's side. Gunzy just going to sit here to contest, but he shows too much. Mercules finds the kill. Now Cruz has to come into the hard point. That's not going to happen whatsoever. Bink over the top. Good first shots out of Mercules, but the SMGs again for Chirac continue to win the day. One more player in the corner. It's dark. He needs to get two. Only finds the first. Dak stunned for a moment, but there is enough for SGP to get back at the hard point. The problem is Chirac are still spawning close.
Oh, they're still spawning close, and Gunzy tried to do everything he could, popping a double, hoping that his teammates could help him, but Chirac are looking like they're going to force the game 5.
Looking clean for it. Last contest on the way down the staircase. It's still alive. Lunars, Mercules find the final kill. And Chirac will see this thing go all the way to 5. And of course, it's in the same fashion that we've been talking about in both our hard points. Syndicate get the early setup, but they cannot find a way to stabilize their hold. The quick pressure from Chirac coming through again.
I just don't understand what the setup was at the end. You had a player watching over towards bridge side. You had the overextension being covered, but there's only one player in the point. They're not coming from breach. They're not working their way around their back. They had to be coming from boxes and through top mid, but there were 3 players in there to contest, and there was only one guy from SGP still in that hard point. It has to be more in sync, more together, because Chirac just worked their way into the contest. You had the nerves starting to be wrecking for Syndicate. Everyone getting a little bit overzealous, and then they were just able to clutch up in those gunfights. We knew that the SMGs were going to have a good time, but Mercules was the guy with the AR early off the rotation, clutching up in those one-on-ones. 23 non-traded kills, also 2 minutes in the hill. Where was this guy all season, Alan? Where was he?
He must have just turned 18. I don't really know the full story behind him. I haven't done all my research on it. Didn't expect this team to necessarily put together this kind of a convincing performance, especially with Mercules kind of leading the way. So, wow, impressive stuff. And the odd thing about this is, like, you look across the board, like, Bank and Cruz, 6,500 damage, like nearly a grand more than anyone else on Chirac, but they still don't win out the day. And it just feels like, again, that opening damage is just not being fully confirmed for kills that you would normally assume they would be because of how fast Chirac are playing. It's like, here's a shoulder. Thanks for taking away 75% of my health, but here's my friends to go deal with you when you don't have any more ammunition left. So, again, Chirac just fast and furious. They take both hard points, and again, just kind of setting it up maybe a little bit too early here. This invasion surge is, I don't think, going to be a one-dimensional battle. I think we're going to see the SFGs for Chirac continue to be able to find some success here, especially with how Syndicate prefer to play the map.
Yeah, Syndicate like to play slow. You have playmakers in dark side who likes to get aggressive up through broken. But you can see the way that Chirac are playing. They're playing with the utmost confidence. The SMGs are realizing we are the playmakers. This is what we need to do to make sure we have the potential chance to walk away with this series. That's 2 hard points in a row where Syndicate, the same issue, man. It's just like you're fully set up and instantly getting broken by the pressure and the aggression out of Chirac. So now we're going into this invasion S&D. Who are your X Factors, Alan?
I think first and foremost, I'm going to be curious to see if Neptune is going to be allowed to get deep on the offensive or defensive side, kind of over towards B Street. I think on the other side of things, I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of a player like Dak, who could be on an SMG, could be on an MCW. What does he want to do in terms of kind of playing what I imagine would be largely through the middle of the map? So I'm kind of interested, I think, to see if Neptune will be too much of a problem to deal with. Will Syndicate's slow presence, especially when they're on offense, allow Neptune to get into deep spots? And then, you know, how he plays, he's tough to isolate. Or on the other front, will we see the Syndicate squad kind of maybe reach through mid on either side of the bomb and just kind of force Neptune to have to play more mid instead of more on the outsides towards B Street?
Yeah, I think it's early on about the SMGs, which are the playmakers for both sides. trying to find early success. So Dark Side on one end, Neptune on the other, because those are the guys that are going to be aggressive up through DVD, up through Cafe, to try to find those initial first bloods. And that battle might be just enough to figure out who's going to walk away at the end victorious. Because on a map like Invasion, where defenses need to be strong, you can watch crosses to both sides. Make sure you got your tacks in the back pocket if you're going to have a little bit of a weaker setup at that B point. But it's all about that mid-map area. If you're the player playing around that mid-tank, you cannot afford to give up your life for free, because you are everything on that defensive setup.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's what we got kind of set up here for us for map number 5. The player is going to step away to take a quick, brief break before we load on in, so we will do the same. But don't you go anywhere. This is just match 1 of 3 in total here for the North American LCQ. We're going to send a team over to Texas after this backside of the map. Don't go far. Moments of map number 5. Winner makes it to the championship in Texas for challengers. Loser will have one more chance in the lower qualifier, but here we go, Jay. We talked about it. Neptune trying to get aggressive through B Street. He's got teammates to try to help him get deeper into this position.
Yeah, just putting him in this position is not going to allow Syndicate to be aggressive up through that B site. So it's trying to take their time, potentially catch the timing onto Neptune, but consistently being a nuisance is all he needs to do, because you're backing down Syndicate.
He has thrown both of his attacks, though, so he's going to be kind of left on an island just to leave it to his own devices. Mercules gets all the way back over towards Palace Walls. That works out to kind of play off the Syndicate team that is doing what also I kind of figured was going to happen. Can they make a way through mid-map? Dak dealt with. So those are the two players for Chirac that I was kind of curious about. Dak through the middle of the map. Neptune over towards B Street, but Syndicate get the isolation, they get the read, and now they're going to set themselves up for a post-planet A.
Oh, and if you're Mercules, can you try to catch this timing onto the bomb planner? He peeks at the wrong time because Darkside was pre-aiming with that AR. Instant 4v2 now. Neptune and Luna's trying to clutch on up, but Syndicate are all around this A side still.
Yeah, Gunzy up and over on the bags, nothing there. No need to be bothered. And yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about here, Jay, because when you deal with a team like, I mean, I'm thinking of like Too Real in the past, but a team that likes to play an SHD player over towards B Street, especially from the defensive side, it puts a lot of stress on the defender left in towards mid. So you got Neptune and Dak that have to essentially single-handedly win out at least their first bloods. But Syndicate are not unfamiliar to playing up against this because, like we mentioned, they've done it against players like Too Real. So they get the read. Neptune plays top side broken. You isolate Dak at mid, and then you just plant A. It's good decision-making from SGP.
Yeah, and it was just slow decision-making right there out of Chirac, because once Neptune found himself in a position towards top broken, Dak was trying to assist him through mid-dark, and he gives up that mid-tank area, and the timing from Syndicate was perfect to retake that for that first blood. So going forward, if you are Chirac, it's all about that mid-tank. Don't give that one up, as now they are on the attack. They realized that Dark Side was already showing presence over towards Broken. We called that before the game started. It's like we know what we're talking about sometimes, Alan.
Every now and again, we have our moments. Dark is in a position to possibly back up, though. That's the big key. So as he does, watch this defense move around. Likely Cruz will be bounced out of the site and help out at mid. This is more dynamic than what we saw from Chirac, just due to the fact their ARs don't have to commit to one side or the other. Extra information on Mercules through B Street, and Gunzi, who's tucked away at mid, continues to stay safe because Bink is watching us cross through Dark.
Oh, yeah, and now they're going to invest that smoke grenade to try to isolate onto Dark Side. He is eventually going to fall, but Cruz is able to find one. So now Neptune with that double. Lunas eventually strikes for the third. An easy round right there from Chirac. Just continuously using your tags to back these players down over towards B Street. You find opening touches with the stuns and the nades. You isolate with the smoke grenade to find that initial first blood. Then throughout the chaos, they have been able to thrive in it so far throughout this series. Tie the game up.
Yeah, and Cruz's decision-making there, you can, I think from watching his POV, you think, well, what are we doing running through a smoke weak? But when he finds the first, I think he's thinking, I can get through this smoke and catch the trade by surprise. But it doesn't fully happen. I think there was someone else kind of spamming it from range for the side of Chirac, so it kind of just kept Cruz at limited health. So, tough moment for him, but you can understand the decision-making as this time, SGP offensively, not taking much of a look down over towards B Street, but I believe Gunzi did kind of prefer watching through that B cross initially, so I don't think they know that Neptune is not, at least initially, playing over towards Broken.
Yeah, they're more focused on dominating around this mid-map. But they're basically leaving Dak all by himself. Everyone watching across with the ARs from the back of their spawn, and Syndicate doing what they do on the attack, just slowly working up the map. It's already been 40 seconds wiped off the game clock, and I still have no idea where the bomb is going to go, but Gunzi looks like he's starting to approach over towards A.
Yeah, I think the thing is, maybe SGP are just assuming that Neptune is playing up in towards Broken. That's not the case. He's here with an MCW. Again, the flexibility coming out. Dak leaves his spot over towards mid-tank. Neptune trying to cross into Cafe to find something different to hold for the defensive side, but he gets caught. And so now SGP are going to get a read that the defenders are still playing deep through this courtyard, and they may wrap this back over towards B if they want to. It doesn't matter. They're just going to play TDM mid-map. That works as well, I suppose. Dak, last one left. Gunzi working on the planet A.
Yeah, it's just no need. It's no need to do anything else when you take that mid-tank control. And that was due to the fact that right off the rip, Chirac were, 40, 50 seconds uncontested around that mid-map area. And the way that Syndicate were showing presence around that middle map, they had no idea which bomb site they wanted to go to. So they started to reposition a couple players over towards B, and Syndicate again find the timing to take that mid-tank away from them. They find that first blood and then slowly pick them apart after that. If you're Chirac, just don't give up that tank, man. That's 2 rounds in a row now.
And the thing is, they changed their defense to have Neptune with an MCW help.
Yeah.
So, some questions that Chirac will have to answer in their next defense. But for now, we focus on what they have for their second attack. Focus over towards B Street. Dark once again playing over the build. Dak able to see him, but Dark will step forward this time, not back. Cruz is still playing off of the B Street tank, so there's a lot of help nearby. The only vulnerability for the SGP defense would be over towards A.
But they at least have a crossfire set up. And if you are Mercules, you have a potential opening to work your way up through Water Street. But the cross is being watched by Gunzi, so they have all their bases covered. And right now for Chirac, time is just getting away from them.
Yeah, I think this is just Mercules. Yeah, he does actually take a little bit of a deeper peek through A Street, and I think he may have seen Gunzi at range. So now Chirac, 35 seconds, are going to throw everything his direction. And Gunzi does fall to the Semtex of Mercules, who now feels like he can play off this A Street. Thing is, the rotation for Bink almost gets there in time. Not quite. Good read from Mercules. Great individual play. And now the A site's wide open.
Yeah, now you're going to start to work that objective. You just want to make sure no one's going to try to be a playmaker through the smoke. They read it onto Dark Side, isolate onto him. Now it's Cruz left and a potential 1v4 as he finds that first. But that objective is going to go down. You have a lot more to take care of if you want to try to secure this round.
And Cruz is maybe going to see if he can get kill number 4 here. Long-range shots towards Lunars is decent. Dak has also shown himself over through mid-tank. Damage is great from Cruz. I mean, this is going to pad the stats just a touch. But the ability for him to convert the round is likely out of the picture, and that is the case. But lots of damage to all 3 of the last remaining members. Just can't quite find the kills.
And that's been now a total of 4 offenses on this map. Usually you find yourself in a position having a lot of success on defense, but that's Chirac taking a page out of Syndicate's book, isolating the player on mid-tank, finding that opening first blood, and then forcing the players from Syndicate to try to make up for it. And they were able to capitalize on that moment. So now all tied up at 2. Syndicate back on the attack. Do they try to go back to their slow and steady wins the race, because they've been able to force Chirac to rotate every single time.
Different look this time. It's a double stack in towards mid cafe. Darkside's in trouble. Yeah, Neptune should be traded, and he will be, so we'll get to an early 3v3. Dak should have a pretty free exit if he wants it back towards A, and he will step back over to try to help out mid-map. Also, Mercules, deep route around through B Street. That timing works out perfectly. I mean, again, his search and destroy IQ has been impressive so far through this map, and all of a sudden, Syndicate are a bit trapped at the middle of the map.
And he does that with the SMG as well. He gets that kill and backs all the way up, being the safety net around that B site. So now Cruz and Gunsy left to try to clutch on up into 2v3. You gain info early on some Lunars, but Dak just playing so damn tight in that corner. Are they going to realize that he's here?
Well, that's the information. Cruz going to follow up. Oh, impressive shots. I love the idea. Gunsy just trying to show a bit of a shoulder to see if there's going to be shots from Tank to allow Cruz to challenge, and that works out, except for the fact that Dak is just too damn good in that spot. So he gets the big win. Gunsy on the wrap. Should get a free trade here towards Dak, but the next step from here is the really difficult one. You got Mercules still behind you, and Lunar's going to be playing from the front. And Mercules, well, he will get a Semtex on Gunsy down to 54 health, and Mercules essentially wins the round there for Chirac. Great awareness, great timing on that long pinch through B Street.
Yeah, that's great plays right there out of Chirac to secure the first defense of the entire map. They get it done with the aggression. Through mid-cafe, find the early trades, but then Mercules, you called it, working that overextension. We usually like to see him with the air on hand, but this young man is really impressing me because he's able to get it done with both weapons now. As now Chirac take the lead, up 3-2. They go to the offensive side, which they prefer.
The young gun. What can they do to keep these offensive rounds going, though? And Mercules will just kind of watch over the top of all of this. That's a deep smoke, likely thrown by the defense, you would assume. Yeah, Dark's going to step up. He's the one carrying. So he's going to get a forward position here at B. Not really much has changed here for Syndicate on their defense, which is a bit surprising considering the faultiness of it. The only thing that's really different is that Gunsy's not playing on the tank. He's going to play right in front of the 8 doors.
Yeah, so that might potentially be an opening there for Chirac. The only player watching around that mid-map area is going to be Bank, but he's watching all the way from this spawn wall. So you can invest a smoke, use a couple attacks to take that mid-map control to eventually work your way over towards A.
Bounced over towards the tank position. Cruz holding a little bit deeper. Now that those nades are thrown, he'll step up. So his information is completely concealed. The smoke is out for the offense, and Cruz tries to step into it. Not going to work out. Gunsy able to find one for SGP. Can't really follow through. The smoke's such a deterrent for him. Now steps up, finds Neptune, trying to look for more, but he's stuck behind the dumpster, so Dark has to make his play through DVD. And he does well to catch one. No retreat for Mercules, and SGP will respond with the defense of their own.
Okay, and that was all about that mid-map pressure. They were able to find that initial first blood through the smoke and trade effectively after that. We're just waiting for the play to develop on the side of Chirac. They show early presence a lot over towards B, but every time they see Dark side over towards Broken, they either are going to push him or rotate their way back on in, and thankfully the setup for Syndicate was ready for anything, as they were able to tie the game up at 3. Now they go back to the attacking side, and if you're Chirac, yep, just make sure if you're that player around mid-tank, get a trophy at your feet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have to say, for Syndicate, they say, we don't want to deal with the nades. We don't want to throw a trophy. Maybe they didn't have one. We just give that position up and then retake it later. Once those nades are thrown, it looks like that might be the case here for Chirac as well. Dak eventually going to rotate into position. Neptune trying to see things out through mid. Doesn't see much, so he'll back up in towards Courtyard. And this is a very passive setup. I think it's 4 ARs right now, unless Dak has the sub. Everyone's running an MTW, and maybe that's why Gunsy doesn't really wait for the smoke. Free first blood for Mercules. And yeah, we've got 4 ARs here for the Chirac defense.
And now this is going to be difficult because you have a lot of B-side control already. But in the man disadvantage, you don't want to catch bad timing here trying to work this objective. So now Chirac are just going to give up this bomb site for free. I'm curious to see if Neptune or anyone else still has their tax in the back pocket. Because now the bomb is getting planted. Chirac's still in the man advantage.
And the interesting thing about it is Dark with an SMG is either going to have an opportunity to hit this pinch and surprise all these ARs, or he'll be completely out of the picture. There's really no other way about it. It's going to be 6 of one or half a dozen of another. Cruz in trouble. Pistol out, trying to get to the ice cream desk. Not going to work out. And now Dark has to make his move. Bink is in immediate threat, and yeah, doesn't really work out. Dark was just too far outside the play. Able to find one, but there's just no way for him to finesse his life long enough to deal with the rest of Chirac. So defense now all of a sudden becoming the trend here with 3 straight defenses in a row, Jay.
It's just right there if you're Syndicate. You get the bomb planted. You're still in a very winnable situation. It's just when Cruz gets isolated over towards Ice Cream Door, he actually pushes inside thinking that there's not going to be a single player from Chirac watching that position. And once he falls, it's just very, very difficult now for one player to stay alive on that B site and try to get it all done while Darkside was working that pinch. So going forward, if you're them, you just got to put that one more in a tighter setup. Force the crossfires, force the team shots to come in, try to stand a better chance of that round. But Chirac now 2 defenses in a row, take the advantage again.
Opening nades and stuns, headed over towards B. None gonna hit, so once again, Dark, through cover of smoke, will get right on this same corner. Dak is the one who's looking for him, and once again, they just kind of exchange just kind of casual words, to say the least. Nothing really kind of giving, nothing really breaking. Chirac still holding, and Dark for the first time gonna try to get aggressive, but he gets tagged by a nade. Cruz right there to follow up, though. It's an even trade.
And Cruz follows that first blood, but Darkside does get isolated, so now Cruz left by himself over towards B side. You can already see Gunsy trying to play that timing around the middle tank area. But the positioning is going to be good enough to at least hold down this side of the map. Now you're going to force a rotation to coming out of Bank because still stuns and nades getting invested over towards that B side.
Gunsy is playing a 1-for-1 position here. Does he catch any sound cues? That could be the pivotal point for SGP. There's a couple of shots. That doesn't really say too much, though. But it is enough for Cruz to kind of take a look deeper through B Street and say that no one's here. Gunsy, whoa, gets caught. Didn't really make a decision if he wanted to play the cafe or not. Lunars finds the kill. Bomb now planted. Bink around the backside only gets one, nearly gets the second. Follow up on the way. Lunars trying to help on the cross. Cruz deep at range, likely going to push him off the angle, and he will while Bink finds the kill. So now it's just down to Lunars to 1v2. Both players challenging at the same time. Damage is decent, but can't confirm the kills on either. So Syndicate get us tied again, at this time at 4.
Yeah, that's good plays right there out of Bink and Cruz, man, because I thought Gunsy, he was in the perfect position to be the game breaker, but couldn't quite make the right decision. All for that mid dumpster area. And once he falls, they're at least able to instantly respond with a kill, turn it into a 2v2. The bomb planter walks into Cafe, absolutely one shot. So you take that bomb completely away from them, force them to either play their lives or try to contest early on. But once that first kill comes in at Cafe, they were already in a position. They spot the cross out of Lunars. They were able to isolate him now to tie the game up again at 4. Such a back and forth S&D, man. It's like you take 2 offenses, I'll take 2 offenses. You take 2 defense, I'll take 2 defenses. Who's going to pull away here?
I was, trying to find some sort of an answer, but we'll just leave that as rhetorical. Because legitimately, like we expected, this one is as close as it gets. Gunsy now with a bomb. Looking to make a play, possibly back over towards A. This is a very passive setup for Chirac. Both players playing over towards B have kind of not been able to see too much because they're just playing inside the cage area. Same situation for Chirac playing deep through mid, waiting for SGP's nades to come through and then retaking tank, but this is going to come at the cost of the plant.
Yeah, the bomb is going to go down. You're at least able to spot the bomb planter on the exit, work his way back in towards Cafe. But this is where it can get scary because Syndicate can full bomb site up. The only odds that they have is through this door.
Hercules good first. Up and close and personal. Gunsy Dark. Good team shot with follow-up. It's messy through Cafe side. Smoke making it maybe a bit more messy. And Dak actually threw the bodies on the floor. Just kind of conceals himself. Dark doesn't see him. Cruz being pressured. Mercury's going to hop likely here for the defuse. And, well, Cruz keeps this interesting. He has to check the bomb, though. and he's called the bluff perfectly. The timing is good. The pistol is out. Mercules wins the battle, but SGP Syndicate win the war in the round. 5-4. Syndicate a round away.
Yeah, that is terribly executed right there, Alan. It's a 2v1, still 20 seconds left. You spot him on the cross, work towards your spawn. Why are we not going for a double chow? I can understand if the other guy was sticking the defuse, but he wasn't even on the damn bomb. So that makes no sense to me right there out of Chirac. They definitely want that situation back, but Syndicate take full advantage of it on the back of Cruz with the ice in his veins now at game point.
Tough, man. That is a tough first gunfight from Cruz as well, for what it's worth. Shots, damage tallied by Bink. That damage is actually enough for Dark to try to get maybe a bit more aggressive, knowing that he hits the route over in the tank for the first time. Does not have a trophy system here, so he's going to be very cautious of opening nades, but he's taking an aggressive angle to make sure that Chirac maybe get further contested. Gunzy kind of doing the same thing on the long cross with the rival. They know they have Chirac pretty cornered, I would say, down this B street.
Yeah, because Darkside, a consistent factor on the defensive end, is always throwing that smoke grenade over towards B Street. So they were still thinking that he was going to be in a position over towards Broken, but he's already worked his way around that mid-tank area, and now Chirac have gotten a read. With only 45 seconds left, looks like they put all the cookies in a basket to try to go to B.
Yeah, Cruz in trouble. Smoke out. Nades also landing, but Cruz still able to get one. That is so important for the side of SGP, who now are going to play a 3-man wrap on the flank. This is a bold call. Lunars has already seen one on the cross. Trophy system down for Mercules to get the bomb planted. It's just about this contact between Lunars and the rest of the SGP squad, and he can't find even one. So now Mercules has to play the crossfire setup. And interestingly enough, they're going to try to get deeper. Dak plays all the way back in towards Ice Cream, and SGP can flood forward on the front.
Now you're leaving Mercules isolated, so if you are SGP, you just got to find this one kill, someone sick the defuse, Dak in a 1v3.
Not looking good, and Dark comes out from behind. SGP break him down. The full heavy-handed flank works out. Looters can't find the tally, and then that reposition for the post plant to get to Ice Cream, maybe the most costly decision we've seen so far for Chirac. So they miss out on their first chance to qualify, but SGP Syndicate take it in 5. They punch their tickets to Challengers Champs in Texas.
Man, S&D for these guys have been treating them well all season long. They just have a little bit more ice in these veins in those closing moments. They said, screw it. You can take both of the HPs. We'll take both the search and destroys and the control because we are a better team. And they were able to get it done in that factor. The fact that Chirac, I feel like they were simply outplaying them in that map number 5.
Felt that
There's
way.
just the little opportunities to where you have to take advantage of when you have man-up situations. The time is in your favor, and you still got to clutch up in these situations where you're taking full B-side control, and then you're just completely giving up on a post-plant setup, forcing everyone to try to be a hero. A one-on-one gunfight here, one-on-one gunfight here, and that's what Syndicate were able to just slowly pick you guys apart. Watching that guy walk into Ice Cream, they were sitting there smiling on their faces because they said, Mercules is the only guy on tank. We're going to kill him. We're going to just take the defuse, and that's going to be the game. But congratulations, Syndicate. They are the first team to move on to make it in towards champs at Texas. And they just got to work on that hard point. It's as simple as that. They already got to the difficult part. Now it's all about preparation to try to be the best at the tournament.
Setups. Just making sure they're fulfilled. That's legitimately it. Looking over the final scoreboard, Mercules 13-6 for the L. The guy was everywhere. Other side of things, though, Gunzy puts together another good search. So does Cruz, both on 9. So good stuff from that dynamic duo. And for SGP, like you mentioned, feeling good about the search and destroy. I think the thing, though, kind of reflecting upon Chirac in this search and destroy, especially this last map, as they get prepared to deal with the winner of our next matchup in the last chance for qualification, literally, is everything that happens after the objective starts to come through. Like, I think the opening 45, 60 seconds for both of these two teams was pretty decent. It was just the post-plant setups for Chirac late, and then I think their ability and their contested retakes when they were trying to set things up defensively in the early half of this series were just a little bit messy. A couple of weird decisions, maybe a couple of bad timings. It just felt like they were kind of giving away advantages, just trying to get maybe a little bit too cute or try to force something that didn't need to be forced. That win right there, though, that was the moment. I mean, that should have been 5-4, you'd think, for Chirac.
100%. Like, even if you go for the double chow or if Mercules is committed on that defuse, that's a round win right there for Chirac. But just again, in those closer moments, Syndicate no sweat off the brow. They've been in situations like this before. They had it yesterday, literally versus their brothers in SGP Midnight.
Yep.
We were able to clutch up all the way into game number 5 there and find another success story in this one. But it's just you got to move forward, improve on your hardpoint game to stand a better chance at the tournament. And then on the opposite side, for Chirac, hardpoints are good. Control's got to get a little better, and Search and Destroy has to get better, but that's due to them being a brand new team. Like, those are the 2 game modes you are going to struggle in where you're a team that was just fairly formed.
Yeah, just a couple of tune-up moments. I think we could even classify the 6-star kind of in the same way as the Invasion. It's just those last 30 seconds. What happens in the post-plant setups, whether you're trying to retake or hold on to a bomb plant that's in your favor. So, yeah, good stuff overall. A really fun series, honestly speaking. And I don't think it's going to get any less entertaining, as next we will see the SGP Midnight team take on Fourth Space. And like we kind of framed up from about an hour or so ago, really curious to see how much Fourth Space have matured since their kind of faulty Season 3 Elite playoff run, that they just did not look that they were as complete as they needed to be versus some of our more well-formed squads.
Yeah, they just look like one of those teams who went perfect throughout the stage. What they go, like 7-0, Allen, and you get to the playoffs and everything just goes on a downward trajectory. Like, that's not what you want. But at least if you're Fourth Space, you got through that. You walked away with second place, but you kept that core roster. You still have the same exact 4 sitting side by side. And now it was all about building on those experiences that you've already been through. We understand that they love to play a lot of Karachis, and they're hoping to God that they at least get a couple in this series. But with a couple extra weeks of practice underneath your belt, I expect them to be a lot more polished on other maps such as Rio. And then when we get to the controls, I expect them to not really play, I guess, Invasion. I would say they would like to play a little bit Highrise. So we got to get those new maps in for this squad.
Think it's a good setup, and now it's just down to what actually comes through in our map series layout. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, we'll give you the full breakdown of both of our squads and, of course, what exactly the series layout will look like. We'll step away, come back with our lower semifinals right after this. especially you. And hey, I got this guy right next to me who also happens to be a handsome devil in his own right. We've got lower semis. I'm Ship. That's Study. This is gonna be a fun one, man. Force Space, SGP Midnight. I mean, I think the story pretty much tells itself at this point. We've got a high level of experts on one side and a younger group that is real feisty on the other.
Oh, this is going to be a spicy one, man, because you can already see it in the maps and modes. We got at least 2 Karachi there, and Force Space is smiling from cheek to cheek, ready to spawn in on those maps. But this is where we got to see early on, because we're starting off with back-to-back 6 stars. We're instantly jumping into the game. SGP Midnight trying to do exactly what their other squad did, and that's qualify for champs, and it has to start somewhere, and it has to be here.
I know all the SGP staff would love to see that, but the start for Force Space, pretty much perfect. They only deal with a single death. That comes by the hands of Temp. Kraze now all of a sudden in position to get a really solid read on what's coming over towards Aqua. Vivid also backs away the SMGs for Force Space. Nice mature moment right there, which is what we were talking about needing to see from these guys.
Yeah, that's going to be the difference of this entire series. How well Kraze and Vivid can work in sync. They're already showing that they have a little bit more chemistry as Kraze is able to find a double, trying to make it a triple. And he at least sets up Welly to find a 2 of his own. So a perfect start here for Force Space, potentially walking away with 40 seconds and already having a couple players off that rotation over towards New.
And look, I just want to take a brief moment here early in the series to kind of talk about the cause and effect. You know, when Force Space were getting a little bit maybe too loose when they were playing in the Challengers Elite Season 3 playoffs, players like Welly were struggling because he doesn't have anyone dealing any damage or setting a front line for him. He's got to take all these battles up close and personal. But now that you see Kraze and Vivid playing with a little bit more control, a little bit more maturity early on, the ARs are picking up on all of that intel that they're getting from their subs, and Welly's off to a pretty solid start. Now all of a sudden though, SGP Midnight finding some kills, looking to contest, but again pushed away by Force Space.
Oh, and this is the perfect setup now if you are Force Space, because you were able to flip those spawns. One SGP Midnight behind you at that old HP. So if you can trap them, that's the ideal thing that you want to do. But Capsule is able to walk right on in, put 3 in the feet together. Is now trying to make a couple plays off the rotation, but still a chunk of time here to fight for. Final 15, because the rotation is going to be heavily in favor of Force Space.
Yeah, but a good exit here from Midnight. They deal with the finesse kills around the old time, plus they also win a couple through mid, so it gives them a chance to try to put together a route early, and that's exactly what's coming through the middle of the map, which is just being watched by Kraze. A couple of the shots, though, will turn the attention of Welly, and that timing is pretty darn perfect. Good catch from our Obs team as well, finding every single kill of that. A perfect little crossfire setup as Force Space hold on to the opening time.
Oh, but you see how they get too aggressive, and they spawn a couple players behind them. So if you are SGP Midnight, you have been blessed with an opportunity to try to find a break. Kraze did get a read on it, but was only able to spot 1. So now if you are SGP, you had the back spawns, you have the numbers, you have worked your way into the hill. A good 30 seconds to fight for.
Indeed the case. Midnight need the time badly as well. Welly looking for something up and over the hedges. Finds one. Follow-up from Mock is on the way, but as he drops, so too will Welly. So good time here for Midnight. Really good to kind of utilize, like you mentioned, Force Space getting too aggressive. The benefit of the back spawns works out, and now we've got ourselves a bit of a tighter game on rotation to 4.
Yeah, now off the rotation, it seems like Force Space are going to be late to the party. So now SGP are putting themselves in a position early on, and Eric Boom puts himself in a nice little corner around that mid-map, is able to find a double. So SGP Midnight fully set up off this rotation. Only down by 20 points. They know where the pressure's coming in. Do Force Space have enough, though, to try to take down Capsule? He needs one more for the cruise.
And he's just playing his life. Stun does come through, but I don't think that was actually intended for this position because Mock runs right by, but now they know. I mean, you can see Welly is just watching right over the top to make sure no one hits this mantle, but no one else is trying to take the challenger in the Caps. So there's the info. Caps a little bit of a battle with Welly. Doesn't turn into too much. Both players off the regen, and we continue to get this battle until eventually the MCW reigns supreme. But SGP from the front do get a chance to contest and find some time on this back 20.
Yeah, they still work their way into the hard point. Oh, that P4 and P1 are right next door to each other, so you want to fight this one all the way to the very end. Well, he's trying to find a couple more kills to potentially earn himself a cruiser, so every time he takes a shot, it's someone else stealing it. And unfortunately, he does get cut down, so Force Space at the end of the first half of the game almost reached that 100-point mark, but now we're in the advantage again with the spawns for New as well.
Indeed the case. Nice win by Kraze. Oh. Temp got absolutely obliterated. and now Craze finds himself with control of the DJ booth. Vivid working on making sure the rotation can stay safe. That's not going to come through, though. So now all of a sudden, Craze is kind of in a pivotal spot for the force space, needing to win the hard point and possibly influence the rotation, but SGP Midnight find the kills they need to at least secure the break into the time.
Yeah, and it's still a good chunk of time to fight for here. You walk away with every single second, you tie the game up, but Mock was playing very, very patient around this mid connector. He finds the moment to strike, but he's only able to take down one. And now the numbers are here for SGP Midnight. Started off slow in this game, but they are starting to turn up. You got a bunch of vets, world champions in Assault. They know what it's like to be in these kind of moments, as they're slowly but surely fighting their way back into this game and already applying pressure here at P2.
Yeah, really well done here. The control from SGP Midnight just kind of punishing the individualness of force space, and the 1v1 wins that are completely isolated, continued to go the way of SGP. Assault now all of a sudden on 5 in a row, looking for potentially a cruise missile on this cross down through the bottom side of the staircase. Hardpoint opens up, SGP still finding kills, and they'll take the lead.
And now if you're force space, stop going one by one.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're just going one by one right into the preams of SGP Midnight. You're trying to locate where Assault is to shut down that cruise. Vivid with the route is able to take care of him. But now with 30 seconds left, you cannot give up all this time for free. Craze just going to fly on in, find that initial kill, but Temp is still trying to make stuff happen.
Decent battle back from force space, but it's not convincing yet. Assault on 2. Reinforcement for Midnight, going to play through the old time to get this scrap. Welly good for the opener. Caps also slowed down over through the foot pool, and now it's just really down to what Caps and Temp can find together, and they do find the kills needed to secure this back couple of seconds. But the issue here is the rotation. Force space much more convincing to hold on to the middle of the map, and they're going to have a perfect setup over towards the top side of patio.
It's just you can't afford those back spawns to come in for free for Midnight. Yeah. So when you get a clean forward dead, make sure someone is playing the safety net, blocking those positionings. As now they are ready for that first push to come in. Seems that SGP are going to rally all the troops to try to attack onto Vivid, isolate onto him. They find that initial kill, but Vivid strikes, eventually Craze on the back end, sets up the team fire. So first push good.
And Vivid's going to want to chow out Caps here. At least try to give him a little bit of a workout, and does find him top side of the waterfall. Help though from Eric Boom. Semtex lands plus a follow-up on the pinch play. So now it's just down to SGP from the front with numbers. Mock holds his ground. Welly also responding. Assault deep side over towards the elbow. Really can't do too much, and then it's just a lurking play from Capsule. Again, this is all in pieces for Midnight. A lot of it starting off with the convincing hold from force space, and now they're finding all of the individuals, including forcing the spawns to be behind patio, and Craze is aware of it.
Yeah, this is perfect right at a force space. A flawless hold right there at P3. Growed himself a nice little lead again, and now you win the rotation potentially over towards New, but Craze is thinking, where the hell did my team go? I gotta now stay alive because everyone drops around him.
Yeah, and that's just a nice little bait and switch coming out as well from the SMGs of SGP. Assault does drop. It sets up some sort of a position for force space to stack and try to hit from, but the trophy systems for Midnight are denying every bit of utility. Eric is really healthy throughout the majority of all that incoming utility. Even there's a little bit of extra damage coming through that forces out a team kill. So Vivid and Weller are the only two that are really left remaining here for this break. Craze going to try to jump on in, but again, it's just not being well constructed. SGP are breaking it down nicely. Assault last one up and over, and that is a clean feed for SGP with Capsule remaining on 4 in a row.
Yeah, this is perfect right there at SGP to take the lead right on back. Final 15 going to go in their favor as well. And now they're going back over towards this P1 where they're already contesting around this mid-map area. But Eric Boom, you want that gunfight back. Somehow, some way, Welly's able to walk away with a double, and force space work their way on in.
Yeah, but a couple of kills come through for SGP on the rotation in towards New. Welly holds on to this position backside vents, and we're going to have a split hit here. Force space with a staggered spawn. We'll have a natural pinch set up because of it, but SGP spawning over towards the old time at 4 could just flood through U-Haul and deal with it. And wow, the awareness for Midnight, absolutely perfect. The shots, the kills, also still being tallied. Assault predicting the player topside nest, not actually where he was, but it doesn't make a difference. Midnight still collect the kills they need to get over 200 points.
Yeah, and there's still 30 seconds to fight for here at P1, and they've been able to dominate in the kill feed. So you continuously soak up that time. It's now with only 25 seconds left. Force space know that they can't give up this time for free, but that decision is going to be made for them. As all 4 players fall. Now you don't want to die in this next wave of gunfight to spawn all the way across the map. You just got to give that one up.
Yeah, and Eric Boom just going to feel things out with a stun around the back and hold this position for rotation. Same can be said as Assault is with him. Here comes the pinch setup. And wow, first 3 kills looking pretty decent here for SGP, especially if they can find these remaining players inside the hard point, which Force-Base has to give up, and the kills are still looking good for Midnight. 236 to 164. Mox double, possibly gets Force-Base back into the mix, and Welly will follow up. Spawns are also good here for our team in orange, a chance to reinforce and extend the map.
Now this is what Force-Base needs to do. Hold down this time with about 20 to 15 seconds remaining on this hill. You want to try to flip these spawns for SGP. And spawn them in toward the backside so you can potentially chain it over towards P3. But SGP trying to close out the game here. They find the initial 2 kills. They still apply pressure from the front, but Force-Base just have the numbers. Just got to continue to play your life and trade it out.
Temp trying to pepper the members inside the hard point. Whoa, Mock able to clear out the right side and then come back to take the win versus Temp. So now SGP are going to give up this play for Old. Force-Base will hold their ground a little while longer because you just don't want any late breaks that get SGP closer to 250. But this will delay their hit over towards new hard points going to open, and SGP Midnight have the favorite spawns.
SGP Midnight have the spawns. They have the setup. All they need is 1 wave of kills to close out this map, number 1.
It may just need to be a couple of kills. Might not even need the full wave. Craze. Oh, wins versus Capital. Now you got Welly from the front. They get in. They get the contest. Temp behind the bar. Not going to be dealt with fully. Craze is the last one standing. An unfortunate team kill onto Vivid. We'll see the map end in favor of SGP. Temp was the last one. I won't even stay standing. He was on his belly behind the desk, but it didn't make a difference in the end. Could not find a way to get that kill. Midnight spawned close. They reinforced and put this one away.
SGP Midnight, they played fantastic. I think they outclassed them in that map, number 1.
Agreed.
Because the biggest struggle for Force-Base was their breakings. Like, it was as simple as that. SGP Midnight, they won a rotation. Their setups were flawless. And then for Force-Base, they were just going one by one, getting caught into the cycle. They had a great start to the game, just didn't execute at the very end. You had the ideal setup right there. You get a majority of that time at P2. You just were not able to flip those spawns, but you initially work your way into that hard point, but then the gunfights and everything was just a little bit scattered. Just still the spawns in favor of SGP Midnight. They were able to close out that map, number 1. And that one is kind of scary now because we know Force-Base, they love themselves a little bit of Karachi. But those are maps 3 and 4. You don't want to be down 0-2 before you spawn into that map, so you need to respond here in this search and destroy.
And I think the thing on top of that is, you know, for SGP Midnight, how impressive were the SMGs throughout this map? You know, they did a really nice job of making sure that there weren't these runaway moments for Craze or Vivid, who have been prone to do that in the past. I mean, the top damage dealer is Mock. So it's one of those situations where if SGP continue to play like this and you stop the power that is this Craze Vivid duo, you start to look at some of the maps coming up and say, whoa, we could definitely take this thing to a very high advantage, especially not just through the search, but even potentially on the Karachi, because if the SMGs continue to play like this for Midnight, you feel like it's going to be an even battle, not necessarily kind of the SMGs for Force-Base garnering as much favor as we often expect them to do. The interesting thing about this map, though, Jay, kind of getting back to the point, is this looked really mature, really calm, really collected for Force-Base, but then there were a couple of moments where that over-aggression kind of defaulted them from getting punished, Midnight in particular, over towards this P3, get that very blessed and favored spawn, and they just take advantage of those small mistakes every time.
Yeah, and you can't do that versus a squad of this caliber. We're talking about a world champion in Assault. Temp, who was one of the best players back in the day when he was back in Splice. He wants to weigh his man back into the CDL. Now you got Eric Boom and Capsule, who were in the league this season. So they put together a really good roster. I'm pretty sure before, like throughout the Elite, instead of Eric Boom, it was Neptune.
Yep.
So, like, Neptune, he was able to make a couple plays, but it seemed like him and Capsule weren't in sync at all times. And with the way that Eric Boom plays, he plays as aggressive as Capsule, so they're always going to be right there with each other in those engagements. And you can already see the difference between Neptune and Eric Boom for this roster. Just a little bit more consistent with that SMG, always making the plays when he needs to the most. And now you're going into a 6-star search and destroy where you got really aggressive SMG players. You got the fundamental guy in Assault. They have everything right with this roster. They put this one together well.
And I think on top of that, you know, just speaking to Temp a little bit to kind of cover all of our bases, he has really stepped up as a major leader over the last couple of years in terms of him being kind of the veteran guy that is, you know, we'll call it the team captain, the IGL, whatever you want to say. He's really led a lot of great squads. I mean, even back last year during that Vegas team, great moments with some younger players that is just like, dude, Temp is really stepping up. So to see him flexing the versatility, not only what weapon he brings to the table, largely running an AR this year, but also being a leader, I think is everything you want to see when it comes to a very veteran, very experienced team in this Midnight squad.
And I think it comes down to him playing in challenges all throughout this season, man. Like, he was in the CDL. He never thought he was going to find himself in this opportunity. But in challenges, we know how hectic it can get. You got new rosters. You got new teammates every other day. So you have to adapt and be that leader for everyone, not just one set of players. No, you need to make sure you're able to adjust your attitude, be right for the new guy that's going to be spawning in right next to you. And I feel like Temp has been able to mature a lot since this entire season playing through challenges, because he had to play with so many different guys.
Yeah, this team, I think, is built to do this. Run through the LCQ, find your way into champs. But it's still a long road to go here, especially considering that this four-space team does look a touch better than what we saw from a couple of weeks ago at Season 3. Is it enough, though? That's now, I think, the remaining question, especially as we consider a search that doesn't necessarily have to be a must-win, but you would love to be able to come back, take this to a 1-1 count, and then have 2 Karachis to your name to follow up. I think that would be the best news possible for the four-space fans out there.
And we watch four-space all throughout the Elite. A lot of 6-star search and destroy. And for some reason, they can take full control of the sites on both sides. But then they're just throwing an extra couple of shoulders, giving up that info early on, and then slowly getting picked apart. And we always called it, like, Craze for some reason tends to learn in the game in the positions that he can't play, because he early on starts by getting first blooded, but then once he realizes, all right, I go here, I can die first, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. You can't have those moments here. You have to understand what your objective is and what you have to lock down, because first bloods always play a big part of search and destroy, and you cannot lose that momentum early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, lots of things that, again, could possibly come through, but I think the biggest point about this is simply to the point that we're learning, we're figuring out what exactly is to come with these teams growing at the moment. So yeah, curiosity is definitely, what we kind of have built for us. I think that, again, we're starting to see the things that we wanted to see come true. It just comes down to, can they get to the point where they need to be? That's where we're really at the moment.
So now what? If you're Craze, we always talk about Craze being the playmaker, but I think my main focus is on Vivid, because what he's able to get done, he's also one of, like, my favorite players to watch with what he's able to do. He can do it with the AR. He can do it with the SMGs. He always has the objective in the back of the mind, and he's always playing for the victory. So look at him to be that guy where you put him in isolation situations, where he switches to that AR to watch a certain angle. He's Mr. Do-It-All for this team, and he has to do that here to try to tie the series up.
Yeah, love the call. Okay, so that's kind of something in terms of who to look out for, what to look out for, especially with 6-star being one of those maps that we often see, especially teams like four-space, default to playing for smoke retakes on defense and aggression, trying to get quick plants on the offensive side. So will those things still be true? Again, we're about to find out. Other side of things, this is an interesting conversation point off of the team that just lost in the winners finals. Now you're looking at this, if you're from Chirac, and you're saying, who do we want to play here? Because you kind of got the more structured approach playing up against SGP Syndicate. You're going to get a similar look versus Midnight. Would you rather have that and tune up some of the things that were kind of slightly missed out on, especially with 2 different round 10 searches? Or do you want to try to just run and gun versus four-space, play a little bit more looser to try to get yourself into champs?
I think if you're Chirac, you don't care who walks up against you. Like, you think about that series versus Syndicate off the rip. When you lost all the way into Game 5, it's just little mistakes that cost you. For a team that was just fairly formed, that honeymoon stage is hitting different. They clutched up at both the hard points. You had the little mistakes in the search and destroy, and obviously control is going to be the biggest difference maker. But if I'm them, like, four-space, all right, they'll be a good matchup because they got great SMGs who love to be aggressive. That should be a fun one. But SGP Midnight, you don't want to lose to both SGP squads to not making the champs, right? I'd rather play four-space.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just from the simple fact of being, I don't want to say embarrassed on Twitter, but that the SGP guys would be thrilled to see both of their teams qualify. It's really awesome to see. I think just kind of speaking to it on a more large basis, we are getting ready to load in, so we're not just filling time to fill time. I promise you we're getting close. But, SGP, I have to give them some credit. Here in Riyadh, they picked up a really solid team for Warzone. They were in a spot where they got to finals, and they were in a maybe position to finish top 5. Didn't quite happen in the last couple of drops, but imagine a world where you're at EWC, and then you have 2 teams at champs for challengers. It would be a heck of a moment to kind of get a, more recent, newly born organization off to the races. So really exciting stuff, and I just have to give a lot of credit to the admin team for SGP for doing the right things here business-wise to put themselves up for success.
Yeah, big shout out to Syndicate, man. What they've been able to do all season long, picking up players, giving themselves opportunities, and then also finding success as well. It's one of those organizations that are just opening the eyes for all these challengers, guys. Like, even though you're not in the CDL, there's still great organizations out there that will pick you up and put them on your back and represent you well.
Absolutely the case. In what, for the Syndicate brand, not with the Midnight element recently added into the mix for challengers, but at least the Syndicate brand, they've been doing really well, not just in challengers in the elites, but also on land. So again, it's just, we've got a couple of really great organizations here in challengers, not just SGP and Force Space represented here, but shout outs to teams like Amit. I mean, it's just, War, Clutch Rain. It's just really cool to see these, you know, newer organizations, so to speak, you know, find some success. But enough of that. Let's get into this, which is, again, map number 2, search and destroy Force Space on the opening attack.
Okay, and this is what they love to do early on, to show aggression over towards this B point. Craze is going to be that bomb carrier, but you do not want to put that bomb in a bad positioning, because right now you have no idea what the setup is for SGP, but Capsule gains that info. He has to now realize that the pressure is going to be at B.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where, as much as you feel a little bit confident leaning towards B, you don't 100% know if it's a play towards A yet, though either. It could be either bomb site. That's the focus. A little bit of silence, creating maybe a little bit more doubt. Mock him to find one, and how about it? Craze able to catch Eric Boom down low towards the bomb site. That's enough for a 4v2 post plant, and the defense a little bit stuck on this rotation.
And now Assault and Capsule left to try to clutch up in the 4v2. They're seeing shadows, just not seeing any bodies, and Vivid's able to take care of Assault, and it turns into a 1-on-4, and that's a very easy round right there for Force Space. And you can already see the adjustments, because all throughout the Elite, once they take that bomb site control, Craze is instantly trying to work that objective, but they were taking the map control before even thinking about it. Mock finds that opening kill. Craze realizes that there's a player around that B site. You find that second one, you work the objective, 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round right there to Force Space to start.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things, too, that you give a little bit of an extra nod to Force Space because you get the read that Capsule is pushed up through mid. So you have to know at that rate that he's not by himself. There's got to be someone else through mid or possibly still at A. So you take a 4v1 or at worst 4v2 to the B side of the map. So good decision-making for Force Space. And now SGP. A little bit more passiveness. Craze, we've seen this before. Stuns himself forward, and he'll just play right on top of these pool chairs, and he catches Eric trying to hunt him out for a kill. First blood good, Welly following with the second.
And I love the adjustments again out of Force Space. Craze is still doing what he does, but this time he has a little bit of assistance. Welly watching over him. They find the initial 2 kills. Instant 4v2. Left up to Assault and Capsule again.
Yeah.
But at least the positioning of Assault is really well. He's already behind enemy lines.
Yeah, I don't think Mock saw him at all, but the problem is those shots will come through. Caps does well to catch the first cleanly, plus a second. Assault nearly gets the beatdown. Wow, how things could have changed in the blink of an eye. But instead, now Capsule stuck. Yeah, that's tough scenes, man. And like you mentioned, the route from Assault is a good one, but unfortunately cannot get the beatdown, not the punches, the land. And Force Space take the second round with the opening first blood dominance again.
Yeah. The aggression over towards B Street. Instantly put yourself into 4v2. Even though Capsule to try to make something out of nothing. Eventually gets cut down by Mock. So 2 rounds in a row now for Force Space. This time on the attack, they're going to have a trophy systems to work with. And if you are SGP Midnight, you had a setup at that B site. It just did not work out. So you might just have to go right back to it.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's interesting about that defensive setup is that they were caught by surprise through the B elbow staircase.
Yeah.
Which is like deep. It's like, wow, you don't normally expect that to happen. 4-man stack, though, for Midnight this time. Looking to get aggressive through the aquarium. Eric Boom playing forward. Welly's going to see the shoulder of a couple, but now he knows he's going to hold his ground as best as possible. Stun is out. Makes that gunfight extremely difficult. But over towards B. Kill on to 1 will lead to an opportunity to set up a post plant on patio. This is another tall ask for Midnight to break down.
Oh, yeah, this is not going to be easy. Force Space know exactly where the pressure is going to come in, but Vivid with the route, is he going to win the gunfight? He does. Even with the Renetti. Goes 1 for 1, though. 2v2 with 30 seconds.
Here comes the double shell. Stuns are out. Wait, no double shell. Mock just gets Eric Boom for free? I mean, that is not how I expected that to happen. With a stun going deep, you thought that him and Caps would chow together. I don't know. Maybe the language barrier coming into play a little bit. Now it Caps the 1v2. Not a lot of time. And, well, it looks like it will expire on his opportunity to try to play for this defuse.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Maybe if he goes for that chow, it makes it a 1v1. But you saw Craze was instantly ready to pounce. So that round ends a little bit sooner. But Force Face coming out swinging in this search and destroy. First blood goes down instantly between both teams. You turn it into a 3v3. But then when they get the realization that SGP Midnight are on They are on our side of the base, and we take control of patio. We're just going to work that objective, put it down. Very easy round right there for force space in the post plant. Up 3-0.
You have to know, though, that Eric and Caps are going to talk about that. Like, what happened? Was there, did we not want to commit to that double chow? Because it felt like that was what we were setting up for.
Yeah.
Maybe the communication just kind of broke it down just a touch. Force space. Expect Craze to continue to get aggressive. This time, though, just kind of re-wraps back up mid-stairs after throwing his stun. He's looking to get aggressive with Vivid through Aquarium. And how much has Mock been able to see or at least read off of utility in his own? Because this is all going the direction of A. Temp gets the read, and now he backs up with a little bit of help through security stairs.
And now you see the way that Mock is playing. You see this all the time now on 6-star. Just being the ISO, making sure no one pushes through your spawn so you can keep them trapped around this site. But Eric finds the first, Capsule strikes for a double. Everyone on the flank gets cut down, and now Mock on 5 in a row. Probably is not going to go for a chow.
Nah, I think he's probably just going to stay here, hang out a little while longer.
Yeah. Let's just put the controller down. Actually, they might chase him down. Like, they might try to locate where he is, too.
That's tall ass, though. I mean, there's so many just one-dimensional angles back here. You just don't want to risk giving him a free cruise missile.
Yeah.
Good round for Midnight. I think a lot of that just starts with the fact that Eric gets the kill backside of the kind of catwalk. And then that just frees everything up for Caps to just sit on the staircase, watch the front doors. No worries. 3 kills for Midnight, all off the flank.
And that's going to be SGP putting their first one on the board. Assault. All right, I guess you just want to add extra depth to the tally. But they're able to finally put one on the board. Force space. We're not prepared for the setup that they had on that flank. But now at least you still have Mock on 5 in a row. So how do Force Space decide to play this? We've seen them show all-out pressure twice now over towards that B site. Might just go back to it, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, but at the same rate, can you set up Mock to play top security and just find a Fevery over towards A? I think that's going to be the case. Craze, once again, aggressive. This time a little bit deeper through the pool. Just watching to make sure no one hits the long wrap for B, but he's outside of the play. And with no aggression towards the A site, hold on a second. SGP don't get many tags with the nades. They're now re-wrapping back to B, and Craze just needs to find info onto 1. That's all he needs to allow Force Space to commit trying to hit for a plan on A.
Oh, and that's going to be Welly finding that first blood on Eric Boom through mid-connector. So now it's forcing all of SGP Midnight to rotate their way over towards A, and now it's Crazy's turn to strike on this bench.
Oh, absolutely perfect. Oh, the timing is so darn good. Double for Craze. Shots over towards Assault. Whoa. Almost takes him out of commission immediately. But Assault is good for the first bomb, though, planted 1v3. Mock is still playing backside over towards the security stairs. He'll watch for the flank. Vivid gets the information. Can they get Mock this 6th kill? Not going to force it. Just wait to see if Assault tries to make a play.
Oh, yeah, and Assault just don't want to give that kill to Mock, so he's not going to fully commit on that gunfight. With only 15 seconds left, he's not going to have a chance in this round to find all 3 and work this defuse. But Force Space, they're trying to locate where he is. They're trying to set up Mock for this final kill.
Yeah, and they're going to get around the backside here. Assault, does he get a read? Mock gets the kill. Whoa, okay. So the round plus the cruise missile puts Force Space on to 4. And I will, again, I think Force Space, comparing to what they looked like in the Elite Playoffs, man, this is just so much more well-designed, so much more well-executed across the board for the search.
Yeah, it's so in sync right now. It's everyone working together. They send in Willie for that first blood. As soon as that first kill comes in, Craze, it's now your opportunity to make a play. And he's able to find a double. And in perfect execution to let Mock get that final kill. Cruise missile now earned in the back pocket. Might just want to go over towards A and stack it, because that B side is going to be a death trap for SGP.
Yeah, deep defensive trophy. Vivid will get down at least kind of in towards that bottom skywalk area. Mock just going to play in the back, and looks like he's going to call the cruise immediately. There's the read. Welly, does he take the long wrap around? Yep. Craze, do you join him? May not be able to. Vivid dies through the sky bridge, and now all of a sudden, Craze is isolated, and they get the kill on the flank? What?
Yeah, I don't understand this. Like Force Space are throwing away this round. But Craze somehow puts himself in a great position, but that stun connecting gives them the info. Someone is playing around the site. So do they decide to send it with the numbers? And here we go.
Craze. Good trigger discipline, but doesn't cleanly take down Eric Boom, so there's no chance to follow up on the second. That was a peculiar round of Surge. Vivid's tucked in a corner. You know as soon as that cruise missile gets called in that someone's likely to be flooding your direction, but he loses his one, and then Welly gets picked on the long flank. That just felt like a complete just misplay. Like, I don't even know how else to say this. I mean, execution was just not even close to there.
That's exactly what it is, man, because obviously when the cruise missile's getting called in, you're gaining info on where everyone is from the opposing team. It's just they didn't take the map away from them. They still held their corners, and you put yourself in positions where they have to run at you when the cruise missile is getting called, and you're just losing those one-on-one gunfights. So if you are Vivid, just try to play that scenario a little bit better. And now just don't let it get out of hand, because Temp finds that first blood, and SGP Midnight starting to gain a little bit of momentum.
And this is interesting. Vivid, the bomb carriers, and all seem to be the one watching the flanks. So this is going to be Force Base trying to go around the world through A, through the defensive spawn, and then to B, maybe? No. Instead, we got deep control at A. Vivid, come join us. And they're going to get a post-plant setup that is going to favor the defensive side of the map, at least you would think, especially with what is seemingly 3 ARs in hand here, and that's exactly the case. We're going to play this thing all the way through the elbow cross.
Yeah, bomb's going down for free, but as long as it took for him to hit that route to work this objective, SGP Midnight already in a cruiser position to contest early on. Temp finds his second on the round. And now Mock is just going to play a corner, hoping that Craze can try to make a play. Welly is going to fall. Mock falls, and SGP Midnight starting to rally together. That's now 2 rounds in a row, down 4-3.
And Temp's on 4. I mean, how things have changed off of that cruise missile round. Because, I mean, I think the thing, too, is like SGP are starting to realize that Craze is going to play aggressive, usually through the A side of the map, every single round. So this time, it's let's all 3-man stack it, isolate, get the kill, don't worry about that flank anymore. And then you've got the option of re-wrapping in towards mid and contesting through U-Haul off the pinch, or you could take the long wrap on the flank through security. This time it's the flank through security. And even beyond that, Force Base, 3 ARs, you're committing Mock to playing in a 1-for-1 corner down low on the Skybridge. I just don't love that post-plant setup.
Yeah, I don't love the post-plant setup, and I don't love the play call as well, because Vivid, as the bomb carrier, took about 20 to 25 seconds to even get over towards A, and that allows that flank to develop for SGP Midnight. So now SGP, with 2 rounds in a row, back on the attacking side. Yeah, Capsule crawling like a caterpillar, trying to find that first blood, but Craze is able to strike first.
Yeah, just a different angle for Craze for the first time after playing aggressive over towards B. He doesn't throw that same stun. Instead, just gets deep in towards mid, and that works out. Mock, stun, naded, backside of this A play. But the stack for Force Base defensively through U-Haul is how they're going to try to contest this. And Assault is going to try to commit for the plant. Looks like he should be successful in getting it down.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down, but it's still a 3v4, so
good exit.
Got to try to put yourself in a tight setup. No one get isolated into one-on-one, but Assault gets some bad timing or some good timing. He's able to find a double. Almost makes it a triple, but it's instantly a 1v3.
Yeah, and Welly's been seen, tagged, and pushed off the angle. Trying to just stall out a little while longer, see if he can force SGP to consider a different angle, but Assault will get the information that Welly's still playing through mid, and Temp is right there on the staircase heady. No worries at all, and SGP Midnight survive through the cruise missile and then tally 2 absolutely polished search and destroy rounds, and all of a sudden we're tied at 4.
Yeah, if you're Force Base right there, you found that initial first blood, and every time we've seen it so far on 6-star, it's very, very difficult to retake through mid-connector when you don't have a smoke grenade. So when you have that man advantage and you already have them trapped on that A site, you need to fight on that flank. You need to push through security because that gives you an angle on everything around that site. You cannot work your way through connector because it instantly gets shut down, and SGP Midnight take full advantage of it. Now Temp on 5 in a row.
Yep, and I guess that's the other thing about how Force Base prefer to use Craze. Of him getting aggressive means that they can't set up any actual stable aggressive defensive setups on A because he's trying to get so fluid through B. Nades are going to be tabbed up perfectly while he drops for first blood. And it just, again, feels like this Force Base team put themselves in these corners, and eventually as the map gets deeper and deeper, their opponents are figuring it out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now it's their opportunity in the 3v4 to try to clutch on up, and the playbook is perfect. You take control of security, you isolate onto Mock, 2v4 now.
And Vivid's been stunned, so he's going to be triple chowed. I mean, it is just day one search stuff here for SGP. Craze, mid-map, 1v4. Does he even have a look at the bomb? No, he doesn't. Oh, boy. Wow. SGP Midnight are going to get Tampa cruise missile, assault on 4, and that's now 4 rounds in a row for SGP Midnight on map point.
Yeah, they just flipped the switch, man. They have gotten a read on what ForceSpace like to do. They're executing super, super well on their mid-round adjustments. And those plays calls are coming instantly, and they are all responding in sync. So now SGP Midnight at game point. Donnie Temp with the cruise missile in the back pocket. Might just want to call this one in, but you can't afford for anyone to drop. Let's work over towards B, get the objective down, and put ourselves in a 4v4 post plan.
Yeah, and I like this. Put some extra focus in towards mid-map as well. Do not allow the aggression of ForceSpace to get up close into that nest position again, which is exactly what's happening. This is the same setup, but with help. Craze is actually going to commit to staying up hall. But here's the thing, is this is a crossfire setup. Problem is Eric will drop. No trade. Temp is already called the cruise missile, but it hits 3. Oh my goodness. The timing is perfect. ForceSpace get caught. And now Capsule can just get to work on the plant. Vivid for the 1v3.
Oh, Vivid for the 1v3, man. That's so devastating. Because you find that initial first blood, but I guess they all wanted to be in sync right around with that cruise missile coming in. And now with 35 seconds left, Vivid is left in a very, very tough scenario. He is going to fall, and SGP Midnight with 5 rounds in a row come back into search and destroy to put themselves up 2-0 in the series.
God, it's just... It's really frustrating, I think, if you're ForceSpace, because like we've seen through the Elite and obviously through the first 5 rounds here, their aggression can lead to so much success so quickly.
Yeah.
But the problem is teams get reads on that and they say, hey, remember that time we VOD reviewed these guys and we know that Craze plays aggressive through B? Let's just get the bomb planted at A. Force them to have to retake right through mid. And honestly, again, we didn't really see any smoke retake contest through U-Haul. But when ForceSpace are committing Craze to playing aggressive, there's no opportunity for the defense to get stable and contest anything at A from on the site. It has to be retakes, and the ForceSpace retakes continue to struggle.
Yeah, that's a struggle, man. But even in that final round, like, what are we doing? We find the initial first blood. Why is everyone right next to each other? There's a damn missile coming through the skies. There's glass windows right above us. We have to spread out. Someone go to mid-step, someone go connector, and then the last person at least eat the cruise missile. We can't be getting 3-piece in the final round of a game. Because you found that initial first blood, and that could play a big part, because when you get that first kill, when you're the team calling in the cruise missile, you want no one to drop. But when your teammate drops it and somehow, some way you miraculously are able to pop 3, that is unreal plays right there out of Temp. As they are now up 2-0 in this series. I know you're going to be happy yourself your ForceSpace now that you got Karachi, but you did not want to be down 2-0.
Yeah, and how much of that, just kind of, asking the pro here in UJ, how much of that is the fact that ForceSpace are reading, hey, they have a cruise missile, they're likely going to use it to open up at B, so we have to force some sort of an engagement to win middle because we're not going to contest this bomb, but the SGP Midnight double stack it, and that extra player delays the kills, delays the position being taken, and then the cruise missile actually ends up popping off for the kills, not the contest of the B site.
Yeah, no, they knew that cruise missile was going to get invested right off the rip because, all right, you're going into a round 10, you got a cruise missile, we know how B site is completely open to that. So the answer early on was perfect. You want to be the aggressors. You find that initial first blood. It's just the mid-round adjustment again. Why is everyone standing right next to each other? If it's just one person that falls, it's still a 3v3, a very, very winnable round still. But when everyone is in sync like that, it just doesn't make any sense because that was the perfect play call. It just was not executed correctly.
All right, well, enough damage dealt, enough time killed off to allow that cruise missile to essentially win the map for SGP, has us looking at Karachi control. And again, as much as we look at Karachi and we talk about Craze and Vivid in particular being huge playmakers for this squad at times, again, that's great, it's all fine and dandy, but if you can't use that as an opportunity to build success for the whole team, it doesn't really feel like it may make much of a difference, because we've seen them on this map before, kind of black out a little bit, go a little bit too rogue, get a little bit too loose. And even though one player may be finding all these kills, the team actually ends up kind of losing out on some of the objective focus. So that's, I think, the curiosity point here is to make sure ForceSpace have a little bit of a kumbaya, talk it through and say, yo, trust the playbook here, trust the things we've worked on and talked about. No one needs to be a hero to get us back in this series. We are good enough to play against these guys as a full group before, and we've seen that. 250, 202, 6-4. early advantages in both of those maps to Force Space. It's just when things get loose, this team starts to get punished for mistakes they end up making.
Yeah, now you're down 0-2. You need a reverse sweep to try to take a potential chance to make it into that final spot for champs. You weren't expected to be in this kind of situation, though. It's basically a choke in that map number 2. The series should have been tied up at 1. You should be very, very confident going into this Karachi control. But I know we're talking about the SMGs from that side, but Eric Boom and Capsule, they ain't no pushovers either. So they're going to have some fun on Karachi. It's going to be an all-out bloodbath. And I feel like whichever team is able to slow down this map more, do the fundamental parts correctly, like push out drunk, control the spawns where they need to, potentially trap them in on the backside of the offense, that's going to be it. You just cannot allow that team to get that close red spawn so they can instantly just work their way in towards B every single time.
Absolutely. And then on top of that, we still have to worry about the possibilities of the macro game coming into the hardpoint if we do see map number 4. So, you know, there are elements here for Force Space that, even though the map may set up for what would be SMG success, it doesn't necessarily guarantee it, especially considering, like you mentioned, the veterans on one side, and of course the SMG prowess is just as high for the side of Midnight. So that's the whole breakdown. We're going to step away for just a brief break. When we come back, Karachi Control right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We are ready to go here as we are jumping on into map number 2, SGP Midnight. Or pardon me, map number 3, sorry. After winning map number 2, SGP Midnight. Looking really solid. Force Space need a big regain, and at least, Jay, they have the Karachi to possibly set themselves up for what could be at least an extension of this series.
Yeah, it's got to start somewhere, man. Backs against the wall. You do not want to be the team eliminated here because this is where your season will come to an end. So sometimes your back's against the wall, you might play some of your best Call of Duty, as Force Space are going to be the team early on the defense, but SGP Midnight already have a lot of power position. They have control of top 3. First segment about to be complete, and Eric Boom strikes first.
Yeah, Salt just trying to keep some of this play through Bridgeside at bay. Not fully able to do so. So a flank now on the way for Force Space to try to clear out the A zone. But while they do that, Eric Boom, like you mentioned, with his kill, has opened up a route to make a play over towards B, but wanted to try to take the chow versus David, gets punished for it. Now Force Space holds control over the map.
Yeah, Force Space hold control of the map. They already have players working behind enemy lines as well, but both of those players do get cut down. Thankfully, they reinforce their numbers over through red. They block those close red spawns, and now you're forcing all of SGP Midnight to spawn in the back of their base, working their way out of Coop.
Yeah, but at least the clock stays stalled out for Midnight. Mock trying to change that. Second tick of progress, not going to get confirmed. Follow-up contest. Good read from Mock. 4-0 start for him. Also knows he's got temp right above on bricks, but has to wait for the region before he can take the challenge, and still doesn't like the look of it. So depletion will be the name of the game. Mock able to pretty much fully deplete the second tick, but SGP Midnight off the respawn, find 3, and they're right back on the zone.
Yes, also on 5 in a row, trying to make it 6 to earn himself an early cruise missile, but you can already see the aggression as they're transitioning their way over towards B. With a clean 4 dead, this is the ideal situation that you want to be in. Assault earns himself the cruise missile. He's going to get done with the SMG. Can he find his kill on Swelly? No, he cannot. So Force Space able to reinforce their numbers over the jump over. And now with only 35 seconds left, you are forcing SGP Midnight to make a play at either one of these points, but they're going right back to B.
Yeah, I mean, they're spawning really close at red in the barrel.
Yeah.
They don't even have a route to re-wrap back over towards A initially, so the name of the game is get onto B, win hotel control, and then maybe try to find some sort of a play back to A if you need to, but they don't need to. The kills are coming out so cleanly over towards the B zone. Temp finds himself a double. Progress now continues to be made, but just 2 members on means that Force Space can make a decision. Do we recontest or do we set up around the A defense? Yeah. It looks like they're going to do the latter.
Yeah, Force Space and Craze do fall from top red, so B is going to be done and dusted. SGP Midnight able to extend the game clock. Salt still slaying with the best of them, and he finds the double with that AR. And all you need to do is find one more kill, and then everyone just stack it.
It's just so clean for SGP. You know, they're choosing their battlegrounds very wisely across Karachi at the moment. Not over-challing anything, waiting to see if they can catch someone for Force Space on their moves, trying to regain ground, and it's working out pretty much perfectly. Slow start for Caps, but he's not been needed. The ARs are just getting it all done. 7 kills for Temp, 10 kills for Assault, and right back onto the A-zone go SGP with Capsule kind of holding the front line here at Shops.
Yeah, Capsule still trying to slay out all for the spawners, but that second segment does get complete. Now Eric Boom on the point, a little bit of assistance from Temp. Assault is somewhere watching over them. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player is going to be Welly, but he's completely one shot. He is going to fall, and SGP Midnight take the opening attack. But if you are Force Space, like, you have to play that one better. We reinforced our way in towards B. We found every single one of those kills. But instead of pushing through red, they cut back to take mid-map control, which makes no sense. You still give those close spawns to SGP Midnight, and they took full advantage of it.
Absolutely. You call that absolutely perfectly, because honestly, there's 30 seconds left, and SGP's in a really tough spot. Like, you don't want to keep having to head bash your way into B, especially with the spawns where they were. They also didn't have a chance to re-wrap back over to A, but they get 1 kill, and that turns into immediate red control, plus a follow-up to stop the jump up. It just felt a little bit too easy, and the ARs, I'm sure, for SGP Midnight are happy to have it. So first round, clean. I think it was like a 12-2 final life count as well through that first round. So the slaying, the objective work, all working out great for Midnight. And Assault deals with Welly and then snaps up to take the second onto Craze. Not a good start for Force Space on their offense.
Yeah, you can't play with your food, man. If you're shooting at Assault, you better make sure you finish it. He's having one of those kind of takeover maps with that AR, but first segment is going to be complete. Force Space retake that top 3 positioning. And now they're slowly but surely working on that second segment. Do SGP Midnight decide to send it? Potentially contest it? No, they're just going to reinforce their way and make sure no one's going to be safe. I mean, playing all the exit kills.
Indeed. Yeah, good exit kills through the backside at A, but Capsule's found a bit of an opening. Ooh, good shots towards Bach. Nearly gets a double, but it does stop off the progress, at least for now, over towards the A zone. Kray's up top at red will make sure that his teammates behind him should secure the extra 60 seconds. Getting to work to stop the rotation. Kray's finds one more with the pistol, so not bad overall. 3 life advantage. It's going to be 2 minutes on the clock here for ForceSpace to work with, and Kray's does get the close red spawn, so we'll get a 4v4 here early towards the B point.
Yeah, and they already found the initial 2 kills. Can Krays find this one onto Temp? No, he cannot, but he is hurt, so is someone going to try to fly in for that trade? As ForceSpace are surrounding the cafeteria. Mock's positioning, though, he is going to be known. Vivid and Krays, they fall at the same time, and then the respawner is able to flank onto Mock. ForceSpace, that first push gets shut down, and you can already see players like Temp blocking that close spawn.
Yeah, and that's a curious moment for ForceSpace because 2 players take the wrap through the defensive spawn instead of just 1 to force the spawns out, so they're really short-handed on dealing with the sole member on the point, which was Capsule. Welly doing what he can to kind of recover, but like you said, Temp gets the 1 win. He steps in towards this vacant lot, the junk area, and now ForceSpace are seeing that 2 minutes turned down to 1:15, and they still have not isolated or dealt with Temp. Finally, they get the kill, but Eric Boom is in position to block the spawns. But just as soon as the kill comes through, SGP will see ForceSpace spawning up close, and now it has to be on the defenders from inside the zone.
Yep, now you just got to hold on tight. Try to clutch up in a couple of these fights. Capsule is only able to take down 1. You still have a couple players here ready to contest. All of ForceSpace now applying pressure over towards Cafe. Eric Boom with a big one-on-one gunfight. At least gives his teammates time to work their way back in.
Now Caps assault over the top of the jump wall. They're the last 2 remaining. Krays tagged up. Capsule with the pistol finishes him off. Vivid steps in, tries to keep the clock stalled. 9v9. Keep your eye on the life count. First tick of progress locked. Vivid a little bit of damage. Wants to try to push out to find the kills, and he takes down Assault at range. Now here's the help for ForceSpace. Kills are traded out though. Temp up top gets 2, but still the second tick of progress is being worked on.
Second ticket still being worked on, and Vivid is just dancing with death. Eventually, he is going to fall, but this is not an opportunity where you can play trades. 6v5.
Second tick not locked as well. Bad news here for ForceSpace, who will now have to set themselves up purely from the front. Keep your eye on Temp's route through the middle of the map. He may pinch all of this as soon as the action starts to unfold in front of the zone. Here comes the hit. 5v5. Eric Boom with the contest over to the backside. Temp dealt with on the pinch, so now it's just down to Assault all of a sudden. Second tick of progress. Gonna start to be worked on. 4v3 situation. The jump up is still uncontested though, so Midnight can get up and over, at least partially. Vivid dealt with on the trade. 2v3 situation. Welly tried to lock down the back alley. Good for 1. Just down to Caps from inside the zone. Pistol out, cannot win the battle, and ForceSpace will get the win, but by kills, not by ticks. Keep that in mind.
And you would take that, though, because we're playing Karachi. We're not playing Invasion or Highrise, where you would prefer the defensive side. It's like Karachi, we can get it done on both ends, but offense is heavily favored. So, great plays right there out of ForceSpace to extend that time early on. All they needed to do was just get those close red spawns, make the game a little bit hectic, and they were able to win the trade fights at the very end. It came down to a 2v1, but they ice up to tie the game up at 1. But now if you have that same exact startup you had on your previous defense, someone just do the fundamental thing right. Go block that close red spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, see what we get. No trickery here for Midnight. Just the same kind of split focus over the top of the high grounds with full intentions of covering the top of A. Caps assault, good start. That will keep Eric Boom safe on the point. First tick looking very likely. Cap still playing through barrel side as ForceSpace will get someone in towards junk, but everyone else has to hit through this shop side. Not going to feel good, especially with Assault in the power position watching all of it.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. So they're probably just going to have to wave the white flag at this 8-point. Krays does somehow, some way find an angle onto Eric Boom. And they also find the second kill, so second segment does get complete, but ForceSpace had the opportunity to still contest this.
Yeah, they pull the ARs off the high ground. Mock pistol out. Welly helping up from above. Just comes down to finding the player inside the zone. They do that very perfectly. That's actually 4 dead with Vivid now watching the cross from the top side of the shack. Second tick is going to be all that is found from now on this A zone. SGP Midnight trying to get over towards Market, and actually Capsule surprises Vivid just a touch. Welly's still up and over on this top Market position, though. Should find kill number 5 for free. Just comes down to can he turn this into 6 for a cruise missile.
Yeah, he's just going to get out. Doesn't want to give up his life for free. He's just trying to locate one more player, but the SGP Midnight just trying to isolate onto him, but they cannot find him. So big kill onto Assault. Cruise missile now in the back pocket. A one-on-one gunfight at the A point, but Vivid is just going to fly in and lose it. So time should be able to get extended with all the kills in the feed being in favor of Midnight.
And the thing about this is, with Craze trying to block spawns, this opens up red unless Craze finds the timing to pinch this. A bold call, but it works out for him. So a chance here for Midnight to be at least stalled back just a touch.
I think my feed got frozen. I'm not too sure what's going on, but okay, we are back. All right, there we go. All right, Welly trying to retake over towards Junkyard side. He is unfortunately going to fall, but if you are force space, you have a lot of control around this B objective. Just got to eliminate these next couple of guys.
Well, the opening kills do come the way of Midnight. Lives also evened up just a touch. The defensive force space trying to get Vivid deep just to try to keep himself in position to at least block the spawns. But the problem is the rest of the defense now has to cut through the middle of the map because there's not an option to play over the jump wall. Welly, mid-map, big win for force space. Defense can now flood from multiple angles. Decent shots towards Eric Boom. Assault keeps them safe for at least a small time over through the backside of the office desk, but Vivid, he gets pushed off, and now Craze has to break this from the front. Eric Boom, ooh, and the backside of the point gets help from a straight trophy system, but tries to finesse his life a little while longer, and Mock will step in to start making some depletion happen on the second point.
Yeah, and as long as Vivid is staying alive over towards Junk, this is what you want out of force space. Like, this is the ideal setup. Eric Boom, though, puts himself in a nice little route to catch Craze off the respawn, and now Mock, with only 20 HP, he's just trying to stay alive as long as he possibly can, but that second segment is getting worked on.
Yeah, 2 players in, second tick gonna get locked. Mock doing whatever damage he can, waiting for help. Over the jump wall comes Craze, who turns that into a very distant kill onto Assault. Eric Boom, decent damage. Mock tries to step up, doesn't realize there's a player close, and the stack is in SGP once again. Capture all 6 points, or ticks rather, on both points, and they get it, continuing to be all offense. A nice little quick research, though, from SGP. Really puts pressure on that force-based defense by just simply winning the middle of the map again.
Yeah, and then the routes as well out of SGP. The fact that Eric Boom puts himself on that lower hop-up, he finds that initial first kill, and at the second, and a split second later, they find that second kill, so they put themselves in the heavy man advantage. Force space is doing everything fundamentally correctly. When you push out towards Junk, don't allow those red spawns. But then the players off the respawn have to watch that overextension because you cannot allow these SMGs to make plays like that.
Absolutely. Wow. Fiery Karachi control, though, to this point. Well, he's still holding on to the cruise missile. When do you want to call that is the question, maybe to linger as we get deeper into this control. Not going to be needed now as force space find pretty much free entry over towards the A zone. Capsule working on it, but from bottom market with that SMG, you don't feel great about his chances at single-handedly breaking. This is going to need a little bit of help unless someone gives him too much of a head out, and that's, yeah, Craze able to finalize the kill. Assault stops him from rotating over to B quickly, and that actually, with a follow-up from Eric Boom, may be enough for them to try to challenge the A zone, and that's indeed the case.
Yeah, that's 3 dead. Last player on the point is going to be Vivid, so we have players going on deep flank routes. Unfortunately, you are going to get cut down off of the respawn. But the fact that Vivid is still alive at this point, when you get a 3 dead, like, that is unacceptable. Force space are able to extend the game clock, and this is the ideal situation you want to be in, Alan, because they only got 4 segments right off the rip. You win this offensive round, you're going to have another offensive round 5.
Yep, absolutely the case. Craze hears players around him. A little bit of a Where's Waldo. Both players having a hard time finding each other. Stun out for Capsule. Locks Craze up, but doesn't make a difference. The gunfight still won. Follow-up from Temp off spawn at least confirms the trade, and Adam Assault once more over towards this backside red area continues to be a problem for force space as Vivid, whoa, lucky to be alive. Clean shots from Assault. Eric following up will give SGP Midnight at least some control at bottom red.
Yeah, that's good plays out of Assault to just play his life the way that he did. He's still staying alive towards bottom red around this Arches area, but he realizes that the spawns for force space are going to be close. So he's just going to pre-aim and prepare for these gunfights. Really trying to work his way through top red. Keep in mind, he still has that cruise missile, just in case he has to try to invest it here. But Craze with that double. It's time to go.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Vivid around the back is just going to sit here to try to deal with Capsule, who actually beats the timing. Mock will follow up, but Eric Boom up and over Dumpster. Keeps the play alive. Goodness, and the clean second shots. Absolutely perfect from SGP Midnight. And now all of a sudden, 16 v 16, you're starting to get a 50-50 battle front side of the zone. You win this set of kills if you're SGP Midnight. You're thinking you can win the game right here.
Yeah, and this is why you have to call in that cruise missile, because you need to allow your players to get pushed up on the map, hoping that they can have a little bit of red control, but Craze is only going for 1 for 1. So even though you are getting these close spawns, they already withstood That cruise missile coming in, and now SGP just need to shut down 2 more good pushes.
Yeah, Caps turns. Wait, Caps pushed forward. He got 2. He's looking for more. All of a sudden, the pinch is on, but Caps and Eric will fall. So Force Space, stay alive. Semtex up and over. Salt in trouble because of it, but at least takes down 1 before he drops. Vivid up the ladder. Could be a power position for Force Space to use to get around the backside of this SGP defense. Good patience from Vivid, but can he find a second? SGP trying to hold on to this back area. Pistol out for Mach. Gets to 4 in a row, and now you've got 2 players on for the stack.
Now you got to get on it. You just got to stack it. The first segment is going to be complete. Do not give a free B kill to Midnight. They're trying to find an opening with the stun or an aid, but Assault is able to find the first. Now they're already double stacking. You need to get everybody in there.
Mach's in trouble. He's getting tagged to the wall. Still stays alive. Well, he keeps him safe a little while longer, but not going to happen. The reclamation of the zone is good. 5v5. Third tick was nearly captured, but now it's being depleted. Final moment for Force Space to try to keep this map alive.
And there's a route being hit by Craze. This is do or die right now for Force Space. Final 12 seconds. The last push coming in from Ticket.
They get the contest. Just down to can they find the kills. Every elimination, a massive one. Eric off the backside tries to keep the clock ticking, finds the kills. Follow-up is good. Down to Mach versus Temp, and Temp finds the elimination. Craze, last one left for the 1v2. Trying to get into the back alley. Temp has the perfect read, and Assault is right there with him. And SGP will secure the defense, and with that, a 3-0 over Force Space, with a chance to qualify with their brother or sister team if they can win 1 more series. But that's the end of Force Space for the year, Jay. Heartbreak. They were so good at so many moments, but can't quite get it done.
Yeah, that's tough, man. In the closing moments of those games, I felt like they were playing fantastic in the first half of every single map. It was just like that in a hard point. Same thing in a search and destroy, and the same thing could be said for that control. It just came down to the final 30 seconds on their first defense, where they allow that red spawn to be right in front of them for Midnight, and then you give them the B point. You get back over to the objective side, and they were just going 1 for 1, trading. And then when you get a clean 4 dead, that first kill can't go the opposing way. It was still a double stack. Maybe if you had 3 players on it, you're forcing the player from SGP Midnight to play a lot quicker. But with only having 2 and then 1 player falling at the same time, it's just not the ideal way you want to try to close out that game. Unfortunately for Force Space, that is the end of the season. Hopefully they can, go into the next game with some better stuff going, because Craze, that's my guy. He kind of let me down here. But unbelievable plays out of SGP Midnight, man. They got that ice. They got that veteran leadership. They have those kind of players who are put in multiple situations like this all throughout the season, all throughout their careers. And now they're just 1 match away from making the second Syndicate squad, making it to champs. That is awesome.
Bro, how about the map from Don Dada? 31 and 18.
Takeover.
Holy cow. Wow. That is a tally, to say the least. Unreal stuff. And like we continue to talk about, yes, for Force Space, feels bad because, like you framed it, it was 100% correct. Great starts to every single one of these maps. But when it matters most, these SGP teams just continue to ice up and show that their veterancy and their maturity continues to be a factor that only comes from experience, flat out. And
yeah,
a couple of moments where, again, it's small, it's individual things. One just slightly wrong decision for Force Space get punished. The mistake punishment from both SGP teams has been unbelievable today, and that's what allows Midnight not just to win this map, but really to win all 3 of them and the series.
And now they are going to move on to play Chirac for our final match of the night for the final spot of the LCQ. And obviously, it's going to be a little bad blood in that one, because we got Neptune going up against his old squad. So it should be an absolute banger when we get there.
Indeed the case. There's a recap of the series. If you missed any of the opening maps, they were all very, very tight, but they all resulted in big bounce backs and big comebacks from the SGP Midnight team. 250 to 202, 6-4, and 3-1. And the interesting thing about it is we had double 6-star in our winners finals as well, didn't we? So we may very well just start all of these series with 6 stars across the board, because you know that Chirac are going to be looking at what they did versus SGP and say, we were in winnable positions through the search and destroy. Just a couple of small mistakes in the post plant, and we could have possibly qualified very rapidly for champs. But maybe a chance for them to kind of battle it back, get a little bit of redemption on those maps as they look at that elimination final, the last spot on the line for Challengers Champs.
And this is a tale of 2 different ends, Alan, because one team is walking off of a very dominant 3-0 victory, and the other team fell short all the way on map number 5. So if you are Chirac, hopefully you have completely forgotten about that last series, talked about the little mistakes that you can improve to make sure you don't make those same mistakes in this next one coming up. But momentum is heavily in favor of SGP Midnight with the way that they were able to handle force space.
Going to be a fun one. We've had We've had 2 fun ones at this point. It feels appropriate that we're going to get a third. So stick with us. We're going to let the teams get through the veto process. There'll be a little bit more of an extended break while they go through that. But when we come back, we'll have our final match of the regular season, so to speak, of Challengers before we start to look at Challengers champs. Don't go far. We've got the last qualification match coming up after this. What is up, Challengers fans? We have one more online best of 5, and then everything online for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 comes to an official close. Wow, bittersweet to say that out loud. One team left to qualify, though. That's what we have on the line on my whole shift. With me, of course, is Jeremy Studdy. Brother, I'm pumped for this one. We got a lot of surprise out of Chirac, but SGP Midnight coming off a 3-0. We got a barn burner here.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a banger, man. And wait until we look at these maps, because I know Chirac, they're going to be feeling happy as hell that they got 2 SMG heavily favored maps for both of those HPs. Just the only thing that scares me now is the search and destroys. We know what their struggle is. Post-plant scenarios got to be a lot better. But I think the switch up from a big map like Invasion, we're still all the way going to have that in that game number 5. But it's not 6-star search and destroy, it's Rio. So those SMGs are still going to be active.
Yep, and we still got the 6-star hardpoint that we expected to stay through. Did not get the 6-star search and destroy. Midnight actually the ones to veto it out, which is maybe not, you know, a whoa surprise, but it is a little surprising considering that they just had a round 10 win on it, especially with considering it was 5 rounds in a row, but must not love the idea of playing that against this Chirac team. So instead, like you said, we're going to be able to get the Rio and the Invasion for potential map number 5. But everything kicks off with this Karachi hardpoint, which we did not get for SGP Midnight in their match versus Space, although it was in the rotation. So definitely feels like this is a map that, you know, for SGP Midnight, you're more than happy to see show up first.
Oh, yeah, they're happy as hell to see Karachi started off because obviously they want to keep that momentum going. You had the SMGs playing absolutely fantastic in that first series between Capsule and Eric Boom just being the playmakers. Temp is always going to get those kills, and you have the fundamental player in the soul always doing the dirty work. And when he has pop-off moments, this team is going to be one of those very difficult teams to try to take on down.
Yeah, I mean, Temp Assault, I mean, ARs were incredible. The SMGs looked, they're playing with some fluid pace. Everything looked like it was really cohesive. And I think in particular, that really started to come true when things started to get a little bit dangerous. Talking about the openings from Space were clean on every single map that we saw, but the composure came through. So will we see the same situation? Because we saw this Chirac team also come out really fiery, really hot, especially on the opening hard point. So it feels like there's a little bit of this early game status that should favor maybe Chirac, whereas for SGP Midnight, it's about just, you know, try to mitigate the damage early. Let's not have to force these dramatic comebacks.
Yeah, I think if you are Chirac, you have to answer right off the rip into this series. Like, that map number 1 is everything. You've been able to cruise your way with the honeymoon stage to win a lot of your hard points. S&D needs some work, but Control, they're going to have that Invasion running it back. And we saw how that Invasion treated them the first go-around. It's not really a comfortable map for them. So you have to be able to answer in one of these first 2. And obviously, since they're a new squad, I'm not expecting it to be in that map number 2. Hard points need to stay strong. And versus the SGP Midnight squad, even though they have slow starts, they finish strong. So if you are Chirac, you start off great. You got to continue that hot streak. Don't allow those players to start to get a little hot.
So if you were to throw a prediction out there, you're thinking that if Chirac were to pull this series, you're looking at what, the 1-4-5 for them to get some roster swaps that happened before the LCQ. So we got a bit of a grudge match here as well, which again may actually see us kind of entertaining the idea of over-challing a little bit, just trying to make a point against one another.
Yeah, we got Eric Bowman Assault going up against Dak and Lunars, and I'm pretty sure this was one of the squads going into the LCQ, but then we know how challengers get down. All right, I got a better opportunity. I'm just going to take it. And now they are both standing right in front of each other for the final champ spot, and not only just them, you also got Neptune, who was that previous SMG for this Midnight roster too, so a lot of bad blood between both of these squads. They both try to make it the champs.
And you've got Mercules, who just finds himself in the middle of this. Like, guys, what do you mean?
Right?
Just happy to be here. Happy to be gunning. So, yeah, definitely interesting storylines for more ways than one, which, of course, the premier portion of that is the last team, the champs. Whoa, 16 squads, by the way, are going to be represented. We had 4 teams from both North America and Europe automatically qualified by the accumulated pro points that they were able to earn throughout the season. 2 spots for the LCQ, of course, for North America and for EU, whereas Latin America and APAC had their top team by pro points automatically qualify, and then 1 team from the last chance qualifier to round out our 16 squads. Those last chance qualifiers for APAC and LATAM have already come to a bit of a close, so now it is just about our final 16th squad to make it. And again, it's going to feel bad, I can tell you automatically, at the end of this, that we have to say farewell to one of these squads because, you know, I think both of them deserve to be there. I think Space deserves to be there. But, hey, we only have so many spots, so you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, man. If you are a Syndicate, you're trying to get 2 teams to make it to Challengers champs. And if you are Chirac, you want to get through this series so that eventually you can get picked up by an organization and stop rocking that beast mode hat as your logo. But a lot on the line for both of these squads, man. You want to end out your year strong. You want to try to make it all the way to the very end and potentially walk out on top. But for a lot of players who jumped in on the middle of the season, like imagine Mercury, so like just all of a sudden making it to Challenger champs. We didn't see him all throughout the elite stage. Same thing could be said with Neptune. He went from starting off on COD, jumped over to Halo for a little bit, then came back to COD, and now he has an opportunity to make it to Challenger champs as well. So this is a good story for every single player, every single organization a part of this one.
Yeah, and, you know, I did get a chance to kind of, while we were at break, to look over what Mercules has been able to do. His first event was Challengers Cup number 6, was the beginning of April, so it's his first year competing. He wasn't at any of the events except for Toronto, though, because of that recent birthday. So he's only been able to see himself on land once. You know, and I think that's the interesting thing about him is the immediate success that kind of follows with it. A top 24 in your first offline event is pretty darn impressive. I think you take that, especially considering I think there was like 72 teams or something at Toronto. I mean, that's a pretty impressive placement for your first go.
100%, man. The fact that he played his first tournament, in April, and then he makes his way to Toronto, gets a top 24 placement, like, that's the ideal start. When I first worked my way in to be a pro player, I was going in there getting top 40, top 42, you know, thinking I had a chance, and then eventually the big opportunity broke its way through. But to start off like this, to play in the middle of the year, and now put yourself in a position to end out the year pretty damn strong, and he just turns 18 years old. Like, this is the ideal situation on your path to becoming a pro.
Yeah, and just on top of that, we didn't really get a chance to see him play in Stage 3. He did qualify and then got picked up by that In Control squad. But, you know, we were talking about the expectations. That Season 3 of the Elite was so stacked in favor of the top 8 teams. The bottom 4 were getting absolutely obliterated, it felt like. So we didn't get much of a chance to actually see him play on broadcast. But now, obviously, we're going to be able to watch a second best of 5 with him in the mix, and I don't want to, again, force the conversation just to him, but like we talked about, he kind of gets caught in the crossfire of all of these team changes, and honestly speaking, I thought he had a really good series in that Winners Final.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he's just looking at his teammates left to right, saying, I'm just happy to be here. You know, like, whatever's going on between you guys, I wasn't a part of anything of that. I've been getting whooped. Even when I make the Elite, we didn't really have a lot of success, but he's just blessed to be in this opportunity. But enough from us, Alan. It's time to get into it. The final spot for the LCQ. SGP Midnight versus Chirac. One more to go.
Oh, this is going to be a battle, my man. Let's see how it happens. Again, SGP Midnight wanted this map, or at least allowed this map to be picked in their previous series. We didn't get all the way to it, though, because they 3-0'd the Four Space Esports boys. But Eric Boom already up top, try to cause some damage, does force another team kill to come out. Capsule down low, follows up, and again, that's that duality. The SMGs is playing so well around one another. I'll start it off, you finish it off, but Lunar's over the top. Easier to deal with than you might think, especially considering the high to low play. He finds Chirac now back into the point.
Yeah, but Eric Boom flies in right back in with that SMG in hand, finds a double, and instantly finds the break. Now with only 15 seconds remaining here at P1, if you are Mercules, who's finding a lot of kills around that red area, you want to keep that control because the rotation is going to be at that new hill. But they put all their cookies in the basket to fight for that final 10. Now they're going to be laid off the rotation to no.
Just a touch. Lunar's up close. Going to be playing from the top single. Lots of damage toward Temps. Keep him on the deck. But Assault, goodness, he has played super well today. And Eric Boom, bottom side red, also be able to clean up the rest of this hit. Spawns for the side of Chirac, all from the front, but a long route here from Neptune being watched by Assault. Just comes down to the timing of this play for Chirac.
And if you are Neptune, you want to be the first one to die here because you don't want to wait for your teammates to die over towards red and then potentially spawn them out. But he drops and no one finds success in the kill feed. So SGP Midnight, a flawless hold to start this one off. First 30 seconds go their way. Now they're going to try to be the aggressors to work their way out through junk. I don't know how Eric Boom put that one together, but they're already contesting at the new hill.
Eric is gunning right now. Goodness, great damage at range to both the players on the high ground, but cannot finish off the kills up close, so a bit of stabilization here for Chirac over towards P3, but it comes at a significant cost. A full 60 tallied on P2. SGP Midnight now working for an extension route over through Market.
And this is where you have to make up for it if you are Chirac. You rotate it nice and early. You put yourself in the most ideal setup. And now SGP Midnight just trying to work their way over through 3-story. Both players do get cut down, so the first wave is taken care of.
Yeah, Capsule, though, from the front, opens up some space through mid. Keeps the split focus for Chirac setup. Mercury steps up, though. Clears out some of the action through tires, and now he's caught into a bit of a back corner where he can just watch crosses. Dak's going to get the information. Guns are up. HGP Midnight trying to hit from the front. Nades will start to land with trophy systems falling, but the AR's already in position, and Chirac looking to counter with a full 60 of their own.
Yeah, this is a perfect hold. Every time a player from SGP Midnight try to hit a route over through red, Lunars was able to take care of them. And now this leads to them being right back into this game. Only going to be down about 10 points at the end of this P3. But if you are SGP, you want to try to trap them in towards the backside of this hard point for as long as you possibly can. Consistently spawn them over towards red so you can try to at least get a little bit of time here at P4.
Yeah, but look at the route coming through here. Shy is all over the map, and SGP Midnight, who were looking to put together a lockdown, don't win a single gunfight. Dak and Hercules, the big winners on this rotation over to 4. SGP Midnight going to be blessed with a spawn right behind the white truck, so they can at least still keep this hardpoint neutral. But Lunar's power position for him, at least so you thought, caught trying to look at a target-enriched environment, and it leaves Neptune kind of by himself here top apartments, which Temp also finds the kills on. So good recovery from SGP, and now they're earning some really critical time here on 4.
Yeah, this is a big moment right here because you usually don't find a lot of success at this P4 HP, especially when you're that team consistently spawning in towards the backside, but you make the most out of whatever situation that you are in if you are Midnight. Because now there's only 20 seconds still to fight for. You know that Chirac are going to send a couple players early off that rotation. Mercury still trying to contest from top 3, so he is going to fall. So the final 15 will go in favor of Midnight as they grow the lead a little bit longer, but they couldn't find a break at P3, and you're giving Chirac enough time to now put themselves in a great setup again now at P5.
Yeah, it just comes down to how much does Chirac trust this setup. Mercury's responsible for the high ground and that mid cut. Neptune on an island by himself through top red, and he's fighting back. Goodness gracious, pistol out. He's got the health advantage, but Temp better on the pull, so that will be at least one elimination for SGP Midnight to get themselves set up. Mercury's taking a wrap through mid to get up top to red, and this may work out beautifully timing-wise. Lunar's in a little bit of trouble, but Mercury's off the pinch, stalls the hit a little while longer. Good stun, good Semtex, but a trophy system denies both, leaving Neptune to try to have to battle from the low ground, and that's enough for SGP Midnight to have a chance to possibly break this thing back open.
Yeah, and they need this break because that's now been 2 hard points that Chirac have found success on to keep themselves into this game. They're here to contest, at least keeping them off the time for now, but with only 15 seconds left, you got to start thinking about the bigger picture. We have to rotate over towards P1, take a couple power positions away from the opposing team. That currently in control of the top bridge. He's able to line up too, and that should allow his teammates to set up in towards P1 early.
Yeah, absolutely the case, but for SGP Midnight, you mitigate a lot of the pressure on the back 30 seconds of old, and again, you got some good time over through 4, so a small lead, but like you mentioned, having to play recovery here, a little bit of a pinch setup, and honestly, Chirac just get completely surprised by it, and that's another follow-up where, again, Lunars just kind of gets caught looking at multiple things at the same time. SGP open up some concern around the back, but the players inside the hill for Chirac have stayed relatively safe considering the circumstances. That is, until SGP Midnight take their full focus to the front of the hard point, and they will get some neutralization, still 25 seconds remaining.
Still a little bit of time to fight for, but if you are SGP Midnight, you want to make sure you secure those spawns again for P2. Because of the flawless 60 hold the first go around. And now with Chirac taking the final 15 to 20 seconds at P1, they already are applying a lot of pressure in towards red, so these gunfights are massive.
Hacker on the back, trying to isolate onto Assault, but help is on the way. Mercury's also stunned up, doesn't have much room to work with here front side diner, and the follow-up from Temp is good. So a decent P1 for Chirac, but once more, on rotation to 2, things looking clean, and SGP Midnight are going to trust that Capsule can just finesse through mid. Everyone else is focused on the front side of red, and Capsule is absolutely able to finesse. Gets the 3 in a row before dropping, and that now all of a sudden puts a bit of a distraction into how Chirac want to try to hit around, but they get over the jump wall maybe easier than you would expect, but the follow-up, good from SGP. Help from the front on the way as Eric just stays tucked in the corner.
And this is going to be a big turning point in the game because SGP Midnight are taking a play out of Atlanta FaZe's book. You want to spawn them towards the backside of this dumpster at the initial start of this P2 so you can have an easy rotation over towards next. They are still holding on to every single second here at Cafe. Eric Boom is going to be in a one-on-one gunfight. He has a little bit of assistance from Temp, so another flawless hold, and this time around, SGP Midnight win the rotation to 3 as well.
Yeah, big 1v1 from Caps on a Merculus. That is a Rival 9 versus an MCW at range. So Caps absolutely turning up when it matters most off that previous 3 streak, winning a critical 1v1, and now can soak up the hard point time. Chirac, all of it, have to hit from the market side of the map. follow-up. Eric Boom, MCW he's been able to put in hand. He's trying to help out at range, also making sure no one hits this pinch while everyone else is fully focused on the front. Mercury's only able to take down one. Dak trying to follow up behind that. Shut down. Nothing there, and Caps is still safe, peppering players coming out of this tide of tires.
Yeah, that's all he has to do. Just play his life in towards the objective. Unfortunately, he was not ready for that up-close and personal gunfight from Lunars. But Temp there, and with the trades, able to put himself on 5 in a row. He knows that the last player is still going to be in the point, but SGP Midnight have blown this game completely wide open. They're going to put themselves up by 60 points. You set up Temp for that next kill to earn himself the cruise missile. That's basically going to be a GG.
And Eric, I think he knows, yep, sure does, that Mercules is above him on 3 in a row. Temp, like you mentioned, looking for 1 as well. And look at Chirac. They're split focused across the map. Messy moment right here for the team that currently finds themselves down about 60 points, but Temp's in trouble, tries to back away, and he will be allowed to get some regen here. Chirac getting together now through the middle of the map, trying to fit the focus over towards P4. They would love to get some time here, but SGP Midnight, they're kind of forcing the engagements on the point, trying to set up Temp to try to find a freebie, but not going to happen. Chirac with 3 straight kills, now with numbers over the top of the hard point.
Yeah, that was a lot of commitment just to take care of Temp. But thankfully, it's all going to work out now, though, because you don't have to worry about any cruise missiles going forward. You have them trapped in towards the backside of the milk truck. Just going to come down to this one-on-one gunfight across the map, and it looks like Dak is not going to fully commit off this rotation, and Capsule has worked his way behind.
Yeah, but now Dak is on the hunt. Doesn't realize, like you mentioned, though, that Caps has gotten through. Problem is, for the side of SGP, they're all spawning frontside diner, and you've got Mercules and Lunar starting to heat up a little bit. Here comes Caps on his play. Doesn't cleanly find the first kill. Stun also does not land on the Lunars. So here comes the help from Chirac. Semtex out. Is that damage going to confirm anything?
Oh my god.
Ooh, it does. He gets the kill off the Semtex and nearly the pistol onto Lunars, but Chirac will hold on at least enough to keep this contested.
Yeah, they have the spawns, but now you got to locate where the other playmaking SMG is, because Eric Boom is here to cause a mayhem. He's able to put himself in a nice corner, pop a double, even though the spawns are still in favor of Chirac. It's Midnight in the hard point.
And Dak's in trouble. Yep, the follow-up from Temp is perfect. Spawns are still close, though, for Chirac, but the thing is, Temp has got the perfect power position to deal with this. Hardpoint still absolutely being owned by Eric Boom. Here comes the play forward. Lunar's able to push Temp off. Maybe a chance here for Chirac to work their way in, but Assault, he steps up, finds himself not just 2, but 3, and then Capsule finalizes the final kill. Not enough time here for SGP to win, but let's call a spade a spade. They're darn close to putting this one away, and it feels a bit out of reach.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tall task. As Chirac want to try to come back into this game. They have given up that remaining 10 to 15 seconds, so SGP Midnight only need about 3 or 4 seconds to close out this game. 1 set of kills, 1 opportunity to close out map 1.
And they're just playing the surround game. Try to take the high ground. No stone left unturned here for SGP Midnight. Here comes Capsule. A little bit of freedom. A chance to possibly jump to the hard point. He'll get there. Go prone. Try to stay alive. Get the final second. Not going to happen. Mercules and Lunars locking things down from top AC. But they need this time. And they need to find kills to make sure SGP don't just win it here. And they're going to force the battle on 2 fronts, because they're going to put a little bit of a rotation effort towards P2 and then try to re-wrap back. But honestly, Chirac are reading this and they're dealing with it pretty nicely.
Yeah, they're so far handling the chaos. Now that first kill does come in favor of Capsule. You jump on in. You're able to close out the map number 1. SGP Midnight, so far flawless on the day. Start out the series on the right foot.
Yeah, and that's just one of those maps that, again, it feels like SGP Midnight controlled from start to finish. And it's in almost the same form that we talk about the match versus 4Space, except for they just don't start slow. It ends up actually being 60s for 60s, all things told, throughout the first rotation. So you don't allow Chirac to kind of run you down, put you into a bit of a blender tempo-wise. You control everything nicely, and I will say a little bit of extra patience goes a long way, especially for the ARs of SGP Midnight. Temp goes on a bit of a burner there to kind of close out, P4 to P5 in that second rotation and get that game out of reach for SGP Midnight.
Yeah, the game just came to a very big difference in it at the second half of that game. Because when you get to the P2s, early on, you saw that SGP Midnight, they were able to hold it for a flawless 60 the first go-around. So you would think that Chirac, okay, we're going to make a couple adjustments, send a couple players early off the rotation. But they couldn't really have that decision be made for them because they got the last 30 seconds at P1. So they soaked up all that time. They gave themselves a 30-point lead. But then when you get over towards P2, you don't find any breaks. And then you're the team that's spawning on that dumpster hop-up. So that rotation from P2 to P3 was very, very easy for Midnight. They were able to get a flawless 60 there. Another flawless 45 to 50 points at the P3. That was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, good stuff across the board. Again, the kill tallies continue to be pretty darn even for SGP Midnight. Hard to say because, well, for Chirac, obviously some things didn't go well for one of our 4 players.
Yeah, why did he leave?
The thing is, we just can't be losing composure immediately. Like, this feels like a map that, again, for Chirac, it did, like you mentioned, I agree with you, felt like a map that you kind of need to win. The 1-4-5 definitely feels like the highest probability for Chirac to win this series, just based on the maps that we had on paper, plus, of course, the recent formation of this team. But I think the thing here is you can't lose composure by dropping this first map because, let's be honest, Mercules dropped 15 for the L in Search and Destroy. This guy's Search and Destroy IQ seems to be through the roof. So you got to be able to get back together, regain, and get set up for this map too.
And that's what we were talking about before this series even started. One team coming off a very difficult map number 5 loss, the other one riding the highs of a clean 3-0 versus Forge Space. And you can just tell that the way that Chirac are playing, they're still probably thinking about that loss previously, but you got to completely forget about it now because your backs are against the wall. You're down 0-1. You're going into a real Search and Destroy where obviously the chemistry isn't going to be there because it's a fairly new roster. And the way that SGP Midnight are currently playing, they're all in sync. So this real Search and Destroy, at least it allows your SMG players to still run those SMGs. But the post plants that we saw need to be a lot better in this series than they were in the last.
Okay. Couldn't set it up any better myself there, friends, so I'll let those be the last words in terms of what needs to happen and what we want to see. The Invasion Control also, again, we'll have similar conversations to how we recap things, especially for the side of Chirac, and then the 6-star hardpoint. Again, that feels like a map that Chirac is going to be happy to see if we get there. So this one's all about, again, I think the same ideas. Not making mistakes. Having good post plans. Do not allow easy smoke retakes to come through for SGP Midnight. Try to be more contested. Try to find a way to just be generally better in the last 30 seconds of these rounds. That has to be, I think, the only major narrative to take was us.
Yeah, and you could tell the difference between the last squad that they played in hardpoint to this squad because versus the last team, they didn't really have to win a lot of rotations. That was it. Like, they could find breaks versus the other Syndicate squad just off that. But, like, versus this kind of squad where they have players who think about those fundamentals all the time, those rotations are going to play a big part. And when you don't win a rotation, that's when you can't find breaks because this is the kind of team that they formed together where they're covering every single one of their bases. So the hard point obviously didn't go well, but this Search and Destroy needs to be a response.
And I think the thing is, will we try to see players like Neptune do something rogue and weird? Like, Rio doesn't really give you the opportunities like Invasion does to do strange stuff. Everything kind of feels like pick your battle. And, can you stretch the defense out, especially looking at it from the offensive perspective? Can you stretch the defense and then hit them hard in one particular spot, maybe their softest spot setup-wise? But the ability to get behind teams is just pretty much non-existent on this map. So this is all about successful trading, I think, maybe more so than being a playmaker, than how we normally think about the word, at least.
And I'm curious to see if we're actually going to see our first ever smoke retake today because we haven't seen one all day. We played 6-star. I mean, they usually come flooding at you, but on a map like Rio where that bomb can potentially go down really, really fast at B, you could be put in a 4v4 retake situation. You want to have that smoke grenade because players like Neptune love to drive through that chaos. So definitely going to be expecting the unexpected throughout those smoke plays.
Yep, indeed the case. Again, just waiting for map number 2 to get things kicked off. Last team to make it to Challengers Champs is on the way for us. So, as a reminder, both these two teams, a lot on the line. I think the most impressive part until that winners finals for Chirac as the recently put together squad is the clean start. 3-0 in winners round 1, 3-0 in winners round 2, and then nearly a chance in 2 different round 10 Search and Destroy losses to possibly qualify with a upper bracket run. Doesn't happen. They fall down here to play SGP Midnight, who had a bit of a battle in elimination round 2, had to go 5, and then of course we saw their lower semis here today. Much cleaner, much better, and great composure has them now up in this series as well. Any other maybe surprises in terms of how you're kind of looking through the bracket? I saw that Treaty 1 Gaming squad did well, kind of to the point where Juju and those boys, better than maybe what we saw from them overall in the elite stage. But is there anyone else kind of name-wise that you're looking at in terms of kind of surprise that didn't fall out early?
That's the thing, is that these guys changed all their names. I have no idea which players are on any single roster. Like, what is NGN? What is ASD? What is BBD? I have no idea. But obviously, someone didn't play the way that they wanted to. But at least for the bracket's sake, like everyone that we were able to cast all throughout the season, they have pushed their way all the way to the very end. Teams like Force-Space, Chirac are the surprising factor, but both SGP squads have always been consistent. The fact that they have been tested the way that they have, though, in Midnight, you start off with a clean 3 on the winner's side, then you go up against your Brotherins and get reverse swept. All right, then that one's tough, but then you instantly have to respond to your next matchup, and you go all the way to a Game 5 and ice it up. So they have been tested. They have been ready to rock and roll, and I see that they have shown improvements in the next day. A clean 3 over Force-Space, already up 1-0 in this series. They're feeling fantastic. They have been through it all.
Yeah, did the case. I just kind of speaking to it a little bit, that ASD team was the KB, Rupert, Dimensions, and Cryptic squad. That was kind of a reformation, but KB and Rupert obviously were kind of, I wouldn't say star-studded, but players that really kind of opened our eyes in Stage 3. And then the Noisy and Exotic team, that was the NGN, the next-gen team.
What happened to those guys, man? They started off the season so strong, and I feel like they were just on the downward trajectory as the season went on. That's got to be tough.
It's something about, players like that, playing with newer guys, taking a chance at recently 18-year-olds, thinking you could find some new cracked out sub or something like that.
Yeah, some absolute demons,
Yeah. I don't know, hard to say, but those two guys, of course, just about experienced as anybody when it comes to especially their challengers time. But regardless of that conversation, we jump into the now, which is SGP Midnight on the opening offense with a focused hit over through B by the way of the bridge, and Eric is going to go for an early plant. The stun lands, but he gets the plant and gets out. And I'm sure Chirac are like, wait, what?
Yeah, you can tell right now that Chirac are just waiting for something to happen because stuns and nades, everything getting invested over the top, but all 4 players are just ready to pounce in towards the site.
That's the thing, is a lot of their utility was meant to contest the plant, not to necessarily retake, so they have to do this the hard way. They run on up, they get some clearance around U-Haul, but this is actually more problematic than it is safekeeping. Finally, a couple of kills start to come through, but now it's just down to, you're at 15 seconds. Someone's got to try to hop this. Assault trying to play with Capsule over the backside. No one's hopped for the defuse yet. Caps has to check. That's enough for Assault to now take a look. And, ooh, did this get hopped in time? It's going to be darn close. I think Neptune did jump on in the nick of time. And yes, he did. 0.6 remaining on the clock.
That's good plays right there out of Chirac. Great plays to not be prepared for that retake, as you called it. They were investing those tech to try to shut down that bomb plan before it even gets down. But when they find that initial first blood, you saw that SGP, they were a little bit scattered around the map. You had the SMGs try to be playmakers. You go from the bridge shot to try to flank through Eskies. You drop first, and then they also find the second kill immediately. So they put themselves early in the man advantage and just needed to cover that diffuser. We're able to find that final kill at the right time. So Neptune starts off on the right foot. 2-0 start. Gets the defuse in the back pocket. Now you got a couple trophies to work your way in towards B.
Stuns and nades automatically over the top at B. Defense also, trophy in place. Eric's going to get up close and personal. Semtex on the cross. Tries to challenge through it, but there's no damage tallied as the rest of Chirac still playing. Backside Eskies. Look at this route from Eric. Whoa, it's bold. But Caps watching his opposite side will find 2, allowing Eric to get the 3rd. And now Mercules is stuck with really nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's a GG. And that's just good dynamic duo work out of the SMGs on the side of SGP. You applied the pressure early on. You throw your attacks to keep them down on the lower side of Eskies. And then you send in Capsule. He finds the first and also the second. Eric boom strikes for the 3rd kill. And then Mercules left in the 1v4. Stands no chance. So aggression matched with aggression to tie the game up at 1.
Okay. Oh, that's just a bold setup for SGP. But when stuff like that works, wow, you got to be feeling like you can do no wrong. I mean, that is a bold double SMG setup. So now, maybe we're trying to see if that works on the other side of the top side at B. Nade's done, still landing. Caps, once again, trying to get things going, but Eric will drop behind this, and Caps trying to maybe tally up a kill and maybe some space to work with for a recollection of the bomb. Doesn't work out, and Chirac will be in an early 4v2.
Yeah, this is great plays to use their attacks to find that initial first blood. Capsule to try to make up for it. He gets taken down as well, so now it's Temp and Assault trapped in towards the bridge area. I'm pretty sure Lunars at least gains the info a little bit that that's where they are playing. And if he didn't, his teammates are all 3 on the flank.
Yeah, now they know for sure. Assault trying to deal with Dak. It's just tough gunfight up and over the truck. Temp able to tally up 1, but for a 1v4 situation, yeah, there's just not much of a route to exit. And Chirac are quick to follow up, find the kill, and take the 2nd round. So yeah, defense really existing nicely for Chirac. This time it's just they get the opening kill by way of, opening nades. So
Yeah.
Caps has to force the play. It doesn't really work out for him.
And that was everyone committed out of Chirac to throw
Yeah,
those
good
stuns
point.
and the nades, because they got to expect that not every single player from SGP are going to be running a trophy. So we're going to be able to break them and then hopefully find a little bit of success with those tacks. And thankfully they find that first blood, and the second immediately onto Capsule. So all out defenses so far on this Rio S&D. Chirac on the attack. Going to go right back to what got destroyed in the first round, but this time they're going to be prepared for the SMGs.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a different setup, though, because Eric is not playing the same Semtex peak. Instead, he's waiting for help from beyond on the staircases. Temp able to find 2, but the trades are even, so we get to an early 2v2 situation. Dak on 4. I think he's starting to realize that, wait a second, guys, I don't want to just get myself lost in the mix here. There's a chance that I can earn an early streak for us, so he'll back off, wait for a little bit of help. Mercury's still playing in his corner, looking for a flank. Does he catch anyone through the doors is the question. Doors are open. Assault has been seen. Mercury's Dak combined for 1, and they know the other is nearby. Temp on the retreat back for the 1v2.
Yeah, he has 40 seconds to work with. He also has the info that the bomb is still going to be down at that B site. So eventually they have to recover it, and unfortunately the timing isn't good enough to try to isolate both of those one-on-one gunfights. But that was great teamwork right there out of Chirac. The fact that Mercules, he gets the info that the pressure's going to be on the flank. He waits for Dak to get back into the play before he commits on it. And they ISO onto one player, use the buddy system to close it out. Great round right there out of Chirac.
And the only thing that really kind of goes a little bit towards the gray silver linings, or the grayness in the clouds, is the fact that Dak does drop. So no opportunity for any potential streaks to come through. But regardless, again, I'm impressed with what I've seen from Hercules in Search and Destroy. His decision making has been exquisite for a kid that's young. See if they can follow up with a 4th round now with a very advanced trophy system. I don't think that stun goes intentionally where it was meant to for Dak, but still he gets top bridge control with help over the middle, and then it's just the single intel gathering out of Lunars, and he has seen at least 2 players over towards the A side of the map.
And if you are Chirac, though, you have all the top mid control. You have to be able to read that the pressure's coming in towards A with Lunars backing down the way that he did. Now you give up all bomb site. SGP Midnight not really trying to rush this objective, but now they're going to start to work that plan. And it's going to be a 4v4 retake now for Chirac.
Well, Caps is forward on boxes here. He's in a great spot. Even gets a little bit of damage over to the players trying to cross into garage, which Eric will pop the door.
No,
and, whoa,
no.
Yeah, that's... I could have seen himself tucking him into a corner for a 1-for-1, but now Caps has to try to clear boxes, set up the post plant differently, and he's successful. Temp up and over, trying to get a read over towards garage. That won't work. Assault off the regen. Decent trade. Caps now getting involved. Bomb cannot be stuck for the defuse yet. Dak and Mercury is a bit stuck behind the truck. Assault checks the bomb, gets caught by Merc, and now it's just down to Capsule, and no way he wins versus the AR on that angle. Chirac good for the retake.
Yeah, that is a choke right there at SGP. First off, Eric Boom does not need a peek just for that 1 kill. Second off, the fact that Capsule is playing towards boxes, and I guess he wasn't giving info to Assault, the fact that he had to check the bomb the way that he did. Yeah. But neither guy was on the site, so you don't fully have to commit on that gunfight, because when you fall and you leave Capsule as the final player around boxes, he simply stands no chance, especially if he's going up against an AR with an SMG in hand. That's a choke right there at SGP, and Chirac take full advantage of it.
It's just not a challenge that has to happen at all. I mean,
not
play
at
the
all.
1-for-1 corner.
Yep.
It's a little bit of an overheat moment right there. Now that costs SGP down 1-4 with a handful in a row for Chirac. Mercury's also on 5. Caps, nades are landing and at least tallying up some damage onto the trophy systems, but the hit from the front is successful. SGP Midnight, we're looking to throw nades and then wrap the flank, but look at Chirac. They are so prepared for this, and they deal with it perfectly. Cruise missile earned, and that's probably about GG on this map, you'd think.
Yeah, Dak said, wait a minute, it's not Capsule or Eric Boom challenging me, it's Temp that I find the first blood on? Where the hell are these SMGs? We already have bridge control, so they have to be flanking. And they read that to perfection. Mercury secures his 6th kill, cruise missile in the back pocket. And now Chirac at game point.
Feels like this one is just waiting for the fat lady to start singing, honestly.
I don't know. We saw SGP Midnight win
Yeah,
5 rounds in a row, you know?
It's got a good point, but against the cruise missile with this much freedom, Lunars is going to get a read that SGP are fully committed over to A. And, well, Mercury's not going to call the cruise here. And SGP are going to immediately come for the plant. Box is going to be contested by the defense, but SGP have got garage control. They could set up around the front side of the zone.
Yeah, you just got to use this cruise missile. Like, I don't know what Mercules is waiting for. No one go out there and challenge. Do not drop. He's just waiting for a flank to come in, but Capsule finds that first blood. What do we do?
Yeah, the window's dead here.
It's over.
Yeah, I think maybe some of the concern here is the fact that, like, the heavy hit from SGP comes so convincingly and so quickly that Lunars has to play his life, so you don't know, like, if you call a cruise, are they just going to flood around the corner and then just get me while I'm in the tablet with my defender in front of me also trying to watch that corner? Like, maybe some concern there, but that felt like a very, way overly passive round from the side of Chirac. I mean, they essentially just gifted that round away for free.
Yeah, that's not supposed to go like that, Alan. Like, Lunars gained the info, 10 seconds into the round, that the pressure's going to be on A. That's when you instantly call in that cruise missile, force them into garage, force them to try to work their way in towards boxes, and then allow the rest of the teammates to just take the map away from them.
Yeah.
It seemed like that decision just wasn't there right there for Chirac. But they might prefer the cruise missile on the attacking side as they're being aggressive through top mid again.
Stuns do land for the offense, but still Cap shrugs it
Oh,
off,
my
turns
God.
it into a double pistol out. Not going to get the third. Trades fluid. Lunars, though, getting aggressive, and he will catch out another. So now it's just down to Assault. 1v2 situation, but the bomb is down. Whether Assault knows that or not is a different story as he tracks back over towards this P3 area.
And in a 2v1, we can't take the cruise missile into the next map, so Mike just want to stop trying to locate where he is, call it in, and allow an objective to get planted. So you can close out the game here, but there it is. All right, there goes the info. You know exactly where Assault is. He's going to have to stay indoors. That B side is wide open for a plan.
Wait, Assault's going to make a quick move, though. Oh, it doesn't go up the stairs, unfortunately. So he's going to have to play this through bridge side. Mercules down low. Has he seen him? Very well may have. And, yeah, that'll be enough. Okay. So, very random round coming before this one, but everything's still cool, calm, collected. A 6-2 win for Chirac and Mercules. I don't want to just keep saying his name over and over again, but I'm impressed, man. His search and destroy awareness is next level. He's looking good.
Guy's making plays, man. He's being the anchor for the team, doing the dirty work of watching the flank, making sure all bases are covered. But then when he's having pop-off moments like that, clutching up scenarios, getting on to a 6 streak, and then using that cruise missile to close out the game, this young man is making a name for himself very early on into his career. He just turned 18, 2-3 months ago, and now he finds himself tied up in this series at 1 where we weren't expecting him to clutch up in the search and destroy. But I knew with the aggression that they like to play in hardpoint, Rio S&D might be the perfect fit for them, and they showed it there.
Yeah, really good stuff. And a lot of that, again, just mitigating some of those early cheeky setups from what we saw out of Eric. Eric and Caps in particular, just looking to kind of get that opening. And I didn't even realize it, but Eric was just 1-6 through that. So outside of that opening play that we saw with him and Caps, not a lot of success for the SMGs throughout. On the other side, again, even stat lines pretty much across the board, but the double KD, the 2.0 out of Mercules, 8-4, continues to get our praise for his search and destroy prowess. So, 1-1 the map count. That opens up the conversation a touch towards how this series goes. I think especially just kind of regaining potential confidence for Chirac if they do get to map 5 and that invasion reprisal.
Yeah, that's big, man, because obviously they fell short in the hard point, but to have a little bit of success now in search and destroy, you can carry that going forward because they looked a lot more in sync compared to their last series where they were losing 4v3s, getting clutched on in multiple rounds. Just everything that they were throwing at the map, everything was together. So fantastic plays from Chirac in the search and destroy, but now it gets a little bit worrisome because they're going into an invasion control where you're forcing players like Neptune to run that 3rd or 4th AR. And we saw how that went last go around. And then you're going up against players like Temp, who's been shooting lights out all day long. Assault was going to be a consistent factor, doing the little things right. Like he's going to be the guy pushed out towards Water Street, blocking that spawn. That's the kind of AR player that he is. So if you are Chirac, you've already played this map today. You know what kind of adjustments you need to make. And that's just simply not allowing one of these SMGs to get lost in your spawn.
Yeah, I think that especially when they're on the defensive side, but the other part of the conversation here for Chirac is not making sure that all the gaps are tightened up on the defensive side, but offensively, how are we going to make these transitions over towards A? Because we saw every single offense, they pretty much hard stacked on to B immediately. A couple players at mid, sure, just kind of cover your bases, but the straight focus has been B all the way through. And to be fair, they were getting the extra 60 seconds every single time, but then the transitions getting over to A felt a little mismanaged. Are we playing fully off the OE? Are we taking that into rugs? Are we taking that behind gas? Or are we just kind of cutting through the A street and trying to play on the water street? Those are all the questions that we'll have to consider. But we are going to take just a brief break. When we come back, we've got map number 3 for our final LCQ qualifier match. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. We are flying on in to Invasion Control in a tied best-of-5 series between SGP Midnight and Chirac, like we already framed up. The big news here, Chirac have played this map already in the Winners Finals. A couple of mistakes, though, cost them, and now all of a sudden they have to square up against an SGP Midnight squad that is starting off really well through offense, already on B.
Yeah, already on B and taking a lot of maps away from Chirac currently, as Temp put himself in a great position towards blue, but once he falls, and now you allow Assault to work his way up through that ace tree. He's trying to at least complete one segment, but he is going to fall short in that gunfight versus Dak. So, first segment is, I think, going to be complete at this B point, but Chirac are giving it up for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And the contest is good. Neptune able to stay alive over towards the front side of this B tank, and ooh, the spawns are deep for Midnight, so a second member can come join. But Dak, Neptune already getting damaged up. The trophy system's not being placed initially, and the follow-up for Midnight is decent. So, solid moment for Chirac defensively, but immediately countered, and Midnight are stopping the clock with progress being made on B.
Yeah, they just got overwhelmed at that B street. They just kept on leaving one player to watch that angle when multiple players from Midnight are just going to apply that pressure on that side. But before that second segment gets complete, they find and fight 3. So, Capsule, you have your hands full. He's putting down shots to potentially find 3 of his own, but that second segment doesn't get complete, and that time continues to tick.
And Lunars has help from beyond. Mercury is in position, but the sole defender of Dak is all that's left over towards A. Is there any way Midnight can make this defense feel a little bit uneasy about this setup? Maybe have to force a rotation over. At the moment, well, things are not going that way. 17 seconds on the clock. Assault does find the kill over towards A, so he can step over to stop the clock, and that's going to force Chirac to rotate. But the thing about it is they already cleaned the floor over towards B, so a desperate moment here for the side of SGP Midnight.
But all you want is that, really, is that one segment at A, because now all the players coming off of the respawn just need one gunfight at that B point. Assault is still pulling players on this side of the map, so this is the ideal situation to be in if you are Midnight. Second segment going to be complete here at B. Chirac are going to give it one last hoorah to try to slow this one down.
And there is an opportunity to pinch this. Dak around the back. It's the first and second. Tally is decent. Still members nearby. Dak trying to force the gunfight, but a close spawn from Assault finds the trade. 5 seconds on the clock. Mercury's trying to keep the defense alive and win the round here, but it's not going to happen. 10 plays 11, 60 seconds. And now it's about, is there any more damage that Midnight can do over towards this A zone?
You can't allow any more damage if you are Chirac, though, because they already gained one segment at A. So you're going to have that to make up for in this next round. But SGP Midnight currently have a lot of map control to go with it. It's 9 to 10 in lives remaining. Eric Boom trying to contest over through blue side, but Lunars with the route, climbing the ladder, finds that first kill onto the Soul. Can he find the second below him?
Well, trades are decent across the board. Both teams still finding success in limited forms here for Midnight, though, as the clock is starting to dwindle and the overextension play. Well, hold on a second. Eric just needs to win a 1v1 versus Lunars, and maybe there's a chance for him to stop the clock. And, oh, he does take the win. Can anyone watch him on this cross? You've got Mercules up top at blue. Dak trying to rotate over through Cafe Street, but Eric has slid in, I won't say comfortably, but he has slid over to try to get some damage under the second tick of progress. Last player left to help him is Caps, and he's already dealt with the first contestant. If they get a second tick, this could be incredible for them. They may even get more than that. Second tick lock. Here comes the stack. Trophy system is down. Focus up towards Neptune is good. Dak from the front has to try to find a way to break this. He's going to go by himself. He's dealt with, and the third tick gets locked. SGP take the opening offense.
Oh my God, Chirac, like, you got to keep in mind how this round started off. There was 25 seconds left. They only had one segment to their name. And all of a sudden now, even in a 3v7, I think that was, and I think it ends out to be a 2v5. But the fact that they make those kind of plays. Eric Boom just needed one gunfight through the backside of gas. He secures it for his Lunars. He gets on the point. The player off the respawn, he also falls, and then it just falls down to the SMGs holding the ARs in hand. What an insane clutch round right there at SGP Midnight to strip that away from Chirac.
Unreal. It's just one of those things that, again, those little mistakes continue to foil these maps and rounds for Chirac late in the individual moments. Caps on 5, pistol out, gets up the cruise. Uh-oh. And Chirac, who tried to gamble stack over towards A, they may get this first tick, honestly. Temp is not going to get there in time. He does find the kill, but the first tick does get locked in, at least for Chirac.
Okay, so that's sort of a good start off. But now you have to worry about Capsule on this deep pinch, also with a cruise missile in his back pocket. It seems that Dak has gotten a read that he's going to try to flank, at least put himself in a position to contest to the backside, but cruise missile is going to get called in. You're forcing all of Chirac to push their way indoors. Dak at least finds the first, but still going to fall into the hands of Capsule on this pinch.
Yeah, the trades here for Midnight are very efficient. Eric also able to take down second. Doesn't get more than that, as Mercules is still holding on, and whoa, Finesses just completely bamboozles Assault, and so he can keep the clock stopped. Chirac also dealing with early pressure from their front doors by Capsule. Means that the second tick will likely learn to an opportunity to stack for the third, and yeah, it looks like Midnight going to have to give this up.
Yeah, they're going to have to give it up because the cruise missile gets nothing done. You're not able to reinforce your way up through that B tank area, and Chirac have withstood that push coming in, and now they're on both points at the same exact time. Dak is going to be in a one-on-one gunfight early on. He secures the first, but all the pressure's still going to be here, so he should get traded, but time has now been extended.
And Neptune gets an opening around the back because all of the defense had to scramble to get back over to the A zone. No kills come through. Mercules 1 on the point, but nothing more. 18 plays 17. Numbers advantage for Midnight defensively, but the OE is already being hit. Temp trying to pick it up and successfully takes care of Dak. That will stall things a little bit longer here for the Chirac offense.
But at least you still have a lot of time and a lot of mid-map control to go with it. Just has to start by At least finding this kill onto Capsule, who's already pushed up through your Water Street side. He finds that initial gunfight. And now, even though you have a lot of mid-map control, you just have no idea where these players from Midnight are. But Mercules, again, with that Renetti, just clutches up in a one-on-one gunfight, tries to keep this side of the map in favor of his team.
And the damage on the Capsule is good. Wait, Kobe, that might land. Deep and up and over, but no, Capsule able to stay alive, and Eric Boom makes sure that he can keep the defense in position over through front cafe. Dak on the hunt for Caps, can't find him. Neptune also kind of in a spot where he's worried about it and eventually deals with Caps, but now you've got a member in Eric Boom pushing up towards the A-bomb site, and the defense starts to grow their life lead with better position, still being grabbed here by SGP Midnight.
Yeah, SGP Midnight are starting to run away with this round. They have every single angle cut off. Assault knows that one potentially slipped by. Work his way through blue and plays for that kill onto Lunars. Now with only 40 seconds left, this is basically the last push coming in from Chirac as they're working the OE.
All a tough position with an MCW, and the pistol will work out for Neptune with a little bit more help from the team shots beyond. Yeah, but look at this route from Temp. He is going to be able to cut down this street pretty nicely. Watch this cross. A little uneasy, though, in terms of where have they gone? How have you not seen anyone yet? 13 plays 9. The stack is up through front cafe. Eric trying to watch, and there's Temp. He's able to find the perfect angle. Deals with 2 through mid. Dak and Lunars trying to hold on for everything they have here on the backside of the site, but it's not looking good. Last attempt would have to come through Dak, and, well, they are aware, at least the defense are, that he is back here. Quick transition leads to quick kills, and, yeah, no one will touch the zone. SGP Midnight having themselves a heck of a time here on Invasion.
Yeah, that's just good plays right there out of SGP to set up around that 8-point. We know that it was a struggle, at least for Chirac, whenever they're trying to work over towards A, because you called it to perfection, my friend, before the map started. That they can get B out of the way. But then when they have all that time on the game clock, all they need is 1 or 2 opportunities where they just could never take it or never seize that moment. And now, unfortunately for them, they're down 0-2. You are on the defensive side. You are also only down by 2 segments. If you somehow manage to force it, at least to round number 5. That has to start here.
Well, Midnight could just do the more orthodoxical break-off. Straight on in towards B. Clock already stopped. Eric in trouble, which is a peculiar play considering the streak he was on, but Temp Caps go back and forth with a couple of kills. It ends up being 1 out in the end, though, by Chirac. Assault, who was just making sure there was no forward defenders playing through the A Street, will now kind of make a call that maybe we can actually just kind of play through mid up Water Street. But him and Lunars are in a very aggressive battle with one another. And as Temp finds a win towards Dak, Neptune also seen mid-map. And it looks like SGP Midnight are going to try to commit over towards A here with a couple of good kills. Here we go.
Yeah, they found 3, make it all 4.
No
now
way.
Every single player from Chirac is accounted for. Everyone coming off of the respawn. You're trying to close this out in a clean 3-0, and this is the perfect way to start as the second segment is in. Eric Boom finds another kill. Assault finds another one. It's all purple in the kill feed. SGP Midnight just taking over right now, trying to close it out.
Off to the races, over towards the B zone. Assault sees the barrel. There's the cruise missile earned. Not a single kill to tally for Chirac. Oh, it just goes from bad to worse so quickly. One small mistake leads to these giant gaping wounds. So now the cruise is called. It will land topside blue. Neptune will drop because of it, and then Capsule clears out Mercules. Here comes the stack on B.
Yeah, the whole kill feed is still going to be purple. And now it's Assault's turn, who just used that cruise missile to work his way on this pinch. Can fully find that kill onto Lunars, but just him being in this position is causing so many problems. I said it. They could not allow an SMG to get behind enemy lines and finesse the way they did. But this time Assault is going back in age.
He gets to 9 before eventually dropping, but again, that's the game-winning moment without question. The triple stack is in. Midnight able to take the invasion control in just another moment where if you're Chirac, you're sitting here like, oh, not again.
Dude. And it's just like the start on Allen because they did everything right. There was one segment to SGP Midnight's name right there in round number 1 with 25 seconds left. Yeah. Somehow, some way, they're able to extend the time, also work their way over towards A, and then earn a cruise missile on top of that in the final moments of that round. And when something like that happens to you early into a game, all momentum now changes because we know how invasion control is. You walk away with an attacking round, that's basically going to call GG on the entire map. But the way that they got that done, not once, but now twice on the attacking side, was absolute perfection. For Chirac, new squad, the biggest mode that they're going to struggle in is control, and unfortunately they show it again here. Now their backs are against the wall, down 2-1.
Tough scenes, man, because it's just one of those moments where once more you start to see these opportunities, these windows that start to open up, but it's just in pieces. I mean, again, the coordination is just not fully there, and you can see it represented without question here in the kills on the final scoreboard. 22 and 14 for Caps, 19 and 13 for Assault, 17 and 12 I mean for Eric. I mean, all the stat lines are good. On the other side, though, just 9 kills for Lunars. We don't often see that, but it just feels like the SMGs conversing with the ARs. It's just not one of those, like, okay, like, I've got this angle watched. Okay, you watch that. Like, it's just, there's not this delineation of when can you move? How can we move together? It just feels like there's a lot of individual moments, and they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, and I think, like, just the way that this game played out, there was a bunch of demoralizing moments there for Chirac. Like, this round number 1 in a 2v7, we allowed Capsule and Eric Boom to just absolutely dominate us on that 8 point. And at that point, you're realizing, you're sitting there like, damn, like, we should have won that round. And you start beating yourself up about it. You start having it in the back of your mind like, dude, we should not be in this situation. And that's probably the situation that happened to Lunars, because those are rounds that are very, very tough to swallow. And now that you lose the map, you're already gotten through it. It's still not going to feel good because you're going into a 6-star HP where you found yourself finding a lot of sex early on versus the other Syndicate squad. But that other Syndicate squad did not rotate. They relied on finding breaks, and when they did rotate, they were easily broken. This kind of Syndicate squad is way different because if you give them that rotation, their setups look like they can hold them for full 60. They can put you in a little bit of a trap, and those are opportunities that you cannot put yourself in. You have to make sure you are doing the fundamental parts here if you want to try to force that game 5.
Yep. The thing is, hey, I can't. I feel like I'm just like selling hopium at this point, but 6-star hardpoint looked good for them when they were playing in the opening matchup in the winners finals that we started the whole broadcast with. I think a lot of it came off of the fact that they were very successful in breaking. Now, here's the thing: is, you know, Karachi was very much so 60 here, 60 there. You know, kind of exchanging hands between both the two teams, which of course means that both teams were successfully rotating and, for the large part, successfully holding. If that happens again on 6-star, do we feel confident enough, based on what we saw the opening time, that Chirac can successfully hold their rotations? Because honestly, they never did. I mean, they never had an opportunity to, because everything was a break attempt, almost every single hard point we got to, especially all the major hard points. So that's where my question is will Midnight be as bendable as Syndicate were earlier tonight?
I just don't see it. I really don't, because obviously map number 1 treats you very well. You were able to outclass them in the fundamental aspect, winning rotations, flawless on your setups, barely having to rely on breaking. But then when you walk off of a clean 3-0 in that control, all the momentum is going to be on your side, and you're going to feel like you can do no wrong. So SGP Midnight trying to close out this series, have both SGP squads make it in those final 2 spots for champs. They just need one more map.
Indeed the case. Capsule coming off spot with an MCW, just trying to play over the middle of the map, and wouldn't you know it, Dak right up close and personal, tries the best of at it, and ooh, okay, the focus here for Midnight actually works out nicely. Good crossfire setups, allows an opportunity for Assault to try to win out the time early with the 1v1 versus Neptune. Doesn't come through, but Chirac and SGP right back into the mix again off of the respawns coming simultaneously.
Yeah, it's scrappy. It's scrappy around this P1. No trophies, this was a down, so all the attacks are going to be felt. But at least if you are Chirac, you were soaking up a majority of this time. Now you just want to try to flip these spawn. It's going to fall into the hands of Neptune, who's trying to contest his way through mid-blue. He's able to find the first assistance on the second gunfight, but cannot find that kill onto Eric. Chirac do great at that P1, and thankfully that route that came in from, I think it was Lunars in that situation, they get those back spawns. So ideal start for Chirac.
Eric Boom trying to catch a bit of a gap. Timing not going to work out. And yeah, the start for Chirac has been very good. Temp opening up some space though through mid. Dak in a weird spot here, front side mid stairs, trying to use that as an off angle to deal with more contestants for Midnight, but it's not going to work out. And now all of a sudden, there's going to be a little bit of a threat through vents at the same time. Temp deals with Mercules. Now the hit from the front, also finding success. 3 for 1. Dak last one left alive, but cannot quite find where Caps is. But the good news, well, at least you would think, Chirac were spawning up close, but that kill comes at a perfect time, and all of a sudden, Capsule spawns up close and personal and can reinforce the hill for Midnight.
Yeah, and if you are Midnight, you want all this time, but you have to start thinking about that rotation. So it's going to fall into the hands of Temp, who's slowly working his way around Skybridge. But Dak has this angle covered. Chirac are going to be fully set up off the rotation. Where does Luna spawn? Right next to his teammate in the hard point. So just got to be patient in this moment.
Yeah, Temp caught on the double sprint. No worries there. And then Lunars picks up 2. Backside elbow plus Neptune through mid-map. Yeah, very well done by Chirac. Perfect setup early.
gets them a chance to get what will likely be about a free 30 seconds. Neptune, weird moment. Player up and above him as he's trying to mantle over the top. Dak following up, wants to swap to the rival, but denied from finding too much. Good moment from Hercules for 2, and the follow-up from Neptune makes sure the spawns and the hard point stay safe for Chirac.
Yeah, that's fantastic, but Lunars is going to contest onto the point. He is going to fall. So now if you are SGP, you have the numbers to attack through the front side. Neptune is still consistently cutting down around that middle of the map. And Midnight have not been able to work their way in, man. This is perfection right here out of Chirac as they are just lighting up that kill feed.
Yeah, cutting them one by one in these individual moments. They're choosing the battles that they want, and they're coming out absolutely perfectly for it. And now the rotation over towards 4 is not just on the hard point. It is deep over through this front side at security. Neptune just kind of hanging on through the drop. Teammates at range, going to give him the information they need to try to pounce, and ooh, nearly gets 2, but it's Eric who actually gets the snap on for the double of his own. Mercury's caught on the mantle, and just like that, SGP Midnight find a break of the Chirac setup.
Yeah, that can't be that easy if you are Chirac. Like, you find the initial gunfight, but you just leave Neptune stranded by himself, so he's forced to try to be a playmaker, and Eric Boom makes them pay for it, but they're already here to contest. It's going to be a bloodbath around this statue as Eric does not earn that cruise missile, but it's still SGP Midnight winning the trade fights to still try to hold on.
Yeah, Cap, slow start, but getting himself a pivotal moment here. Neptune down very low on HP, and there's no worries for Capsule to finish that one off, and then snap the deal with Lunars, who was at about 1 HP. Good moment from Caps. Scrap time looking pretty much confirmed here for Midnight, so they mitigate a lot of the early damage done by Chirac, which is kind of the same storyline we told about the Syndicate team against this Chirac team. On the rotation to 1, though, good kills from Neptune. We'll have the numbers for Chirac, not just through the new time, but also dealing with the final couple of moments on hold.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect right here to Chirac as they take control of the spawns of the preferred side for P1. And now they have those trophies to assist them of keeping them alive around that middle map area. But who needs trophies when you're shooting like that? Another clean 4 dead in defeat for Chirac. They're trying to force this game number 5. And so far, that first hold was absolute perfection. Still 40 seconds to fight for, though, if you are Midnight. So they're going to try to do it through water.
And Neptune over through DJ Booth will take care of the player on the backside of the pinch. Now all the focus can just go from the front, but you can see Midnight, they want to make sure that they hold on to this P2 side of the map. Challenge coming through, though. Dak now on 5, and Chirac off to the races again. They catch momentum so quick, Jay. I mean, it really is impressive. When they're clicking, they are clicking. Good shutdown, though, for Midnight. Maybe a chance to try to rotate through pool, but it's going to come at a cost here because Neptune and the rest of Chirac continue to dominate on the hill, and they've dealt with the rotation.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very crucial moment in the game because if Midnight can't find any success through the front side and try to keep Chirac trapped in towards the back end, they have that cruise missile that's going to lead to a break early on for P3, but Neptune, he's dancing, was trying to line up the third onto Eric Boom. Unfortunately, he is going to fall short, but Chirac are just running away with this game.
Yeah, Lunars is having a much better time here. Absolutely incredible bounce back ability. Mercules as well from the front. Deals with a couple of SGP Midnight members who look like they may have been on the precipice of breaking this hard point. Spawns are still relatively close here for Chirac. Numbers amassing for Midnight from the front, and Mercules has been tagged, but the wrong corner has been predicted, and Mercules nearly able to give himself a chance at a second, but a little bit of the damage makes life much easier for Dak. Chirac still holding 20 seconds, and Midnight have one more chance to try to break this open.
Yeah, this is going to be the game, though. Like, if they're walking away with this final 20, have a full 60 here at P2. Now you know that Midnight can't give up all this time for free. They have to start thinking about that rotation, but even when you're rotated nice and early, they got a cruise missile and the gunny to go with it. So 200-point mark has been breached. Here comes the cruise missile. SGP, you got to hold on.
Can they get safe from this? Mercules able to find not 1, but 2 from the backside of elbow. The timing of the challenge absolutely perfect. Dak is being shot at, and SGP Midnight will still spawn close, enough for them to actually get a couple of kills and force the hand of Mercules to take the challenge that he doesn't really want to. Dak off the off spawn. Gets 1, but traded. And Midnight will largely live through the cruise missile without too much punish, but there is a split hit on the way for Chirac, and this may actually catch Midnight by surprise.
Yeah, they have pressure through the middle of the map, but they also are applying pressure through that front end. It was Capsule who looks like he was going to be aggressive on the opposing side, but he comes back to assist his teammates. And SGP Midnight are able to breach that 100-point mark, but you're going to need to chain that P4 to the P1 and then have the spawns for P2 to get back in this game.
Hey, this Mercules kid is unbelievable. 16 and 8, 2 minutes in the hard point for Chirac. Temp on rotation, though, clearing out a little bit more space. Doubled up and more than that on the points currently are Chirac. So Midnight have to keep this one mixy. win the rotation to 1 and likely also win the rotation to 2. A tall ask to be sure. Someone's going to have to step up, and I think you're looking at probably players like Caps to see if he can be a little bit more of a nuisance here for this Chirac break attempts.
All right, well, they're sort of fighting back into this game. Flawless rotation from P3 to P4. Assault holding on the back lines to make sure no one is going to execute a perfect pinch. And every single kill in the feed so far has been purple. Temp on 3 in a row, Assault on 3 in a row. The AR starting to turn up and give Midnight a little bit of life.
Yeah, stuns are heading towards Assault's direction, but there's actually no hit there. It's just kind of a little bit of a fake. Mercules tosses his utility, then helps out over through mid, and that is perfect in terms of timing-wise. Temp in trouble, down low on the bridge, trying to force the gunfight. He knows he needs to get a win. Not going to come through. Mercules, 19-9, nearly able to find kill number 20. I mean, what a map from him. Double up the points now, almost essentially again, at least a 100-point gap, and Mercules is still teeing off. Gets a different weapon because he runs out of ammunition on the first, and Chirac look that they're going to be clean and trying to send this to a 5th map.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely going to game 5, man. Chirac just came out swinging in this hard point. I thought that it was going to be very difficult if they didn't win a couple rotations, but they started off in that first half dominating in that aspect. Now they only need 3 seconds to force this game number 5. Couldn't think of a better way for this season to end with this last game 5 coming up.
I mean, just an immediate bounce back, immediate redemption run here for Chirac with the potential of just fixing mistakes in what will likely be a map 5. Not a guarantee, but these kills, yeah, that should be enough, and that will do it. Okay, the run back on Invasion Search for Chirac to try to beat the other SGP team and get the champs. Oh, you can't write the storylines better than this.
Yeah, this one doesn't have any more pressure. Like, this is the highest level of pressure gameplay that we are going to see in this map number 5. We're going to probably see a couple teams playing really slow on defense, very, very safe in certain aspects, but the fact that Chirac backs against the wall down 2-1, needed to find some success in hardpoint. Thankfully, that 6-star was shining right there in that map number 4 because they dominated from start to finish. And now they have the opportunity to right the wrongs of their Invasion Search to Destroy earlier on versus the other Syndicate squad.
It just resets the entire slate. I mean, after a dominant map number 3, all of a sudden Chirac just completely, you know, water off a duck's back. Ready to go. Let's hit this map number 5. 20-11 for Mercules, 23-17 from Dak with 4,200 damage, and Neptune even 2020, but hey, 4,600 damage. Woo, guy was everywhere. Crazy stuff. This Chirac team continues to kind of keep our eyes peeled, but for SGP Midnight, I'm sure their confidence is unwavering in terms of their ability to try to close this thing out, getting to an Invasion Search.
Yeah, they got experienced players, man. They have experienced players, but you can just tell that Chirac are playing with a little bit of a different chip on their shoulder. And like the fact that they were able to bounce back after a very abysmal control to dominate in this hard point. Now to see another Invasion Search and Destroy. Man, this was going to be a banger, Alan. Like, I don't even know what to say, man, because there's so much riding for both of these guys. You got players who are playing for the very first time in Challengers, like Mercules, who's trying to make a run. 3 months into the game to make it into Challengers champs. Neptune on the return, leaving the Halo, coming back, and now he's going up against the team that he was formerly going into this situation with in the game number 5 for all the marbles, man. This is just about who simply wants it more, Alan.
I don't want to talk anymore. I just want to get in the game. But
same.
It's part of the job, friends. We're going to talk a little bit more about this. It's just, wow. How freaking awesome is this in terms of how you finish off a season? Like, selfishly speaking, as a fan, friends, I'm nerding out. Like, this is as fun as it gets in terms of finishing off a Challenger season. And it also, at the same rate, also feels very appropriate because, let's be honest, Challengers is like the Wild West of Call of Duty. So here's a look back to see how our teams have fared. And again, the impressive part about this Chirac team was the fact they started with a 3-0 win versus that very heavy Latin team that's been really dominant throughout a lot of the Challenger scene this year. And they follow up with a convincing win versus Fourth Space yesterday. Winners finals. 2 different round 10 searches don't quite go their way. Otherwise, maybe Chirac is going to force the SGP teams to fight up against each other, but not the case. You head down to the bottom part of the bracket. SGP Midnight had been reverse swept by Syndicate. They then take a map 5 versus that same Spanish-based team, and then a 3-0 versus Force Base of their own right, leaving just one map to decide who our final team is at Challengers champs. Oh, it's going to be fun. Sun is rising over here in Riyadh, but it's setting over there in the Challengers space. We're going to take just, I believe, a brief break before we get to map number 5, and we will finish off this online portion of the season with an invasion search. Feels appropriate, friends. We'll be back after the break. Do not go anywhere. Can't confirm, friends, the sun is coming up, but these blackout curtains are incredible. So let's just turn the lights out on one more map worth of COD for the online portion. Winner makes it into Challengers Champs. I might hold shift that study. Brother, I don't want to talk about any more possibilities or things.
Nope.
Throw the notes away. Let's throw the gloves off as well while we're at it and just get at it.
Let's get at it, man. This game number 5 is everything for a lot of these players, man. You want to make it to the biggest tournament of your season, and that is Challengers Champs. So both of these squads, with one map right in front of them that's going to stand between that and their end goal. Obviously, you want to make it there and have a good performance, but you need to get there first. So both of these guys have a lot on the line. If you are Chirac, biggest thing that I took away from their first time that they played it was that mid-tank pressure. Like, you have to make sure that that is a spot that you are holding down to the T. And then for the opposing side, like Midnight, at least based off of that first search and destroy, it looks like the SMGs were trying to get a little bit too aggressive. Like, it was basically a 2-on-2 versus 4. Like, everyone has to be in sync, especially on a map like Invasion.
Yeah, I think the thing is, just kind of thinking off the top, and I very well may be wrong, but I don't really recall many moments where I watched Eric Boom or Caps play this map and try to get aggressive, like super aggressive over towards like Broken Side from the defensive perspective. So I'll be curious to see what we're going to get when SGP eventually find themselves on defense. Do they get aggressive? Do they play it a little bit more stock and standard? We're going to find out. But for now, it will be the opening offense for Midnight. Capsule kind of clearing some space around Treehouse, just trying to see if maybe someone for Chirac tried to get aggressive, but that's not the case. Neptune is tucked into a corner on B.
Capsule has already worked his way in towards Broken, so they're gaining all of this info. And SGP are working their way slowly but surely up to this B site. It should give the call to Chirac that we eventually have to start hitting a rotation. We cannot rely on two people to hold down this bomb site, but the smoke grenade is going to get invested and Neptune's going to run through it.
But the stun lands?
What?
Oh, goodness. Just the patience you thought may have paid out, but instead of stun lands in the smoke,
I don't know if that was from a teammate or from someone from Midnight. Regardless, they find the kill. Now the bomb is planted into 3v3, and the whole retake for Chirac has to come from Ice Cream side.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy because you have tractor control. You're also showing presence over towards box, but thankfully the second smoke grenade is going to allow it to get a little mixy.
Well, opening shots get evenly traded back and forth. There, boom, down in the corner. Takes it to find a second. Lunars, has he snuck behind this play, though? Isolates one. Now it's just down to the 1v1. Eric Boom still trying to finesse off the pillar. Opening shot good for Lunars. Trying to get the pistol out. Here comes the play forward, and the kill is good. Just enough time to get the defuse, and Lunars saves the day for Chirac.
Oh, man. Like, I thought that round should not go anything even close in favor of Chirac, but thankfully that they still had that smoke grenade and no trophy systems to worry about. Greatly executed on the back of Lunars to clutch up into 2v1. I don't know why Temp just threw away his life for free. He's probably just trying to put himself in a position to assist Eric Boom in that scenario as he found 3 in a row, but once he falls and then Eric gets trapped over towards box, Lunars just has to put down a couple bullets, eventually commit on the gunfight, and he finds the perfect timing to be successful on that retake.
Yeah, really well done by Lunars. It's a tricky spot, right? Like, I think there was an initial question, is Lunars flanking? Like, they hadn't seen him at all until he starts to make that first play. And now, whoa, heat check. Lots of damage tallied across the map, but no kills. SGP Midnight double hitting through dark here. It's going to be enough to get Capsule at least somewhat over towards Broken, so gonna learn our lesson on that. Temp watching his cross. This is a very forward defense. Double stack in Cafe as well.
I know, and I love the adjustments coming in from Chirac. They realize that they are applying the pressure on their defensive side. I thought that they were going to work their way into Cafe, but they're going to slowly commit over towards B, and then that allows SGP Midnight to change their setup a little bit, starting to back out of those power positions to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, the longer they stay in Cafe, the more uneasy you get about, is anyone working down Water Street? So you have to eventually back up and get some tank control, which is what Eric has done. Caps getting information for free onto Neptune. That turns into 1 and a second. Good stuff from Caps. A swap back over, trying to get the beat down. Not going to happen. Mercules eventually confirms the trade, but it comes at a steep cost 2v3 situation, favor to Midnight.
Yeah, and there's only 30 seconds left, so you have all your crosses being watched. Just want to gain the info of where they're trying to think about putting that objective down, but they're just going to walk right into this setup out of Midnight.
Yeah, just not a lot of opportunity here, it feels like, although Assault, maybe a chance.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
time
my.
Time is becoming an issue here. Temp is going to catch one of the cross. Lunar's also going to jump on over. He doesn't have time to get the plant, and Temp knows it. He's just going to run away. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. It looked like there was going to be a free wrap in over towards the A site, but a critical kill comes through. The bomb doesn't make it onto site. No chance for the plant, and Temp saves the day on the other side.
Oh, that's all Temp needed to do was just find that kill on the Mercules, because I thought SGP had the perfect setup. You got a player at mid-tank, the other one mid-courtyard, so they're watching each other's crosses. But the fact that they were able to double slide onto the player mid-tank, find that kill, and then isolate onto Assault, that was a round that SGP Midnight almost beat themselves up about, but thankfully, you got a Donnie Temp who shoots like that, secures the round on defense. Now they go back to the attacking side.
Lunars will carry a 3 streak into the round. Temp opening nade deep over towards the backside of B. Doesn't hit a trophy system. Keep that in the back of your mind, because there is a double setup over here, but it may be a delayed trophy from Merc and Neptune on this cross. Merc is seen. Temp able to kind of push him off. Follow-up stun, though, causes some concern for the rest of the SGP offense, and yeah, the focus will kind of default back over towards mid now after everything's all said and done.
Oh, and Dax is trying to play the timing game, and just going back and forth between Dark is not going to help. But thankfully, Capsule, I guess he stuck Eric Boom in the back of the head with a Semtex. Instantly able to respond to tie it up into 3v3, but you have no mid-tank control, and that's going to open up this A side for Midnight.
Yeah, Mercules can really only do so much from this back palace wall. Just going to watch the cross, and he's at least able to confirm that no one's moved in towards tank. And wait a second, if they double AR setup to defend A from the water, they may catch the bomb planter for free. It's Caps and Assault. And yeah, they get pushed off. 23 seconds. They're going to make a desperate rotation back to B. Does Neptune hold this corner? He doesn't. Is he going to get here too late? He's getting shrugged off the angle. There's going to be a plan at B unless this nade lands.
Hopefully the delay lands and it does a little bit of damage, but now that bomb is going to get planted at B for free. Neptune thought that the commitment was going to be over towards that A side, so he gives up that bomb, but Syndicate hit the rotation. They find the initial 2 kills. Now it's a 1v3 for Lunars.
Yeah, and he's in a little bit of trouble. I mean, more than a little bit of trouble. He may isolate onto Assault. Nope, not going to happen. Wow. I mean, it looked like initially that little rotation from Hercules to try to double up through Water Street was going to benefit them, especially once Assault is pushed off through Cafe back door. But they still get out, and then they make the quick wrap over, and Neptune with just a Rival 9 can only play for information. He can't actually contest that cross, and it works out beautifully for Midnight.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Neptune, instead of backing up to his spawn, being aggressive
Stepping
up
in,
through
yeah.
Broken to shut down that play from coming in. Once he gives up that map control, SGP take full advantage of it. So now they're in the advantage situation, up 2-1. Back on the defensive side they go. Early shots coming in, not able to lead to a kill. Hopefully the frag connects on something.
A little bit deep, actually. It's an offensive nade, or pardon me, defensive nade that lands onto Hercules. Slows him up just a little bit. Eric Boom initially playing towards tank. He does have a trophy system available, but looks like he's just going to wait to see if the offense throws nades first and then throw a late trophy to kind of recontest that tank position. Meanwhile, Capsule playing forward with an MCW over towards B. Assault safe and tucked over towards Water Street. He's in a little bit of a conversation with Lunars, and Temp will help out at mid. So everything covered here by Midnight, but Chirac looking to stack for maybe a gut check call towards B.
And with only 45 seconds left, they're not going to really have an opportunity to work their way back over towards that A site. Not really understanding what the Midnight setup is going to be looking like, but time is continuously ticking on down. Only 35 seconds left. Here comes the push.
Yeah, that's painful. Capsule was holding onto his trophy. He gets tagged up heavily, and that's enough for Chirac to say, let's go. And with the cover of smoke, they absolutely destroy the Midnight setup at B. I mean, I'm just surprised. There were 3 trophy systems after ready for Midnight. None of them were thrown, and Chirac are going to get away with a flawless round here.
And I think the reason why none of them were thrown is because they were trying to play the mind games for Chirac, saying like, all right, we can invest our stuns and our nades. Nothing is going to connect because they have no trophy systems here, so they're probably playing a deep setup. But once that nade connects onto Capsule, they invest the smoke, they pop it, Dak finds a double, they take care of Capsule as well. This is a greatly executed round right there out of Chirac.
2-2. Just about as even of a battle as we could have expected. Midnight back over to the offense. Eric Boom, the bomb carrier. Temp going to go high over towards this top side at blue, just looking for seeing if anyone's going to cross in towards B. Neptune is the nearest contestant on this side of the map, but he is also just playing right behind the tank track. So another kind of passive setup here for Chirac. Neptune with an MCW, though, compared to Capsule's Rival 9 from the previous round.
The only thing that's going to hurt them, though, is their setup on this defensive side, because you have no mid-tank pressure, so Midnight can work their way up through that A objective, especially with the timings that Lunars is playing over towards Water Street. But early shots coming down around this middle map area, just trying to not allow them to take that mid-tank away from them. And now with only 45 seconds left, the commitment has to come in.
And is this is a 4 MCW defensive setup for Chirac, if I'm not mistaken, so you're going to have to retake A with nothing but ARs. Yeesh. Could get messy. Dak seen over towards this dark patio position. Stun is through. Actually, part of that's the smoke that's in. Dak not going to push, though. Bomb planted safely, plus a follow-up from Capsule. Dak now taking an opportunity to move on in, but it's a messy move. Lunar's trying to help out as best as he possibly can. Neptune now also on the way to re-clear out tank. Still doable, but time is becoming a bit of an issue. Lunar's good for 1. Just down to Capsule now. SMG in hand. Not going to work out, and the ARs of Chirac. Patient as ever, but it works out nicely.
Yeah, that's fantastic plays right there out of Chirac. If you are Midnight, the adjustments have to come in, because that's 2 times now where they've been able to contest you from Water Street. Just put someone in that fire car, put down a couple shots that's not allowing them to attack that side. Because they've been successful in putting the bomb down. Just the retake's too strong from Chirac. Thankfully, Dak had that smoking in the back pocket. Keeps himself alive, also finds a kill. And then just dances around that bomb site until his teammates are able to help him. So great plays out of Chirac to secure the defense, take back the advantage of the map. Now they go back to the attacking side with a couple players on a little bit of a streak.
Now 4 for Dak, 3 for Lunars. Both on the fringe of possible cruise missile opportunities. Dak up and in towards DVD. Neptune with the bomb over towards Broken, and uh-oh, Caps. Wow, how is he alive? Thought for sure, guys, this is a great nade. Cap still down low HP. Mercury is able to follow up as it looked to be a save mission from Temp through the middle of the map. And now Caps is stuck backside cage. Mercury's cooking up a nade. Eric Boom, though, through DVD. Hold on a second. The defense of
God.
Midnight work around the back, and how about Caps holding his ground?
I just don't understand why they didn't commit on the isolation gunfight onto Capsule. Especially when you take down his assistant player in temp. Now you allow the rest of SGP to work this deep pinch. Capsule eventually strikes from behind. And now it's Lunar's left in the 1v3. No more ammo to his name, and he gets taken care of. Just that decision-making. That's what we saw earlier from Chirac, is that, okay, you can find the first blood, but then everything after that is kind of still scattered. They're thinking, okay, like, we get the first blood on the temp. We know that Capsule was over here towards Broken. Instead of isolating him over towards B site and then working that objective, they just play too slow. And then that's when you allow SGP, the playmakers on the opposing side, to work those pinches.
Yeah, it's wrap on wrap is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, because you have SGP, they get members around through DVD, which happens quickly, and then Chirac had one member deep over towards Ice Cream coming around. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it just felt like one of those rounds that, you know, Chirac is going to look back on and say, what are we doing? We had him absolutely dead to rights. But we get tied at 3 instead. Different setup here for Chirac. Neptune looking for pixels to count underneath the tank tracks. He's the only one even remotely close to the B site. MCW's out once again here. And it's a full hit through Arch side. Neptune, a 1-for-1 would be fine. Smoke comes through, tries to force the challenge and get the kill, but gets punished. 4v3, but Dak there to find his trade. Just cannot stay alive as Temp confirms it now, 3v2.
Yeah, once he finds that kill with the nade, the commitment with the gun is not necessary. You at least put yourself in the even number situation, but now back in the numbers disadvantage.
Oh, gosh.
Capsule puts himself in a perfect spot, but Mercury's laying down, finds that kill. Now it's all up to Lunars in a 1v2.
It looked like the door affected Caps' aim there for a moment. Looked, pushed him into the corner a little bit more. That was just a who opens the door first moment. But now you've got Lunars. 1v2. A couple of tags deep, but no bomb in hand yet for SGP. And maybe, I'll have to say, if Lunars commits down B Street, maybe he gets a look at Assault for an isolation. Not going to happen. Assault will get the bomb planted. Temp, Ice Cream door play. Assault does get around the backside at Tractor. So SGP Midnight, after the antics with the doors, still comes out on top, and now they take an edge 4-3.
Yeah, it's now, what, 2 rounds in a row for SGP? Just making the adjustments around the map. They were able to isolate onto Neptune, and that's another situation where you don't want to have your position be known. That's why he's running dead silence, doesn't want to use a trophy system on that side, so they have a read that potentially someone is going to be there, but if you're Neptune, all you really need to do was get one. Unfortunately, he falls short, but Dak instantly responded, but then that commitment on the second gunfight was not necessary, and Midnight take full advantage of it.
Opening first blood, though, tallied. Mercury's on that long cross, takes care of Temp. I mean, you have to win this round. At 4v3 early like this, with one of the ARs down through mid, you can finesse, you can try to stretch this defense out, but this you have to win this round if you're Chirac.
Yeah. This is definitely a round that you have to secure here. They found that initial first blood. I think they gained the info as well that there's a couple players from Midnight pushed in towards Cafe, so they should be able to make a move here pretty soon, and I think it's going to be the commitment over towards B because they do not want to get caught into these gunfights around Cafe.
Well, Lunar's, though, isolated, and there's no movement towards B.
None.
I mean, there is, but it's slow. It's delayed. Capsule's going to get a read. He sees Mercury's and Neptune on the cross. Smoke is out. A couple of tags. Semtex up and over. It lands. No freaking way. Now Dak trying to get aggressive. He gets punished. Not like this. This is an all-time scam. All-time scam.
That is awful. Like, that is literally awful. You find your first blood 5 seconds into the round. You gain the info that they are pushed out towards Cafe, but for some reason, Lunars is still committed on watching that overextension when you don't really have to. You can put yourself to watch that same positioning from Treehouse. At least you're closer to your teammates to execute that play onto the point. But no trophies seems to work that objective. Just not really making the best heads-up play as Chirac. That's another man advantage situation that they fall short, and now FGP at game point.
Man, that's frustrating. Again, a little bit of a battle over the middle of the map. This time, nothing to be tallied for it, so everything will kind of go back to normal. Difference in setup here. Neptune playing in Cafe. Dak still holding over towards tank side. Lunars is kind of floating between mid-courtyard and the water. Street Mercury's by himself with the trophy over towards B, and he's got a lot of action on the way.
Yeah, he's got to be prepared for it, though. Hopefully someone is able to put himself in a position to reinforce, and thankfully the movement is good enough to get out with your life. And it's already been 40 seconds wiped off the game clock. You just got to hope that everyone still has the tax in the back pocket. Here comes the smoke grenade for Capsule, and unfortunately it bounces off the wall. I don't think he got it where he wanted to be.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, he can't freely get around that cross, so he's got to take the long way around the cage. But again, Chirac are not in position to really stop it, at least not initially. Mercury's able to find one. That's at that long-range angle off the barricade. Capsule floating, looking to see if he can catch someone over towards the front side at Ice Cream, but that's an overchal, and Mercules will punish for it. So, yeah, that smoke, a big deterrent, and it looks like Chirac will be comfortable in finding their fourth. And unless Insult has something to say about it, I mean, he's going to have to absolutely world star the rest of these guys, and no, not going to happen. So, Chirac stay alive, but still, 2 more needed in a row.
Thankfully, Capsule just bounces that smoke grenade in the wrong position.
Legitimately.
Because you're able to spot all these players crossing over towards that site. Mercules was able to line up 3 in a row. He was the player initially on that beach site. He was able to finesse his way on out and then just makes the plays happen. Another double-digit search and destroy out of this young man. Just 1 round needed to try to force this round 11. It's just like if you have to make quicker decisions if you're Chirac on its attacks. Like, you find the opening first blood, you're gaining all the info early on. We just got to go.
And we're getting a lot of damage from Mercules on these openings, too. It's just, what can they find behind it? Caps once again, seen on this cross. Dak, that's enough. And this has to be the quick decision of, okay, we got damage on one player over towards Dark. We know someone else is committed. Let's get into Cafe and hit A. Or find some way to make a mess of the middle of the map. It just, we have to commit to that, it feels like.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what you have to go to, taking that mid-map control. And Dak, I know he's waiting with that smoke grenade in hand, potentially with a nade to back someone down. The play for Chirac is going to be at this A side, and Eric Boom, does he have anything to say about it?
Going to cross back over, just a little uneasy about the angle he wants to hold. Temp playing inside Dark, but he knows that there's a commitment over towards the tank. Nade will land. Temp is thinking, maybe I could chow this. Trophy system down late. Dak still holding the corner. Mercury's also over the top playing with a high-low setup. Here comes Eric Boom, though. Assault first blood. It's all focused through the middle of the map. Temp still staying alive. Trades are decent, though. Chirac able to turn this now into a 2v2. Time remaining just 20 seconds.
And Eric Boom is still finessing. They do not know that he's around this A site with only 15 seconds left. You got to get the bomb down.
Not going to happen. Lunars. Good kills coming through. Caps over the top. Sees Neptune. Semtex. Is Neptune going to fall for 2 straight rounds? No, not this time. He's able to get the bomb planted with just enough time on the clock. Capsule over the top dealt with. And Chirac send us to a round 11. 1 round of search. Winner makes it to champs. Loser done for the year.
Oh, man, I feel like I've watched Donnie Temp on Invasion S&D all season long go to a round 11. He's had his ups and he has his downs, but there's no bigger moment there right now. 1 round to secure your spot. The last spot in Challengers Champs. Chirac are going to be the team on defense. Midnight on the attack. And this is one of those rounds, Alan, where this one's probably going to play really, really slow. No one wants to make a mistake.
Yeah, it does feel that way, although Neptune is the one to keep your eye on. It's really to what does he want to do, and it looks like he's going to play mid-map, I imagine, with an MCW, watching this crossing angle. You've got Dak behind him, not playing over. And ooh, Neptune's not watching the cross angle. He's up top with the rival 9, so that's your whole mid-map focus. Early smoke, early trophy. SGP Midnight are going quick here, Jay.
They're going quick, and Mercules is going to put himself in position if he can creep this door to take down the bomb carrier. The perfect angle. First blood to Chirac.
And you've got Neptune working at a potential pinch. But look at Caps. We've seen this before. Who opens the door first? But the thing about it is Chirac don't have to make any aggressive plays because Neptune's on this long pinch. But do they get a look at Adam Assault? Watch your eyes on number 2 in purple. He's going to come up the backside of the street. Maybe have a chance to line up a couple, but he doesn't get a look at it. Capsule from the front gets 2, stays alive. Mercules has to back off Ice Cream 2v2.
Oh, Neptune finds 1. It's going to turn into a 1-on-1. The bomb is yet to get planted. Assault v. Mercules.
And they know where Assault is. Mercules, the new guy up, looking to earn his way to champ. Stun is out. Assault takes the gunfight, wins the match. And with that, sends home Chirac and sends a second team from Singapore in the SGP squads. 2 challengers champs. It doesn't get much better than that, though. Round 11, 1v1, the new guy up.
but the experience, the discipline, Adam Assault, the little stun check works out for the 1v1 winner, and it's last place at Champs.
That is unbelievable, man. Congratulations to both Syndicate squads on securing the final 2 spots today, but that round 11 was a nail-biter. The fact that Mercules puts himself in an angle to not allow that bomb to get planted, that's awesome. He still was contesting on that side, but just no one watching over towards the water street because you're not expecting in a man disadvantage for someone to still be playing that island role. The fact that Assault, world champion, knew the pressure, knew the situation at hand, he had to get into the play, and even though he doesn't find a kill pushing up towards Water Street, he sets up Capsule for that double because he puts down shots into both of those guys. Gets Mixie, Assault knows what the moment is, he still had the stun grenade in the back pocket, all the info that Mercules was still around that ice cream area, and he's able to shut it down in the one-on-one. Such a back and forth search and destroy, but damn, that was a good search and destroy. Game 5, man. That was awesome.
You call it perfectly. And again, I know that I was kind of screaming for Assault because it looked like he was about to win the round by himself, but you're absolutely right. It's Assault saying, hey, look at me. I'm down street side. And as soon as everyone turns, Mercules gives up the door to go help out from the backside of Ice Cream, and then Caps gets activated, and he puts in the perfect double. Oh, man. What a heater. But for Midnight, what a call. Early smoke, early trophy, try to get the bomb down. Neptune gets caught. Unreal stuff, man. It just is one of those situations that it really could have gone either way, but Capsule able to save the day. And it all gets isolated and initialized by that long wrap by Assault where Neptune just cannot, he just doesn't see him flat out. I mean, that was his whole job, was to try to watch for that pinch, but he thinks he can hit a flank of his own, and they just kind of cross by each other like 2 ships in the night.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable, man. Like, that was an awesome search and destroy between both of the teams, but SGP is just a little bit more icy. Got to keep in mind that Chirac had multiple rounds where they found a lot of first bloods. Rounds where we were thinking those should be absolutely locked up.
Yeah.
But Midnight were able to clutch up in the majority of those situations due to the plays coming in from Capsule. He's always being a nuisance with that SMG in hand. But the fact that in this round 11, Mercules finds that angle, the bomb gets taken care of nice and early. Capsule was playing for this kill on the Mercules, but the fact that Adam Assault makes that kind of play up through Water Street to set up Capsule, eventually it turns into a one-on-one. And he just clutches up for his team, man. That's got to feel so good for a player like Assault, who didn't really have a lot of success all season long in the CDL, to make sure that his name still reigns supreme in Call of Duty. And the fact that he's moving into Challengers Champs, it's a good way to end.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, I don't know, man. If Mercules doesn't get stunned, and that's a raw 1v1, he puts himself in a really good spot.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. It doesn't get any closer than that, friends. Are you not entertained? 2 different map 5s to qualify both SGP squads, both the SGP Syndicate, which is the main brand, and the SGP Midnight. And I'm sure wherever Sergio Luckett is right now, he is thrilled. He's somewhere midair. I know that much. He's on a plane. But wow, what a set of matches we've had. For Force Space 3-0'd, Midnight riding the high, get to a map number 5 against a red-hot and surprising Chirac squad, but a round 11 solidifies an SGP qualification for both the winners and lower side. Jay, final thoughts before I get to see you at Champs in about a week.
Oh, man, this season was insane, man, from the beginning to the end. It starts off with the Elite. I get to know all these Challenger players because obviously this is the first time I casted Challengers, so it was very, very refreshing to see a whole bunch of different kind of gameplay, a lot of different risk taking, and a whole lot of stuff that simply do not happen in the CDL happen down here, but it was a fantastic season.
Absolutely a lot of fun. Big shout out to our observing team, both J Pros and Paradox, for sticking with us the whole way through for both EU and NA. And of course, the EE production team. Chef's kiss, as usual. But that is it for us here with the online portion of Challengers. Of course, you will be able to see a Challengers Champs broadcast. More on that, I'm sure, revealed soon. So make sure if you're a big Challengers fan, you're ready to go for the full weekend of CDL Champs, both in Texas as well as online. Have a good night there, friends, or, I guess night for you, morning for me. We'll see you guys in Dallas. So long. Bye-bye.